What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4LF112, Burndy World, have some respect, this attack is almost overwhelmingly powerful. Even the current Shiryu of the Rain has no evil intentions. He also holds the idea of joining forces with Magellan to eliminate Luo Xiu and Golden Lion. However, the strength of the two of them exceeded their expectations too much. Judging from the current situation, even Luo Xiu can't beat Luo Xiu alone. Not to mention, there's a Golden Lion watching over it. And more importantly, wait a minute, even if the reinforcements from naval headquarters arrive, so what? Zephyr, Sengoku. Even if these two marine admirals appeared, at most they would suppress the Golden Lion slightly, right? It is absolutely impossible to tell the winner in a short time. At that time, with Luo Xiu alone, Emperor Prison will be easily destroyed. All the prisoners here have been released. There is no need to think about the tragic consequences that will inevitably happen. This is the terrifying strength of Luo Xiu, who is now offering a reward of 10 billion Baileys. Under the effect of Meteor Volcano, magma flows at the gate of Emperor Prison, and the scene of purgatory is everywhere. His body was stained with terrifying lava, and his whole body was in pain. At 920, Luo Xiu had no plans to attack them, said lightly to the Golden Lion on the side. It is estimated that Magellan and the others should have called for reinforcements in advance. Go in first. Golden Lion agreed verbally and calmly, but was also secretly surprised when he saw the indifferent look on Luo Xiu's face. In this case, the combination of Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain, which was single-handedly suppressed, still looked flat. Moreover, even knowing that naval headquarters is likely to send someone over next, they are still so indifferent? As expected, he is a higher-level monster than Bigmom and Whitebeard. This kind of strength is not just talk. In front of Magellan, who was almost dying, with blood constantly overflowing from the corner of his mouth, Shiryu of the Rain walked into Emperor Prison at will. He wanted to stop him, but he couldn't say a word because of the pain all over his body. We can only hope that the phone call just now attracted more than just Admiral Zephyr and Sengoku. If you can also attract Garp, plus a host of vice admirals from naval headquarters, maybe it will be able to stop the combination of Luo Xiu and Golden Lion. Advertisement: take the Golden Lion, BIBC, through the gates of Emperor Prison. And some of them with a little bit of strength simply handcuffed Seastone to Magellan. As for Shiryu of the Rain, he was almost beaten to death at this time. Some slightly stronger pirates are enough to watch over these two guys. Was left outside to tip off. Recruiting pirate partners is enough for Luo Xiu and Golden Lion. No extra manpower is required. The dark, dank steps of Emperor Prison. The jailer beasts sensed the powerful aura and simply scattered and fled. Originally these could also be used to ward off invaders. At this time, even Luo Xiu's naturally terrifying aura couldn't resist it. In the first 4 floors, there were no small characters worthy of Luo Xiu's attention. Luo Xiu's goal is directly heading towards the 5th floor, even the deepest level 6. It didn't take long for him to look out from the nearby cage with gloomy and scrutinizing eyes. Noticed the Golden Lion Shiki. Some older pirates couldn't help but let out exclamations of wonder. Hey, isn't this the famous Golden Lion, Shiki? Didn't you think that even you were imprisoned in Emperor Prison? It really fell behind the rocks of the ear. It was tightly blocked by the ice of 10,000 years. At this time, Burndy World is not completely frozen. Anyway, he was also the horrible guy who offered a reward of 500 million Bailey back then. Although it was 500 million at that time, the threat level was actually comparable to that of the young Emperor of the Sea. There is absolutely no problem with Kaido and Bigmom on the Rock's ship. Today's Burndy World is not so old and frail. If it can be won over, it can be regarded as a powerful force. Stop talking nonsense. Burndy World B*****************. For the ridicule of Burndy World, Golden Lion just dropped a sneer. How dare you talk to me as a prisoner like you? Lousy was not caught by naval headquarters like you. At this moment, Luo Xiu gave Golden Lion a gloomy look. Advertisement being so stared at, Golden Lion immediately stopped chatting with Burndy World. It wasn't until this time that Burndy World noticed that there was actually a person standing beside the Golden Lion. It's been a long time, and my old eyes are dim and I can't see clearly for a while. Probably like a young kid. No matter who the other party is, when it comes to youth, the words, babe, come directly from Burndy World's mind. The sarcasm on his face was even more serious. It's really unexpected that the famous Golden Lion Shiki would surrender to a young man. What is the background of this guy, and you have to be so cautious? HMPH, Burndy World. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e. If you think of this guy's identity, you'll probably pee your pants in fright. Maybe you'll be even more embarrassed than me. Maybe you'll be even more embarrassed than me. A trace of anger flashed across Golden Lion's face immediately. We are here to rescue you, but you still look so superior. Who do you look down on? Prisoners can do the same. After hearing what the Golden Lion said, Burndy World also looked mysterious. Interest came up. I really want to know who is able to make Golden Lion say such words. There are not many people in this world who can make him fear the World Destroyer. UB***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************10 with. Now that this guy kicked his nose directly on his face, Golden Lion suddenly had the idea of wanting to beat him up. But Luo Xiu, who was at the side, simply showed an indifferent smile, and lightly patted Golden Lion on the shoulder to make him retreat. Golden Lion instantly understood that Luo Xiu was planning to go up to the top in person. The background is not up to you, Burndy World. If you think my strength can't catch your eyes, I can give you this chance, but in my opinion, maybe you and I will fight casually, and your life may be in danger. I don't recommend doing this. In the helplessness, there is still an extremely cold indifference. The familiar voice made the expression on Burndy World's face gradually tense. This voice. Could it be, Luo Xiu? Are you, Luo Xiu? Even if you stay in Emperor prison, you can occasionally hear news about Luo Xiu's tens of billions of rewards. In addition, before being imprisoned, he also had a relationship with Luo Xiu. After listening to it a few times, the impression came up. 113. Red Earl shocked. An inexplicable strong man came to Emperor prison? Even in the era when Burndy World is still active, Luo Xiu's reputation is not weak at all. Especially that terrifying lava fruit. I heard that this ability has reached the level of awakening a long time ago, which also surprised Burndy World with this person's strength and potential. However, I heard a lot, but I didn't have a serious fight. It is also the title of the Scorching Tiger for Luo Xiu in Burndy World's heart. Some feel that the name is not worthy of the name. This kind of fame sounds scary, but in fact, the strength is the same thing. There are too many people like this. Who knows if Luo Xiu is the same person? Perhaps it came to Emperor prison by means of some sneak attack. It won't be long until Magellan and the others find out that Golden Lion and Luo Xiu will probably eat can't go away. However, since people have said that they intend to let themselves out, then why do you have to act like a fool? In short, the cold breath and the seastone handcuffs made Burndy World really uncomfortable. Escape from the seastone handcuffs first. What are you going to do? As far as I know, both of you seem to be capable. Can't touch the seastone? There should be a limit to talking big. Wait a minute, Magellan and the others will be finished with you. Burndy World didn't realize it either. Luo Xiu's indifferent expression in front of him has already told him that Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain outside have completely lost their fighting power. However, when he saw Luo Xiu held the seastone handcuffs, even if he touched the seastone with both hands, he still looked indifferent, which shocked Burndy World. Isn't this guy an ability user of lava fruit? Why is there no response when I touch the seastone? Burndy World suddenly felt that his worldview was showing signs of collapse. This feeling is especially when the seastone handcuffs make a click sound. Then the moment of being untied reached the peak. What do you say? Do you want to follow Luo Xiu obediently? Or was he beaten up and then obeyed? Looking at the expression on Burndy World's face, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing secretly. Not long ago, when Luo Xiu stepped into his pirate ship, he also looked down upon him. But in the end, when Luo Xiu casually came here to send a blow to himself, he couldn't bear it and gave up directly. Seeing Burndy World also showing a deflated expression, Golden Lion will still feel quite comfortable. Advertisement hearing Golden Lion say that about Burndy World is also exciting. Now the seastone handcuffs have been removed. It means that no one can stop yourself. Don't you want to run away? After such a long time, I was about to escape from here. Haven't seen Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain yet. Burndy World also realized that these two guys might be stalked by someone. Maybe someone more powerful is outside Emperor prison. However, it never occurred to him that it was Luo Xiu in front of him who seriously injured Magellan and Shiryu Rain to the point of dying. If he really knew, if he had 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to set such a challenging rule with Luo Xiu. It's up to you. Regarding Burndy World's request, Luo Xiu had no choice but to shrug his shoulders indifferently. Convincing people with virtue is of course very good. However, only when they show enough strength, these guys will obediently stay under their command. In this case, it is not impossible to teach this guy a lesson. As soon as this sentence was finished, I saw Burndy World. The power around him suddenly began to swell. The Momo fruit ability activates. Under normal circumstances, if there is a stone, you can rely on Momo's ability to directly grow bigger, and then launch it with dozens or even hundreds of times the power. Even the stones or the tools in the hand will become bigger together. But there is no suitable thing right now, so it can only simply activate the ability. The muscles of the whole body seem to double and become extremely terrifying. From a distance, it looks like a giant body, a devil muscular man, carrying a layer of armament hockey that is almost dozens of times stronger. Momo 50 times punch. The terrifying fist wind directly made the surrounding prison walls unstoppable and about to collapse. The ground trembled as if unable to withstand the power of Burndy World, 50 times stronger. Even if the Golden Lion can stop it, it will take a lot of effort. The movement in Emperor prison immediately attracted more attention. The Red Earl Redfield suddenly woke up from the state with his eyes tightly closed. The observation hockey, which is powerful enough to perceive the inner emotions of the human body, made Luo Xiu's pupils constrict suddenly when it passed over Luo Xiu's body. Ask for flowers. Advertisement Burndy World is far less knowledgeable than the Red Earl. Naturally, it was impossible to notice the huge gap between him and Luo Xiu. But Redfield could clearly feel it. In Luo Xiu's body, there is a fiery force that is close to a volcano, showing signs of erupting at any time. Once it breaks out, maybe the entire Impel prison will be destroyed. His eyes fluttered, and he was handcuffed with chains due to his old age and frailty. If it is infected with this level of attack, it may be difficult to solve. Immediately also looked at tremblingly. I hope this time the confrontation will not sweep to this side. Even Red Earl Redfield is the same. Not to mention, the other great pirates who were imprisoned on the same floor as Emperor Prison. All eyes were terrified, and hearts were trembling. Boom! Burndy World's feet hit the ground suddenly. Under the strengthening of 50 times the power, the ground directly presents a huge depression. After that, the speed has also been greatly improved. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came to Luo Xiu. The terrifying power of Ultimate caused strong winds to sweep the surrounding walls. The signs of fracture caused the prisoners below to continuously howl in terror. However, in Luo Xiu's view, the offensive that everyone thought was terrifying was nothing more than that. The whole body is burning with hot magma flames. The temperature of the fists almost reached nearly 10,000 degrees. Even armament hockey is not covered, and the magma power flowing from nature is directly confronting the fists of Burndy World. Then came the ultimate white smoke that erupted alternately with high temperature and fists. Burndy World was instantly scalded by the high temperature and couldn't help screaming. For the first time, an emotion called horror appeared in his eyes. Terrified. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu's lava fruit has been developed to a level comparable to real natural magma. There are already signs of attacking the main body by ignoring armament hockey? Not at all. Can't resist. It wasn't clear to Burndy World until this time. The two people in front of them may have dealt with Magellan arbitrarily, and that's why Shiryu of the Rain came here. 114. Red Earl, brat, you weren't weaned when I went to sea. Looking at Burndy World, which was scalded by high-temperature magma, Luo Xiu just smiled lightly on his face, without much other expressions. How about it? Do you want to come again? I can increase the price here. If you feel that you haven't had enough time, you may not be able to stand up like Magellan and Shiryu in the next move. Hearing such words from Luo Xiu's mouth immediately magnified the horror on Burndy World's face. Sure enough, my guess just now was indeed correct. This guy Luo Xiu did kill Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain. Otherwise, with the strength and speed of the two of them, it is impossible not to notice the abnormality here. However, when the conjecture in his heart was confirmed, the horror in Burndy World's heart was even magnified. Such a terrifying person broke in, and there was no trace of 290 on his face. It also means that the fight between Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain did not bring any hindrance to Luo Xiu. What kind of monster is this, to say that his Momo fruit is powerful? The reward of 500 million Baileys was considered to be at the same level as the current Golden Lion and Whitebeard, right? As a result, facing the combination of Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain, it must be defeated in the end. But in the end Luo Xiu settled them all by himself? Judging from the strength that Luo Xiu showed just now, this is not impossible. Sitting in the deepest part of a dark prison, the Red Earl Redfield couldn't help being surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Observation Hockey, who perceives the heart, foresaw the extraordinary strength of Luo Xiu. But hearing it from his mouth still brought a huge impact to his thoughts. What the hell is this guy doing here? Could it be that he came here specially to recruit his subordinates? What an amazing person. There is no crew, so I don't think of recruiting at sea. Instead, they came to such a dangerous and terrifying place as Emperor Prison. With his tyrannical and invincible strength back then, he had also heard the name of Luo Xiu, who showed his talents in the Valley of Gods. If it weren't for facing Kong and Garp one after another. Advertisement: I am old and frail. In the end, it would not be said that he was reduced to being imprisoned in Emperor Prison. In terms of strength alone, I can certainly defeat the combination of Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain. Perhaps these two people alone can fight against Admiral for a while, which is considered a good combat effectiveness. But, who is he? It is also impossible to say that because Luo Xiu showed his strength, he surrendered like this. I surrender, stop fighting. Luo Xiu's strength is indeed as strong as the news said, I am convinced. Burndy World endured the terrifying high temperature on his body, as well as the solidified magma blackrock, and he was even more admirable in his heart. At this time, the desire to destroy the world has been reduced a lot after being educated by Luo Xiu. Maybe I won't do these things again in the future. It might be a pretty good choice to follow behind Luo Xiu. Seeing that Burndy World did not plan to continue fighting, Luo Xiu naturally nodded. Originally, they didn't come here this time to kill them. Instead, they intend to find a group of good people. Since Burndy World voluntarily chose to surrender, there is of course no reason for him to continue fighting with him. Turning his head, Luo Xiu's eyes fell on the deepest part of Emperor Prison. The prisoner is the Red Earl, Redfield, who was exhausted and defeated by Kong and Garp. Burndy World on the side, who originally thought that Luo Xiu came here specially to recruit him, was about to walk towards the entrance of Emperor Prison. Turning his head, he was stunned to find that Luo Xiu was actually walking towards the cell at the Red Earl's side. Shin said that Luo Xiu actually wanted to let this famous character act as his subordinate. His ambition is really big. Could it be that he forgot that this terrifying guy who used to be as famous as Roger and all members of the Whitebeard Pirates, was known as the Lonely Redfield? Leadfield? The reputation is indeed big enough. He is qualified to be my subordinate. Of course, Luo Xiu can guess a thing or two about Burndy World's thoughts. It is because of this that they want to win over. Strong subordinates are what Luo Xiu needs to dominate Wano Kuni. And Wano Kuni is just a pedal to some extent. If he wants to move towards a higher goal, it is obviously impossible to rely on the half-baked ancient weapon Pluton without subordinates. Advertisement: standing in front of the Red Earl's cell, Luo Xiu finally got a clear view of this famous person. There are some black stripes on the face, and the clothes on the body are simply similar to Western vampire clothes. A pair of white-haired look. If you look at it, you will never think that this guy is a figure who is as famous as Roger's whole group alone. The ferocious look on his face showed no fear at all even after seeing Luo Xiu's means and strength just now. Instead, he watched with interest. Seeing this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but smile too. As expected of the Red Earl, he is truly generous. Leadfield, what do you think? I will let you out and do things with me. When Luo Xiu said this, he still had an indifferent attitude. The horrible record did not become the reason why Luo Xiu relaxed his attitude towards him. Exactly the same attitude as with Golden Lion, Burndy World. Is this your attitude towards seniors, Luo Xiu? When I went to sea, you probably didn't even grow all your hair. If you want me to be your subordinate, what are you? Don't think that killing Magellan, Shiryu of the Rain is such a great thing. If you put this matter on the old man, you can do it too. Being imprisoned in seastone handcuffs, the Red Earl still had a sneer on his face, and said unceremoniously to Luo Xiu. My own age is 60 or 70 years old. At this time, the Golden Lions were less than 60. In terms of age, I can indeed call myself a 3.9 senior, no problem. Luo Xiu looked at the Red Earl's question indifferently. It's up to you to say what you say, strength is still the most respected in this world. Disrespecting the old is not the mainstream in this world. What did you say? The Red Earl, who is good at predicting psychological emotions, heard Luo Xiu's inner thoughts and couldn't help but get angry immediately. Such a character who is just a little guy in his opinion dares to talk to him like this. Who should I be? Is it possible that all the fame of the past has been worn away by the traces of the years? I have to show this guy what is called the oppression of the old times. Otherwise, this B*************** D probably thinks that if he kills Burndy World alone, Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain will be invincible, right? What is a reward of tens of billions? 115. The confrontation between the old and the new era is finally about to begin. Luo Xiu's thoughts are completely provocative in Redfield's eyes. Anyway, I am a senior figure among pirates. A brat who just emerged from the rocks era dares to talk to himself like this, who do you look down on? Regarding Redfield's thoughts, Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. This lone Red has too high an opinion on his own strength. It doesn't matter, maybe this guy will understand after beating him up. The so-called seniors are nothing compared to strength. Burndy World, go and open Redfield's cage, and so said to Burndy World. At the same time, he handed over a bunch of keys. Because Redfield wasn't a capable user at this time, he wasn't handcuffed with Seastone either. Instead, a very weird system was used to prevent Redfield from exerting his strength, and that was it. As the chains of the handcuffs were released, the Red Earl also returned to his previous look. He looked at the calm Luo Xiu with mockery and bloodlust on his face. Suddenly, I felt that no matter what, Luo Xiu could be regarded as my savior, right? He also opened the prison door and let himself out. It would be unreasonable to just repay kindness with grievances like this. So after leaving, he ignored it and walked out towards the gate of Imper prison. Just hang Luo Xiu and the three of them here. Luo Xiu. That B*********** D is going to run away. Golden Lion looked at Red Earl Redfield who suddenly ran away with an angry expression. Lousy followed Luo Xiu and took you out with good intentions. You don't want to be grateful. What happened to this sudden runaway? However, Luo Xiu didn't show any expression of anger at the Red Earl's escape. This is also something to understand. Who would not want to live according to their own ideas after escaping from Impel prison? No one would be happy to be someone else's subordinate for no reason. So for the Red Earl's running away, Luo Xiu felt that he was very understandable. However, understanding belongs to understanding. Advertisement. It would not be in line with Luo Xiu's usual style if this guy really got away. Now that it's gone, it's natural to get it back. From Luo Xiu's body, a riotous fiery energy began to rise slowly like a volcanic eruption. Almost in the blink of an eye, the temperature of the entire Imper prison was like a purgatory furnace. And Red Earl Redfield, who was walking calmly all the way ahead, felt that there seemed to be no signs of catching up behind him and couldn't help showing a chuckle on his face. But not long after, that fiery energy made Redfield's expression suddenly change. His whole body felt like he was about to sweat because of the scorching heat. Even the pace is slightly slowed down. The Golden Lion and Burndy World behind them were also slightly startled when they saw the Red Earl suddenly unable to walk. Can't imagine what happened. Maybe it's too old to walk. But when the eyes of the two fell on Luo Xiu, the expressions on their faces finally changed. Black and red lava flames intersected all over the body, and the ground under the feet was burned by the magma so that there were large holes of different depths. The terrifying high temperature didn't make Burndy World and Golden Lion feel too outrageous because they were friendly forces. But when it comes to the Red Earl, the situation is completely different. Even the Red Earl had to forcibly activate armament hockey to resist the heat when the magma ability was hot to ultimate. But then he felt that his armament hockey couldn't play much role in front of Luo Xiu. Being able to do this made Redfield suddenly think. This is because Luo Xiu's own hockey surpasses him. Otherwise, hockey is strong enough to resist devil fruit power. There's no reason why it wouldn't make sense when it comes to Luo Xiu. Thinking of this, Redfield frowned. Looking back, it seems that it is impossible to leave so easily without having a fight with Luo Xiu. However, judging from Luo Xiu's youthful appearance, Redfield never thought he would lose to Luo Xiu, too young. Such a person himself did not know how many times he had been killed before. It's just that it will make people jealous when it's placed outside to brag. But in fact, no matter what his strength is, his light umbrella sword attack can easily cut the opponent in half. It's just a mere magma kid, and he also wants to do something to this old man? Advertisements say it verbally. The umbrella sword hanging from the Red Earl's waist was also casually taken out by him. Quite a bit of the style of the year, seeing Ladefield's arrogance, and the awe-inspiring look he had back then. Including Golden Lion and Brandy World, their expressions couldn't help changing. At the same time, there was a trace of anticipation in the eyes looking at Luo Xiu. Will the two giants of the era finally meet in this cruel hell? Red Earl Redfield, representing the strong man of the old era, and the scorching tiger of the new era, Luo Xiu. Who will win the battle between the two? Although I know that now Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain are defeated by Luo Xiu. No communication, reinforcements will be coming from naval headquarters soon. However, the current battle can be described as unprecedented. If you miss it like this, you will feel a little bit unwilling in your heart. Little devil, originally, I thought that you saved the old man, so the old man didn't want to shoot you. But what do you mean by being so hard-pressed? If you want to die, I can help you. When the Red Earl spoke, there was an invisible wave of Conqueror's Haki spontaneously emanating. Together with Brandy World and Golden Lion, just standing has already been affected. However, when the pressure between the two suddenly increased, their eyes followed Luo Xiu. As a result, the indifferent look on Luo Xiu's face also made Brandy World and Golden Lion. The two couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. Under the pressure of this terrifying Conqueror's Haki, why is Luo Xiu's expression so indifferent from beginning to end? Could it be that Luo Xiu is powerful enough to ignore the terrifying oppression of the Red Earl from the previous era? This is too powerful. Is it just like this? The famous Red Earl, Conqueror's Haki is only this level. Just wanting to rely on Conqueror's Haki and surrender without fighting is not a different kind of weakness. When the Conqueror's strong wind was blowing, Luo Xiu simply had an extremely indifferent look on his face. The fists that were originally flesh-colored once again ignited the flames of magma. Golden Lion, Brandy World looked at the eagerness on Luo Xiu's face, and immediately felt. Is this confrontation that heralds the powerhouses of the old and new era finally about to begin? 116. Brandy World shocked. Luo Xiu, did he hold back just now? Walking slowly down the corridors of Impel Prison. Hash plus hash equals Luo Xiu came in front of the Red Earl, facing the sweep of Conqueror's Haki without any fear. This appearance made Red Earl Redfield feel it on the spot. I seem to have been insulted by a brat. Who is this looking down on? If you want to die by yourself, there is nothing I can do. I wanted to spare your life for the sake of letting me out. Redfield confronted Luo Xiu with the pride of a strong man. Your ult just now was really strong, this is undeniable. But, how do you think Lousy became a strong opponent against Roger and the others? Thinking of this, Redfield's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you guys want to get started, do one. As the two really confronted each other, all the prisoners in the cell fell silent. The raging hot lava seems to be nothing compared to the confrontation between the two today. Now the fun is just about to begin. However, the only thing that makes the rest of the pirates watching the battle here are a little scared is that. Are you sure you won't miss the best time to escape? If you wait for reinforcements from the naval headquarters executives, it will be over. The aura of the Red Earl was even more obvious. The vigor brought by Conqueror's Haki is constantly rising. As for this point, Luo Xiu only had a flat expression. Go to hell. Redfield's ferocious face pierced Luo Xiu directly with the umbrella sword wrapped around Conqueror's Haki. Just the strong wind brought by the sword energy made everything around it feel like a storm. Redfield is angry. This is a more terrifying aura than Roger's. Almost all the iron doors of the cage on the 6th floor rattled, showing signs of impending collapse. Watching this scene, while Golden Lion Shiki and Brandy World were resisting the aura of the Red Earl, their eyes couldn't help but change. As expected of a top powerhouse who became famous in the sea a few years ago, it is terrifying to be able to have such an aura not long after being imprisoned in Impel Prison. As for the other prisoners, they couldn't help but shrink their pupils. It's not appropriate to do anything at this time. Advertisement. The best choice is to stay where you are obediently, waiting for the fight to end. Maybe he could take the opportunity to escape in one fell swoop. At this moment, all the muscles in the Red Earl's body were surging. Although he is old, his veins are bursting all over his body. The umbrella sword in his hand scratched a sharp trace, and the lightning brought by the Conqueror's winding filled the entire prison, completely illuminating the environment. The air exploded, and towards Luo Xiu, he waved a sword that penetrated the space. Boom. It's not just a sword strike, it's also mixed with fierce sword energy. If it weren't for being beaten by Kong and Garp in rotation long ago. Maybe there will be no Hawkeye Mohawk title now. The cell door close to the place where the two sides were fighting exploded almost instantly. Conqueror's storm sweeping mixed with sword intent. Even the cells of prisoners from other places were affected. At this time, Luo Xiu faced the fierce attack unexpectedly with a calm expression. The expression on his face was incomparably indifferent from beginning to end. It seems that the full force of Red Earl Redfield is not impossible to deal with in Luo Xiu's view. The floor under the Red Earl's feet directly shattered. Following the direction of the sword energy, shock waves swept continuously from under Redfield's feet. Naturally, Luo Xiu had no effect, but the prisoners who went to other cells were tightly locked by seastone handcuffs and had no chance to escape. Under this level of teaching, it is natural that the body is pressed against the wall by the strong wind. In the end, a mouthful of blood was spit out directly. The power of this move is so powerful that even Burndy World and Golden Lion are a little unbearable. It was okay before, and it was only the Red Earl who made the move alone. Luo Xiu stood there and watched quietly. How much can resist it? But as the sword energy came to the front, Luo Xiu smiled lightly, and the more powerful conquerors accompanied by the blazing heat of a volcanic eruption made Golden Lion, Burndy World couldn't bear it and began to hide outside Emperor Prison. This is only the first wave of fights to such an extent. A few more attacks of this level, I'm afraid even a super deputy like him won't be able to withstand it. As expected of the king of pirates in the old days, Red Earl Redfield. And the man with the highest bounty in the world today, the scorching tiger Luo Xiu, a terrifying existence with 10 billion Baileys. Advertisement. The pillar of magma fire that emerged from the ground directly penetrated the attack of the Red Earl's umbrella sword. Luo Xiu himself stood on the spot without moving. There is no dust on the body. It easily and perfectly blocked the angry blow of the Red Earl. How can it be? Seeing this scene, the Red Earl's eyeballs almost popped out. What kind of monster is this guy? Even Kong had to put on a posture to block himself before exhaustion, and then resisted with difficulty. But how could Luo Xiu's strength be so terrifying? Quote. Nothing surprising. My lava fruit ability has just been awakened. For the Red Earl, there is also the shock of Burndy World and Golden Lion in the distance. Luo Xiu just smiled playfully and didn't say anything else. There is no need to say so much. In short, his purpose is only to win the Red Earl under his command. Convince him if you don't like it, it's very simple. The expressions on the faces of the two seem to be in stark contrast. The indifference on Luo Xiu's face and the shock brought by the Red Earl are completely different from the same painting style. He took Red Earl's moves lightly, and made the saliva from the throats of Golden Lion and Burndy World, who were hiding in the distance and afraid. At first, I thought that when these two fight against each other, it will take a lot of back and forth to decide the winner, Nuo Zhao's. Anyway, Redfield is also a top figure who can fight against the whole group with his own strength. Being crushed by Luo Xiu just like that, even if I saw it with my own eyes, it felt like I was dreaming. This guy Luo Xiu, is he invincible? Damn it. Burndy World, who had just fought against Luo Xiu, couldn't help but whisper to himself. Why wasn't it so difficult when I confronted Luo Xiu just now? Turns out he just found out now. Co-author just now I was able to make 2 moves with Luo Xiu. The root cause is that Luo Xiu didn't take him seriously. It wasn't until the battle with the Red Earl that he released his ability a little bit. Golden Lion simply gave Luo Xiu a complicated look. Can't help but sigh. Fighting alone is so powerful. If you really want to win over a bunch of pirates from the old era to be your younger brothers, then you can't. Then how terrifying will this pirate group go? 117. Surrender. Red Earl joins. Impossible. The blow was lightly blocked by Luo Xiu with a pillar of lava and fire emerging from the ground. The Red Earl's face suddenly changed greatly with excitement. How is it possible? I am the invincible Redfield. Even if he is old now, he is not as powerful as he was back then. But it is no problem to surpass Roger and Whitebeard in terms of strength, right? Why was it blocked by Luo Xiu casually? I don't believe it. You can defend all my moves. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki wrapped around the Redfield umbrella sword. Carrying black and red lightning is even more violent than before, I don't know how many times. Cooperating with the hell atmosphere of Emperor Prison, it is even more terrifying. Your strength is good. For this sake, I'll give you a chance. However, it's hard to say whether you can fight or not. Luo Xiu shrugged. Since you want to convince the other party, then give him another chance. But there won't be too many opportunities. The black and red lightning entwined on the sharp umbrella sword finally had a faint white glow. A more powerful breath burst out and pierced towards Luo Xiu's chest. Burndy 040 World, Golden Lion raised their brows suddenly. This is with the intention of killing Luo Xiu. The Red Earl is really angry. However, just as the two were waiting for the result of the battle between the two sides with unparalleled consternation, Luo Xiu was quietly waiting for the attack to come. The chest suddenly turned into a flowing magma. Immediately afterwards, a hole bigger than the head appeared out of thin air. Redfield's umbrella sword attack pierced through the hole, without tainting Luo Xiu's body. Seeing this, Redfield was not angry either. Immediately changed his stance, and slashed upwards towards Luo Xiu's shoulder. Burndy World, Golden Lion exclaimed in unison. Is Luo Xiu going to die? With shocked and curious eyes, he looked at the match place again. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu's body turned into lava directly. Immediately following the direction of the edge of the umbrella sword, a trajectory began to flow naturally. Advertisement. Just stick to the direction of the edge. Even the offensive that entangles the terrifying Haki, under the elementalization, can't beat Luo Xiu at all. Coincidentally, this also confirms Luo Xiu's previous words in a disguised form. Your attack is certainly very powerful, but it's just a matter of whether you can hit it or not. The Red Earl was completely shocked by Luo Xiu's move. As a powerhouse of Grandmaster Observation Haki, my knowledge can even read the hearts of others all the time. However, Luo Xiu dodged his own attack just now, elementalized and opened holes in advance, which is obviously the observation hockey type that foresees the future. Moreover, in the process of casting it, I didn't notice it at all. Doesn't this mean that, Luo Xiu, his observation hockey attainment should be higher than his own? How can this be? He looked at Luo Xiu with a shocked expression. I have almost used the strongest power, but I still can't defeat Luo Xiu. Even the second move didn't even touch the sides of Luo Xiu's body. Is this the gold content brought by the tens of billions of rewards? It's not at the same level as myself. And, more importantly, Luo Xiu was only passively accepting his own attacks from beginning to end. He hasn't shot yet. It is conceivable that a man of this level will never be weak once he makes a move. Maybe some special lava fruit move has been developed. It is not impossible to kill yourself in one move. At this moment, including the Red Earl, all the prisoners watching this scene were completely shocked. It's even shocking to the point where it can't be added. Why? The gap between Red Earl Redfield and Luo Xiu is so big. Burndy World had goosebumps all over his body, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Simply unimaginable, and the Golden Lion as breathing becomes extremely rapid. From this point of view, Luo Xiu's actions on his own pirate ship are nothing more than small troubles. Compared with the confrontation with Redfield, it is simply not at the same level. This guy, his strength is definitely more than twice as strong as Rock's. Redfield finally confirmed after trying to play with Luo Xiu. And immediately after, the words from Luo Xiu's mouth in the next second simply made the Red Earl recover from the shock immediately. Looking at it with complicated eyes. Have you thought about it clearly? Do you decide to join me, or I will play with you again? Advertisement. The indifferent laughter and the movement of putting his hands in his pockets brought the Red Earl back to reality immediately. The arrogance just now has completely disappeared. Instead, there is only a deep surrender to Luo Xiu. That's right. For such a powerful person, even if he manages to let himself take the initiative to seek refuge, there's nothing wrong with him. At least he was following the man with the highest bounty in the world today. This is nothing to be ashamed of. I am also an old man. Follow a suitable captain and compete with the big pirates for the ownership of the final island. Is this bad? As a result, the expression on his face gradually became sincere. Finally, I heard very honest words from the Red Earl. In that case I will join. Captain Luo Xiu, actually, really surrendered the Red Earl. A strong man from the old days is enough to rival the super werewolf of the entire pirate group by one person. Just joined Luo Xiu. However, no matter how much you don't believe it, now that the facts are in front of you, it's impossible not to believe it. There was a slight smile on Luo Xiu's face. Now that you're here, let's go. Get out before those guys from naval headquarters arrive. Otherwise, once you fall in love with the battle, it will be very difficult. Although Luo Xiu himself is not afraid. Lava fruit itself is a large-scale burst skill. I am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of being surrounded by many people. A meteor volcano can solve these things. When passing through the Isle of Imper prison, the blood-spitting prisoners around were begging to leave, but Luo Xiu also turned a blind eye. It made the Red Earl sigh secretly in his heart. No matter how Luo Xiu is, he still has a place in his heart. Take the initiative to come over and win over. Otherwise, these other level 5 prisoners would not even have the qualifications to be spotted by Luo Xiu. Come outside Imper prison. Falling to the ground, Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain, who were spitting blood, naturally attracted the amazement of Burndy World, Golden Lion and others. I thought these two guys should have almost recovered. But now that I see it, I know that the injury is too serious, and it is still too early to recover. Point 118. Impel prison in a mess. Let's go. For Magellan and Shiryu who fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Almost dying. Observation Hockey sensed that a powerful force was moving in this direction. Originally, I thought it would be better to kill the two of them casually. However, considering the time seems a little insufficient. Then for sure next time. With the respectful Red Earl, Burndy World and Golden Lion behind him. A fierce and invincible conqueror's Hockey directly stunned a small number of prison guards who were still fighting. Then sit on the Golden Lion's warship. Head in the direction of Wanokuni. And not long after, the naval headquarters men came to the prison in a hurry. The first thing I saw was Magellan and Shiryu who fell unconscious on the ground. Immediately after that was the Imper prison, where crimson magma was constantly flowing. Almost changed the topography of Imper prison. Moreover, the ability related to magma broke out again. The people present knew it very well. Luo Xiu, this man's plan to attack Imper prison has been completely successful. Moreover, perhaps in the entire Impel prison, those strong men who were favored by Luo Xiu may have become Luo Xiu's subordinates. It is not difficult to do this with Luo Xiu's strength. Because after experiencing the Battle of the Valley of Gods and killing the celestial dragons, Luo Xiu's reputation has surpassed that of Roger, even stronger than Rock's, the king of the world during the Valley of Gods period. A horrible sight. Sengoku, go and see how Magellan and Shiryu are doing. Although the two are at the same level, Zephyr has also produced a group of elite pirates. The desire to control between words is relatively strong. Speechlessly casting a glance at Zephyr, Sengoku quickly walked up to Magellan to check the situation a bit. A look of excitement soon appeared on his face. Hurry up, carry them to naval headquarters on a stretcher, and find the most professional doctor to treat them. He was pulled and carried onto the warship by a group of medical soldiers. Sengoku and Zephyr couldn't help but walk slowly towards the already messy interior of Imper Prison. Advertisement. Sengoku and Sengoku both heaved a sigh of relief at every sight of the tragedy in front of them. As for Zephyr, he hammered the burning and charred wall even more simply and sharply. Damn pirates. Apparently the supposedly never been invaded Impel Prison. Now not only was it successfully invaded, but even half of the prisoners inside were killed or injured. It should be when Luo Xiu released the ability of Devil Fruit, the lava kept leaking and infiltrated into other cells. Seeing Sengoku Zephyr shake their heads directly, they couldn't help but close their eyes. Luo Xiu, he just got stronger. When I met him before, although Luo Xiu was also very strong, but it was a bit unbelievable to want to achieve this step. But the current situation directly shows that there is still a problem with their estimation of Luo Xiu's strength. It can be said that before coming here, they had already considered Luo Xiu's strength. Otherwise, it would not be said that Marshal Kong sent 2 admirals. There is almost a full lineup of the vice admirals behind. If this doesn't explain how much naval headquarters attaches importance to Luo Xiu, then it's too speechless. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, these forces may still be vulnerable to the awakening of Luo Xiu's lava fruit. In front of a powerhouse of this level, military strength is no longer the decisive factor that can affect occupation. Strong enough to stop 1,000 with one. Luo Xiu has most likely reached this level. At this time Sengoku has even started to rejoice that Luo Xiu and the others have left this place. Otherwise it is really hard to imagine. Such characters plus Golden Lion, Burndy World and Red Earl Redfield. With so many people, how can their lineup win? The corpses were counted. Except for some weak prisoners, most of the level 5 pirates here are almost gone. In all likelihood, they were taken away by Luo Xiu, or even Luo Xiu didn't like him. Just let them go at will. However, no matter which point it is troublesome for their marine. The fall of Imper Prison means that the pirate force capable of threatening the world has returned to the world. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The whole world is very likely to be plunged into turmoil directly. Go back. This matter must be reported to Master Kong Yuan. Even, if necessary, we still need to go to the power room and report the whole result to the 5 elders. Shocked and inevitably return to reality. It is impossible to hide such a big matter. Let alone their personalities, it is impossible to hide it. After the logical announcement, it was obvious that it was scolded by the 5 elders of the world government. However, this kind of unwarranted scolding did not lead to the fall of Imper Prison because of their reasons. But this is what the marine executives need to experience. Take the blame and use it as a tool for the 5 elders to vent their emotions. To put it bluntly, they are tool people. I don't know what those 5 old men would do besides posing angrily. With such emotions, Sengoku and Zephyr boarded the return warship helplessly. The warship set off, and behind it was the Impel Prison, which was not extinguished and was full of lava. Returning to the headquarters with great grief, the first thing we greeted was naturally Marshal Kong's questioning. Sengoku, Zephyr, what's going on at Imper Prison? Did you take down Luo Xiu, Golden Lion and others, and protect Imper Prison? However, in response to Mr. Kong's question, Sengoku and Zephyr looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Kong's expression suddenly sank. This has been said very clearly. Luo Xiu and the others may have successfully captured Imper Prison. Otherwise, with the strength of these two, how could they show such a look? What's going on? Take your time. Things have happened and there is no way. Sit down first and report the truth. Sitting on the large admiral chair, Sengoku and Zephyr calmed down each other, and then they talked about what happened and what they saw and heard in Imper Prison. Thoroughly convey the waiting intelligence message to Kong Da. 119. A call between powers, the wrath of the 5 elders. Marshal Kong. We rushed to Imper Prison and found that Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain had fallen to the ground, unconscious. Sengoku tried to remember what he saw when he and Zephyr came to Imper Prison together. The shock in my mind is still lingering. It is unbelievable. Magellan, Shiryu of the Rain. These two, although they are not as strong as him and Zephyr. However, it won't be too quick to lose in a fight. It's not much different from their strength. With the two working together, anyone on the sea, even Roger, will be defeated. However, the current situation is, the two were injured by the hot magma. If there is no magma wrapped around his body, maybe he and Zephyr still think of 293. The scene in front of me is the joint efforts of Golden Lion and Luo Xiu. However, the appearance of this magma directly made them completely sure. This situation is definitely caused by Luo Xiu himself. No second person will appear. With his own strength, he directly defeated 2 wardens who were as powerful as Admiral. This is enough to be called big news that shocked the world in the whole ocean. How could he be so strong? Kong looked extremely serious. I still made a mistake. If this guy Luo Xiu is really so powerful. Fortunately, Sengoku and Zephyr did not meet Luo Xiu this time. Otherwise, maybe this end will be extremely miserable. It may even be possible to die in the line of duty directly. This is not impossible. Let Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain rest in peace here. The 5 elders already know about this matter. They said that after you come back, you will go to the power of the world government. Advertisement. It shouldn't be a good thing. As soon as Sengoku and Zephyr finished speaking, Kong patted their shoulders and said, sure enough, it is still unavoidable. Then let's go. At worst, you don't wear this clothes. Zephyr's eyes are clouded. The strength of Luo Xiu also made Zephyr feel his weakness. Perhaps it is a wise choice to leave Marine and form a team of your own to fight against pirates unscrupulously. But this thought only appeared for a moment and then disappeared quickly. Didn't stay too long. Among the powers, 5 elders. This time it was the Marshal Kong's turn to pass all these things to the ears of the 5 elders. The 5 elders who knew the news were even more lung exploding at this time. The roar of the 5 elders reverberated among the powers. This kind of incident really made the 5 of them at the pinnacle of power lose their popularity and felt extremely ashamed. You are the highest combat power of naval headquarters. In the end, not to mention being late, they let Luo Xiu and Golden Lion take the Red Earl and Burndy world away. Naval headquarters is the face of the world government. Now, such a big thing happened in Emperor prison. It is equivalent to stepping on Marine's face and constantly pumping with his hand. Marine is disgraced, and our world government is also disgraced. The old man in kimono with a black knife on his waist immediately stood up angrily, directly pointing at Kong, as well as Sengoku and Zephyr scolding. Prisoners in Emperor prison either died or escaped. Even Magellan and Shiryu Yuji were seriously injured and dying. What's worse, you were late. Let them escape for nothing. The old man with the red birthmark on his face slapped the table and roared angrily. What happened this time made the 5 most powerful people unable to suppress their inner anger. Also, Luo Xiu has gathered such a terrifying group of people. What is this guy planning to do? Could it be that he is planning to attack our world government? This guy really has such ambitions. The blonde-haired old man quickly thought of the news that Luo Xiu had occupied Wano Kuni. The locked country was suddenly occupied by Luo Xiu with arbitrariness. The origin of Seastone is also the world-famous country of samurai. Moreover, it is not yet a member country of the world government. Adding these factors together, it is impossible for the world government to interfere with Wano Kuni. Advertisement. Now there are characters like Burndy World, Red Earl Redfield and Golden Lion. Luo Xiu's title of Emperor of the Sea may become even louder again. And, now, the gap in strength between him and the other 2 people who were called Sea Emperors has widened again. Perhaps even the combination of Whitebeard pirates and BIGMOM pirates cannot compare with the current Luo Xiu. 5 elders, so, what should we do next? Is it necessary to send more troops to wipe out Luo Xiu's lineup? But now don't mention that Luo Xiu has at least 3 high-end fighters to fight. Golden Lion, Red Earl, these 2 also need 2 admiral-level fighters alone, only strength can deal with it. Burndy World may be slightly worse, but to be on the safe side, 2 admirals are the minimum, right? But we don't have so many people now. Kong also looked helplessly at the angry elders, as if he could see what their next sentence was going to be. What you said is not unreasonable. The current Luo Xiu is indeed no longer someone we can easily kill. After sighing for a long time, the 5 elders also had to admit. Since Luo Xiu arrived at Wano Kuni and successfully occupied it, the world seems to have started to become bloody again. Even compared to the period of Valley of the Gods. The current turmoil seems to be even more severe in 4.4b. But they don't have so many good ways to deal with Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's power has gone beyond the scope of the Emperor of the Sea. The entire naval headquarters team may be able to match Luo Xiu's Wano Kuni. But, could their world government allow naval headquarters to take their full roster against Luo Xiu? This is simply impossible, because of today's sea, Gore D. Roger is eyeing. And Whitebeard, Big MOM. It is said that Punk Hazard, Kaido of the Beasts, as the experimental subject, seems to have escaped secretly. They also took away Abel, the only survivor of the Lunaria clan. The combination of these things is also causing headaches for the 5 elders. What a horrible time. 120. Morgan's Insider, more shocking news than Wano Kuni. However, just as the world government and naval headquarters were stunned by the fall of Emperor prison. At this time, world press. Because of the big news some time ago, the sales of newspapers have increased significantly. Morgan's also got a promotion as a matter of course. Today, a lot of dark lines in hand are distributed to all parts of the world. Naval headquarters, world government, even the place where all the pirates gather, and the Sabayati archipelago. All had Morgan's contacts there to provide him with information. As Luo Xiu turned the entire Wano Kuni into his own territory. This world seems to have disappeared and there is no relevant news. However, at this moment, his own dark thread sent back the corresponding information from naval headquarters. It also made Morgan's, who had been worrying about what to write next, suddenly brightened his eyes. Fortunately, I have made a few more preparations, otherwise I would not have gotten such hidden news. Moses, this is the news of the world and I'm Morgan's. Through the phone bug, Morgan spoke to 18's own internal line at naval headquarters. However, the tone on the other side of the phone bug was quite unexpected and shocking. Apparently something big happened. Speak slowly, don't rush. The tone of the inside line was quite chaotic, and even the wording began to be intermittent. Morgan's realized with an extremely keen mind. This must be great big news. Even, the degree of shocking the world may even surpass the news that Wano Kuni was occupied by Luo Xiu not long ago. Although verbally persuading the insider so much. But my heart is extremely depressed and urged. G hurry up. I'm waiting for the news here. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the other party to ease his mood. It will be about the fall of Imper Prison. Magellan, Shiryu of the Rain are seriously injured. News that Red Earl Redfield and Burndy World were taken away. Advertisement. Tell Morgans everything. Even added a sentence to it. Sengoku, Kong, etc. Marine executives were summoned by the world government to discuss the solution of this matter among the powers of Mariajoy. Then there is. The entire news about the Impel prison collapse was suppressed. It was sealed in the archives of the world government. In addition to the first-hand information learned by insiders through special channels. The whole thing is kept almost top secret. Morgan certainly knows what it means for the world government to do this. Nothing more than represents. No matter who breaks this news, it will definitely be targeted by the world government. Impel prison was destroyed, and the prisoners fell into the hands of Luo Xiu. It is conceivable that this is a rather embarrassing thing. The world government will never allow such news to be known to the world. But who is he Morgans? How could one be afraid of such a threat? World government. It's Morgan's job to make every news story special. As for life safety or something, as long as there is a reputation and sales. None of this matters. So, with this thought, urging the insider to quickly tell the whole truth about the whole thing. It turned out to be like this. Before the invasion, Luo Xiu had already conquered Golden Lion Shiki with his own strength. I can't believe it. Shiki is a powerful contemporary of Luo Xiu. The appetizer alone had Morgans feeling a bit overwhelmed. Not to mention that there is a real big event after this. What? You mean Luo Xiu, without the help of Golden Lion, defeated Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain? And, seriously injured them both. Impossible. Luo Xiu, is he really that strong? The news that came out immediately almost caused Morgans to shut down directly. The estimation of Luo Xiu's strength has gone up another level. One person defeated two wardens who were close to Admiral's strength. Advertisement. This is exactly. Does anyone not know? With such thoughts, the news that came down immediately made Morgans numb. Burndy World, Red Earl Ladefield joined Luo Xiu and became his subordinate. How could they do such a thing with the pride of the two of them? This is the most unbelievable thing about Morgans. Let alone the character of Burndy World. Take the Red Earl Redfield alone. Lonely Red, the invincible strong man who had a reputation resounding throughout the world in the old days. Single-handedly able to equalize with the entire Roger pirates. Logically speaking, such a character should not be afraid of the sky and the earth, and would not succumb to anyone's subordinates, right? However, it is such a character full of strong Yamato mystery. Why did he choose to surrender to Luo Xiu? Obviously. It is absolutely impossible to fight Luo Xiu with the character of the Red Earl. However, the final result still led to this happening. Doesn't that mean that Luo Xiu's strength is far behind even the Red Earl? Thinking of this, Morgans automatically thought of the news headlines and the corresponding wording in his mind. Grab a pen and paper and start drawing. It didn't take long for the embellished stuff to be written by Morgans and then published. Looking at the finished newspaper, Morgans couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. With Wanokuni's news, I became a star figure of the World News Agency in one fell swoop. Now this piece of news is directly likely to push him to the throne of the president of the World News Agency. So, just after the world government blocked the news about the attack on Imper Prison. Newspapers printed here at Morgan spread around the world with almost unimaginable speed. In less than a day, the news of the collapse of Imper Prison caused shock and uproar all over the world. My God, Imper Prison was destroyed. Who did it? The world government actually concealed this news. So many pirates have escaped from it. It's Luo Xiu. It turned out to be that guy Luo Xiu who did it. No wonder he's so powerful. If it was Luo Xiu, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he did all of this. The Emperor of the Sea, Luo Xiu. He has accepted Red Earl Ladefield and World Destroyer Burndy World. Coupled with Wanokuni's territory, I can no longer imagine that one day in the future, Luo Xiu will rule the world. Quote. Even the world government is nothing more than that. Faced with such a lineup, how can the world government resist? 121. The world is shocked. Imper Prison was destroyed by Luo Xiu. Imper Prison fell, and news spread around the world that Red Earl Redfield and Burndy World had joined Luo Xiu's Wanokuni. Pretty much the whole world is talking about the whole thing. In addition to the people of various countries. Pirates sailing the seas now. It was also through the newspapers that one after another learned about this big news that shocked the world. Oro Jackson, the ship of the Roger pirates. Sailing on the sea, he is planning to go to Wangguo, BGIMOM's territory to steal the historical text. Now, before going to the legendary island, there is only the last piece of historical text left. If you want to achieve your goal, you can only use this method to steal the text. However, it didn't take long. The seagulls in the sky crowed and dropped the latest newspaper on the bow of the Jackson. Pluton Rayleigh picked up the newspaper casually. The headline on the front page is the big news about the fall of Imper Prison this time. Immediately, with a tone of astonishment and shock, the relevant information was passed to Roger. Hey, Roger, maybe you should read this news. It's about Sun Tiger, Luo Xiu. You must never have imagined what a great thing this guy has done. Pluton Rayleigh looked at the newspaper, trying to calm himself down while talking with a shocked look in his eyes. Oh, what's up, Rayleigh? Let me see too. Copper Jabba was also taken aback by Rayleigh's exaggerated expression. Now that you've said that, I'm welcome. Bring you. As a result, When I saw the news about Luo Xiu in the newspaper, I was also confused. How is this possible? Seeing that the two assistants under him showed shocking and unbelievable expressions. Roger's originally casual eyes became serious in an instant. My two assistants are not ordinary stuff. If it's just general news, it won't let them show this kind of look. Since this is the case, it means that the news in this newspaper must be quite incredible to be able to be like this. With this thought in mind, Roger couldn't help laughing in shock and took the newspaper out of Rayleigh's hand. Hey, Roger, we're not done yet. Advertisement. There was the sound of Pluton Rayleigh cursing. It was too much for you to convey the news to you with good intentions, but instead of acknowledging it, you took the newspaper from me. Ahahaha. Rayleigh, I won't do it next time. Let me see what news in the newspaper made you look like that. Roger laughed, and swept in the same direction that Rayleigh was looking at the newspaper just now. The result is that I saw the figure of Luo Xiu. This guy, didn't he just make a noise about Wanokuni a few days ago? He really is a restless guy. Roger glanced at the newspaper news in surprise. However, this is only the initial shock. The fall of Imper, the Red Earl, Burndy World, and the Golden Lion. What an amazing man. The laughing expression on his face disappeared immediately with the influx of news and newspaper texts. Can't help but gasp in shock. Who would have thought of this, after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? Luo Xiu's strength has become stronger again. Even, it has achieved the level of being able to make people like the Red Earl and Meteor surrender. Hey, Roger, is this man named Luo Xiu really so powerful? Douglas, Bullet, children of the devil, with a supercilious look on his face, he walked over. None of the crew members on the side dared to stop them. Everyone knows that this guy looks young, but he has the strength to rival Rayleigh's vice captain. It doesn't look like that, does it? If it were me, I should be able to do it too. What's the point of praising Luo Xiu like this? I really want to fight against him to see who is really the strongest. Hearing what Bullet said, Rayleigh and Roger laughed at the same time. You are so young and frivolous, Bullet. Now you can't even beat me, and you say you want to become the strongest in the world. Pluton Rayleigh looked at Bullet in surprise. Saying so verbally, but at such an age, it rivals the current self. It's also a testament to Bullet's terrifying talent. Given time, maybe he can surpass Roger and become the strongest in the world. It's a pity that Bullet's obsession is too deep. Such a person is destined not to go far. Roger patted Bullet on the head when he heard Bullet's ambition. Advertisement. I believe you, it may be possible to do it someday in the future. But now, you guys should practice with peace of mind. The Whitebeard Pirates. Moby DK, Whitebeard, sailing at sea, looked at the newspaper in his hand. Can't help but sigh. How long has it been since he left Wanokuni, and that guy Luo Xiu started messing around again? I really can't see through this guy's inner thoughts. And Marco and his like have a stunned tone. Surprised and shocked, Luo Xiu probably made his own plan very early on. Otherwise, how could Wanokuni go to Imper prison not long after being settled? And this strength has refreshed their three views. It actually broke down the entire Impel prison, and completely injured Magellan and Shiryu the Rain. It also made characters like the Red Earl voluntarily surrender. This is not something that everyone can do. Dad, now it seems that your fight with Luo Xiu in front of Wanokuni is like a joke. At that time, he probably didn't even use his real strength. Distribute newspapers to Diamond George et al. He couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the young Marco also has a heart yearning for the strong. Yeah, who would have thought that the money is good, that B*********** D Luo Xiu gave me face. If he used his real strength, maybe I might not even be able to touch him superior. It's really scary. Gu la la la. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in shock. Similarly, there is also the BIGMOM pirates, as well as the Kaido of the beasts who escaped successfully and are looking for partners to form forces. However, when this newspaper news reached the ears of the world government, it's a completely different picture. Between powers. Filled with the voice of five elders angry to ultimate. It was really unexpected that my side clearly issued an order to absolutely prohibit the leakage of information from Imper prison. However, it happened to be known by the big news Morgans and spread all over the world. It is impossible for such a situation to occur without a thorough investigation. With five elders' order, the CPs immediately launched an investigation into the leaked news. Advertisement 122. Red Earl, Burndy World, Golden Lion's High Bounty. And just after the five elders issued an order to search who broke the news about Imper prison. Immediately afterwards, it's about joining the forces of Luo Xiu, Red Earl, Burndy World and Golden Lion. The new reward amount for the three great pirates. After all, the names of these three are not small. In addition to Burndy World, the records of the Red Earl and the Golden Lion giant can only be described as terrifying. The Red Earl alone has the strength to defeat the Marine Marshal Kong alone. After that, the Marine hero Garp was also defeated because of exhaustion. If it's the Red Earl in full condition, it's hard to say whether this guy's strength will even beat Garp. Apparently these three big pirates left Imper prison and joined Luo Xiu. If you continue to follow the previously set bounty, it will definitely be unreasonable. Bounties for Burndy World levels will increase. But the ones who have improved the most must be the ranks of Red Earl and Golden Lion. Strength and threat level are completely proportional to increase. What attracted more attention was becoming Luo Xiu's subordinate. As an unprecedented 53.31 billion reward man, if the bounty offered by his subordinates is less than 2 billion, it must be unreasonable. So, do you have any ideas about the amount of rewards offered by these three? The old man in kimono sitting on the far right of the sofa directly asked the other four people his own question. In fact, apart from the Great Elder, the four of them also had completely consistent views on the Great Elder's proposal. Luo Xiu's bounty is unprecedented, and there is no need to increase it. Therefore, at this time, they can only start from the Red Earl, Golden Lion and Burndy World. Let's talk about Burndy World first. This man is called World Destroyer. He is strong in himself, but he has not reached the threshold of a Sea Emperor. Take Bigmom and Whitebeard Newgate as examples. Burndy World's the strength is more than the lack of the top and more than the bottom. Referring to the bounty bonus of Luo Xiu's subordinates, the reward I propose to Burndy World is 2.2 billion Baileys. Advertisement. The old man with the red birthmark on his face directly expressed his opinion. 2.2 billion Baileys Bika. This is already second only to the price of the Emperor of the Sea. It is enough to prove that although Burndy World's strength is mediocre, but as Luo Xiu's subordinate, the bounty is also rising like never before. Then there is Golden Lion. As a powerhouse at the same level as Whitebeard and Bigmom. There is no doubt that Golden Lion's bounty should not be inferior to these two Sea Emperors. In addition to becoming Luo Xiu's subordinate, I propose that the Golden Lion's bounty should be set at 3 billion Baileys, which is more appropriate. 30. Z. The blonde-haired old man and the five elders with black hats on their heads also looked at the red-faced old man with surprise. Immediately increased to 3 billion Baileys. This kind of soaring rate is afraid that no one other than Luo Xiu himself has reached this height. And finally, the Red Earl, Redfield. This B************ D is the most powerful of the three. He can even defeat Kong in a one-on-one duel. It is conceivable that if he is up against Bigmom or Whitebeard Newgate, the Red Earl will not be able to. Felt too tricky. Shocked to hear the red-faced old man analyze the strength of the Red Earl in this way, the other four nodded their heads in agreement. Then, the Red Earl's bounty should be higher than that of Whitebeard and Bigmom. Combining the two factors of strength and Luo Xiu's men. The reward I set for the Red Earl is 5 billion Baileys. 50. Z. Hearing a shocking price burst from the mouth of the red-faced old man. The 4-5 elders sitting around felt the indescribable pressure constantly surging from behind. 5 billion, is the price too high? I have to admit that the Red Earl's strength may really be worthy of such a high bounty. However, considering that this guy has been imprisoned for such a long time, it is inevitable that he will be a little unfamiliar with swordsmanship. In terms of strength, it may be greatly discounted. However, after all, the prestige of the Red Earl lies here. If the word is released, I don't know how many people are willing to hear it and become the Red Earl's subordinates. This is also enough to prove that the Red Earl's influence in this world is definitely still first class. Considering these circumstances, even the Red Earl's strength may be somewhat discounted compared to before. Advertisement. But all things considered, the bounty of 5 billion Baileys is definitely not too high. After all, for their captain Luo Xiu, the bounty has reached a real 10 billion Baileys. Whole Luo Xiu. Speaking of Luo Xiu, the Great Elder couldn't help but burst out with Conqueror's Haki all over his body. The whirlwind brought by layers of Conqueror's Haki almost completely covered the entire power room. The various furnishings and decorations inside trembled as if they were on the verge of collapse. However, this is only a situation where the Great Elder's own strength is shown when he stops. If you really release your courage without any scruples, the celestial dragons in the entire Mariajoy will be affected. Forget it, Great Elder. Seeing that the terrifying aura of the Great Elder at this moment may erupt at any time. The other 4-5 elders were worried about alarming Lord Im. At that time, they will not be able to eat and walk around. It was simply a direct reminder. The Conqueror's Haki all over the Great Elder's body restrained slightly. Let's hand out all the bounties for Red Earl Redfield, Burndy World, and Golden Lion. As for Luo Xiu, B**********D, this guy's bounty has already reached its limit. No matter how high you can't catch it, you still can't catch it. It doesn't make any sense. This is also the reason why the discussion this time is only aimed at the Red Earl, Burndy World and Golden Lion. 10 billion Baileys is already the peak, no matter how high it is, how high it can go. As Morgan's news fermented in the world. About 3 powerful fugitives who escaped from Imper prison. Its huge bounty also unexpectedly aroused the shock of everyone again. The previous discussions in the world about the collapse of Impel prison fell on these 3, except for Burndy World, which surpassed the amount of reward offered by the Emperor of the Sea. With the birth of Luo Xiu, the world has hardly stopped being in turmoil. 123. Ohara, the Island of Scholars. Sabayati Archipelago. It is from here that the news of Morgan's began to spread after the attack on Luo Xiu in Imper prison. As the intersection of New World and Grand Line, pirates from almost all places will gather here to go to the Fishmen Island. Then depart for the New World. As a result, a brand new arrest warrant was issued. Red Earl, D World and Golden Lion's rewards. Directly is to let people's mood, from the previous peak directly to another peak. My god, what the hell is going on? The moment when the 3 people's bounties appeared in front of people. Even the lowest Burndy World has a reward of more than 2 billion Baileys. The bounties offered by the Golden Lion and the Red Earl even surpassed those of the other two Sea Emperors besides Luo Xiu. The 5 billion amount of Red Earl is even more terrifying than the combination of Bigmom and Whitebeard. Headed by Sabayati Archipelago, the whole world was plunged into a wave of shock. In fact, it is not that no one has a foreboding of this situation. After all, Impel prison fell, whether it was the Red Earl or the slightly inferior Burndy world. Once the fame and prestige of these two people escape, they will inevitably be reenacted by the world government to offer rewards. However, the pinnacle of pirates like the Emperor of the Sea is here. And Roger, it is said that he is the man closest to the throne of One Piece today. I heard that the entire pirate group is now heading in the direction of the Bigmom pirate group. It should be reminiscing with Bigmom. It is not known what the real purpose is. But, at this time, Roger's bounty was only worth more than 2 billion. He does not have the title of Emperor of the Sea, but he also has a bounty comparable to that of an emperor. However, the Red Earl and Golden Lion received a higher bounty than the Sea Emperor just as Luo Xiu's subordinates. This has indeed become the focus of everyone's concern and shock. A flurry of discussion fell to Wano Kuni. Luo Xiu's base camp did not cause any ripples at all. Looking at the newly formulated bounty, it just fell on the ground. Luo Xiu didn't care about the level of the bounty. He only knows that the ancient weapon Pluton is in his hand now. Sooner or later, the world will become his own. And recruiting these 3 partners from Imper prison is just to prepare for his next action plan. Advertisement. Perhaps Luo Xiu had no plans before this. But the current situation is that the ancient weapon Pluton is in his hands, so it is obviously unreasonable not to do something. Even if you want, you can directly throw an olive branch to the Fishman Island. Wait until Princess Shirahoshi grows up. Ancient weapon Poseidon will not become one of his means. This is God's favor. If you just give up like this, Luo Xiu thinks it's a little inappropriate. Luo Xiu, I don't know what your plan is next. Luo Xiu looked indifferent to his subordinates' rewards. Anyway, as long as one's own strength is strong, these subordinates can be of great help when he is not around. It's still up to you to handle the overall situation. But the Red Earl, Burndy World and Golden Lion 3 people. I am very happy about the new reward that the world government has set for me. Especially the Golden Lion. Kaido of the Beasts doesn't know where that D*********** D is, so I won't say it for now. A word about Whitebeard and Bigmom for a moment. These 2 bastards, they didn't look down on me when they were on the rocks boat. But what happened? Although these 2 people are called Sea Emperors. However, if you think about it from the perspective of bounty, your own bounty is higher than both of them. If I meet them at sea in the future, I can use this as an excuse to laugh at them. Not to mention how comfortable it is. The Red Earl was secretly shocked by Luo Xiu's strength. Although he was offered a high price of 5 billion Baileys by the world government. However, only you know it. The 5 billion is really just a number. It seems that the addition of 5 billion equals Luo Xiu's bounty. However, the real situation is that the Red Earl does not think that the 2 of them can defeat Luo Xiu together. These 5 billion Baileys are like a joke. His faint eyes swept to the Red Earl, Burndy World and Golden Lion. What's next? Luo Xiu thought for a while. Island of Scholars, how about Kula? Ask for flowers, 0. At this time, the scholars of Ohara are probably still secretly studying the historical texts of the world government, exploring the secrets that have been blank for 100 years, right? Advertisement. And Robin is still young. Luo Xiu thought about it. Now I don't have any clear goals for One Piece. Let Roger be and let him be. To put it bluntly, it is not impossible to forcibly snatch the main text of history from Roger directly by virtue of strength. But it just didn't do that. It's just because Luo Xiu's ambition is far greater than becoming the One Piece. The next step is to go to Ohara, the Island of Scholars. Well, do you want to go with me? Luo Xiu spoke very casually. As a result, the Red Earl and others were amazed and shocked as expected. Among them, the oldest Red Earl thought about it. Ohara Grand Master interpreting historical texts. In fact, the world government has long wanted to find an excuse to kill them. But no suitable reason has been found. In short, Ohara is a place where it is indeed better to go as early as possible. If you go late and wait until naval headquarters takes over the world government's buster call, it will be very troublesome. In that case, I'll go with you. How about it, Luo Xiu? Golden Lion is straight up volunteering. A companion who used to be on the same boat as himself. Whitebeard and Bigmom. Both of them have become Sea Emperors, but their bounty is higher than theirs. However, apart from being famous, he didn't do anything practical. Doing a big event with Luo Xiu has confirmed his status. For myself, the obvious benefits are self-evident. When I met Whitebeard and my wife in the future, I also had the capital to brag. Those 2 bastards in the province always use the fact that they became Luo Xiu's subordinates. I am coming too. After the Golden Lion is the Red Earl. After being defeated, he was held in prison for a long time. Haven't done it myself for a long time. Being defeated by Luo Xiu made him full of grievances and had nowhere to vent. If I can find a place where I can show off my kamui, it can be regarded as living up to my previous reputation. However, Luo Xiu just glanced at the Red Earl and rejected his proposal. 124. Big move. Buster call for Ohara. Why? Being rejected suddenly by Luo Xiu, Red Earl Redfield naturally looked very helpless. In terms of strength, I can't be worse than Golden Lion, right? Then why can this be D go but not himself? Or is it because Luo Xiu has doubts about himself because he just joined? Damn, what are you kidding? At any rate, he is also a strong party, and he is also a promise to his own promise. It is impossible to say that such a thing as breaking an oath is easily done. But it didn't take long for Luo Xiu's answer to make the Red Earl feel powerless to refute. Burndi world is slightly weaker. A strategic fortress like Wano-kuni. There are definitely many people who have already taken a fancy to it. It's not even out of the question to be waiting to deliver the coup de grace to Wano-kuni. Under this kind of temptation, Luo Xiu has no choice but to 727, even if he claims to have invincible strength. This is the truth. The allure of Wano-kuni is that it has an effect that can make people lose their minds. So, if not leaving some strong enough to guard Wano-kuni, Luo Xiu will also be very distressed. After all, this is one of the reasons why I recruited my subordinates. It's impossible to stay here every moment of every day. There is always time to go out for a day or two. What should I do if someone else takes advantage of this time to come and steal the house? Although Luo Xiu is not afraid, Wano-kuni is easy to defend and difficult to attack, which is nothing to Luo Xiu. But if it saves some trouble, Luo Xiu will definitely not miss it easily. Considering these factors, Earl Red could only agree to Luo Xiu's proposal. As the Grand Master of Observation Hockey, it is impossible not to be interested in the historical text studied by historians on Ohara. But there is no way to say it. Stay and stay. This is not accompanied by Burndi world. So after explaining the situation a little bit, Luo Xiu directly boarded the battleship of the Golden Lion pirates. In the direction of Ohara. Advertisement. This scene was spotted by World Government and Naval Headquarters surveillance personnel. And, almost at the same time, it reached the ears of 5 elders. Between powers. Because of the incident in Imper Prison, the CPs of the world government and even the 5 elders began to shift their focus from Roger to Luo Xiu. Even because of this, some surveillance personnel were sent to secretly observe the situation near Wano-kuni. The result is this news. The intelligence personnel who reported back said that they saw Luo Xiu and Golden Lion in a boat heading towards Ohara. Combined with the recent occasional reports of scholars about Ohara, they are exploring related matters about the history of 800 years ago and the truth of the blank 100 years. As a result, the 5 elders are extremely sensitive to the actions of the 2. Now at this juncture, the forces to be repaired are suspected to be going to Ohara. The purpose of this is intriguing. 9 times out of 10 it is for the scholars of Ohara, and the historical truth. Considering that once the truth of the 100-year blank period is exposed, it will definitely bring an unimaginable devastating blow to the world government. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to prevent Luo Xiu and Golden Lion from going to Ohara with the fleet. However, let's not mention the strength of Golden Lion for now. Just one Luo Xiu. With his strength, it is enough for him to eat a pot. Therefore, since there is no way to stop Luo Xiu and the others from going to Ohara on their own initiative, then the only solution is to arrive before Ohara contacts with Luo Xiu's forces. Then use some excuse to initiate a buster call. In this way, even if Luo Xiu and the others arrived, it would be of no use. It's just a completely destroyed island. With this in mind, 5 elders made a decision immediately after discussing it. Immediately dispatch the top management of Naval Headquarters, led by Admiral Zephyr. Then there are 2 excellent Marine Vice Admirals, Kuzan Sakazuki. One is a frozen fruit ability user, and the other is a Mara fruit. As Logia ability users, their prestige in Naval Headquarters is also very high. There are even rumors that Marshal Kong intends to promote these 2 as admiral candidates. These are things for later. But one thing is true. As 2 of the 5 vice admirals who will launch a buster call against Ohara, the strength of the 2 of them is definitely qualified. Thus, the order of the 5 elders was issued. Advertisement. Almost at the same time, Kong and Zephyr Admiral got the news immediately. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Zephyr frowned immediately after hearing Kong's order. It's no small thing to do to Ohara. And, most importantly, Ohara didn't do anything particularly evil. Although on the surface, Ohara is suspected of violating the laws of the world government, openly researching 100 years of blank history. But to be honest, no one except the world government thinks this is illegal. But since the world government said so, there is no way. Now that it's said, let's do it. Kuzan, however, stands aside and wonders if it's the right thing to do. Sakazuki, is it really okay to do this? The justice in his heart made Kuzan feel that it must be wrong to do so. However, they happen to be a member of Marine now. And must obey the orders issued by the world government. This makes Kuzan, the Marine Vice Admiral who implements laziness and justice, very helpless. On the contrary, the opinions of Sakazuki and Kuzan have diverged since this time. If it is said that Kuzan may still feel that it is somewhat wrong to do so, then Sakazuki here is completely following all instructions unconditionally in order to implement the orders from above. Buster Call 5 Vice Admiral is so sure. Since it violates the laws of the world government, even if they do this, there is nothing they can do. Presumably they should have awakened in their hearts long ago, right? Kong is still comforting Zephyr helplessly, with 4.3 and Kuzan. Can you not know the personalities of these 2 people? A stubborn heart towards pirates, but at the same time dissatisfied with the world government's different systems for heaven, earth, people and civilians. The other one is simply doing the work of the world government with a lazy attitude. In fact, he is more in line with the image of Marine in the hearts of the people than an obedient general like Sakazuki. Seeing that there was no other way after receiving the order, the party also headed towards the island where Ohara was located on the Marine warship. Sailing along the current for several days. Stand in front of the battleship. An island appeared in front of Luo Xiu. Ohara is here. Glanced at the record pointer. The huge tree of omniscience in the middle has obviously confirmed its identity and status. 125. Golden Lion, are you scared of Buster Call? However, actually, Luo Xiu's departure seemed to be a little late. Because, at this time, Ohara seemed to be caught in the flames of war. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel speechless for a while. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the world government to make a sudden move to eliminate Ohara with Buster Call. No matter what, there should be some advance actions. However, the current situation is such a coincidence. His actions may have been discovered by spies near Wanokuni, and then reported to the power, the Five Elders. Otherwise, how can I explain the picture in front of me? Surrounding Ohara, which was nearly in flames, were naval headquarters warships and shipwrecks. It further confirmed Luo Xiu's own speculation. It seems that it is necessary for me to do a big cleaning around Wanokuni. It's not a good feeling to be found out about every move. Luo Xiu, do we still have to go now? Watching the island nearly set ablaze by flames of War 18. There are even many innocent residents on the island who were forced to come to the coast from the depths. This is the world under the oppression of the world government. Even studying history has become a taboo. However, this is only Luo Xiu's own idea. It's less clear what Golden Lion had in mind. Maybe this guy is more interested in raising his profile and making a fuss around Ohara. Anyway, if he really wants to do it, so be it. Let's go. Luo Xiu waved his hand casually. I have to say, maybe the sight of Buster Call at the beginning made Luo Xiu frown a little. But think about it now. How strong is Buster Call's lineup? Buster Call 5 Vice Admiral in the original book. Although 2 of them will inevitably become Marine Admiral in the future. Like Kuzan and Sakazuki. But that's for later. As far as the current situation is concerned, their strength is not enough to support them to become a real admiral. Otherwise, I would have been promoted long ago, so why wait until now? Advertisement. The other side. Luo Xiu himself is not a particularly kind person. This time I came here just to take away little Robin. After all, although this battleship is big enough, it is simply impossible to load all the scholars of Ohara. Luo Xiu, are we really going? This Buster Call is the strongest means of destruction for naval headquarters. Golden Lion couldn't help but add another sentence. Although the heart is excited, you still need to be cautious before doing big things. Buster Call's lineup is naval headquarters 5 elite vice admirals. And it is said that the most talented and powerful vice admiral, Sakazuki and Kuzan from naval headquarters. The strength is not much weaker than admiral. Not to mention that Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain that Luo Xiu killed before claimed to be rivals to admiral. But what the real situation is a matter of opinion. These are just the lineups of Buster Call on the bright side. In fact, if it is said that there is no real Marine Admiral blessing behind it, they will not believe it. The lineup that appeared at this time has already surpassed Emperor Prison. Warden Magellan and Deputy Warden Shiryu Rain have joined forces. It's hard to say exactly what the situation is. Yet the Golden Lion is worried here. Luo Xiu didn't have any fear at all. Instead, he glanced at Golden Lion with a calm expression. When did this famous guy turn into a frightened lion? It's all here, let's give them a batch of meeting gifts first. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. Then the lava in his hands almost seemed to erupt completely. Pieces of magma stones full of lava power flew towards Ohara, which had been reduced to the flames of war, like meteors. The Marine lineup on the other side immediately panicked. Enemy attack, enemy attack. They took their telescopes and tried to find out what happened to the sudden magma meteor. I thought it was a volcano erupting somewhere. The expressions of Kuzan and Sakazuki changed as they watched this scene. Others may not know the origin of these lavas, but can the two of them not know? Advertisement. Obviously it's from Zihu, Luo Xiu. Besides him, what magma can carry such terrifying pressure? But between Kuzan and Sakazuki, the one with the most tense look is Sakazuki. Because, the lava fruit owned by Luo Xiu is superior to his own Mara fruit in terms of devil fruit attributes. If I meet this man, I will be finished very easily if I am restrained by the fruit. Let's go. It's time for the Lord to appear. Don't you dare. Coward the lion. Luo Xiu glanced at Golden Lion lightly. The original well-known Jin was also replaced by Luo Xiu with counseling, because of his cowardly appearance just now. Hearing Luo Xiu's sarcasm, Golden Lion suddenly showed embarrassment and helplessness. There is no way. At any rate, he was also a man who had experienced the Valley of the Gods incident. Know how strong the lineup of world government and naval headquarters is in this situation. However, you, Luo Xiu, as Laozi's boss, actually said that I am cowardly in front of so many people, which is too much. 670 Why dare not? Laozi is here. B*********** D Marines. Let you taste the power of Laozi. Being so excited by Luo Xiu, the golden lion directly flew into the sky with the lion fruit. It triggered the exclamation and shocking voice of Buster Call Vice Admiral. My god, it's the great pirate golden lion Shiki. A man with a bounty of 3 billion Baileys, he needs to be repaired. Listening to Marine Vice Admirals clinging to their titles like this, Golden Lion couldn't help but feel proud. This is what I came here for. But this is just the exclamation of the other two Vice Admirals. As for Saul, Kuzan and Sakazuki, without saying much, he directly attacked the Golden Lion in the sky. Saul, who belonged to the giant family, slashed towards the Golden Lion with a giant axe. Immediately afterwards, Kuzan's frozen fruit, transformed into a giant ice pheasant, came to the Golden Lion in a posture of freezing everything. Then Mera fruit ability Sakazuki. The hands are condensed with fire fists. Flames of fire mixed with Kuzan's and Saul's attacks headed towards the Golden Lion. I feel threatened, but I have experienced the Battle of the Valley of Gods anyway. How can I be afraid of these three Vice Admiral brats? Rely on Lion Fruit's ability to float and dodge. The three major Vice Admirals' attacks were dodged lightly. 126. Murder. Luo Xiu announces Ohara Buster Call to the world. Damn it, has it been hidden? Golden Lion's Lion Fruit ability is really tricky. This devil fruit can freely manipulate its own body weight, and even achieve the effect of flying into the sky by eliminating the gravity on its own body. And this is the power that Lion Fruit brings to Golden Lion. And as a member of the original Rocks Pirate, Golden Lion's strength is beyond doubt. The strength on par with Whitebeard and Roger is simply not comparable to Vice Admiral, even the elite Vice Admiral. It is also understandable that a trick is dodged. However, it would be a disaster for an existence of this level to appear in front of them. Shiki, I didn't expect that it was you who appeared in front of us. Where's Luo Xiu? Did he use that move just now? What a coward, he dared not come out even though he was here, let me do it. The Vice Admiral Sakazuki in the headquarters directly confronted the Golden Lion Shiki in the sky with a questioning tone. Although what I met was a legendary pirate who had experienced the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. But it didn't affect the iron-blooded expression on Sakazuki's face at this moment. However, at this time, Kuzan on the side gave Sakazuki a hard look. The B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Is this distaste for not dying fast enough? Thinking of this, Kuzan couldn't help taking a deep breath. Damn, with Luo Xiu's strength, there is really no doubt at all. It's not impossible for that guy to kill all of them here if he wants to. Luo Xiu, his strength is really terrifying. And if Luo Xiu was really enraged by Sakazuki's words, wouldn't they all be finished? Judging from the commotion caused by Luo Xiu in Imper prison. Neither Magellan nor Shiryu of the Rain are his opponents. Today's Kuzan and Sakazuki are nothing more than Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The fruit of Sakazuki is still Luo Xiu's subordinate and is restrained. How to fight? How's the situation with the refuge ship, Kuzan backquote. Sakazuki didn't think about the possible scenario at the time. But it didn't take long before he suddenly realized this. Advertisement. I can't wait to slap myself hard and make myself feel cheap. But now that all the words have been spoken, what's the use? As Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, at least this time Buster Call's mission is always up. Ohara's bloodline must be severed. It must not fall into Luo Xiu's hands. The refuge ship is already on its way. Destroy the refuge ship. Never let this refuge ship fall into Luo Xiu's hands. Sakazuki just acted decisively. Kuzan was also taken aback by the sudden scene. Does this be D know what he's talking about? Sakazuki. These evacuation ships are full of old people, pregnant women, and children. And they are not scholars from Ohara. They are all innocent. Kuzan gave Sakazuki a cold look. I didn't expect that in order to prevent Luo Xiu's plan from succeeding, Sakazuki actually planned to destroy the refuge ship. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. If you don't do it, then let me do it. Sakazuki himself doesn't care if there are pregnant women and elderly people on your refuge ship. In short, as long as there is a slight possibility that there is a researcher, it will be killed. The flames erupted from the Mara fruit shot towards the direction of the evacuation ship almost instantly. Kuzan froze immediately. I didn't expect that Sakazuki really didn't care about other people's lives in order to complete the task. Kuzan, where are you going now? Seeing that Kuzan left the warship, he actually walked towards the place where Saul was going. Sakazuki's face moved slightly. I'm just walking around. Is that okay? Kuzan waved his hand slightly, but didn't care about Sakazuki's gaze. In the sky, Golden Lion saw that the Vice Admiral actually attacked the refuge ship, and looked back at Luo Xiu in surprise. This is what I said in advance through the selection of the site before I arrived. With Sakazuki's temperament, the people on the refuge ship couldn't survive. Golden Lion is still a little bit unconvinced. There should be a limit to how a just Marine can do anything for her ends. However, when the fact really happened, Golden Lion still glanced at Luo Xiu with a look of great admiration. Advertisement. If you don't accept it, you can't. There is indeed something about Luo Xiu. In addition to strength, other aspects are indeed beyond the imagination of Golden Lion. It doesn't matter, let them ruin it. The refuge ship was never our goal. Shocked, Golden Lion watched as Luo Xiu took out a projection phone bug out of nowhere. Golden Lion was a little surprised that it turned out to be a series of live broadcast equipment. Did Luo Xiu anticipate the current situation long ago, so did he prepare these specially? Quote. Killing people. On the surface, let me tell you that I came to this place for the survivors of Nico, Robin and Ohara. But secretly, the ugly side of the world government must also be exposed. Quote. The world also needs to know the real side of world government. Seeing that Luo Xiu said this with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Golden Lion couldn't help sighing at Luo Xiu while being shocked. This guy really can't figure it out. I really didn't think about it before I set off. One of the purposes of Luo Xiu's coming here is actually to give the world government a blow. Bring naval headquarters crimes against Ohara to the world. It can be said that this is really in line with Luo Xiu's usual style. Yes, being a pirate is not clean, is it okay? But your world government says one thing and does another. Even more disgusting. The live broadcast equipment is set up. Huge warships slowly appeared in front of those Marines. The Marines trembled. Luo Xiu was clearly standing on the bow of the Golden Lion's warship. However, it was that terrifying aura that made them dare not act when they saw it clearly. Luo Xiu's oppressive force was too terrifying. Standing there can make people feel extremely strong pressure. That guy really appeared. The Meteor volcano just now was definitely created by this man. But what is he doing? The video phone bug in front of him. Is this man planning to broadcast live to the world? He wants to announce it to the world. The whole process of our Marines Buster call to Ohara. 127. The island destroyed because of studying history. The Marine faction, the 3 vice admirals of Buster Call who were still on the warship, including Sakazuki, were stunned by the Golden Lion in the sky. At the same time, I was shocked in my heart. Naturally, he returned to the battleship with curiosity and stood by Luo Xiu's side. Luo Xiu, what are we going to do next? The picture before the front of the ship's bow confirmed the guess of Golden Lion. Sure enough, from the moment Luo Xiu took out the video phone bug, it seemed that he really wanted to announce to the world the live broadcast of Marine's inhumane Buster Call to Ohara. There's even a burning refuge ship on the other side, obviously Sakazuki's work. Luo Xiu hasn't answered yet. Golden Lion has basically confirmed Luo Xiu's operation. However, in shock, he couldn't help urging when he noticed that Buster Call's top 5 vice admirals were missing only 2. Luo Xiu, if you don't hurry up, maybe the whole Ohara will die. If there are no survivors, what should they do if they interpret the historical text? It's just that Luo Xiu didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, Kuzan and Saul are the positive characters in Vice Admiral of this era. With these 2 guarding Robin in OHA 097, what else does Luo Xiu need to worry about? Let's not worry about the issue of living, he said casually, and then directly opened the video phone bug in front of Golden Lion. Through some special equipment, the images near Ohara are directly transmitted to all parts of the world. This is not impossible with Luo Xiu's current means. Then, every corner of the world. Sabayati Archipelago's square big screen, naval headquarters where Oaks Plaza is located. Alabasta, the desert country, and Dressrosa. There's even the Whitebeard Pirates Moby DK, and Gall D. Rogers Pirates on their way to BIGMOM. In all regions of the world, wherever the projection screen signal can be transmitted. Luo Xiu's figure appeared all over the big screen. Under the sign of Luo Xiu's eyes, the Golden Lion naturally acted as a helper. Advertisement. Start focusing the camera of the phone bug on Ohara, which is in flames, and the burning refuge ship. People all over the world are watching nervously. I don't understand at all where the flames of war lie. There is also a special shot of the burning refuge ship. Are these all done by Luo Xiu? And the reason why he suddenly launched a live broadcast aimed at the world? Just to show his terror as the world's #1 bounty hunter. But it didn't take long for Luo Xiu to introduce himself on the big screen. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zihu, Luo Xiu. Recently, I was responsible for the affairs of Impel Prison. There are also Red Earl, Burndi World, and Golden Lion joining. However, these are not important. The important thing is, the scene of the Sea of Fire behind me. There was a faint smile on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. The indifferent look on his face during the introduction let the power stand. The screen in front of him suddenly popped up and the shocked 5 elders suddenly began to tremble angrily. Ohara. The way Ohara looks today is without a doubt ordered by the world government. Although it is said that the Buster Call initiated by naval headquarters would not be possible without the authorization from above. The reason why Luo Xiu put on this posture is obviously to announce to the whole world what happened in Ohara's Buster Call now. At the same time, just put a hat on them world government. Launch a terrorist attack on the unthreatening scholarly island of Ohara. Sparked worldwide outrage against the world government. Luo Xiu, I really belong to you. The great elder sitting on the far right of the sofa immediately guessed Luo Xiu's intention. Beeb. His eyes trembled, and even his breathing carried a trace of coldness. Great elder, Chuanshou's actions will put our world government on the cusp. Don't forget, the reason we are able to set a bounty for any pirate is precisely because the Marine is a righteous organization, and it is also our tool for maintaining stability. However, Luo Xiu exposed the truth of Ohara's incident in a live broadcast. On our side, from a moral point of view, it is difficult to justify it. Advertisement. The face of the old man with the red birthmark turned black instantly. It has always been their world government that stood at the highest point of morality and bossed the pirates around. Put a high bounty on them for some ugly deeds. However, now it's Luo Xiu's turn to bring Ohara's devastation to light. The situation seems to be reversed directly. It's no wonder why the five elders showed angry expressions when they watched the live broadcast screen suddenly light up. This move is so powerful that they were caught off guard. Damn it. Can you inform the Ministry of Science and Technology to see if you can cut off the live video of Luo Xiu around the world? Ohara incident just in case. The world government charged Ohara with illegally researching a 100-year-old history before launching the Buster Call. However, just because of the study of history, they were completely slaughtered by means of Buster Call, which is definitely criticized outside. So the so-called crime is just an excuse for them to try to cleanse themselves after this incident was discovered. It will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Ohara's destruction is also sneaky, and that's why. However, what Luo Xiu did was directly bring the incident to the forefront. The whole world is watching this right now. If the five elders don't come up with a solution, or close the live video immediately, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. It's disgusting. The Ministry of Science and Technology responded. Luo Xiu's live broadcast cannot be cut off, even if it affects the signal transmission. So, this live broadcast seems to be unavoidable at all. The blonde-haired old man notified the elder of the situation as soon as he received the news. The great elder was deep in thought. A sound close to a roar erupted from his throat. It seems that Luo Xiu should have taken some measures. The B*****************. D. In the end, there was no way to stop it, and the great elder could only let out a long sigh. If there is no solution, let's listen to what Luo Xiu is going to say first. Immediately afterwards, under the gloomy eyes of the five elders, Luo Xiu's live broadcast is still going on. 128. The truth about Ohara. Differing views from the world audience. That's right. I think everyone must be very curious about the situation of the war behind me. Who actually caused such a terrible disaster? And, what exactly did this place do to cause the disaster? So first, about where I am now. The island of scholars, Ohara. With Luo Xiu's voice gradually raised, the whole world can finally see clearly through the more in-depth video phone bug. What a tragic picture Ohara is in today. The originally peaceful streets were filled with burning flames and the sound of shells falling. There are still bright red blood left on the ground, the remains of the murdered elderly scholars, and even innocent children. All of these can be seen quite clearly through Luo Xiu's live video. And located in the center of Ohara, the Tree of Omniscience, that symbolizes omniscience. At this time, it has already shown a withered appearance. The strong branches have withered like coal. Stand in front of the live feed. Almost everyone's emotions were completely mobilized. And they clenched their fists angrily. Who made Ohara look like this? Then, there was a faint reply from Luo Xiu. The screen changed. Docked on the shore of Ohara Island, it seems to be preparing to set sail, and the other side is burning with war, and there are 3 large characters of refuge ship, vaguely written on the ship. It directly fell into the eyes of the angry and puzzled people. It's not waiting for the audience to recall. Immediately before the live broadcast, Luo Xiu explained to everyone the reason for this brutal killing. Pirates. No. Revolutionary Army. No. It was neither the pirates nor the Revolutionary Army who really committed the crime of destroying Ohara. It's the forces of the naval headquarters under the command of the world government. They are the ones who launched the Buster Call to destroy the innocent Ohara. Some of these contents can probably be seen from the projection screen. Advertisement. Even if Luo Xiu doesn't say anything, everyone will be able to speculate in the end. However, I heard such news from Luo Xiu's mouth. It still gave the world, and all the people watching the live broadcast were deeply shocked. Who would have thought that this hell-like scene was actually created by naval headquarters? Moreover, it was the Buster Call personally issued by the world government to destroy Ohara like this. What's even more disturbing is that, after all this was done, the refuge ship that was supposed to be used to retreat and save innocent children and the elderly. It is actually burning raging flames, which makes everyone in the world very angry. Isn't this a refuge ship? How could it be burned so badly? The first people who thought of destroying the refuge ship should be Luo Xiu, Golden Lion and others. But after thinking about it, this is wrong again. If Luo Xiu really did it, why would they bother to broadcast such a live broadcast in front of the whole world? In this way, wouldn't it be self-inflicted? Luo Xiu couldn't do such a thing. Obviously, the destruction of this refuge ship is also the method of world government. So, considering this situation, the whole world immediately fell into a deep crusade against the world government and naval headquarters. What the hell is going on here? Ohara, why does such a thing happen in such a place? Could it be that the behavior of someone on Ohara broke the law? But, if only one person broke the law, it doesn't mean that the whole Ohara will be destroyed. Look carefully. The current Ohara is obviously destroyed by the lineup of Buster Call. Buster Call. This means that the world government is going to drive everyone on Ohara to extinction. Could it be that all the scholars on Ohara have committed the unforgivable sin? That's why this disaster has been brought about. They are just a bunch of innocent academics. How can they break the law for no reason? Stop arguing. Luo Xiu, he seems to be planning to talk. Sabayati Archipelago. People from all corners of the island have gathered in the square. And some Marines were ordered by Marshal Kong of the headquarters to try to drive away the people here. However, the end result is that it doesn't work at all. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. I was finally driven away, but I came back spontaneously later. More importantly, this time the projection live broadcast is aimed at the whole world. That means no matter where you go back, as long as there is a video phone bug, you can watch this live broadcast. Luo Xiu has already planned to expose the evil deeds of the world government. And it was at this time, Luo Xiu began to talk about the real reason for Ohara's destruction. With an indifferent smile on his face. At this time, Golden Lion was in the air observing the situation of the entire island. Perhaps it was because of the terrifying oppressive force brought by Luo Xiu's strength that the entire marine of Ohara, and even vice admirals clearly saw Luo Xiu live here. 0. But I have no intention of doing it. I can't beat it. Instead, they lost their lives needlessly. Rather than being overwhelmed, it is better to break the can and smash it, and it is better to complete it according to the order of the world government. So, about the real reason why Ohara was ordered Buster Call by the world government. When talking about this, Luo Xiu didn't know if he was deliberately trying to show off, so he paused for a while. People all over the world who focused on this matter couldn't help stomping their feet. Talk fast. Everyone wants to know the truth about what happened in Ohara. Ohara, the people above were originally studying history with peace of mind. They just accidentally touched the truth that has been blank for 100 years. They are curious about the truth of history. It is for this reason that the world government launched this Buster Call on the grounds of violating the law. It turned out that it was because of this reason. After the reason was announced, audiences from all over the world had different opinions. Some viewers felt that the world government seemed to have raised this point a long time ago. The truth that has been blank for 100 years must never be touched, and those who violate it will indeed be punished by the world government. So this part of people thinks that the scholars of Ohara are not pitiful, on the contrary, they are indeed guilty. However, another part of the audience took a completely different view to work. Point 129. Marine, Saul, Kuzan who disobeyed government orders. Yes, it is indeed against the law to study that period of history. However, if there is nothing in that period of history, why is your world government so guilty? Almost all the people in the world who watched this live broadcast thought that if only because of the investigation of the 100-year history of the blank, the world government should not be so strict in setting Ohara as a country that must be destroyed. On the contrary, such a quick silence proved the guilt of the world government. If the world government hadn't done anything during that time, why bother doing something like this to Ohara now? However, this is only what people around the world are talking about. Guessing the possible reasons, but there is no way to help. Mere solidarity is meaningless. It can't stop what the world government, 933, did to Ohara. Especially now that Ohara has been nearly wiped out by naval headquarters assault fire. Mariajoy. Between powers. The projection screen in front of 5 elders spontaneously showed the live video of Luo Xiu in Ohara, and their eyes could not help but concentrate. What exactly is the meaning of Luo Xiu's operation? Can they not know? This is to expose the ugliest scenes of their world government and naval headquarters in front of the whole world. Let the affiliated countries of the world government feel angry or even disgusted by this. Emotions erupted, which in turn caused great dissatisfaction with the joining of world government. Plus, the celestial dragons live in a pampered environment. What a stark contrast to the dire situation in Ohara today. Luo Xiu's plan to appear in Ohara first shows his determination to win the historical text, and, in front of everyone in the world, give the world government a volley. Luo Xiu, he is shaking the foundation of our world government. This kind of behavior is simply abhorrent. Advertisement. The great elder who was sitting on the far right of the sofa immediately stood up angrily. However, the second elder who was sitting on the side had tangled eyes. It's not that it's not a big deal to worry about the meaning of this action. It's about what to do to minimize the harm of Luo Xiu's world live broadcast this time. Once or twice they can force it down with the prestige and brute force of the world government. However, there are more and more countries and regimes that have waited until they are dissatisfied with the world government. At that time, how should their world government solve this matter? Hateful. The blonde-haired old man also cursed fiercely in an angry tone. Then he crushed the armrest on one side into pieces. During the live broadcast, Luo Xiu obviously did not rescue Ohara who was in the flames of war. Just as a third party, first let everyone in the world witness a country-destroying operation by the world government against Ohara. He completely used the fact that he went to Ohara to leak information, and used the world government as a pawn, and played it in the palm of his hand. It even expanded the momentum of Luo Xiu's forces invisibly. Ohara. The entire island was almost on the verge of being broken under the flames of war. The sound of survival on the island is also getting smaller and smaller. In observation Hockey's perception, Luo Xiu can perceive it. There are still 2 Marines who are still staying on Ohara Island. And Nico Robin, who was under 9 years old in the middle of the war. Due to Luo Xiu's temporary action against Ohara this time, the time for world government's destruction of Ohara was brought forward by a large part. Therefore, Robin at this time was not yet 9 years old. Advertisement. The petite figure was held and protected by Saul Vice Admiral. At this time, Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Kuzan just appeared in front of Saul. So, what happened on Ohara Island? Fortunately not all Marines are as cold and heartless as Sakazuki Vice Admiral. There are Marine cadres like Sol and Kuzan who are full of human touch in the world. The sudden words from Luo Xiu's mouth shocked the audience all over the world again. As the videophone bug penetrates throughout Ohara. Appeared in the camera, Marine Vice Admiral Sol, holding a little girl who looks less than 5 years old in her arms. On the other side, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Kuzan stood opposite Sol and watched indifferently. Watching Sol play with Austrian children without any movement. The scene in front of me made the world audience and even the world government a frying pan. Sabayati Archipelago. So Naval Headquarters also has Marine generals who have been brainwashed. Kuzan Vice Admiral. As I remember, he seems to be Logia, frozen fruits ability user. I didn't expect that even he was dispatched in this time's fierce demon order. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that Kuzan Vice Admiral, as one of the Vice Admirals closest to Marine Admiral, violated the order of the world government. Openly appeared on the island and led a man from Ohara little girl. That's Naval Headquarters Giant Vice Admiral, Sol. I didn't expect that even he defected to Marine. The behavior of these two people is undoubtedly a betrayal of the behavior of the world government. However, this also proves that the control of the world government is not absolute, and there are still sensible people in the Marine. However, through the live broadcast of world government and naval headquarters, I should also know what Kuzan and Sol are thinking. After this, they may be expelled from Marine, or even imprisoned in Imper prison. For the world government, a disobedient Marine means betrayal. I am now 3.9 points worried about the fate of these two people when they go back. Instead of going back to accept the trial of the world government, I think it's better to just join Luo Xiu's pirate group directly. Although Luo Xiu can't be called a decent person, his daily behavior can be considered upright, at least he doesn't do things secretly. On the contrary, it's the world government, and they have really gone too far. Ohara, innocent scholars. If it weren't for Luo Xiu's live broadcast today, we wouldn't even know everything about what happened there. In addition to the people on the Sabayati archipelago, there are also people from various countries and regions in the world. Sympathy for the destruction of Ohara was spontaneously transferred to Kuzan Vice Admiral and Sol Vice Admiral, who resonated with their emotions. 130. Wrath of the World Government. Disposition of Sol, Kuzan. So, with the deepening of the incident, a part of the voice also began to point the finger at Sol and Kuzan. It's not the sound of crusade. But for this kind of naval headquarters manipulated by the world government. Inside the Marine, there are Marine officers who are dedicated to justice. Perhaps Sol and Kuzan's actions violated some naval headquarters rules and regulations. They are not qualified as soldiers. However, as a person, they should be praised. Look at these two Buster Call Vice Admirals. It seems that the cadres of naval headquarters are not all a bunch of lackeys of the world government, there are also people with justice in their hearts. In contrast, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Ibis, and Vice Admiral Gulag are all lackeys of the world government. They only follow orders and have no sense of humanity at all. I think Luo Xiu might as well take this opportunity to instigate Kuzan Vice Admiral and Sol Vice Admiral directly. Anyway, the 18 incident was completely exposed, and with the character of the world government, even if these two Vice Admirals were dismissed, they would not be imprisoned. Impossible. Poor two righteous Vice Admirals. This world government is really bad from the inside. Although Luo Xiu's approach is a true pirate style, at least he showed us what happened in Ohara. Thing. The power is still cursing. As for naval headquarters, Marine hero Garp, as well as Sengoku Admiral and Marshal Kong. Sitting on the chair is also gloomy. Luo Xiu seems to be scolding the world government by doing this. However, naval headquarters, as the lackey of the world government, is really not responsible for this incident at all. Apparently, although Ohara's Buster Call accepted the task of the world government, they actually did it. This cannot be washed. Therefore, they were unable to refute what Luo Xiu said in the live broadcast. They could only sigh helplessly in anger, expressing their dissatisfaction. And it didn't take long. The news from the world government came over. Then naval headquarters phone bug rang. Blue, 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 blue. Marshal Kong took the phone bug, and the scolding from that head made Marshal Marine's face even more embarrassing. You naval headquarters must deal with this matter. Kuzan and Sol, both are from your naval headquarters. When you come back, you must immediately remove their military uniforms, and then put them in the temporary prison of naval headquarters. Imprisonment for life. On the other end of the phone, 5 elders roared hysterically. And Kong just endured the scolding silently and didn't answer back. Advertisement. No way. Neither Kuzan nor Sol thought of this move. Although for the actions of Kuzan and Sol, their Marine executives somewhat agree. But even if the world government orders it down, they can't do anything. So for a while, I didn't want Kuzan and Sol to come back so soon. It's okay to be a little late, or even just run away. The other side, on the island of Ohara. During the live broadcast, Luo Xiu casually showed the scene of the surrounding ruins. Then, stepping on the pillar of magma rising under his feet, he walked silently towards Kuzan, Sol and little Robin. Inexplicably, I felt bursts of blazing to the ultimate breath. Both Sol and Kuzan suddenly felt that a great person had come. Burning Tiger, Luo Xiu. Apart from this man, there should be no one else who can possess this terrifying aura. And just when Sol and Kuzan faced each other, a strange column of magma burst out from bottom to top. Look in the direction of the magma. I saw Luo Xiu stepping on the magma column that was getting lower and lower slowly. The indifferent smiles on the corners of their mouths caused the two Marine Vice Admirals to show extremely apprehensive expressions almost at the same time. Sol, who was holding little Robin, gave Luo Xiu a very vigilant look in fear. Children are innocent. No matter what, I have to protect Robin myself. If other people can't save themselves, if they can't even save a child, then he, the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, is for nothing. With this in mind, the same goes for Kuzan Vice Admiral on the side. Was supposed to come over to deal with something about Sol. But it turned out to be Sakazuki's ruthless, and world government's inhumane plan. I am also very disappointed with the world government. Plus now Luo Xiu appeared. He and Sol are friends again. They are just teaming up and planning to attack Luo Xiu. Advertisement. Luo Xiu, as a big pirate like you, it's somewhat unreasonable to attack a little girl. If you can't compare in strength, then let's persuade him with words first. I really can't think about other things. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Now Golden Lion appears on Sakazuki's side to deal with them. There is plenty of time here, and I use it to instigate these two Marine Vice Admirals. Yes, that's right. Of course, this is also Luo Xiu's idea. Come here. Sol and Kuzan carry out justice though. But now he must have completely given up on world government and Marine, right? Coupled with the follow-up, Kuzan, as Marine Admiral, joined the Blackbeard pirates after leaving. If we talk about the reason, it is not impossible for Lilong and 757 to be cadres. In short, once the two Vice Admirals choose to join the pirates and become their subordinates, then there is no doubt that it is another heavy blow to the reputation of naval headquarters and world government. Such an opportunity is definitely impossible for Luo Xiu to miss easily. That is naturally what the heart yearns for. There's nothing unreasonable about this. I'm afraid you have misunderstood my plan. I'm here to save this little girl. Leave her to me. Luo Xiu was not polite, and directly expressed his wishes. But let's talk about it. Now Luo Xiu and the two of them, Vice Admiral, are not the same people. The other party didn't believe it. Why should we trust you? Sol directly looked at Luo Xiu with a look of disbelief. The order of the world government may have its own plans. However, if you really agree to you pirates, it is a violation of the principles of being a spokesperson for justice. Seeing this, Luo Xiu was not in a hurry. Believe it or not, however, news about Ohara has been spread, including images of the two of you. Now in the eyes of naval headquarters and world government, you are no longer partners in justice. So you have no choice but to listen to me. If you refuse, you can only accept the trial of the Marine and the government when you go back. 131. Disposal. How about you two joining me? What? After hearing Luo Xiu's words, both Kuzan and Sol were stunned. What's the situation? Videos of this buster call are generally not released to the public. But why even the world government knows what the two of them are doing? The result was the phone bug in Luo Xiu's hand, and the image that was projected to be Haramo Mooring made Kuzan and Sol couldn't help shaking their heads. It seems that what Luo Xiu said is true. Now they have become sinners of the world government. Among other things, just colluding together and trying to save Nico Robin's life has violated the taboo of the world government. There is no doubt that if you go back now, you will inevitably be punished and imprisoned by the world government. It's a trivial matter to be stripped of the Marine Vice Admiral's uniform. What is even more tragic is that without protection, how will Nico Robin live in the future? So, what the hell are you going to do? Kuzan was silent on the sidelines. Sol, on the other hand, had a grim look on his face, reluctantly continuing to listen to Luo Xiu's words. Give me Nico Robin. It's such a shame that you two are in the hands of the world government. I don't want to see you two brilliant people buried like this. Do something with me, how about it? Luo Xiu spread his hands and said casually. You are a pirate, the embodiment of evil. Ah la la. Don't waste your time, Luo Xiu. We won't join you. Both Sol and Kuzan refused unanimously, but it didn't arouse Luo Xiu's anger. Don't worry, there are other means. Sin, I laughed. As a pirate necessarily evil? Marine, must it be righteous? So, this time against Ohara's buster call, do you think it should be described as justice or evil? Luo Xiu directly blocked the mouths of the two of them with a question. Looking at each other, there is no way to answer Luo Xiu's question. From a professional point of view, the actions of being a Marine are of course just. However, it was Marine who attacked the evacuation ship. As Marine, attack the refuge boats of innocent old people and children when launching buster call. There should be nothing wrong with labeling them as sinners. But in comparison, advertisement. Luo Xiu, as a pirate came to Ohara. He didn't do anything harmful, but instead planned to take Robin away. There was no talk of blowing up the refuge ship. In contrast, although Luo Xiu's actions are not just, they are not evil. On the other hand, Marine's side is definitely a sin that can't be washed away. The words made Sol shut up immediately. Kuzan Vice Admiral even lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. Looking at it now, maybe staying at naval headquarters can't carry out my own justice. If that's the case, it's better to work with Luo Xiu. Maybe you can see the world clearly. How about, my proposal should not be bad. Actually, even if you don't agree, I have 100 ways to force you to agree. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Luo Xiu directly issued an ultimatum. I don't care what you think. All in all it was, anyway. Whether voluntary or forced. When you come, don't even think about leaving. A domineering appearance, in the eyes of Saul and Kuzan, has the appearance of a hero. In short, I have completely lost confidence in naval headquarters and world government. Maybe joining Luo Xiu is also a good choice. Let's go. Luo Xiu smiled. Nico Robin's relationship with Saul seems to be okay. Then be blind. The party came to the border of Ohara Island. The fierce artillery fire from the marine warship came again in bursts. Constantly having Sakazuki's voice. Kuzan, Sagulo, you two are obedient and let's go. You have violated the order of the world government. Even if we are colleagues, we cannot easily let you go. Get caught. What an international joke. The golden lion in the sky beat down Marine's lineup with a set of slashes. Compared with lava fruit, Mara fruit is really stretched too much. Advertisement. Today's Sakazuki is far less powerful than the lava fruit period. Hateful. Sakazuki made an unwilling sound. Seeing this, Saul and Kuzan have obviously quit Marine. Now all of them can't resist Luo Xiu's strength alone. And Kuzan, Saul is between naval headquarters and power. Name the 2 Marine officers who are coming back for trial. How to fight this? It is simply impossible to complete the task. Quote. Let's go, I will send you a meeting gift before parting. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. Seeing the corner of Luo Xiu's raised mouth, Saul and Kuzan couldn't help shrinking when they recalled the horrible scene at the gate of Imper prison. Could it be that again? Meteor volcano. Countless fragments of lava burst from Yi Chen's arm. There is no fixed target, but even falling into the sea will increase the temperature of the bottom of the sea, and the scorching sea will almost end up with scalds for some marine soldiers who approached. Terrifying power erupted, standing aside to see Luo Xiu's strength with his own eyes. In the eyes of Saul and Kuzan, he even took a deep breath. If it is said that the previous speculations about Luo Xiu's strength were all based on data or speculation. So this time, I saw Luo Xiu displaying terrifying strength with my own eyes. Experience the power of Luo Xiu up close. The indifferent expression on their faces shocked all of them even more. Is this the strength of the man whose bounty reached 10 billion Baileys? The purest power of devil fruit alone can reach this level. Surprised, Luo Xiu's phone bug live broadcast continued. Everything that happened in the middle was seen by the audience of the world. And when everyone saw that Luo Xiu actually invited naval headquarters Saul Vice Admiral and Kuzan Vice Admiral, I couldn't help but sigh. Luo Xiu's plan is really good. The crimes of the world government were announced in front of everyone, and the world's anger against the world government intensified. At the same time, by the way, 2 elite Vice Admiral dogs from naval headquarters. Kuzan, Saul got hooked. There is no doubt that if this matter is over by now. What a huge blow to the world government. 132. Ohara's defeat, 5 elders summoned. Through the live video, everyone watched the huge flaming meteors fly towards the ships of Buster Call in naval headquarters. The flaming meteors with huge kinetic energy and raging flames almost instantly destroyed these warships completely. Except for those vice admirals who have elite strength. All the soldiers under Rear Admiral were buried under Luo Xiu's Meteor volcano. There is no defense at all. The Marines below Rear Admiral have only reached the ranks of beginners for armament hockey. It is impossible to rely on this level of armament hockey to resist the high temperature of lava burning. As for Sakazuki, there are also Truman and other Buster Call Vice Admirals in the headquarters. Even if he managed to evade the resistance, his body was more or less injured. Obviously Luo Xiu didn't really use his strength this time. With Luo Xiu's level, it is not impossible to release a higher specification Meteor volcano. But maybe for Kuzan, Saul and Nico Robin's sake they're in a good mood. Simply hold back a little bit. This made Sakazuki and others lament that they finally regained their lives. 773. At the same time, I felt a sense of shame in my heart constantly coming. Myself, is this being looked down upon by Luo Xiu? To be looked down upon so much. Only if the opponent doesn't use his real strength, can he resist and survive. Who do you look down on? But then, he saw the tall figure of Saul in the back of Kuzan Vice Admiral leaving. The anger on Sakazuki's face grew even stronger. I really want to go up and give these 2 traitors a trick. However, the severe pain in his body made Sakazuki give up this idea. Kuzan's strength is almost at the same level as himself. The devil fruit of the 2 cannot be said to restrain which one. However, for a while, it is certain that the strike will be offset. And Saul's words are the Vice Admiral of the Giants. It's not difficult to kill him with Logia's advantage. However, Luo Xiu on the opposing ship made Sakazuki angry and fearful. Cursing and watching the 2 traitors become Luo Xiu's subordinates just like that. When Luo Xiu was broadcasting live just now, the screen BIBD cut off suddenly, making the whole world wonder whether Kuzan and Saul, the 2 vice admirals, really left with Luo Xiu. One question remains. However, after all, we are in the environment of Ohara. I saw with my own eyes that Luo Xiu's win-win plan was successfully completed. Advertisement. This inner anger is even more angry. Just when Luo Xiu, Golden Lion and others reached the plan, they had silently left the sea area of Ohara. It didn't take long before Guosheng ordered the real leader to get married. Simply stand neatly on the bow of the warship and approach. His expression was stern and serious. I also learned about all this through the projection phone bug. It is not yet waiting for Sakazuki and Truman, two vice admirals, to tell what happened. Zephyr just waved his hand and announced the retreat. Let them go like this. These two traitors, death is not a pity. Sakazuki clenched his fists tightly. I originally thought that Kuzan was not much different from my own strength. In the future, we will become good brothers, good buddies and so on. However, the current situation has completely made him see clearly. Kuzan Vice Admiral is not so serious about justice either. Otherwise, it is impossible to say that he joined Luo Xiu's command so easily. Do such treacherous things. Never mind. Zephyr gave Sakazuki a deep look. This guy has almost the same personality as himself. It's the kind that hates evil like hatred. I appreciate it very much. However, from the current situation, Luo Xiu's strength is obviously too strong. Luo Xiu, who can penetrate even Impel prison by himself. If they really mobilize their strength, what can they do with this little manpower? Not enough to fit between the teeth. Not to mention the presence of the Golden Lion on Luo Xiu's pirate ship. Of course, Buster Call's lineup has no problem facing a single Emperor of the Sea. However, Luo Xiu was also excluded from the Emperor of the Sea. Luo Xiu is the Emperor of the Sea in name but in fact. Luo Xiu's strength has gradually approached the pinnacle of the world. The current lineup is looking for Luo Xiu, and I can't think of any other possibility except to die. Let's go. Advertisement. Very helpless and moved towards naval headquarters, where Marlene Vando was. Everyone's mood is resentful. No one expected that today's operation against Ohara would end like this. Ohara is devastated, and even the refuge ship has been successfully destroyed. However, the only living Nico Robin was left. And Kuzan and Saul, two elite vice admirals of naval headquarters, were instigated by Luo Xiu and left naval headquarters. What's more, under Luo Xiu's live broadcast, today's scene is known to the whole world again. Under everyone's gaze, the prestige of the world government has suffered an unprecedented blow. Even after this, it is very likely that some countries will be dissatisfied with some of the rules formulated by the world government and launch an attack. This is very likely to give the Revolutionary Army a good chance. All these made Zephyr Admiral, who was sitting on the boat, feel somewhat unhappy. If it is said that these things that I just thought of have little to do with myself. So let's say something more closely related. This time Ohara's mission failed. I will definitely be called to power by those 5 old stubborn. At that time, maybe it will be another round of scolding and punishment. Although Zephyr doesn't care about these. After all, his own strength lies here, so it shouldn't be possible for the guys from 5 Elders to say anything about him. However, if you swear for no reason, you will be in a good mood instead. Naval Headquarters warship sails. The moment I returned to Marlene Vanduo, I felt that the atmosphere here was extremely strange. When meeting Marshal Kong, hearing the news from his mouth made Zephyr's expression calm. I have already guessed that this is likely to be the result. Just accept it. Just now, the news from the 5 Elders. Ohara's mission was a complete failure. Although it was partially successful, it allowed Nico Robin to escape, and Kuzan and Saul, 2 Marine Vice Admirals, became Luo Xiu's subordinates. Punishment is a must. The 5 Elders will be waiting for you among the powers. Zephyr nodded. I was angry but didn't dare to say anything. The most important thing you need to be a Marine is to obey orders. No matter what happens, following instructions is the most important thing. 133. Zephyr was demoted to New Imper Prison as warden. Mariajoy. Between powers. The 5 Elders saw Luo Xiu's live broadcast. Coupled with the fact that Marine Admiral Zephyr personally led the team, such a thing actually happened. 5 Elders' lungs exploded when they heard the news. Immediately through Kong, Admiral Tufa was called to Mariajoy. Among the powers, echoed are the roaring voices of the 5 Elders. When such a thing happened, they really d off these old people who stood at the pinnacle of power. Marine is the face of the world government. Now, the incident of Ohara has been spread all over the world by Luo Xiu. Our world government has also become the story of the whole world. And what you naval headquarters did is even worse. Not only did you not completely wipe out Ohara's survivors, but even the 2 backbone elite vice admirals were instigated by Luo Xiu. Today, causing such a major event is equivalent to disgrace to the world government. The old man in kimono just stood up from the sofa angrily. Almost pointing at Zephyr's nose and cursing. Look, how many people did Luo Xiu bring this time? Luo Xiu, Golden Lion, plus, a video phone bug. There are 2 people in total, one of them. Let's kill you Marine elites who belong to the commercial lineup. Completely defeated. This is simply a shame. The old man with the red birthmark on his face even slapped the table and roared angrily. What happened this time made the 5 Elders unable to suppress the anger in their hearts. But, you don't know the strength of the 5th Elder Luo Xiu. However, even the iron walls of Imper Prison are far from being able to prevent Luo Xiu from entering. Not to mention, our Buster Call lineup is only targeting the scholar Ohara. Normally, our lineup would have absolutely no problem eliminating Ohara. Marine Admiral Zephyr even occasionally backfired when his face was furious. It is also understandable for Zephyr's character to do such a thing. But, from the 5 Elders' ears, it's a complete thorn in the side, nothing to worry about. What? Now you are still qualified to make excuses for yourself. Mission failure is mission failure. No excuses will work. You Marines, this time you must be punished. All Marine generals participating in the Buster Call, all ranks will be downgraded. Including you, Zephyr. 5 elders cursed. Seeing the anger hidden on Zephyr's face, he even angrily released the solution directly. They never listened to excuses or anything. Just look at the end result. And as a result, your plans for naval headquarters are a piece of shit. Advertisement. Impunity is simply impossible. Demotion. 5 elders, do you mean to let me become a mere vice admiral? Zephyr was also annoyed by 5 elders' operation for a while. I am very innocent, although the commander-in-chief behind Buster Call this time is indeed himself. But Buster Call only needs the 5 major vice admirals to dispatch. As for his admiral, he is completely dealing with the aftermath. But Luo Xiu is too strong and I can't handle it at all. It's obvious that 5 elders is looking for a fig leaf for them, looking for a scapegoat to take the blame for this matter. Immediately, he was too lazy to argue with the 5 elders. Just deal with it. We naval headquarters failed and your world government is not responsible at all. Vice Admiral. No. If it's only Vice Admiral, what are we sending you here for? Just a paper order to let you leave. The blonde old man said calmly. Not Vice Admiral. Then what are you going to ask me to do? Zephyr was also stunned after hearing this. Downgrade. Instead of downgrading yourself to Vice Admiral, is it Rear Admiral? Who do you look down upon? The maintenance work of Imper Prison is almost done. Magellan and Shiryu are seriously injured and are still recuperating. Now, Impel Prison lacks a warden. You can go there for now. The old man in kimono snorted coldly, directly not giving Zephyr a chance to fight back, directly confirming Zephyr's downgrading. Seeing that I have gone from the original Marine Admiral to a place like Imper Prison as the warden. Although the status is similar to Admiral. However, Admiral, at any rate, can freely enter and exit the Marine without any jurisdiction. Relatively free. However, being the warden of Imper Prison is completely different. Must remain in Imper Prison at all times. It is even more impossible to go out to let the wind go. Ask for flowers. For Zephyr, who wants to catch the evil pirates, this is more uncomfortable than killing him. Advertisement. Then if I, Admiral, quit, who should take the place of Naval Headquarters Admiral? It's impossible to temporarily let Momoshiki and T-Dolphins replace me. It was these 2 rising Marine stars that Zephyr had in mind. Sakazuki's words are impossible. The strength is almost the same, but now he is also a loser who has experienced the O'Hara incident. Even the 5 elders wouldn't give him the promotion. It would be nice not to downgrade. And the only possible ones behind are Momoshiki Gion and T-Pork Cake. The strength is strong, and the speed of progress is also very fast. However, Sakazuki still lacks a considerable amount of strength. 0. If Sakazuki can't do it, then these 2 can't do it. You don't need to think about that, Zephyr. This is your letter of appointment, take it obediently, and report to Imper Prison. The white-haired old man who has not spoken. Fingers tapped on the arm of the sofa. Finally, after stopping, the printed appointment letter was handed over to Zephyr. The original admiral turned into a warden without freedom. Zephyr's face was dark and ugly. This is also a lesson for you Marines. Do things quickly and don't delay. Luo Xiu and the others seem to have appeared behind you, right? If you could solve the problem faster, wouldn't it mean that there would be no such thing as today? Hearing the words of the 5 elders, Zephyr fought back his anger. But these 5 are also his superiors anyway, so they have to give some face. Immediately, he responded, and then withdrew from the room of power. The door slammed. I couldn't express my inner anger verbally, but I still had to let these 5 know in action. Own inner thoughts. The news is out. The news that the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr had been transferred to become the warden of Imper Prison because of the O'Hara incident spread like wildfire. However, more noticeable is a statement from Wano Kuni. It was confirmed by countless people in shock. Kuzan, Saul. The 2 former Marine Vice Admirals have indeed chosen to join Luo Xiu, standing on the opposite side of Marine U. 134. Message confirmed. New reward exposure. Sabayati Archipelago. Following Luo Xiu's announcement in Wano Kuni, and the original Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan, the giant Vice Admiral Saul announced to join Luo Xiu. In addition, the incident of O'Hara appeared in front of everyone in the form of live video. This place known as the meeting point of the old and the new world suddenly erupted with bursts of shocking sounds. The news about this man Luo Xiu has never stopped. Moreover, every news that breaks out seems to be shocking. Every pile and every piece is enough to arouse anyone's shock. Like today, it appeared in everyone's ears and confirmed the news. The 2 vice admirals opted out because they lost trust in Marine in the O'Hara incident. Wano Kuni, Luo Xiu's team has added 2 more admirals. The shock of 660 brought by this kind of news is no worse than that of Imper Prison being breached. After all, what kind of characters are these 2 vice admirals? One from Elbaf, the land of giants. The other one is as famous as Pelusolino and Sakazuki, and may become a candidate for 3 Marine admirals in the future. This level of vice admiral is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Marine. What does it mean to join Luo Xiu? No one will not know. Thinking of the fierce voice here, I can't help but start to appear in the ears of all the residents. This is too shocking. Saul, Kuzan, these 2 join Luo Xiu. Now Luo Xiu's wooing target is not only the pirates' side. Even Marine has become Luo Xiu's wooing target. It's too scary, this strength. Not only is the strength terrifying, Luo Xiu's scheming is also quite mature. Who would have thought that it was originally a buster call aimed at Ohara by the world government? But when it came to Luo Xiu's side, it directly became a world live broadcast. This is the first time the scandal of the world government has been exposed under the flashlight, right? As expected of Luo Xiu, such a character, it's really unlucky for the world government to meet him. Strength and scheming. If news spreads in the future that the world government was wiped out by Luo Xiu, I don't think I will doubt it at all. It's too powerful. Only such a powerful man may have the courage to lead the Red Earl, Burndy World, and the Golden Lion. Throughout the world, discussions like this have hardly stopped. Advertisement. Everyone expressed their views on Luo Xiu's strength through dictation in the dialogue. World government, between powers. When they saw the live video, the five elders immediately thought it might be Luo Xiu's trick. Or the lies that Kuzan and Sol improvised in order to escape smoothly, to paralyze Luo Xiu. However, when the truth is in front of us. From Wano Kuni, it is true that Kuzan and Sol have announced the joining of Vice Admiral. It directly made the five elders look cold to ultimate. It was really put together. It was a waste of our world government's efforts to win the relationship with Elbaf. Now, our efforts are completely in vain. The great elder wearing a kimono spoke to the other five elders with an extremely serious expression. This is so unexpected. The five elders who were completely beaten were caught off guard. Grand Elder, now that things have developed to this point, what should we do to reduce losses? Issuing a reward for Sol, Kuzan. The old man with the red birthmark on his face pondered, and finally made a difficult decision. Especially for those at naval headquarters, it was probably the toughest decision to make. Who would have thought that they were colleagues who ate and worked together yesterday? Today, he has directly become a wanted criminal on the reward list. Anyway, it's impossible not to do it. With Sol and Kuzan's strength, Sol's basic bounty is set at 500 million Baileys, absolutely no problem. As for Kuzan, with his strength, I think it can be priced at 1.5 billion Baileys. The blonde old man pondered for a while before expressing his opinion. Although these two are also elite vice admiral. However, there is still an extremely significant gap between the strengths. For example, Sol, although the armament hockey is not bad, but it still relies on the racial brute force of the giants. If you face Kuzan, it won't take long to be frozen by the ability of frozen fruit. Advertisement. And Kuzan is very talented. Today's strength is not much worse than Admiral Zephyr. If you continue to perform a few more missions, it is not impossible to be directly promoted to Marine Admiral. But at this juncture, he became a traitor and joined Luo Xiu. On the contrary, it is too hateful to become Luo Xiu's combat power. These are only bounties for the basic strength of the two of them. If you count their defection from naval headquarters. In terms of bounty bonuses, Sol's 800 million bounties and Kuzan's 2 billion bounties are nothing, not too much. The rest of the five elders were shocked, but soon felt that the formulation of the bounty was okay. Luo Xiu's power is already a golden signboard. Basically, all of his subordinates possess terrifying strength. It's no problem that subordinates have bounty bonuses. Finally, it's all about Nico Robin. At the end of the topic, it came back to the only survivor of Ohara, Nico Luogan. Fortunately, Sakazuki's Mera fruit has the property of burning everything to kill all suspected scholars. As a result, after confirmation, only Nico Robin, known as the son of the devil, left from Ohara. The only scholar who can understand the text of history, coupled with his young age, has high plasticity. Finally, it has the bonus of Luo Xiu's power. In the end, the world government gave Nico Robin a reward price of 3.7, which is as high as 1 billion Baileys. Has reached the level of the original giant Vice Admiral Sol. However, no one has any objections to the formulation of this bounty. There is no problem with this bounty, even, there are five elders who think that this bounty is still a little bit lower. The only living person, even if it is set at 2 billion Baileys, what's the problem? But in the end it was the great elder who made the decision. The bounties for Sol, Kuzan and Nico Robin were thus fully determined. With the new bounty out, the whole world was shocked by the news that two former Marines, Sol and Kuzan, joined Luo Xiu. At the same time, his eyes were deeply shocked by the fact that Nico Robin was only a few years old, but was given a reward of 1 billion. 135, Kaido with the head iron. The target is, Wano Kuni. Beasts Pirates. Ever since he escaped from Punk Hazard's lab with Jin. Forming a pirate group and rebuilding the glory of the Rocks pirate has been put on the agenda by Kaido of the Beasts. But now, for Kaido, the most important thing to do is to make a name for himself first. It has been a long time since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Reminiscent of the fall of Captain Rocks, Kaido of the Beasts can't help but sigh. Among the powerhouses that have appeared in the Valley of the Gods, the person who impressed Kaido of the Beasts the most is not Garp, not Roger. It was the man who is now said to be called Scorching Tiger, Luo Xiu. Back then in the Valley of the Gods, it also shined brilliantly. Rocks' demise has nothing to do with Luo Xiu. I heard that the man has occupied Wano Kuni now. This made Kaido of the Beasts feel helpless and incomparably angry. Damn it, Wano Kuni is the territory he wants to occupy. Now it is occupied by Luo Xiu 18. Where should I go? Could it be possible to find Linlin or join Whitebeard? Oh shit. Thinking of this, Kaido of the Beasts is directly waving a stick on the deck of the pirate ship. The powerful force directly dented the several meter thick steel plate into an incredible arc. Jin at the side glanced at Kaido lightly. Some are curious about Luo Xiu's identity and strength. Brother Kaido, is that man Luo Xiu really as powerful as the legend says? It is natural to have such doubts. Punk Hazard Labs is not like Imperial Prison. Even prisoners, if they are kind, they will usually be provided with 1 or 2 fresh newspapers of the day by the jailers. Then pay attention to the current major events and changes in the world. However, on to Punk Hazard. They were treated like guinea pigs in the lab there too. Advertisement. It is impossible to have any access to outside newspaper information. Unless you occasionally hear some fragmentary intelligence from the corresponding researchers, and piece together some news. After hearing Jin's words, there was a trace of jealousy in his cold expression. Recalling the Valley of the Gods back then, Luo Xiu's strength was even more shocking. It's been so many years, and the terrifying lava figure still left an indelible impression on me. However, this sliver of fear was far less profound than during the Great War back then. After all, so many years have passed. During the decisive battle in the Valley of the Gods, I hadn't gotten the Phantom Beast and the Green Dragon fruit from the old woman. In other words, the self at that time was not in a perfect state. Compared with Luo Xiu in strength, it is completely understandable. However, now, gained the power of the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. It can be said that my physical fitness has been improved in all aspects. Moreover, today's body is also in the prime of life. Even Bigmom and Whitebeard both got the title of Emperor of the Sea. As a member of the original Rocks Pirate, how could I fall behind? Jin, why don't you go to Wano Kuni? If you can, pull Luo Xiu down. We want Wano Kuni to be our territory. Kaido of the Beast said to Jin arrogantly and confidently. However, it soon got opposition from Jin, and even the younger brothers who had just accepted. Brother Kaido, why don't you go find some relatively easy territory to conquer, but choose such a difficult place to compete for territory? The look on Jin's face was rather worried. It has been a few days since their pirate group was formed. Hearings about Luo Xiu often appear in my ears. Although, just heard. He didn't really feel Luo Xiu's terrifying strength. However, in a cautious view, it's okay to start with the easier places first, right? Based on the principle of putting the easier ones before the harder ones, Jin directly suggested to Kaido that it is better to attack Alabasta or Dressrosa's territory first. At least it will be easier than Wano Kuni. Advertisement. However, all he got was a blank stare from Kaido. Oh he, Shuluo. Laozi saw his strength with his own eyes back then. It is indeed very powerful, but after so many years, my strength is not what it used to be, and there is also the power brought by the Eudemon's devil fruit. If Luo Xiu can be defeated, our beast's pirates will be completely famous in the world. The Rocks pirate of that year will also be reproduced, and I will inherit the glory of Captain Rocks. Even if it fails, so what? Can he kill me? Can he kill me with the defensive power given to me by the devil fruit? Even if I can't, it's okay to run away with the ability of the green dragon fruit. Jin, you kid also has the ability to fly. Why panic? Thinking of this, Kaido of the Beast suddenly felt a surge of emotion. If you don't get the green dragon form of Yu fruit phantom beast species, Kaido will also hesitate in his heart, whether to go to Wano Kuni. After all, besides Luo Xiu, there is the Red Earl, Golden Lion. He also knows the strength of these two people, they are indeed very powerful. However, now he is the fruit ability user of the phantom beast species. Possesses the most powerful type ability in devil fruit. How can the powerful physique endowed to me face the 3 top powerhouses? Seeing the look of interest on Kaido's face, it is hard to say that he will disturb Kaido's interest. 767 inches since Brother Kaido said so, it doesn't matter, right? Although I always feel that doing so is not safe. However, he is also Kaido's subordinate. Now that you are a subordinate, you must obey the orders of the boss, right? Then, following the order of Kaido of the Beasts, the battleship of Beasts pirates turned and headed towards Wano Kuni. The rolling waves of the battleship and the roaring sound attracted the attention of many passing pirates. They were all shocked when they saw the huge beast logo pattern on the flag. That is the pirate group of Kaido of the Beasts. One of the most powerful cadres under the rocks back then. I don't know if he has disappeared for so long and has come back, who is this trouble? However, after seeing clearly that the direction Kaido of the Beasts is facing turned out to be the territory of Wano Kuni, Luo Xiu. The shock on his face gradually turned into joking and overreaching. There was a slight sneer on his face. While the crew members of the surrounding pirates praised Kaido's strength, they began to worry and sigh for Kaido's comeback. With the strength of Kaido of the Beasts, occupying any territory that is not a sea emperor has an overwhelming advantage. It is a pity that I chose Wano Kuni. It seems that Kaido should not know the latest news. Otherwise, how could he choose such a hard bone to challenge? 136. Golden Lion. Why, have you been a guinea pig for so long? Kaido of the Beasts, long time no see. After hearing the sentries on the edge of Wano Kuni say that there are strange ships nearby, Luo Xiu immediately thought of Kaido of the Beasts. Although in terms of the timeline of the original work, Kaido of the Beasts is not only a reckless man, it can even be said that Kaido is still a character full of wisdom. However, there is still some time before the era of great pirates begins. Who knows if Kaido is arrogant at this time, looking down on everyone. If this is the case, it is not impossible for Luo Xiu to replace Kazuki Oden and teach him a lesson. Maybe it's possible to convince Kaido easily, and then it's not impossible to make this kid surrender and join him. And Kaido, who was originally serious and arrogant, saw the faint smile on Luo Xiu's mouth, and there was an old friend's tone that he hadn't seen for a long time. Immediately, the pupils shrank. The memories of the Valley of the Gods battle also fell in Kaido's mind. Luo Xiu's fear echoed in his mind again. But then, seeing that Luo Xiu's face is actually younger than his current self, almost the same as back then, he regained his confidence. Oh, I see, you're a guinea pig who just escaped from Punk Hazard's lab, right? Kaido of the Beasts from the former Rocks Pirate, the famous Kaido of the Beasts, you were so shameful that you were captured by Marine and became a test subject. But now that you're here, I'm sure I can't just let you leave so easily. Luo Xiu first smiled and looked at Kaido. Then he shrugged calmly. A verbal taunt made Kaido feel humiliated. It was even more furious. If I don't kick you out of Wano-kuni today and make this place my own, I'll be in vain. However, in Luo Xiu's eyes, Kaido of the Beasts at this time is nothing more than that. The title of the strongest creature was not given to Kaido at this time. And even if there was a fight, the Red Earl and the Golden Lion Shiki would probably put Kaido in a tough fight. Especially when seeing the Golden Lion, how surprised and weird Kaido's face will be. Luo Xiu himself is looking forward to it. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Kaido of the Beasts gritted their teeth. Luo Xiu, do you think you have the qualifications? After so many years, you think you are still the same man? Advertisement. Get out of Wano-kuni if you're sensible, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Kick you out of the position of Emperor of the Sea, and then Lousy will take your place. Oh, you're welcome. Hearing this, Luo Xiu immediately raised his eyebrows. It's interesting. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. Luo Xiu showed a mocking smile indifferently. The look of not paying attention at all made Kaido and the cadres under him show their anger on their faces. Luo Xiu, this guy. Speaking of which, Kaido's conqueror's haki swept the coast like a whirlwind. It was so terrifying that it almost turned into a tornado, and even the vegetation in the green environment of Wano-kuni began to sway. Luo Xiu is not angry either. It seems that Kaido must understand what real fear is. Okay, all losses on the island will be borne by you. If you lose the battle, you will either die, or join me like Golden Lion. What's more, let me fight you as soon as I come up, there must be a limit to joking, let my little brother play with you first. In Luo Xiu's eyes, Kaido of the Beasts, arrogant words seemed like a joke. It's not impossible to fight. You have to fight with the younger brothers first, and then wait for you to kill all my younger brothers before thinking about fighting with me. However, I am afraid that Kaido may not even win the Golden Lion, who is also a fellow Rocks pirate, right? Your subordinate, Golden Lion, Shiki, Lousy back then praised him. The mace in Kaido's hand is entwined with black and red haki lightning. Then try it, Shiki, I'll leave this to you. Luo Xiu waved his hand casually, and the arrogant player with blonde hair appeared behind him. He heard what Kaido said just now. I also really want to beat Kaido for his arrogance. Let the unfinished battles of the year stay here. HMPH, Kaido, why have you lost your mind after being imprisoned for such a long time? Luo Xiu, you can't deal with it alone. I think you have been experimented too much by the researchers, and your brain is not clear. Advertisement. The Sakura Ten and Muku in Golden Lion's hands shone with a sharp cold light. First, I persuaded Kaido with kind words. It was a joke before. After all, it came out of a ship. Seeing Kaido get killed by Luo Xiu, Golden Lion couldn't bear it. However, Kaido is in a fit of anger at this time, how could he possibly understand the painstaking efforts of the Golden Lion? The mace wrapped around Conqueror's haki hit the Golden Lion directly in the head. Observation haki sensed it, and Golden Lion was also angry. I really give you a suggestion that you don't listen to it. Lu Jiao Shu didn't intend to let Golden Lion fight Kaido one-on-one. The subsequent joint attack by the two made Kaido gnash his teeth in pain. Redfield, even through the ability of Devil Fruit, it can directly transform into the green dragon form of the Phantom Beast. The twin swords and the mace were intertwined, and the powerful force forced both of them to take 2 steps back in shock. This B***************, D, his strength has improved again. Seems to be an attempt to give Kaido of the Beasts a run for their money. However, it is clear that Golden Lion is only the vanguard. Clang. I went to Sleepy Hollow Town, and the Red Earl, who got the Eudemons and Devil Fruit abilities, improved by leaps and bounds again. With a slight surprise on Kaido's face, he looked at the Golden Lion on his face. Forget it, let you see my ability. Originally in a stalemate with Golden Lion. HMPH, that kid from the Valley of the Gods back then. Who would have thought that he still doesn't know how powerful Luo Xiu is? Or is it that I have been tested for so long, my hands are almost rusted? Now with the addition of Redfield, the ability of the Vampire Bat directly causes Kaido to become overwhelmed. Stepping on the auspicious clouds under his feet, he tried to shoot from the air, and the combination of the Golden Lion and the Red Earl was also abruptly torn from the sky by Redfield. The Red Earl enters. 137. Kaido, Luo Xiu. You are strong, but you can't kill me. Hole, Kaido yelled. Jin, Quinn, and Jack beside him came up to help even though they were still young. As for the attacks of these 3 little devils, Luo Xiu also let them go. So what if it is a combat power at the level of the Emperor's deputy? 3 pieces is not a dish at all for Red Earl Redfield. Not to mention the Golden Lion Shiki watching over you. It would be naive for Kaido to think that with the current lineup of Beast's Pirates newborn calves, he can win the two major cadres under him. Fighting is not like that. The joining of Jin, Quinn, and Jack didn't cause much trouble at all. Instead, the Red Earl lightly tapped the umbrella sword in his hand. Blown away by a powerful force, Jin, Quinn, and Jack were thrown onto the Beast's Pirates boat like a kite. In anger, Kaido turned into a deaf person and gave Redfield and Golden Lion a slap in the face. But then they were jointly suppressed by the Red Earl, who turned serious. Seeing the strongest creature whose mouth started to bleed from the beating by the two major cadres at this time, Luo Xiu couldn't bear it anymore. Too cruel. In order to prevent Kaido from being tortured to death by Golden Lion and Red Earl Redfield here in 620. So what about doing it yourself? However, before you make a move, you have to check whether Kaido is already planning to give in. You can't even beat my cadres, why do you think you can occupy the confidence that Wano Kuni gave you? Luo Xiu waved his hand, and the happy Golden Lion and Redfield went back one after another, somewhat dissatisfied. He was cursing as if he hadn't had a good time yet. Especially Golden Lion, who had some conflicts with Kaido on Rock's pirate. I couldn't help but sighed. He intends to defeat Kaido with his own hands. But since Luo Xiu had spoken, there was nothing he could do. Finally getting a chance to catch his breath, Kaido lay flat on the shore of Wano Kuni, panting heavily. Advertisement. The thing that makes the pupils of his eyes shrink slightly is that Luo Xiu, this guy, he hasn't even made a move yet. Just two cadres under him beat lousy like this. Kaido vaguely recalled how unruly the Golden Lion was on Rock's pirate. Has shown his repulsion on more than one occasion on the Rock's ship. There's no way a character like that could stay on anyone's boat with uncompromising loyalty. However, during the fight with Shiki just now, Kaido really saw the true surrender in Golden Lion's eyes, revealed in the depths of his heart. Immediately, my heart trembled. This can only be done if Luo Xiu's strength far exceeds that of the Golden Lion. However, my own strength is only 50 to 50 of the current Golden Lion Shiki. But then I thought about how invincible I was after I escaped from the Punk Hazard laboratory. I actually ate such a big deflated in Luo Xiu's Wano Kuni today. And still in front of so many of my subordinates, do I still have face? This revenge must be avenged. Thinking of this, Kaido's eyes widened suddenly. It turned into a blue dragon in the air, and it swooped down towards Luo Xiu at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. Golden Lion tensed up and was about to make a move. But the Red Earl at the side gently patted his shoulder. On the contrary, the corner of the mouth showed a smile full of interest. Kaido, this guy is going to suffer. Redfield couldn't help thinking of how he looked at Luo Xiu when he was in Imper prison. Everyone knows what the outcome will be. Now, Kaido is going to experience the scene he was in Imper prison again. There is nothing more interesting and exciting than seeing the scene reenacted, and he becomes a spectator. Kaido of the beast swooping down in the sky in the form of a blue dragon. The speed almost reached the speed of sound under the blessing of weight. But even so, even Luo Xiu's eyes were not moved. Rough skin and thick flesh, are these the powers brought to you by the devil fruit of the phantom beast? I have to say that Kaido is called the strongest creature for something. Advertisement. Although the current combat power may be inferior, the dragon scales of the green dragon fruit did bring Kaido a lot of defensive power. The damage he suffered when he fought against the Red Earl and Golden Lion just now has recovered. Luo Xiu, I admit your strength. Maybe you can suppress me with your strength, but if you want to kill me, don't say it's you. Even if Captain Rocks is alive, it's impossible to do it. In the form of a giant dragon in the sky, Kaido's face was extremely arrogant. Feeling the form of a giant dragon, my whole body is full of vitality. Kaido is floating again and wants to be beaten. Emperor of the Sea, Luo Xiu. I have to say that it makes sense that such a character can occupy Wano Kuni. However, this is not the first time that I have broken into someone else's stronghold. In the past, he was singled out by himself, and this time he also brought his teammates from the newly established pirate team. So many single duels, the other party can't kill me. Isn't the end result being run away by myself? Maybe Luo Xiu can beat himself. However, want to kill yourself? No one in this world can do it. With this in mind, Kaido's mouth suddenly began to condense violent flame energy. The land around Luo Xiu, the green vegetation has begun to become scorched or even scorched black under the action of the high temperature. The dragon's breath mixed with the ability of the phantom beast devil fruit has a higher temperature than ordinary flames. This is one of the abilities that Kaido in dragon form is proud of. At the same time, after being imprisoned in Punk Hazard's laboratory, one of the main purposes of Dr. Vegapunk's research on himself is to reproduce an artificial green dragon fruit. And the dragon's breath is also one of the contents copied. This is an ability praised by Vegapunk. You Luo Xiu, can ordinary lava fruits do it? However, facing the extremely terrifying and fiery dragon's breath exuding in the sky, Luo Xiu just shrugged his shoulders and didn't even lift his spirits. It's just a byproduct of a phantom beast fruit. How can it be compared with the lava fruit that I have awakened? When did I get looked down upon by Kaido of the beasts like this? 138. Kaido got pierced by a lava fist. However, Luo Xiu is not a simple character. Since you want to look down on me, you must be prepared to be counter-killed. Just let you see. That's what I said. But Luo Xiu didn't have the idea of killing Guy so early. After all, Kaido of the Beasts, the title of the strongest creature. Although, Kaido at this time has not grown up yet. However, with the green dragon fruit, he already has great potential for growth. Of course, with the strength of the lava fruit, it is not impossible for Luo Xiu to kill Kaido. It would be a pity to just kill him. In contrast, if Kaido suffers, he is willing to do things with him like Golden Lion, Red Earl, Burndy World and others. This is the best policy. Think here. At the same time, a calm smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. The fist is also entwined with Conqueror's Haki, the black and red lightning is facing the air, and the burning fire of rich lava is burning. Laugh. The huge confrontation between the two forces shocked the whole earth. At the same time, the dense dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to tremble. In the interweaving of black and red lightning, a hollow crack runs across the sky like this. The sky cracked below, with Luo Xiu's shot. The huge movement directly caused Red Earl Redfield and Burndy World, who were guarding inside Wano-kuni, to trot out one after another. All are waiting and watching below. However, they couldn't help but take a deep breath when they saw that the dark clouds in the sky were split apart by the confrontation of the two conquerors. However, the cracking of the sky only lasted for a moment. Because next, Luo Xiu's right fist wrapped around Conqueror's fist wind directly made Kaido freeze in place. It was like being shocked by an inexplicable force. And then, the ability that Luo Xiu is really proud of. The hot magma power of the lava fruit swallowed Kaido's huge body in an instant. Advertisement. What? Kaido felt the dragon's breath and was crushed instantly when it encountered the hot magma. Then covered in hot magma. Although it can still be endured with the strength of the fruit for the time being, it is still shocked in the end. Although dragon's breath is not his ultimate move, Kaido couldn't believe how easily he was swallowed by Luo Xiu's magma power. Even Zephyr and Sengoku, two admirals, can't be so relaxed, right? The strength of this guy Luo Xiu really has the capital of arrogance. No wonder it is called the Emperor of the Sea, above Linlin, Newgate. This is the strength of Kaido of the Beasts. How come it's only to this extent? Is this the nerve to claim to be the strongest creature? Luo Xiu's eyes were full of contempt for Kaido. Facing the Conqueror's Haki bursting out in Kaido's eyes, his sleeves remained untouched. Kaido's eyes have changed. It was obvious that Luo Xiu didn't even use his real strength, but he was already somewhat helpless towards him. Didn't you claim that you can't be killed? Then come and try my trick. A serious look gradually appeared on Luo Xiu's face. Afterwards, the magma wrapped in the flesh and bones on the stone pair turned into armor. A strange magma fist was formed. Armament Haki makes the whole fist as terrifying as black and red intertwined. Let the sweat drip down the forehead of Kaido in the air. The hair stood on end, and a terrifying sense of crisis surfaced in my heart. Observation Haki also began to assume the posture of a dragon to avoid under the urging of intuition. Then Luo Xiu suddenly jumped up from the bottom up. The armament Haki, accompanied by the eruption of magma, almost slashed towards Kaido's dragon body obliquely. I thought you were going to fight hard in order to protect the dignity of the strongest creature. Didn't you think that even you were afraid? It seems that the so-called strongest is just talking big. Facing Luo Xiu's ridicule, the dragon scales on the bruised Qinglong's body burst. Blood keeps gushing from the wound. Even the skin is covered with scorching burns. The penetrating wound visible to the naked eye came to Kaido's lower abdomen, forming a burnt permanent scar. Transformed into a human beast form, Kaido knelt down directly under the pain of his knees, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Advertisement. It's just an ordinary magma fist, and the armed colors and conquerors wrapped around it have already made him a little too much. Ask for flowers. Kaido was really scared this time. If possible, he would rather not have the trouble of going to Wano-kuni to find Luo Xiu. Kaido, the strongest creature, was seriously injured by Luo Xiu. The one who was most shocked by this scene was Kaido's former partner on the Rock's ship, Golden Lion Shiki. This B*************** D was on the Rock's ship and became a cadre at a very fast speed. And one of the most powerful cadres. In many fights, the lions also lose more and win less. However, it is because of knowing the strength of Kaido. That's why Golden Lion will be shocked by Luo Xiu's strength at this time, and take it to a higher level. This is the attack of the Scorching Tiger Luo Xiu that terrorizes Ultimate. Burndy World and Red Earl Redfield admired Luo Xiu with fanaticism in their eyes. As for Kuzan, Saul, and baby Nico Robin in his arms. I was also completely stunned by the scene in front of me. Kuzan watched Kaido of the Beasts, Luo Xiu in the air at will. Amidst the shock, he stood quietly and inadvertently, and then put on his sunglasses. Damn, the strongest creature, was actually. Kaido stared in horror at the penetrating burns on his chest. I have never been so embarrassed even in the battle in the Valley of Gods. In Kaido's mind, figures about the strongest people in the world popped up inexplicably. Undoubtedly, Luo Xiu is the only one among the strongest that Kaido feels powerless to contend with. Do you still want to play? If you still want to play, then let's continue. Luo Xiu gently blew on the fist that was always red and black. Under the action of magma, even the shape has changed. Looking at Kaido with a calm face. Then there was a sentence that made Kaido of the Beasts' heart shrink suddenly. If you don't play, then, I declare you and your Beasts pirates, merged into our Wano-kuni. If you don't want to, then I'll kill you here, and you can choose one at will. 139. Is that enough? Kaido. He was threatened by Luo Xiu's words like this. At this moment, Kaido of the Beasts, together with the cadres under his command, watched nervously. And thinking about how credible Luo Xiu's words are. It has to be said that facing Luo Xiu's strength now, they have no power to resist at all. This is obvious. Once he resisted, Luo Xiu would definitely not hold back. And if Luo Xiu unleashes his full strength, it's hard to say whether their current lineup can withstand it. It might not be impossible for Meteor Volcano to be completely solved by Luo Xiu's excuse. All in all it is. There is not much time left for them now. If you choose Luo Xiu, it may be a bit embarrassing. But at least this little life can be saved. Thinking of this, Kaido of the Beast suddenly showed a strange expression on his face. 047. In fact, at this time, other people in the Beast's pirates were also deeply thinking about it. Time passed minute by minute. Just when Kaido and the cadres were deliberating whether to agree to Luo Xiu's conditions. Kaido's face froze suddenly with a fiery to the ultimate violent breath. The time Luo Xiu gave them has come. No matter what the outcome is now, a choice must be made. How about, do you want to understand? If you want to understand, I can give you a chance to choose again. Luo Xiu said lightly. No matter how you say it, Kaido is also a powerful combat force, and he cannot give up easily. After all, how strong is the hidden power of the world government? Luo Xiu was quite aware of this point. Whether it's the Five Elders, the Knights of God, or I am, and in Im's hands, that ancient weapon that can destroy an island in an instant, Uranus. All these things, if you make up your mind, you will definitely need to expand your manpower before you can fight the final battle with the world government. It is basically impossible to kill world government with the current Wano Kuni lineup. Far from enough. So if possible, Luo Xiu will not take the initiative to erase all these high-strength and high-value characters. Unless the other party really said it clearly and won't surrender to himself, then let's talk about it. Advertisement. Kaido lowered his head and listened in his human form. He stood in front of Luo Xiu very honestly, like a student who made a mistake when he was reprimanded by the teacher. At this time, Kaido is already thinking about how to join Luo Xiu decently. As the strongest creature, his pride has been completely torn to shreds. Is there no other choice? Kaido of the Beasts glanced weakly at the indifferent Luo Xiu. At least it's a smart choice that can save your life. And, it's the only choice that can save your life, isn't it? Luo Xiu gave Kaido a slightly surprised look. I originally thought that with Kaido's character as a reckless guy, refusing himself and then doing a big job as his character. At least, in the future, face Luffy, the king in Nika form, while guarding Wano Kuni. Kaido of the Beasts did not flinch, but used moves like the Fire Dragon Torch to face it head on. Perhaps Kaido at that time really felt that he had the strength to fight Nika Luffy, so he chose to resist. Well, this time, the reason why Kaido decisively chose to surrender is because Kaido saw the huge gap between him and himself, so he had to make a concession. But whatever the reason for this is, all in all, if you can save trouble, you will naturally not refuse if you want to cultivate. Okay, then come on. Luo Xiu deliberately took a look at Kaido of the Beasts who was covered in scars all over his body. The wound on the chest is still bleeding. The scorched outer edge showed no signs of being relieved. Although Kaido joined, there was nothing Luo Xiu could do about this huge penetrating scar. He is not a doctor. It is impossible to restore the body damage by the force of lava to its original state. Maybe in the future Kaido will look at his chest in shock and ask who left behind when facing the enemy. At that time Kaido's answer might become, Scorching Tiger Luo Xiu, the battle with that man left permanent scars on my body. Open through the Wano Kuni underground passage. To know a closed country. It is impossible for even a fishing boat to go to sea for 3 miles. However, now it is Luo Xiu's turn to sit in charge. Although the country is still closed, at least the authority to open and close the channel has fallen into the hands of Luo Xiu. Beasts, pirates, cadres, and pirate soldiers all came in along the passage. And when you see the dejected look on Kaido of the Beasts' face, and the terrible scars on his chest. Advertisement. Red Earl Redfield and Burndy World couldn't help spitting and swallowing wildly. Luo Xiu left an indelible mark on Kaido of the Beasts with just one attack unleashed. The defensive power of the green dragon fruit and the strength of the dragon scales seemed to be non-existent in front of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu, why don't I call Linlin and Newgate at this time? Let the two of them join your men. Kaido still thinks about how he was beaten just now. Heart said Rock's pirate, myself and Golden Lion are here. Big Mom and Whitebeard are 2 old things, you can't let them go, right? Forget about Newgate. This old guy has a good relationship with me. Even if he wants to do world government, he will come to help. There is no need for such superfluous things. Luo Xiu just waved his hand. Hearing that, Kaido's heart skipped a beat. How dare you still say such things? Countless people on the sea are closely watching every move of such a strong man. It is also a monster that is so powerful that it has no limits. More, though, people still haven't forgotten the horror of Kaido of the Beasts. He got the title of the strongest creature very early. Kaido is speechless after listening to 3.2. Luo Xiu is still quite envious of Bigmom's strength. Then it's fine for you to talk about Bigmom. As far as strength is concerned, there will definitely not be any problems. actually escaped. Although later captured by Marine, he was locked up in Vegapunk's laboratory to extract the bloodline factor of the green dragon fruit. Steel balloon, the ability of soul fruit. Damn, cheap Whitebeard the B asterisk 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 D. So naturally it still attracted countless people's pursuit. Before Kaido threw himself into the net, because of the reputation on Rock's pirate, coupled with the reputation of Qinglong fruit. Today, news about Kaido is once again appearing in the grapevine. With the addition of Kaido of the Beasts, the morale of the pirate group that Luo Xiu belongs to is even more sufficient. Wano-kuni.140. The world is shocked. Kaido's chest was pierced. World Press. The big news Morgans, who has already secured the second-in-command position. At this time, through his own insider, he got first-hand information about the major news events that broke out recently. Looking at the photos sent back from the inside line. The strongest creature, one of the most powerful cadres on the original Rock's pirate ship. Kaido of the Beasts. After disappearing for many years, it finally appeared in the world. However, once they appeared, they chose to join Wano-kuni directly, just like Red Earl Redfield, Burndy World and Golden Lion Shiki. Became Luo Xiu's subordinate. This kind of news is already overwhelming and no longer new. The place that can really arouse people's interest lies in such an arrogant character like Kaido of the Beasts. Why did he join Luo Xiu? Could it be that Luo Xiu's charm is so great, even the Kaido of the Beasts who lives in seclusion have heard of it? And, where did Kaido go all these years? Did he get caught again because he singled out some strong man, locked him up and escaped now? All kinds of voices have almost never stopped on the sea. Morgan's thought about 18 in his heart, should he simply compile a compilation of newspaper news based on these guesses? However, with this photo given by Insider. In the picture, Kaido of the Beasts is almost kneeling on the ground. And the chest was scorched black, as if even the internal organs were clearly visible. A huge penetrating burn mark is unprecedented. Kaido's mouth was bleeding profusely as he knelt on the ground. It was as if a war had just been experienced. Moreover, he is still a character whose strength far exceeds that of Kaido of the Beasts. It's horrible. Kaido of the Beasts, who did this penetrating burn mark on his chest? Vice Admiral Sakazuki. I tried my best to search for someone who could do this in my mind. Of course, if it was Luo Xiu, he would definitely be able to do it. But considering that Kaido joined Luo Xiu, it shouldn't be Luo Xiu who did it, right? No. Sakazuki's strength is strong, but the Mera fruit doesn't seem to be enough to cause such a large-scale chest damage. When the name of Sakazuki appeared in my mind, soon this man was rejected again. Advertisement strong to strong. But in comparison, Kaido of the Beasts is stronger. With Sakazuki's current level, it is far from being able to do this step. Who could it be? Could it be that Luo Xiu really did it? Could it be that, suddenly, an unbelievable idea came to Morgan's mind? With the character of Kaido of the Beasts, it is also common to be arrogant and frequently challenge people. Because of this reason, in the past, it is often seen in newspapers that Kaido of the Beasts single-handedly challenged some pirates and then lost the battle. However, in those photos, Kaido of the Beasts was beaten pretty badly though. However, there has never been any conspicuous scars on the chest from beginning to end. In other words, although Kaido was defeated, he did not receive any fatal injuries. But this time, the chest was almost scorched through. It is obviously a sign of being completely burned by abilities such as flames. Besides Sakazuki, that's Luo Xiu. Could it be that Kaido of the Beasts was not convinced that Luo Xiu had taken over Wano-kuni, so he challenged it single-handedly? Then this happened. Taking a deep breath, Morgans felt that such a guess might be the most likely. It is precisely because of this that after being almost killed, Kaido decisively chose to join Luo Xiu's pirate group in order to save his life. Become one of the cadres. Certainly, if that's the case, they won't say how outrageous they think it is. Just imagine, Luo Xiu can easily defeat Red Earl Redfield. So what's the big deal about a Kaido of the Beasts? What really shocked Morgans was that Luo Xiu, his lava fruit ability can actually leave a permanent piercing scar on Kaido, the strongest creature. Kaido, who claims to be unkillable, is dying. It's unbelievable. But the photos at the moment can't deny this. Thinking of this, Morgans used this photo as an accompanying picture. An analysis of Kaido of the Beasts joining the Luo Xiu pirates went out with the papers. Naval Headquarters. Advertisement. Marshal's office at Marlene Bando. Almost all Marine executives have seen Morgan's newspaper and illustrations. The bone-deep penetrating scar on the chest is mixed with the marks of the surrounding lava burns. Let these high-ranking officials in the headquarters silence one after another. Especially Vice Admiral Sakazuki, who experienced the failure of Ohara. Looking at the burn marks on Kaido's chest that even he couldn't do it, he couldn't sit still. It seemed that they had underestimated Luo Xiu's strength after all. Unexpectedly, Kaido of the Beasts is the strongest creature known as unkillable. I only went to Wano-kuni once and was almost beaten to death by Luo Xiu. Marshal Kong, what should we do next? Sengoku Admiral is missing another partner. Zephyr was asked by the world government to serve as a guard at New Impel prison. It is undoubtedly quite stupid for Kong to make a move at this time. Those below the Vice Admiral level will be obliterated to dust in an instant. Ordinary people have no effect other than being cannon fodder. What else can I do now? However, Saul and Kuzan chose to defect to Marine and join Luo Xiu. One move to Meteor Volcano, if Luo Xiu really uses his killing intent, there will be no survivors left behind. As the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Kong undoubtedly has the power to dispatch the Naval Headquarters army on his own initiative. Group attack is Luo Xiu's real strength. The power of Naval Headquarters is at its most scarce. It won't be long before this matter will definitely be passed on to the five elders. It can be described as sending ice in the snow and adding fuel to the fire. 977 Magellan, Shiryu of the Rain is still in the ICU. Luo Xiu's strength is too strong, and he is also a lava fruit capable person. Now if Naval Headquarters finds a chance to go to Wano Kuni, what is the difference between dying? Hearing Sengoku's words, Kong is also at a loss. But at this time, he didn't dare to gamble. Let's stand still for the time being, and wait to see what the five elders say before we make any moves. Luo Xiu's strength gradually grows, he looks like a monster. 141. Roger appears on Cake Island. Came for the main text of history. Big news about the Morgan's release was swirling across the ocean. However, at this moment, Cake Island, IWC, Queen Bigmom's territory. At this time, a special guest came suddenly, sitting in the wide queen chair. Bigmom looked at the pirates who suddenly appeared on the island with the look of old friends reunited. At the same time, I was quite apprehensive. These few are not something to mess with. If Luo Xiu is the person most feared by Bigmom in the world, then this group of people in front of them. It is the character that Bigmom fears the second. Ha 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 ha, long time no see, Linlin. The man with the big beard hanging from his mouth laughed. Next to him was a man with black vertical beards on his chin, also looking at Bigmom with a smile. And Wang Guo, the sons and daughters of Bigmom, and homies who was endowed with the power of soul. His eyes trembled and he exclaimed. Gal D. Roger. The famous Roger pirates. Why did the man hunted down by the hero Garp appear on our Cake Island? Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, Snug and other not weak cadres looked over with surprise. Very curious, what does the arrival of the Roger pattern mean at this time? Ha 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 ha, don't say that, just come to see old acquaintances. Speaking of which, after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, everyone hasn't seen each other for many years. Although in that war, the two of them were enemies to each other. But after so many years, the grievances are almost the same. Roger, I will never forget that in that war, Captain Rocks fell in your hands. Under the kindness of Bigmom, he quickly changed his attitude. Remind Roger not to go too far. After so many years, she has become a figure at the level of the Emperor of the Sea. Not fake Roger. Won't forget. Well, Linlin, you should have seen the latest newspaper. Opening square bracket exclamation mark quote. Gal D. Roger waved his hands continuously. He signaled to Bigmom not to say more about what happened back then. We haven't seen each other for so many years, chatting with each other is better than anything else. Advertisement. You mean that guy Kaido, about joining the Luo Xiu pirates? When Bigmom heard Roger talking about this, he became interested immediately. I'm also curious, I haven't seen that guy for such a long time. As a result, she got news about Kaido's joining Luo Xiu from the newspaper, which also surprised her. Everyone is Rock's pirate. It is impossible for Bigmom not to know what kind of character Kaido is. That guy is so arrogant. Even Captain Rocks can't say he's completely overwhelmed Kaido. At most, it would just make him suffer a little bit. The back is still very rebellious. However, the past few years. Such a long time has passed since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Kaido didn't know where he went, and as soon as he appeared, the news of surrender broke out, and it was impossible for Bigmom not to feel suspicious about it. No, Linlin, the real concern should not be Kaido's submission to Luo Xiu. Rather, Kaido's ability can be described as unkillable. But look again, Kaido's tragic state in the photo. Roger smiled and shook his head, pointing to Kaido's struggling complexion in the center of the newspaper, and the scorched black wound on his chest that can be described as terrifying. Bigmom couldn't help shouting in surprise. Who did this? Who else? Roger smiled and didn't say much. Bigmom immediately understood when they focused on the news headlines. It was done by Luo Xiu. He was able to easily seriously injure Kaido. The strength of this man is too terrifying. Bigmom's eyes revealed a look of extreme horror. In the battle against the Valley of the Gods back then, he didn't face off against Luo Xiu, on the contrary, he fought hard. Naturally, they only learned about Luo Xiu's strength from other people's mouths. However, this is the case. That's why Bigmom couldn't figure out Luo Xiu's specific strength at all. I always hear how strong Luo Xiu is from other people's mouths. But how strong is it? There is never a standard number. Now, through the news in the newspaper, Bigmom also really learned how terrible Luo Xiu is through Kaido's tragic situation. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain were defeated, and there are no pictures. Red Earl Redfield, Burndy World and Golden Lion Shiki joined Luo Xiu's crew of pirates. Advertisement. Also just news in the newspapers, nothing enough to produce convincing pictures. However, this time, Bigmom is really seeing the terror of Luo Xiu. Even the Kaido of the beasts had to surrender under the mighty strength. If you don't surrender, you may be crushed by the terrifying strength again. This time, Bigmom was too shocked to say a word. Quote. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Linlin, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and I won't return today if I'm not drunk. Gall D. Roger winked. Copper Jabba, one of the pirates, sneaks towards the treasure room unknowingly. Killed quite a few homies. Then, when he was about to steal the historical text, he was detected by the alarm. There is no way, temporarily changed to rubbing. When the alarm sounded, the smile on Bigmom's face froze instantly. Suspicious eyes fell directly on Roger. He laughed a few times. After all, Linlin back then was innocent before meeting the nun Carmelite. There seems to be some problems with Jabba's mission now. After waiting for a long time, Bigmom did not wait for Roger, and felt that something was wrong. How can she stand this? As soon as I got to the treasure room, I saw that the intruder was Copper Jabba from the Roger pirates through the ability of the soul fruit. It must be covered to get it, Zhao Zhao. Suspicion appeared on Bigmom's face for a while and then disappeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Roger and his party hurriedly walked towards the treasure room. Linlin, why don't we go over there and see who did it? Gall D. Roger. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Well, go and come back. Seeing Jabba's hand gesture, everyone immediately ran along. After all, on the surface, they came to reminisce with Bigmom, but in fact they came to steal the historical text. Originally, Bigmom really naively thought that Roger came here to catch up with her. I'm so angry. Mouth cursing. In the end, she didn't expect that all members of the Roger Pirates came to her historical text. I feel a little guilty. 142. Luo Xiu's action. To Dressrosa. The entire sea was almost filled with shocking news during this period of time. Whether it is Kaido of the beasts, it can be called the body of the strongest creature, an existence that cannot be killed. He was almost seriously injured by Luo Xiu with lava fruit, and finally led the entire beast's pirates to declare surrender and joined Luo Xiu's pirate group. Or, the intelligence that appeared on the Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom. Gall D. Rogers' pirate group is under the guise of contacting the Bigmom pirate group for the sake of reminiscing about the old days. He took away a piece of rubbings of the historical text of the road sign, and was hunted down by the furious Bigmom. All kinds of these are able to attract everyone's attention in the whole world. Wano Kuni, sitting on the large general's chair in the general's mansion. Luo Xiu's indifferent gaze just glanced at it casually, and then threw the newspaper out casually. Kaido of the beasts, whose chest was wrapped in white gauze, could even ooze blood, picked up the newspaper. I was also surprised to see the news in the newspaper. What, Roger, that guy actually came to Linlin's territory, and then stole the rubbings of the historical text from her hands. As a subordinate of Captain Rox in the Valley of the Gods. Of course, Kaido is very aware of Charlotte Linlin's strength. In terms of hard power alone, it will not be much worse than Roger. At least not false. However, Roger's way of stabbing a knife in the back is indeed in line with Roger's usual style. The B************ D. On weekdays, his carefree style was fully displayed in the Valley of the Gods. As the mogul who teamed up with Garp to defeat Captain Rox. In the end, in order not to cause a conflict with Linlin, they actually had to use this little trick, which made everyone feel extremely helpless. Is this the means of claiming to be the freest man at sea? However, Luo Xiu couldn't help complaining about Kaido, and he was too lazy to say anything. Guessing maybe Roger intends to collect the text of history and go to Raftel, the final island. After a while, he will be honored as One Piece by the world. However, the name of One Piece and the style of stealing rubbings of historical texts really conflict. These news are just pictures of Ichiraku. Our goal is not simply to be a pirate, but to aim at the world government. Luo Xiu waved his hands casually, drawing the eyes of Kaido of the beasts, Golden Lion Shiki, Redfield and others bib over. My heart is extremely awe-inspiring. Advertisement. Since Luo Xiu said that, has he decided on the next action plan? What are you going to do? In the face of everyone's curiosity, Luo Xiu didn't hold back. Dressrosa, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, seems to have occupied the country for some time by illicit means. Anyway, he is also the emperor of the underground world. He controls a batch of devil fruit channels. Such a person, he can't do without being recruited. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Luo Xiu, are you planning to attack Doflamingo? However, with Luo Xiu's formidable strength, he can be regarded as this joker in terms of face. It's time to surrender. Anyway, let's go to Dressrosa to see how the underground emperor is doing. If he has enough eyesight, he should know what to do. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Now Luo Xiu's plan has basically taken shape. Recruit a band of pirates to turn the world upside down. Overthrow the rule of the world government. One Piece is not Luo Xiu's favorite. What Luo Xiu wants to be is the king of the world, similar to Rox. Thus, the passage of Wano Kuni is opened. Ride the wind and waves in the direction of Dressrosa in the warship. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Kong sat in his seat, watching the recent news almost in a terrible mood. It's not just once that the idea of wanting to retire to the virtuous has sprouted. Like Naval Headquarters, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr. These three are all elite-level fighters in the headquarters. Zephyr Sengoku and the two will not say much. Admiral of this department. In terms of strength, it is undoubtedly the highest combat power. And Garp simply shined in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. After the war, he was given the title of Marine Hero. All three are strong candidates for Marshal Marine. Advertisement. However, at this moment, the ringing of a phone bug directly interrupted Marshal Kong's thoughts. Report. Report Marshal Kong. The spies, nervous voices came from the other end of the phone. Hey, what happened? Naturally, with a strange look, he asked towards the phone bug. The result is straight to the point. From Wano Kuni where Luo Xiu is. A gigantic warship sailed in the direction of Dressrosa. Immediately, Marshal Kong felt that things were not that simple. There is no doubt that since it is marching from Luo Xiu's Wano Kuni, it should be Luo Xiu's troops. Dressrosa was soon occupied by Doflamingo again. With Luo Xiu's strength and status, he has never heard of any connection with the Don Quixote family. Once it falls into Luo Xiu's hands, I'm afraid it will be quite troublesome. Think of Luo Xiu's frequent shots recently, bringing Kaido, Golden Lion, Red Earl, Redfield, and even Kuzan and Sol over there. After hanging up the phone, Kong couldn't calm down for a long time. But not long after, a guess that made Kong very nervous was revealed. B*************D. Luo Xiu's strength, now our naval headquarters is not suitable to fight against it. And they are not unaware of the particularity of Doflamingo. FK. I should have submitted my resignation to the five elders. Kong thought for a long time but couldn't think of a suitable solution. In the case of insufficient manpower, in addition to death, it is very likely that something like Ohara will happen again. While embarrassing naval headquarters, it also caused the reputation of Wano Kuni and Luo Xiu forces to soar at an unimaginable speed. As the original celestial dragons, know many secrets about the world government. Instead of sending troops to confront them head-on, it's better to keep a close watch on the side. Seems to have forgotten something. Now it's time to do it again for the Don Quixote family. Kong slapped his head. Forget it, let's talk about this matter after the Dressrosa matter is over. They also have no other options to do these things. Having already lost Kuzan and Sol, two powerful potential stocks fell into the hands of Luo Xiu, which made them unbearable. Therefore, in addition to choosing to report this matter to the powers, and then let the five elders determine the solution of the whole matter. 143. Long story short, Dressrosa was merged into Wano Kuni. It is very comfortable to lie on the bed in the room. Through the paging of the projection, the figure of an island in the distance slowly emerged. According to the record pointer, 9 times out of 10 it will be Dressrosa. It's so fast. Luo Xiu yawned lazily, then stood up from the bed. It seems that they have just experienced the brutal incident of King Liku, causing the residents to still have lingering fears about that incident. But they wrongly blamed King Liku. The whole thing was clearly done by Doflamingo manipulating King Liku's body, and it had nothing to do with King Liku himself. Luo Xiu reckons that with Doflamingo's character, 9 out of 10 those family members will not submit to him. Maybe even Virgo didn't become a spy on Marine side at this time. All members of the Don Quixote family gathered. But so what? It's all about courtesy first and soldiers later. If his own face is not worth it, he can only take Doflamingo away directly by force. It depends on whether this guy is on the road. The identities of the original celestial dragons seem to be bluffing, but in fact, for Luo Xiu, there is no deterrent at all. The battleship docked in the port of Dressrosa. Seeing an extremely unfamiliar warship docked, the peripheral members of the nearby Don Quixote family frantically called towards the palace. The royal palace of Dressrosa. Hear the breathless voice of the phone bug. Wearing a pink coat and sitting at the top of the table, Doflamingo's brows were furrowed. The veins are all exposed. Well, whoever is here is looking for trouble. Don't you know that Dressrosa has become its own territory now? It's really arrogant. Young master, I don't know which B************D who is high and powerful came to trouble our Don Quixote family. Could it be that he came here by boat to beg? Torrebel simply had a smile on his face. He had a premonition that it would be another cruel scene after a while, so he couldn't help but blindfolded. But I always look forward to that scene in my heart. Let's go out and have a look first. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Doflamingo walked out with arrogant steps. I really want to see who has the courage to come to trouble him. Advertisement. However, soon, the spies near the port did not use the phone bug, but trotted all the way to the front of Doflamingo. The expression on his face was also extremely serious and apprehensive. Your Majesty, there seem to be 3 people standing on that battleship. 3 people. Doflamingo frowned. It seems that they didn't understand the strength of their Don Quixote family at all, right? Only 2 people dare to come here and ask for trouble. Fur. Who are the 3 blind bastards who came to my side to play wild? He said, cursing in his mouth. Thin white threads had begun to squirm on both hands. Going to do it. However, after hearing what the spies said clearly, the arrogant expression on Doflamingo's face also froze. It's Luo Xiu, Kaido, and Kuzan Vice Admiral. It turned out to be these 3 people. The smile on Doflamingo's face disappeared in an instant. I also like to read newspapers. It is impossible not to know the news that happened in the world recently, most of them are written by Luo Xiu. What riots in Imper prison? After Ohara's buster call Kuzan, Sol announces rebellion Marine joins Luo Xiu. Then the most recent, the strongest creature, Kaido of the beasts, was almost killed by Luo Xiu. All these all show Luo Xiu's terrifying strength. Far more than their Don Quixote family can take. The arrogance on his face immediately became much milder. Came to the port with cautious steps. With a group of Don Quixote family cadres greeted with smiles. Fufurfur. It turned out to be the famous Luo Xiu, as well as Kaido and the former Vice Admiral Kuzan. What kind of wind brought you here? Doflamingo suppressed a smile. The strength of these three is quite terrifying. Especially, Luo Xiu. He looks so young, but his strength is extremely strong. It is a level that must not be provoked. Advertisement. I'll make a long story short. Your Dressrosa site is very good, will you merge into our Wanokuni in the future? And you, the Don Quixote family, will join us too. Luo Xiu nodded. He didn't do anything when he came up, but first spoke in a tone that was similar to an order. Ask for flowers. The pupils of Kaido and Kuzan shrank slightly when they saw it. Is this what you mean by courtesy first? Doflamingo's brow furrowed tightly. I didn't expect that the other party didn't give me any face. To come up directly is to explain the purpose of coming. It's good, but it doesn't take him too seriously, does it? He is the current king of Dressrosa. At the same time, he is also the king of the member countries of the world government. Furfurfur, you are as overbearing as ever, Luo Xiu. However, considering Luo Xiu's terrifying strength. When Doflamingo frowned tightly, he also suppressed his anger. It's not worth being angry. If you lose your life because of it, it's over. What is there to look at in the world government? Is the lackey of the world government so easy to be? Kaido of the beasts couldn't help the tantrum in his heart. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, as Doflamingo's staff, he was also Torrible who gave Doflamingo the string fruit ability. Let's see if we can persuade him to leave first. Endure it, endure it. However, Dressrosa is a member country of the world government. And I am the king of Dressrosa. Isn't it a little bad for you to do this? Just waiting fiercely for Doflamingo to speak in an almost threatening tone. Luo Xiu, our young master respects your strength. However, you may not know it. Our young master, he actually has the identity of celestial dragons. Once you attack celestial dragons, the world government will not spare you. At this time, he also said with anger on his face. Seeing that Luo Xiu couldn't be persuaded to leave, Torrible could only use the excuse of celestial dragons to force Luo Xiu and his party to leave in desperation at this time. I don't care how awesome the background identity of the world government is. These few people don't care about the iron fist of the world government. I didn't take world government seriously at all. 0. Doflamingo frowned, suppressing the anger in his heart and talking to Luo Xiu. Joker, you should figure out who you are talking to now. With Luo Xiu's strength, it is not impossible to kill you like this. Don't mention your identity. 144. The blood of the celestial dragons, only to this extent. However, the result is that Luo Xiu is simply dismissive of Doflamingo's celestial dragon's bloodline that Torrible said. I'm afraid you have forgotten why I was offered such a high reward, right? Celestial dragons. I killed quite a few. Luo Xiu's faint words fell into Torrible's ears, and he couldn't help being stunned. Only then did I remember that Luo Xiu was given a high reward for killing the celestial dragons many years ago. Now there are strength factors in this reward, but part of it still belongs to the celestial dragons shot back then. He was completely choked by Luo Xiu's words. The identity of celestial dragons has a deterrent effect on other pirates. However, for Luo Xiu, it seems to have no effect at all. Plus, can they beat Luo Xiu in a head-to-head match? After much deliberation, the answer seems to be just no. 180. Because Luo Xiu's strength is too strong, it is impossible for their Don Quixote family to fight against Luo Xiu alone, let alone this time Luo Xiu seems to have brought 2 helpers, then there is no more drama. But, just make him surrender to someone who has conqueror's haki. How is this possible? Kuzan, Kaido, don't go too far. In the midst of anger and desperation, invisible and transparent silk threads began to stretch out. If it wasn't for fear of Luo Xiu's strength, he might have done it long ago. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, why don't you run away first, and then live in seclusion for a few years and then come back to seek revenge on Luo Xiu? Anyway, with my heavenly Yaksha's strength and string fruit's ability to escape by myself, it shouldn't be a problem. Although Luo Xiu is powerful, it is impossible for him to have the ability to fly, right? As for my own Don Quixote family. Damn it, is this seeing the weakness of family members? It seems that the king of Dressrosa doesn't think much of it. How about, Kaido, teach him a lesson? Luo Xiu frowned. I don't have enough time for myself. If it really came to the worst step, I had no choice but to force myself to join. Oh cluck cluck, of course no problem. Kaido flexed his bones. Getting beaten up by Luo Xiu a few days ago is too honest now. Advertisement. I was holding back a fire and couldn't find a place to vent it. Now the famous Joker is in front of him. And it's tough. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to teach him a lesson and vent your inner feelings, it will be suffocating. As a result, Kaido's 8 fasts began to be entwined with red and black lightning. Thunder 8 trigrams. Luo Xiu glanced at Kaido. Good guy, Thunder 8 trigrams is also a trick like a small trick, right? Against the level of Doflamingo, you should not need to open it at all, and you should faint if you hit it with a stick. But what's going on in this situation? Just come up and let it go small, right? Kaido, don't beat him to death. Luo Xiu stepped forward to give a special instruction. With Kaido's strength, Doflamingo might be beaten to the ground, and Doflamingo is still in a daze. Just be careful not to overdo it. Armament Haki intertwined with Conqueror's Haki's lightning. Holding the stick handle with both hands, Doflamingo's entire body was instantly knocked out with the change of pace. Then the whole thing flew towards the sky like a kite with a broken string. Finally, in the direction of the Dressrosa arena, it passed through an unknown number of buildings, and then sprayed and smashed to the ground. And after reaching the ground, it glides for hundreds of meters before falling head down in the soil. The Don Quixote family, including Torrebel and the young Trafalgar Law, all looked on in bewilderment. Even Doflamingo's younger brother Clazen, also stunned. Kaido of the Beasts is so strong, and appeared in Dressrosa with Luo Xiu. This must be reported to Marine Admiral Sengoku. However, this is only the strength of Kaido of the Beasts. The strongest man, Luo Xiu. He hasn't even made a shot yet. Just standing here makes people feel a little out of breath. Advertisement. In addition to Clothan, there are other cadres of the Don Quixote family. Torrebel, Little Sugar, Baby, Zipper-G and the others all looked at them with incredible horror in their eyes. Torrebel, is this the bloodline of the celestial dragons you speak of? It's really embarrassing, why is it only at this level? Luo Xiu's words were like a taunt, and the cadres of the Don Quixote family like Torrebel couldn't hold back immediately. It's just disgusting, what do you think of their Don Quixote family? Do you despise them like that? And at the Dressrosa arena. The Doflamingo that fell from the sky naturally attracted the attention of almost everyone. Everyone watched in shock as their new king descended from the sky, flustered like a cannonball, and then fell to the ground with a long trail like a bowling ball for a distance of 100 meters before stopping. The spectator steps above the originally bustling arena were pierced through a huge hole, and a person could walk through it. This is too exaggerated. The residents of Dressrosa were shocked and speculated as to who made all this. The citizens were shocked when Luo Xiu and the cadres under his command appeared. After getting up, I can't care about the dust on my body anymore. That's Kaido of the Beasts. Also, the former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Kuzan. Marine Vice Admiral, who claims to be the most promising substitute for Admiral under Admiral. To do something to the current king of Dressrosa. Such a big person was lost in front of all the citizens. Directly activate the string fruit ability. As for Doflamingo's expression, Luo Xiu just smiled indifferently. How could he swallow this breath? Doflamingo struggled to get up from the sand. The expression on his face was extremely angry. I just want to say one thing. Just now, it was only the younger brothers who made the move. If you haven't figured out the situation, then let me make the move. He stared at Luo Xiu intently as if he wanted to eat someone. Even they have come to Dresslo 3.2 saw. The clouds clutching the sky rushed towards Luo Xiu like clouds wandering. Immediately fear came out of my throat. And, Wanokuni, the real leader, Luo Xiu. The most powerful man in the world, a reward of tens of billions, unprecedented. However, just turning his head, he saw Luo Xiu and his party who were confronting the Don Quixote family. 145. Doflamingo who chooses to live. Luo Xiu simply ignored the cannibalistic look on Doflamingo's face. And Don Quixote. Doflamingo's anger at this time is about to lose his reason. When did the pampered self ever receive this kind of treatment? Since this is the case, it must be returned as soon as possible. Torapol. In anger, Doflamingo directly asked the cadres of the Don Quixote family to start fighting with himself. The anger in his heart has already made him plan to put all his eggs in one basket. One is sure to overturn. Since they are bound to lose, there is no doubt that they must join forces, the chances of winning will be greater. Sticky Meteor. Torrebel activated the ability of Devil Fruit, and the thick and moist mucus secreted grabbed the stone and smashed towards Luo Xiu's body. It's not that they don't know how terrifying Luo Xiu's strength is. But that's all for now. If Luo Xiu is allowed to turn Dressrosa into his own territory like this, will they still have face? Even if you know you can't beat it, it's okay to pretend. And then there are Diamante, Lao Ji, and Garati 18 Sugar and other opening departments. While using their own moves one after another, Granu took advantage of her small figure to gradually get behind everyone. When the childlike fruit ability is activated, it intends to secretly deal a fatal blow to Luo Xiu. Anyway, facing a powerhouse of Luo Xiu's level on the bright side, they don't even have the strength to resist. Instead of this, it is better to use some dark means, maybe it can produce some miraculous effects. And the main one is Doflamingo is the head of the Don Quixote family. Although the abilities of these other people are all kinds of strange, they are just appetizers. The real soul of the Don Quixote family has to be Doflamingo. Under the control of string fruit ability, it has vaguely reached the level of awakening. It was also Luo Xiu who stood there and watched indifferently, with a hint of sigh in his eyes. It's amazing. Devil Fruit has awakened. Did you do this at such a young age? I have to say that Luo Xiu was really surprised. After all, Roger had not even arrived at Raftel at this time. It also means that Doflamingo is around 20 years old at this time. Advertisement. To be able to reach the level of Devil Fruit awakening at such a young age is definitely a talent. However, it's hard to say whether it's the early awakening caused by the oppression brought by Luo Xiu. With the ability of string fruit reaching the level of awakening, the bricks and tiles on the ground have begun to change into the form of white lines. Immediately afterwards, these white lines on the ground, scratched, and rose directly into the air. Armament Haki is wrapped around the tip of the white thread. Finally, a full 16 spiked spear with jet black armament hockey at the tip. 16 holy bullets God kills. The move of Devil Fruit's awakening appeared on Doflamingo's body so early, which really caused Luo Xiu's shock. But that's all. It's like a muscular person walking on the road and seeing a little ant fight a mouse. This feeling is exactly the same. But can it actually pose a threat to Luo Xiu? That is obviously impossible. In any case, even if Doflamingo's ability is awakened, it is impossible to defeat Luo Xiu, or even get injured. Kuzan. Luo Xiu looked meaningfully at the 16 sacred bullets that appeared in the sky, and there was no sign of firing. Instead, he looked at another subordinate who followed with great interest. He chose to join Luo Xiu because he couldn't understand what the world government did to Ohara. Formerly Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Kuzan. Ice Age. Countless ice shoots from Kuzan's fingertips, as if frozen in an instant. Awakening in the sky, the string spear composed of string fruit was completely frozen by Kuzan's ability. This is followed by a freezing speed that is almost invisible to the naked eye. Before Doflamingo could fully react, the freezing power directly frozen Joker into an ice sculpture from the outside. Little Lord. The Don Quixote family was also shocked watching this scene. However, Kuzan's words made them feel more relaxed. No, my strength is not much stronger than Doflamingo at this time. He will soon be lifted from the frozen state by himself. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Doflamingo's face burst out with blue veins in the ice sculpture, and then his arms suddenly stretched out. A figure suddenly appeared from the ice sculpture. But looking at Kuzan is full of fear. Advertisement. His mind was also calmed down by Kuzan's ability. Thinking about it now, with Luo Xiu's strength, there are 10,000 ways to control himself. If it is really head-to-head, it is obvious that I will suffer a big loss. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain in Impel Prison are the best days. I was beaten up by Luo Xiu alone, and I heard that he has not been lying in the infirmary of Naval Headquarters for treatment until now. As for the original Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, because of this incident, he was relegated to New Impel Prison and became a temporary warden. All of this seems to have an inescapable relationship with Luo Xiu, a man. If you are resisting, you may lose your own life. How about it? Do you still want to play? It was just Kaido and Kuzan playing with your family again. If you feel that you haven't played enough, then replace me next. Luo Xiu said lightly, and Kaido simply looks extremely 380 tense. Luo Xiu, this man is finally planning to do it himself. Luo Xiu is about to get serious. Doflamingo completely panicked in desperation. Which one is more important, dignity or life? Doflamingo still knows in his heart. Another statement, but too lazy to manage. Since you have joined, let's all come up and hand over the kingdom, government, and king's seal here. It is a great honor to be able to join His Excellency Luo Xiu's forces. Dressrosa will be your domain from now on. It is announced that Wano Kuni has another cadre from the former celestial dragons. If you resist, you will only die. Doflamingo also quickly confessed. Doflamingo suppressed the anger in his heart and obediently handed over all these things that could represent his ruling status. Doflamingo said with a forced smile on the corner of his mouth. With his shrewdness, it is impossible not to count what state he is in now. At least if you join, at least you can get your life back. Then, come to Wano Kuni. With a forced smile on his face, he said hee. However, Luo Xiu can guess what kind of thoughts are in his heart, how many times he has scolded Luo Xiu secretly. Fufurfur. No need. Just now, I have seen your strength very clearly. 146. Doflamingo joined Luo Xiu, shaking the world. Come to Wano Kuni. The moment you step into this place, Luo Xiu noticed the strange eyes from Kuzan and Kaido coming over. Both of them have to make a shot to make Doflamingo afraid. Let him lead the entire Don Quixote family in an act of submission. However, Luo Xiu just stood there, threatening lightly. Doflamingo has already surrendered, and decisively announced that he has joined the forces of Wano Kuni and Luo Xiu. Thinking of this, both of them looked at Luo Xiu in shock. It can be said that they witnessed only a handful of Luo Xiu's shots. Only Kaido of the Beasts has personally experienced the despair of being almost beaten to death by Luo Xiu. Know exactly how terrifying Luo Xiu's strength is. And Kuzan though experienced Ohara's incident. And also watched Luo Xiu's shots. But in the final analysis, Luo Xiu's shot was not aimed at him. It's against the entire Buster Call lineup at Naval Headquarters. At that time, Kuzan had already announced his withdrawal from Marine and surrender to Luo Xiu. Therefore, this is also a real feeling of oppression on Luo Xiu. There is no doubt that Luo Xiu's strength is far above all of them. Wano Kuni's statement down as Doflamingo joins Luo Xiu. Almost the whole world is spread. Luo Xiu, after the incident in Oya, once again entered the world's attention. The second half of the sea area of New World. Moby DK, the battleship of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco the Phoenix held Morgan's latest big news newspaper with a panicked and excited expression, and said with a shocked expression on his face. Father, Luo Xiu, that guy made another big move. Gu la, what the hell is going on, Marco? Luo Xiu is really a restless man. During this time, there have been too many news about him. Advertisement. Whitebeard and Newgate, on the contrary, are not surprised. I have heard enough news about Luo Xiu during this time. Instead, it was a little numb. Recruiting subordinates so frequently, does it mean that they are ready to fight world government? Tell me, Marco, Luo Xiu, what happened again? Foil Vista also had a smile on his face. With the two swords across his waist, he looked relaxed and indifferent. However, with the recent news that Marco will be at Dressrosa, and the statement from the Don Quixote family. What's more, with Don Quixote, Doflamingo's original celestial dragon's identity revealed. Whitebeard's face also gradually became surprised. Huh, Doflamingo. The Emperor of the Dark World is actually the identity of the original celestial dragons. Apart from Doflamingo himself, let alone Whitebeard, even Roger wouldn't know about this kind of thing, right? As for Luo Xiu, he went to Dressrosa and did nothing else. Instead, Doflamingo from the original celestial dragons was taken away and forced to join them. Which also means, Luo Xiu, this man probably already knew the identity of Doflamingo a long time ago. How on earth do you know? It's really domineering, Luo Xiu. I can already vaguely see the domineering figure of his back then. What he does now is even worse than what he did back then. However, Doflamingo, this guy seems to be one of the candidates for Shichibukai prepared by the world government, right? He was forcibly taken away by Luo Xiu like this. Coupled with the particularity of Doflamingo's identity, the world government may not let it go off. Luo Xiu's technique of stabbing people is also the same as before. Whitebeard couldn't help but sighed in amazement. The next step is to see the reaction of the world government. I don't know. As one of the candidates for the emerging Shichibukai, Doflamingo was recruited by Luo Xiu, which disrupted the world government's candidate plan. It is certain. About Shichibukai, the candidates need to be reselected. The world government will definitely not be able to swallow this breath. Luo Xiu, this is outputting on the face of the world government. Whitebeard put the newspaper down when he finished reading it. I can't help but think on my face, it won't be long. The world is afraid that it will usher in another round of turmoil. I just don't know if the world government will lead more cadres to surround and destroy Wano-kuni because of Luo Xiu's excessive actions. Advertisement. However, even if they have a good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates and Luo Xiu by then, it is also impossible to say that because of this matter, he hastily participated in the conflict between Luo Xiu and the world government. After all, their Whitebeard pirates are far less powerful than Luo Xiu. Golden Lion, Red Earl Redfield, Burndy World, plus Kaido of the Beasts and Kuzan. These characters together are almost equivalent to a Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention Luo Xiu himself. And Wano-kuni where Luo Xiu is. A position that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, the world government will have to pay several times more troops to take it down. If the world government is really smart enough, it might be a good way to choose to turn a blind eye. After all, Luo Xiu's power is now in full swing. A rash attack is very likely to cause an incalculable blow to the world government itself. At that time, it will give other forces opposing the world government a chance. This is clearly not what the world government wants to see. The news soon reached the world government. First up is naval headquarters. Through the marine outpost around Dressrosa, I learned that the Battle of Dressrosa took place. Immediately after, Wang Laohao set off from Dressrosa with a battleship engraved with the logo of the Luo Xiu pirates in the direction of Wano-kuni. It made the marines of these outposts even more nervous. Immediately report the relevant situation to the world government. Finally, there is the announcement about the inclusion of Don Quixote Doflamingo. It directly annoys naval headquarters, Marshal Kong, who is about to resign. I am afraid that such a big matter will delay my resignation time. The Marine Marshal looked beautiful in the wireless park. But in fact, only when you have been a real one will you know. How much pressure does the position of Marshal Marine need to withstand? While yelling and scolding, Kong read the news and dialed the news of the conversation with 5 elders. Tell the past that Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai candidates who had been selected, has been recruited by Luo Xiu to become a subordinate of the power. 147. Kong's resignation letter. Marine high-level shake-up. Between powers. The 5 elders who got the news naturally couldn't be relieved of naval headquarters' actions. At this point, there is nothing else to do other than calling the Marines trash. There is no doubt that this is the dereliction of duty of the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. The news that Luo Xiu is going to Dressrosa has been received a long time ago. However, nothing happened. As a result, Don Quixote Doflamingo became Luo Xiu's subordinate. Originally identified as the 7 pirates working with Naval Headquarters, World Government. It is simply called Shichibukai. Don Quixote Doflamingo is not weak by virtue of its own special identity and status. In addition, Doflamingo even forcibly hijacked Tianshengzhen before, forcing the 5 elders of the world government to give him a Shichibukai spot. His condition is now met. What I got was that Doflamingo was taken away by Luo Xiu, and he forcibly joined Luo Xiu's news. This is undoubtedly another heavy blow to the tight plan drawn up by the world government. As a result, for the continuation of the Shichibukai system, a highly respected figure had to be selected among some pirates to serve as Shichibukai to replace Doflamingo. 570. This is simply a shame. Kong, tell me how much trouble Naval Headquarters has made during this time under your rule. If you don't want to do it, you can say so. We will agree to your request to resign. The old man with the red birthmark on his face directly expressed his dissatisfaction with the Marshal Kong these days in anger. They even asked Kong to choose a candidate for Marshal Marine himself, and let him resign immediately. And naval headquarters. Although Kong was scolded by the five elders. But when I heard five elders' last words of resignation, I immediately felt relieved. The speeches that have been prepared for a long time will come up immediately. I finally waited for the opportunity to no longer serve as the Marine Marshal. Five elders, this is exactly what I think. Without any rebuttal, it was just borrowing the slope to go down the donkey. What five elders said just now became an excuse to push Kong to resign. During this time, I was also deeply reflecting on my own shortcomings, why so many things happened. In the final analysis, it was because first didn't manage Marine well, and I didn't do preventive work in advance. Advertisement. So I have prepared my resignation letter. Let Sengoku be the next Marshal of the Marine. Kong is very sincere in talking about his thoughts with five elders in the phone bug. As a result, the expression on five elders' face instantly became extremely funny. Just cursing Kong just wanted to cheer him up a little bit, but didn't really intend to make him resign. But it turned out that Kong had already made up his mind to resign. And let the next Yuanshuan speak out. This made five elders not know what to do for a while. No, we didn't mean that, empty. Seeing that things seemed out of control, five elders immediately changed their attitude. The look of cursing just now became a lot easier. Naval headquarters is a short man time right now. As a Marine Marshal who has served for decades, Kong's qualifications are absolutely passable. If he is allowed to resign in this way, the blow to naval headquarters and the world government will not be insignificant. Moreover, once it gets out, the world will think that there is something wrong with their marine. However, the five elders' persuasion did not dispel Kong's idea. I had already thought about resigning. Today's work for five elders is nothing more than smooth sailing. Now that he got this opportunity, it is impossible for Kong to give up. Five elders looked angry and sighed. Since this is the case, it seems that Sengoku has to be mobilized from the original admiral's position. But in this way, the high-end combat power of naval headquarters seems to be not enough again. With Zephyr sent to New Impel prison to serve as warden. If you add Sengoku's appointment as Marine Marshal. Does naval headquarters still have admiral? Thinking of this, five elders immediately said another sentence. It's your resignation, but you have to take care of the aftermath, right? Sengoku has become the marshal, so Marine Admiral will have no one. You gotta get me at least 2 admirals and give this mess to Sengoku. Advertisement. Of course, Kong was prepared for the five elders' statement in advance. Of course, when Kong considered resigning, he had already thought about these funeral matters. Sengoku's appointment will indeed lead to a vacancy in admiral. However, with the rise of naval headquarters emerging forces, Pelusolino and Sakazuki are going from strength to strength. Basically already has the strength comparable to admiral. Moreover, Sakazuki's character seems to be in the same strain as Zephyr. As for Kizaru, lazy is lazy. But with a figure like Sengoku watching, Pelusolino should not be able to get anywhere. With a few casual words, Kong arranged the lineup for the new marine. The five elders soon realized. I'm afraid this is something that Hong has been planning to quit from a long time ago. The arrangement of this matter is really orderly. I really shouldn't have said that in a fit of anger just now. Instead, the B********** D Kong got his chance. As for Zephyr, although Ohara's matter has something to do with him, in the final analysis he is just to blame. There are no prisoners in Imper prison now. Magellan and Shiryu Rain are also gradually recovering. Let Magellan and Shiryu Rain take the position of warden again. Zephyr puts him back where he was. So it's back to the basic 3 admiral lineup on the Marine Admiral side. Five elders scowled. How long had it been since Zephyr was sent to Imper prison by them? Suddenly returned to admiral's position due to the change of Marine's top management. If such a thing is spread, they will be the highest authority of the world government. Do you still have a face? However, it has to be said that Kong's statement of confession is not without reason. Now Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain have almost recovered their strength. The warden will eventually fall into their hands. In this way, it is logical for Zephyr to return to admiral's position. 148. Recruit other Shichibukai first, just in case. Then, that's Shichibukai, in addition to the naval headquarters lineup power issue discussed above. Another problem lies in the choice of the Shichibukai forces. As the forces on the sea gradually become more complicated. In particular, Luo Xiu began to recruit strong people from various places in Dahaisheng with great means. Quite a few pirates were shocked by Luo Xiu's powerful opt-in. Of course, part of it was forced to join because of Luo Xiu's tough methods. Kaido of the Beasts, Red Earl Redfield and Burndy World, Golden Lion all fall into this category. And one of the candidates for Shichibukai that was originally finalized. Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote. Doflamingo was also taken away by Luo Xiu's tough tactics. All these in disguise intensified the world government's determination to form a pirate team to fight against Luo Xiu. This is also one of the reasons that led to the early formation of the Shichibukai system. You must know that compared with the time when the Straw Hat Boy was born, it is now more than 20 years earlier. Now, Shichibukai, Don Quixote. Doflamingo has confirmed that it is impossible to join. I didn't even think about giving him this spot. He took the initiative to rob the heavenly gold of celestial dragons and asked to join. Instead, it's back to the past now. Speaking of this, the anger on the faces of the five elders was even more revealed. Back and forth, disrupted their overall plan. The Shichibukai vacancy caused by Doflamingo will go here first for the time being. Solicit other candidates first. And after the recruitment is completed, we must monitor them in all directions. It is best not to let Luo Xiu do it in advance. In the end, the Shichibukai people we arranged became people from Luo Xiu's side. Quote. The great elder, who was wearing a kimono, had gloomy eyes. He was deeply d off by Luo Xiu's big moves during this period. There is no doubt that now Luo Xiu has become the most dangerous criminal in the world, not one of them. The degree of danger is even higher than that of Fisher Tiger, the Murloc who killed Mariajoy by himself. Go arrange a few vice admirals from naval headquarters and go to Alabasta. I've heard that Crocodile seems to be around there. If you want to recruit Shichibukai, let's start with him. I don't know why that guy went to Alabasta. Advertisement. The old man with the red birthmark on his face was very surprised. Although Alabasta's royal status is a bit special. But it's not enough to say that you already know Crocodile, right? The CP cadres took orders to head in the direction of Alabasta. At this time, Alabasta, rainy night casino. Crocodile was sitting on a large chair, looking like a master. Just got off Whitebeard's boat not too long ago. Challenge Whitebeard's loss is somewhat unfair. However, after hearing that Alabasta may have the historical text of ancient weapon Pluton, it was also defeated by Whitebeard, so it saw the opportunity and came here. A momentary failure is nothing. After getting the ancient weapon Pluton, it's not too late to seek revenge on Whitebeard. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. What Crocodile doesn't know at this point, however, is that ancient weapon Pluton. Now it's in Wanokuni's territory, and what Alabasta records is nothing more than some insignificant little information. In fact, the most critical place is still to decipher the historical text, one must have a Grandmaster ancient text historian. Apparently Crocodile's side did not have such conditions. Even the only orphan of Ohara is now in the hands of Luo Xiu, not in the hands of Crocodile. Today's Crocodile is preparing to take over Alabasta as a great hero. After all, Lao Sha is also a figure who pays attention to tactics, not to say that everything must be shot. Only do it when absolutely necessary. Shichibukai. It really sounds like a good position. Crocodile Masuo moved his chin, considering the pros and cons. If you can get the title of legal pirate, then it will be more convenient to do it yourself. At least there will be no nasty marines coming to make trouble when doing things on weekdays. Advertisement. By the way, I heard that the clown Joker seems to be on Shichibukai's candidate list. How is his situation? Crocodile crossed his legs. After all, as Alabasta is a desert country, it is very difficult to convey the information here on weekdays. Asking for flowers. Therefore, Crocodile has not fully received the news that Doflamingo has been defeated by Luo Xiu and surrendered. Instead, I thought Joker was still on Shichibukai's list at this time. As a result, Crocodile couldn't help being startled by the words of the CPO cadre who came. No, Doflamingo is no longer on Shichibukai's roster. The CPO officials did not tell Crocodile the specific reason. Anyway, it's just a sentence, there is no process. That B*** D must have done something that endangered the world government. Huh, with that guy's temperament, it is indeed possible to do so. I reminded him very early on, don't do things so high profile in the future. Sooner or later, he will die because of his high profile style. 0. Crocodile sneered. When we met each other a long time ago, we didn't like Doflamingo. Now hearing that guy has been expelled from Shichibukai's roster is of course a sneer. However, the CPO took a deep look at Crocodile. What he said surprised Crocodile slightly. No, Doflamingo was removed from Shichibukai's list not for doing something that endangered the world government. Then that's a little weird. If it wasn't for that, then what was the reason why he was dropped from the Shichibukai candidate list? As I remember, that guy seemed to be blackmailed with money from the sky to become a Shichibukai, right? Crocodile Masuo's movement of holding the armrest of the chair also stagnated. In astonishment, I also recalled the rumor that Doflamingo robbed celestial dragons of the heavenly gold just to become a member of Shichibukai. Now that he has done this, it must be his will to become Shichibukai. How could he be disqualified without knowing why? Because something unexpected happened. Luo Xiu, that man appeared in Dressrosa. Take away Joker by forceful means, and let him join the pirate group that is being imprisoned. The CPO gave Crocodile a deep look. Crocodile couldn't help being surprised by what was said. Did not expect such a thing to happen. Factory. 149. Luo Xiu appears. Cut off halfway Crocodile. How could you see Joker's strength from Luo Xiu's perspective? Isn't that somewhat unreasonable? Crocodile frowned immediately after hearing what the CPO said. The first thing that popped up on his face was disbelief. Luo Xiu, the powerful people who became his subordinates during this period are almost famous. No matter in which era, they are the most dazzling group of people. Red Earl, Burndy World, Golden Lion, Kaido of the Beasts. There are some characters who can rival the emperors of the sea like Big Mom and Whitebeard. However, although Joker itself has strength and influence. However, compared with those characters who can rival the Emperor of the Sea, it is still too bad, right? Could it be that Luo Xiu is really a take-all? No one will be spared, as long as it is a force that can become a force against the world government. One shot. Thinking of this, Crocodile was also surprised. If this is the case, then besides Doflamingo, will I also become one of Luo Xiu's targets? It's okay if you don't want to. When Crocodile thinks of this, an extremely nervous expression appears on Crocodile's face. This is exactly what the five elders asked us to convey. Grant you the title of Shichibukai, and then our world government will send corresponding personnel to monitor. Not to monitor you, but to monitor suspicious people who appear around you. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be Luo Xiu's minions here. Crocodile's heart tightened when he heard this. That's a good point. However, it would be too embarrassing for him to be watched like this, a silver medal player in the new world. This is Alabasta's rainy night casino. It really looks like a style. Worthy of the style of Crocodile. I didn't expect that after being defeated by Whitebeard, there would be such a leisurely way to build such a casino in the desert country of Alabasta. Just when Crocodile and the CPO cadres were talking nervously about the Shichibukai quota negotiation, Luo Xiu just happened to appear here. After all, world government speculation is not completely unreasonable. Since even Doflamingo has been spotted by Luo Xiu will not miss any silver medalist who has a reputation in the sea. Of course, the famous sand crocodile is also one of the candidates. Just when Luo Xiu appeared, the rest of the CPO cadres watching in the casino immediately reported the relevant information to the CPO chief who was talking to Crocodile. The originally harmonious atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. Advertisement. Especially the CPO, deeply knows how terrifying Luo Xiu's strength is. At this time, he even yelled out in a panic. It's over. Luo Xiu has already arrived here. It seems that his next target is you, Crocodile. And the movements of the sand crocodile began to tremble slightly at this time. Think of the defeat against Whitebeard not long ago. Obviously Luo Xiu's strength is even more terrifying than that of Whitebeard. I don't know how many times. On the surface, they are all emperors of the sea, but Luo Xiu's emperor of the sea has a higher gold content. At this time, he also began to cringe because of nervousness. Run. It seems that there is no other way but to run away. Crocodile, who has always been a tough guy, even when facing Whitebeard, he still bites the bullet and goes directly. However, facing Luo Xiu, he just heard the name and planned to run away. The gap between the two is already obvious. Run. In time. However, the door of the room where he was located was pushed open with a bang. The title of Sun Tiger Luo Xiu made him feel an inexplicable pressure just standing there. The faces of Crocodile and the CPO cadre suddenly showed uncontrollable horror. They were still discussing how to deal with Luo Xiu just now. But in the next second, Luo Xiu directly appeared in front of them. Who can resist? Luo Xiu, what are you going to do? He was watched closely by Luo Xiu's indifferent eyes. Although anyone can guess what Luo Xiu is planning to do. But there is also a little bit of expectation in my heart. Hope Luo Xiu just passed by and let them go. Your strength is very good, why don't you follow me? As a result, with a calm smile on Luo Xiu's face, just one word made Crocodile feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. There is no doubt that all the luck before has been swept away. At this time, the CPO cadre standing next to Crocodile was also tense all over his body. The next second, shave, as directly displayed. If you don't run away, when will you wait? It was clearly agreed. Before Luo Xiu appeared, the CPO intelligence agents outside the door had to send the news the moment they spotted Luo Xiu. Advertisement. But what is the result? Apparently Luo Xiu killed them all before the Watchers found out. If you don't run away now, I'm afraid there won't be a single person left alive in this negotiation. But just in case, let's call the phone bug first, and report the news of Alabasta to 5 elders. World Government, Mariajoy. Between powers. Blue. The ringtone of the phone bug came out. The 5 elders picked up the phone despite their nervous expressions. 5 elders, this is Alabasta. The tense and anxious voice of the CPO cadre came from the other end of the phone bug, which instantly made 5 elders' whole mood fall into the ice cellar. Luo Xiu appeared when we were negotiating with Crocodile. I escaped while taking advantage of the chaos and reported the news. Before he finished speaking, there was a sizzling sound of lava burning from the other end of the phone bug. This time, no matter how useless 5 elders is, they can guess it. Luo Xiu found the CPO who was on the run. Then he shot and killed it decisively. Just the fruit power reduced his body to ashes. Afterwards, the 5 elders were about to hang up the phone with cloudy eyes. Luo Xiu's indifferent and slightly mocking voice came from the 2.5 end of the phone bug. Your plan seems to have failed again, 5 elders. The tone of sarcasm was not concealed in the slightest. How can these 5 old people who were at the pinnacle of power bear it? Don't be complacent. Sooner or later we will take action to wipe out your power. To 5 elders' threatening words, Luo Xiu only responded indifferently. There was no fear in his tone at all. Then let's talk about it when the time comes. I took the phone and just wanted to say something to the 5 of you. Thank you for the gift, Crocodile, I will recruit you to be my subordinate. Hearing this, 5 elders couldn't help but sink even more. What does Luo Xiu think of them? Is this a demonstration? One by one, the strong men they fancy are cut off by Luo Xiu. If it spreads, their world government may become the laughing stock of the world again. 150. Luo Xiu's next goal is the Fishmen Island. Now in the Shichibukai list formulated by the world government. It has been confirmed that they were taken away by Luo Xiu and became Luo Xiu's subordinates. Crocodile, Doflamingo. Moreover, everyone's strength is comparable to that of a silver medalist in the world of pirates. Take Crocodile for example, although he just experienced the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates. However, the strength itself surprised even Whitebeard. If it weren't for the fact that the crocodile is too rebellious, it is difficult to tame. I'm afraid that Whitebeard will directly accept him as another son, and then the Whitebeard pirates will have another 17 captain. There is no doubt that once Crocodile really does this, the power of the Whitebeard pirates may usher in another wave of skyrocketing. However, when it comes to Luo Xiu, the situation is even more dangerous. Although Luo Xiu seems to be at the same level as Whitebeard in terms of name. But really from the perspective of strength. If you treat Luo Xiu as an ordinary sea emperor, you will definitely suffer a big loss. If any single emperor of the sea wants to face Luo Xiu, he will definitely fail miserably. Even in the face of these big cadres under Luo Xiu. Whether you can win or not is a number of positions. Except for Luo Xiu 18 himself, these cadres are also first-class troublesome. Red Earl Redfield, World Destroyer Burndy World, Kaido of the Beasts, Golden Lion Shiki. Adding these characters together, apart from Luo Xiu, it seems like there are two existences at the royal level. And Crocodile and Doflamingo are certainly not as strong as these guys. However, there is always no problem in ranking as a silver medal cadre. Not to mention Crocodile, but the existence of a tie-in one-on-one with Douglas Bullet, the combatant on the Roger Pirates. The gold content is even more remarkable. Such a character came to Luo Xiu's boat, without a doubt. The bounty on Crocodile is bound to increase dramatically. Even if it doesn't reach the level of Golden Lion and Burndy World, there will definitely be a reward of more than 500 million. After a heated discussion with the five elders. Eventually with Doflamingo included. A total of 2 originally scheduled Shichibukai were given a reward amount of 1 billion Bailey by the world government. Compared with other cadres of Luo Xiu, it is quite different. However, such a high bounty is definitely at the forefront in the history of pirates. Advertisement. And just as rumors about Crocodile spread. Today, Wano Kuni, after subduing Crocodile, Luo Xiu has been thinking about the next action plan. According to intelligence, Gall D. Roger seems to be getting closer and closer to Raftel, the final island. Although there is no Kazuki Oden to guide him, but relying on the ability to listen to the voice of all things, Raftel's historical texts may not be able to stump Roger. Maybe it can be read by itself. This is not difficult. As for Luo Xiu, it is obviously impossible to catch up with Roger now. Luo Xiu didn't put becoming the One Piece on his agenda. Luo Xiu also didn't consider getting the historical text about the Red Road sign. Therefore, the matter of the final island will be ignored for the time being. Instead of considering the candidates for One Piece and competing with Roger, it is better to consider the actual situation. For example, the 2 plans that were finalized before. Wano Kuni, the Fishman Island. One is where the ancient weapon Pluton is located. The other is the upcoming ancient weapon, Poseidon. If you want to fight against the world government, you have the power to fight against the ancient weapon Uranus in Im's hands. These 2 ancient weapons are probably indispensable. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu's eyes suddenly opened while sitting on the spacious seat. Everyone present looked sideways. Luo Xiu is about to issue orders. Fufurfur, do you have any good ideas? Luo Xiu. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was sitting below, had completely corrected his posture. Instead of confronting Luo Xiu meaninglessly, he might as well choose to surrender, at least he will suffer less. Crocodile on the side couldn't help curling his lips when he saw it. Was this the same Doflamingo he knew? Unruly, full of oppression and pride. Why is she acting like a child in front of Luo Xiu? However, this was just what Crocodile thought when he first joined Luo Xiu. Except for Crocodile, almost all the people who were personally recruited by Luo Xiu highly praised Luo Xiu's strength. Surrender from the heart, and dare not have the slightest disobedience. As for Crocodile, it's all because I haven't really seen Luo Xiu's full strength. It will be fine in a while. I plan to go to the Fishman Island. The environment there is good, and it is also one of the member countries of the world government. Advertisement. Luo Xiu smiled. One of the original 2 target locations. Now that Wano Kuni is in hand, it must be the Fishman Island's next turn, right? The Fishman Island. Everyone was surprised after hearing Luo Xiu's words. The Fishman Island is located below the Sabayati archipelago. And it is the only way to the New World. It can be said that as long as the pirates pass by, they will definitely pass the Fishman Island. The Murlocs there are almost hostile towards humans. If you pass by rashly, it is very likely that you will be attacked. However, as soon as this idea was born, he immediately thought of Luo Xiu's own invincible strength. Among other things, Luo Xiu's own name alone is a proper gold-lettered signboard. For Luo Xiu's sake, he didn't dare to provoke anyone. Unless it is 110 want to die. Combining these circumstances, it seems that if Luo Xiu really intends to designate the Fishman Island as his own territory, it is not impossible. In this world, only strength can overwhelm everything. If the strength is enough to support his own reputation, Xiao Xiao, who can even be deterred by just relying on his remaining prestige, dare not act rashly. And now Luo Xiu is such a character. After you thought of this, you all sighed. If it was before this, it is absolutely unimaginable that this situation will appear. However, since Luo Xiu is the one to act, with his reputation, there is absolutely no problem in suppressing the Fishman Island. Now they have begun to think of the future, when the Fishman Island withdraws from the member countries of the world government. Then it fell into the jurisdiction of Luo Xiu's forces. What kind of expression will the world government have? On the side of the Luo Xiu pirates, all the cadres have fiery eyes and are looking forward to it. Let the old man follow this time. Red Earl Redfield volunteered. Now he went to Sleepy Hollow Town and got the Bat Fruit Phantom Beast vampire form. Be confident. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Luo Xiu is casual. All in all, you don't need too many people to go, one is enough. The two of them didn't bring any extra men with them when they boarded the battleship. Go in the direction of the Fishman Island. 151. Pirates who attack the Fishman Island. Casually extinguished. Sabayati Archipelago. As the place where the four seas meet, there are many pirates yearning for the new world here on weekdays. Gather here and always be ready to go in the direction of the Fishman Island. And this time, Skull Pirates. The deputy, Jockus, has the ability to teleport fruit. But he urged his crew to move forward quickly. I said hurry up, Captain Houston has already arrived at the Fishman Island. What are you still dawdling about here? He looked angrily at the clumsy subordinates of the pirates, almost moving inefficiently. Coating the boat didn't take long. Instead, looking at their ink marks here, the captain is almost running to the base camp of the Fishman Island. Who can bear this? Even those with teleportation fruit ability can't afford such consumption. Do you think it doesn't take much energy to transfer so many people at once? It's not that you don't know the character of Captain Houston. If you go late, you won't be able to share the gold and silver treasures of the Fishman Island. He cursed and cursed in his mouth. Jockus' complexion also became more and more gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that these bastards are all prisoners who escaped from Impel prison, the devil would not bother to recruit them. Lazy and greedy, so what if he stayed in Imper prison? If it hadn't been for the scorching tiger Luo Xiu to show up and destroy the Imper prison. Can there be their shadows in this sea now? Hearing the words of Deputy Captain Jockus, the rest of the crew also tensed up. However, it didn't take long. A mighty battleship appeared in the distance, but it caught the attention of the Houston pirates. I said, Deputy Captain Jacobs, at 3 o'clock, a very luxurious warship is heading towards us. The watchman held the binoculars in his hand and shouted nervously. Jacob's heart tightened, and he took a look at the telescope in the watchman's hand nervously. Really, that battleship is far from being comparable to their pirate ships in terms of luxury, and it is not a product of the same level at all. As for a warship of this level, in the view of the vice captain of the Houston Pirates, there should be no force other than the pirates at the level of the Emperor of the Sea. Advertisement. Thinking of this, cold sweat began to emerge on Jacob's forehead. Could it be that some sea emperor is coming this way? However, when the telescope was transferred to the position of the captain's cabin and deck, the empty appearance seemed to tell them that there was no one on this ship at all. It also made their calm hearts a little easier. Dao Xin was ruined by a luxurious warship. Their Houston pirates are, at any rate, a respectable force in the sea. Captain Houston, who possesses the power fruit ability, has a bounty of 333.3 million Baileys. As for the deputy Captain Jockus, who has the ability to teleport fruit, the bounty is also 299.9 million Baileys. It can be said that apart from the Emperor of the Sea, the bounty has already been ranked relatively high. If they backed down just because of a ship of unknown origin, where would the reputation of their pirate group go? Little ones, surprise Captain Houston. I ransacked this empty ship, and robbed me of all the gold, silver and treasures on it. Without Captain Houston, the Vice Captain Jockus would rule. With an order, the cadres of the Houston pirates and the amateur pirates swarmed towards the battleship where Luo Xiu was. Lying on the bed and sleeping comfortably, waiting for the agreed person to come over and apply the film. But he didn't expect to be woken up suddenly by the noisy voice, which made Luo Xiu frown slightly. The same is true for the Red Earl on one side. Where did Xiao Xiao dare to be presumptuous here? Wait for me to go out and teach them a lesson. Speaking of which, Redfield was about to go out and give these unknown pirate cadres a little color. Luo Xiu waved his hand to signal him not to make too much noise, lest he disturb himself to rest. Conqueror's Hockey comes. The Conqueror's Hockey, which was specially manipulated by Redfield, just made the cadres of the Houston pirates tremble, but they were not stunned. Almost all the fear in my heart was released. Vice Captain Jockus was well informed, and immediately realized that he might have offended someone who shouldn't be offended. Combined with the huge size of this luxurious battleship itself, the Sun Tiger, Luo Xiu, is powerful enough to rival many sea emperors. Could it be that this ship is owned by Luo Xiu? Before Jacobs activated his teleportation fruit ability, he ran away. Advertisement. I saw that Conqueror's Hockey was in awe, and the figure of Red Earl Ladefield was not faster than Jockus. It directly blocked Jockus. Retreat. Observation Hockey, who reads the heart, understood Jacob's inner thoughts in an instant. It is impossible to escape by running away. What? Still holding the idea of looting the Fishman Island, want to do something to the Fishman Island? Then you will bring your own death, and you will not be able to live. Quote. My lord, please forgive me. The one who appeared in front of him was Red Earl, Redfield, who was just rescued from Imper prison by Luo Xiu not long ago. Jockus almost peed out of fear. When have I ever seen such a big scene? The Red Earl, a terrifying figure who can be compared to Roger's entire group by himself. Just by hearing about it, a kind of power emanates invisible. Since the Red Earl is here, there is a high probability that Luo Xiu himself is also there. At this time, if you take a wrong step, you may die on the spot. The Red Earl Redfield hadn't recognized him at the first time. Considering this situation, these people wish they hadn't made plans to go to the Fishman Island. It is impossible to say that even the little brother was dispatched. Just like the Shinigami sentencing. Under this huge pressure, they almost had the inner thoughts of collapse on the spot. Appearing in front of him made Jacob's whole breathing stagnate. Get rid of them all, and don't keep any of them. The eager pirate cadres behind Jockus were even more astonished. As the head of the pirate group, I let my younger brother come out alone. But now that I have recognized it, a calm but indifferent voice came out. The Houston Pirates, everyone staying in the Sabayati archipelago froze instantly. All good members of the Houston Pirates felt their scalps tingling. Then, the owner of this ship can be more or less guessed. I heard that Wano-kuni is still closed. As if waiting for Luo Xiu's order, he didn't dare to move. 152. What is painful to die? This is a big person who can't be offended. Jacobs thought in shock in his heart. Do you want to go to the Fishman Island and report to the boss of Houston, and retreat quickly? Before Luo Xiu and Red Earl Redfield appeared, Jockus, who has the ability to teleport fruit, has not realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, what I have is the ability to teleport. In an instant, you can teleport to any recorded corner of the world. Since you can teleport, you don't need to worry about your own safety at all. Just be ready to run at any time. The launch of teleportation does not need to be shaken for a moment. However, just as the cold sweat on Jacob's face and forehead gradually dissipated, when it suddenly occurred to him that his abilities didn't seem to need to worry about Luo Xiu and his party. Soon, Luo Xiu told him with his actual actions. His idea was completely wrong. The location of Captain Houston was on Jacob's mind. The ability to teleport fruit is about to be activated. However, before that, a pair of incomparably powerful hot hands grabbed Jacob's arm directly. Terrifying lava steam evaporated from Luo Xiu's hands. The flesh and blood that fell on Jockus's arm completely disappeared, turning into pitch black coke. Accompanying it was the 827 screams caused by Jacob's severe pain. Even because the arm was scorched and turned into Kurozumi broke, and then lost Luo Xiu's grip, and because of the pain, he lay on the ground and rolled crazily. There are tears coming out of the eyes. He looked at Luo Xiu with a face full of horror. Even the ability to teleport fruit was useless. Scared, Jockus is completely scared. If we talk about before, maybe because we haven't seen Luo Xiu's terrifying strength with our own eyes, we will be lucky. Yes, your strength, Luo Xiu, is strong. I can't beat it. But I have the ability to teleport fruits, so you can't stop me if I want to run away, right? Advertisement. But the result was a slap on his face. Tell him directly that in this world, Luo Xiu's truly powerful is not just the lava fruit in his hand. Even observation hockey is terrifying to the point where he can predict when he will make a move. Lying on the ground rolling wildly. And Luo Xiu just looked at it like this and didn't make a move to stop it. As for the Red Earl, even Luo Xiu didn't do anything, let alone he is just a cadre under Luo Xiu's subordinate Bi. Luo Xiu didn't move, he couldn't move even if he had thoughts. Otherwise, maybe with Luo Xiu's character, he would be rude to him. The Red Earl was also apprehensive and terrified of this point. I was wrong, terribly wrong. Forgive me this life. Seeing that the ability to teleport fruits could not be used under fear, Jockus directly made a dog-licking gesture and knelt in front of Luo Xiu. One arm was already empty. As for the other arm, it made a gesture of bowing to Luo Xiu with one hand. I don't know if it's this movement, because I can't see it without an arm. Facing Jockus, Luo Xiu gave him an indifferent look, and did not leave the house temporarily. He is not capable of teleporting fruit. It is impossible to arrive at the Fishman Island in an instant and directly control the scene over there. The best way right now is obviously to let Jacobs do it, and talk to Houston on the Fishman Island to find out what's going on. Times have changed. It's not the time when ordinary pirates like them can be lawless. The real time belongs to him, Luo Xiu. If you don't even realize this, it's better to just die. Call your Captain Houston, right now. Just say I'm in the Sabayati archipelago, and I'm coming over to the Fishman Island. If you want to live, then stop it, otherwise I will let them clearly understand what it means to be in pain. Speaking of this, Luo Xiu even glanced at Jacobs with a playful look. Now that this guy has broken an arm, he should be very clear about what it means to be in pain. Watched by Luo Xiu's indifferent gaze, Jockus just felt a chill coming out of his inner ability. Tremblingly, he took out the phone bug from his pocket, and tremblingly made a call with Captain Houston. At this time, the Fishman Island. Advertisement. Hexia Jinbei also has some scars on his body. Although it is under the sea, Houston can still exert its strong strength and combat effectiveness in the Dragon Palace Kingdom by relying on some means. And what's even more frightening is that, due to the existence of the power fruit, Houston directly and completely crushed Hexia Jinbei in terms of strength. The proud Murloc karate is as painless as scratching an itch for Houston. Instead, Houston's casual fist can send Hexia Jinbei flying thousands of meters away. The gap is obvious. With armament hockey, Jinbei will, but so will Houston. As a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million at sea. Moreover, he is about to arrive in New World, a silver medal player second only to the Emperor of the Sea. It's impossible without mastering some armament hockey. Facing Houston's one-man attack, the entire Fishman Island is crumbling. King Neptune's eyes were even more shocked. They didn't say they deliberately exposed Luo Xiu's identity. Captain Houston, I think it's better for us to leave the Fishman Island right now. The Fishman Island is surrounded by big people. It's like being deliberately told. Houston asked indifferently, unaware that an extremely terrifying crisis was coming. What he hates most is when someone interrupts him at the most critical moment of his work. There was an inconvenient voice from Jockus. But when I took it out, it turned out that it was Jacob's deputy who called, so it was all right. Side by side, I'm afraid that my boss will kill someone in a flash of enthusiasm. Then they are really screwed. Even Jinbei can't handle it, let alone a follower behind Fisher Tiger. Blue. Houston suddenly received a call. However, just when all the residents of the Fishman Island and even these people with the palace were terrified. It is of no use at all. Moses, Hawkes, is there something wrong with you? Houston's gaze then became more and more cloudy. Murloc Arlong shivered behind Jinbei's big brother. 153. Luo Xiu is the backer of the Fishman Island. Big shot. What big man can the Fishman Island be surrounded by? The captain of Houston didn't hear what Jacob said. The Fishman Island is a member country of the world government. On the surface it is true. But actually, because the relationship between Murlocs and humans is somewhat difficult to reconcile. As a result, although on the bright side, the Fishman Island is a member country of the world government. But when it really comes to a critical moment, the world government will not lend a helping hand to the Fishman Island. Even this, the Fishman Island is right under the Sabayati archipelago. Just off the red line, Mariajoy. Reality is so magical. It was clearly agreed that the world government would send reinforcements to protect its allied countries, but the Fishman Island was an exception. And Sabayati archipelago, as the meeting place of the four seas, is almost full of pirates from all the seas in the world on weekdays. If you want to go to New World, you must enter from Sabayati archipelago and the Fishman Island as a step. As for obtaining a sailing pass from the world government, Red Line is a pirate, let you release it directly from the Red Line. Go ahead and think about good things, the world government can't be so kind. As a result, more and more pirates began to file into the Fishman Island. The male and female Murlocs were originally balanced, but the beautiful female Murlocs were taken away by pirates with evil intentions. As a result, the Fishman Island had to ask for help from the outside world, even the forces of the pirates. As one of the emperors of the sea, the Whitebeard pirates naturally bear the brunt. It is said that he received an invitation from the Fishman Island for help. However, it is strange that Whitebeard, who has always been a heroic man, turned it down for some special reasons. Even if, in order to get the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the conditions offered by the Fishman Island are to be paid directly with money. You must know that although the Whitebeard pirates are said to be righteous on the surface, it is impossible to say that they refuse to collect money or something. But it's puzzling to say no. After knowing the news, Captain Houston naturally had the idea of the Fishman Island. Come here to claim the Fishman Island. Then relying on reputation to collect tolls is no easier than being a pirate to make money. How easy it is to capture the Fishman Island along the way also made Houston more convinced of his inner thoughts. The Fishman Island is a land without an owner. If you occupy it, you must be rich or expensive. Advertisement. However, a message from Deputy Captain Jacob suddenly came from the other end of the phone bug. To say that the Fishman Island has big shots behind it would be absurd. If you don't come early, why don't you come here at this time? Sabayati archipelago. Luo Xiu looked indifferently as Jacobs hesitantly spoke to Houston on the opposite side. Also a little impatient. It's also a bit too inked. Otherwise, why don't you go straight to it? Bring the phone and I'll talk to him myself. Luo Xiu directly snatched the phone bug from Jockus's hand. For Luo Xiu's smooth move, Jockus had lingering fear. I was afraid that my only remaining arm would be taken away by Luo Xiu again. The scene just now is still lingering in Jacob's mind. The teleportation fruit ability not only allows his body to reach any corner of the world instantly. It is even possible to teleport any person to another place through the function of the hand. Quite convenient. An arm is now missing. If the last one is gone, then the auxiliary effect of his teleportation will be gone. Luo Xiu, who got the phone bug, was not too polite. Directly, he said calmly at the other end of the phone bug like a big boss. You are the captain of the Houston Pirates, Houston who has the power fruit ability. The flat tone seemed to carry an inexplicable terrifying power. Houston, who was on the other side of the phone bug, immediately became angry when he heard it. My heart said Jacobs, you be asterisk 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 D, who is this impolite person who suddenly appeared? He actually talked to himself in this tone. Who the hell are you? Where did it come from? Get lost. It's your turn to take care of our Houston Pirates. He didn't think too much about why Jockus obediently passed the phone bug to the opposite person. Just a subconscious reaction. And then the news from the phone bug was a little bit wrong. Houston inexplicably felt bursts of pressure coming from the back of his body. I'm the big guy behind the Fishman Island. Hiss. Advertisement. Said in a calm tone without any trace of emotion. Ask for flowers. With inexplicable pressure, cold sweat broke out on Houston's forehead. The big man standing behind the Fishman Island, does this mean to warn himself not to do anything to the Fishman Island? The terrible pressure made Houston really want to agree to the phone bug's proposal on the spot. But then Houston realized, there is S. Ability to teleport fruit. If you can run anywhere, anytime. That's an egg. Even if the other party is really the backer of the Fishmen Island, he is a strong man comparable to the Emperor of the Sea. Then let Jockus activate his ability to teleport and run away, and it's over, which is so troublesome. Otherwise, why do you think Houston spent so much effort to promote an obviously inactive Jockus to be his deputy? Isn't it because at the critical moment, when you meet some unprovoked opponents, you can run away if you can't beat them? But at this time, Houston also didn't realize it. Since all the phone bugs in Jaka's hands were taken away, it means that Jaka's is now directly controlled by the person on the other end of the phone bug. Can control Jockus at will, and suppress it forcibly before Jockus activates the teleportation fruit ability. Houston didn't even have time to think about it. All he knew was that now was not the time to give in. I refuse. If you have the ability, come directly to the Fishmen Island to meet me, and we will talk face to face. A faint smile appeared on Houston's face. There is really nothing to be afraid of with the teleportation fruit. Hang up the phone, sit on a seabed reef and pant heavily. Breathing is extremely smooth under the effects of the special water bubbles in the Fishmen Island Dragon Palace. However, a light and shadow appeared immediately afterwards. The appearance of Jockus made Houston very pleasantly surprised. No one will be afraid of the teleportation fruit in hand. But as soon as his eyes fell on the indifferent man beside Jacob's, the expression on Houston's face froze almost instantly. Reminiscent of the face in the previous wanted reward warrant, the tens of billions of wanted reward warrants, and the recent news that almost all over the world is full of him. Burning Tiger Luo Xiu. If you know that this guy is the backer of the Fishmen Island, even if you give Houston 100 courage, you will definitely not dare to come to the Fishmen Island. 5LF 154. Luo Xiu's declaration, the Fishmen Island is my territory. The Fishmen Island side, followed by the scorching tiger Luo Xiu, was the Red Earl Redfield who was brought along with him. At this time, Luo Xiu directly grabbed Jacob's other arm. Before that, in order to be able to reach the direction of the Fishmen Island in an instant, Luo Xiu directly grabbed Jockus. But Jockus was stunned and immediately understood Luo Xiu's intention. This is to use his teleportation fruit ability to teleport to the Fishmen Island for the first time. Although somewhat unhappy, Luo Xiu's strength lies here. If you disagree with Luo Xiu's method, killing yourself is not much more difficult than killing an ant. It's all easy anyway. Even the teleportation ability that he is proud of can't be used in front of Luo Xiu at all, it may be interrupted at any time. If that's the case, it's really better to show Luo Xiu the way. Such a good September 13th incident. Maybe because of this reason, Luo Xiu will spare his life. The Fishmen Island. With the arrival of Luo Xiu, the two forces on the field burst out with various emotions on their faces. On the side of King Neptune of the Fishmen Island, the fear on his face was instantly replaced by a greater shock. Immediately following is the sigh for the future fate of the Fishmen Island. Although it is below 10,000 meters under the sea. But for the name of sunburning tiger Luo Xiu, all the people present didn't care at all. Even through the mermaids who occasionally go out to let the wind go, most of the news they get is about Luo Xiu. What, King of Sea Emperors, a true game changer for the world. Culprits in the destruction of Imperial Prison, the strongest in the world. All kinds of names were thrown on Luo Xiu's head by Morgans and never dissipated. During this period, King Neptune also thought about it. If Whitebeard disagrees all the time, or talk to Luo Xiu about it. But the rumors about Luo Xiu in this world are too weird. Advertisement you can say anything. For example, Luo Xiu likes to kill. Rumors abound of killing someone for money. As a result, the entire the Fishmen Island dared not go to Luo Xiu to seek asylum after thinking about it. If you look for BIGMOM, you don't look for Luo Xiu. But now, because of the famous Luo Xiu, he came directly to the Fishmen Island. Although it does look like it has saved them the Fishmen Island. But after that, will Luo Xiu be as rumored? It's hard to say brutality here. This is where the horror on King Neptune's face comes from. And here in Houston, a person who has been nominated as a candidate for Shichibukai is a prominent figure in the sea. As for Luo Xiu's rumors and deeds, I know nothing more clearly. If the people of the Fishmen Island are worried about whether Luo Xiu is going to attack the place where they are after he is out of Houston because of his bloodthirsty, then, what Houston was worried about was, what should Luo Xiu do if he wiped them out so easily? Hakas, you be D. This time, I was really hurt by this dog. Even if he has the ability to teleport fruit, even if he can't beat Luo Xiu, it's okay to run away, right? What the hell is the result now that Luo Xiu appears, directly defecting to the enemy, and then bringing Luo Xiu here? What does it mean? Houston thought to himself, and the expression on his face was extremely ferocious. However, in fact, Houston didn't know that he had misunderstood Jacobs. It's not that he doesn't want to use the teleportation fruit ability to escape, but it's because Luo Xiu can always accurately appear before he activates the teleportation fruit ability. And definitely costing myself an arm. Scared, Jockus brought Luo Xiu here entirely because he was scared. Houston and Luo Xiu stared at each other for 3 minutes. Completely overwhelmed by Luo Xiu's aura, the helpless voice in Houston's mouth suddenly sounded. Jihu Luo Xiu, we have no grievances against you in the repair Iton pirates. Why do you have to come here to trouble us? Based on the size of your pirate group, come here to trouble our small team. This is somewhat unreasonable verbally, right? Houston was nervous and thought directly about the countermeasures to deal with Luo Xiu. But no matter what, the absolute strength gap between him and Luo Xiu makes Houston feel unparalleled despair. 012105518 Filu 174,093,291. However, for Houston's response, Luo Xiu just smiled faintly. What he said made Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island, who was still nervous just now. The face immediately felt a lot more relaxed. I declare, the Fishmen Island will be my territory from now on. You small band of pirates came to my territory for no reason. I'm here to deal with you, is there any problem? Luo Xiu just put his hands across his chest like this and didn't do anything deliberately, just relying on his own aura to suppress everything around him. And Luo Xiu's aura is really enough. It's just such a posture, forcibly suppressing everyone present to such an extent that they dare not show up. Your territory? This should be a member country of world government. When did it become your territory? Houston is still ready to reason with Luo Xiu. If the fist is not hard, you must take out something to give yourself some courage, right? The shock of Conqueror's haki began to penetrate beyond the film. Even the surrounding sea water is trembling incomparably. Then it seems that it is only a matter of time to reach the end of the seawater of the Fishmen Island. Everyone present was completely shocked by the scene before them. I suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this is the true strength of the sun-burning tiger Luo Xiu? Urging the power fruit, he hurriedly marched his whole body towards the upper exit. The defensive water film around the entire Dragon Palace fluctuated violently as if it had been shaken apart. Luo Xiu's indifferent eyes glanced towards Houston. The seabed of tens of thousands of meters is nothing to a power fruit ability user with an outer layer of protection. I've always been soft and hard. Are you talking to me for no reason to waste time with me? However, Luo Xiu has no intention of giving him this chance at all. A conqueror's haki mixed with the aura of a terrifying king burst out directly from Luo Xiu's eyes. As long as your own strength is not exhausted, this horrible method? The terrifying aura is like destroying the dead, instantly making everything around it show signs of being desolate and dissipating. However, Luo Xiu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Houston is directly delusional to occupy the high ground morally. 155. You used to win over pirates before, but this time you directly win over franchise countries? Shocked, after witnessing Luo Xiu's terrifying strength with his own eyes. Among the many people present, none of them were deeply frightened by Yi Chen's terrifying strength. When Houston was shocked by the conqueror's haki, he rolled his eyes and passed out. As for the citizens of the Fishmen Island, because Luo Xiu didn't deliberately attack them. So conqueror's haki skipped over them directly in the process of spreading. Just watching helplessly the Houston pirates who were still showing off on their Fishmen Island just now. Under the cover of Luo Xiu's conqueror's haki, it dissipated completely like a whirlwind of clouds. Life or death is unknown. Who knows if Luo Xiu's conqueror's haki is powerful enough to kill these people instantly? They don't even dare to think about it. After all, with Luo Xiu's strength, it's not an exaggeration to guess how high it is. At this time, Luo Xiu was no different from God of War in the eyes of everyone. However, despite what Luo Xiu said just now, many 18 citizens of the Fishmen Island still have doubts about Luo Xiu. After all, strength does exist. But who knows if Luo Xiu just made up those words just now to appease them. The relationship between the Fishmen Island and humans is notoriously tense. And before joining world government, the regulations over there were better than singing. But what about the real situation? The Fishmen Island is just below the red line. Attacked by pirates, the world government has never sent troops to station. Not to mention Luo Xiu, Wanokuni where he is located and here are another 108,000 miles away. Under the display of observation haki, Luo Xiu easily knew what King Neptune was thinking. This is the beginning of distrust of human beings. However, if the world government can't do it, why can't I do it here? This is also the real reason why I left Jockus alive. The teleportation fruit that originally belonged to Jockus will fall into the hands of Fanoka of the Blackbeard Pirates many years later. Who knows if something unexpected happened in the middle? Advertisement all in all, since you have got this demon fruit power, you just need to win it over. As for the situation afterwards, we will talk about it later. If the Fishmen Island really has any unscrupulous characters who want to come and harass. No problem, relying on the ability of Jockus can reach the sky in an instant. This is simply comparable to any door in Doraemon. Think about it, Neptune. What has the Fishmen Island brought to you after joining the world government all these years? Whether the world government has promised to you has been fulfilled. As a member country of the world government, there is not even a single security force outside, and the other member countries are more or less protected by Marines. Luo Xiu also talked about Neptune's concerns directly from the source. Those words left Neptune speechless for a moment. Although the rush is a little rushed, but what I said is the truth. That's what they really think in their hearts, rather than being dangling like this with a blank promise from the world government. It's really like choosing to surrender cleanly to a force that can at least bring them shelter. Don't look at the Fishmen Island as above Mariajoy, which is convenient. It is convenient and not dispatch manpower. This is a problem of attitude. The world government didn't pay much attention to them at all. This already explains the problem very well. After thinking for a while, King Neptune looked at Luo Xiu very seriously. I have to say that Luo Xiu's proposal is really tempting. Neptune didn't know where to refute what he said. Moreover, if what Luo Xiu said just now is true, Neptune felt that it was not impossible for Luo Xiu to appear instantly when the Fishman Island was in danger. Because that's how Luo Xiu appeared just now, combining with Wano Kuni where Luo Xiu belongs. Its power has faintly surpassed other sea emperors and has a tendency to go hand in hand with the world government. Thinking of this, Neptune simply chose not to join the world government. Since they are all unprotected, it's better to follow Luo Xiu to do things. At least they are really capable of instant protection. After the negotiations are completed, except for the teleportation fruit ability user Jockus. Advertisement: all the rest of the Houston pirates were killed by the Red Earl. Unexpectedly, there were waves of exclamation and shock. It has long been heard that Red Earl Redfield once stood proudly at the pinnacle of the world, and his reputation alone is no less than that of the current Emperor of the Sea. Now Luo Xiu's subordinates have also seen his terror with their own eyes. Then, after accepting Luo Xiu's proposal, Neptune wrote a 10,000-character thank you letter and a statement of withdrawing from the world government franchise country. And entrusts some other forces that have made good friends with the Fishman Island to convey this statement to the world government. Along with the big news, Morgans also received the news. World Press. The big news: Morgans learned from the insider of the government department on the other side of the phone bug that the Fishman Island has withdrawn from the world government membership. Those who are news media don't worry about sales as long as the news is bigger, life is better off. This is rushing to the death spot of the world government. With a statement of withdrawal written by King Neptune of the Fishman Island himself. As a result, various discussions in the world are also coming and going. Winning over those pirates is not enough for 203, this time it is directly targeting the foundation of the world government, the countries that join the government. Through multi-channel integration, we have today's newspaper. I didn't expect that Luo Xiu, who had been wooing pirates before, would go directly to the countries that joined the world government from this moment on. It is conceivable that it is not impossible for the world government to make a fierce response after this. Everyone was completely overwhelmed by Luo Xiu's audacity. Immediately realized that this cliff is Luo Xiu's style. But what's the big news about him, Morgans? The sea boiled again. Following the transmission of the content in the newspaper, the whole world fell into a deep shock almost instantly. With the message delivery, seagulls continue to deliver messages to all parts of the world. As Morgans expected, so what if a world war starts? As long as the news is strong enough to attract people's attention. Together with the previous statements of Doflamingo, Crocodile, and all other sea powerhouses who chose to join Luo Xiu's forces halfway. 156. Want to pass the Fishman Island? Okay, follow my rules. Hey, hello. Have you all heard that? Since it is a big discussion about the world. Naturally, the core area at the junction of New World and Grand Line is indispensable. Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago was originally intended as a meeting point between two seas. Plus the Fishman Island below, it is still the only way to go to the New World Sea area. Sometime before this, it was naturally regarded as a sacred scripture by countless pirates. I even know that the Fishman Island is a member country of the world government. However, since joining, because the world government didn't pay much attention to the Fishman Island. Add to that some kind of animosity between the Fishman Island and normal humans. As a result, although it is a member country, it has experienced a crisis for the Fishman Island. The world government has almost never sent troops to suppress it. In other words, only during the World Summit, the world government will send invitations to the Fishman Island. Other than that, there is almost no difference between the Fishman Island and other member countries in other cases. For these reasons, all the major pirate groups that go from the Grand Line to the New World via the Fishman Island. Naturally, it is impossible to miss the Fishman Island, such a feng shui treasure. Burning and looting. As long as you pass by, you will inevitably take away one or two beautiful mermaids. Or return to the auction for sale. Or simply treat it as your own slave, in short, in the minds of many pirates. This the Fishman Island is almost as easy to get as fat meat. However, now, with the announcement of the Fishman Island and Luo Xiu shocking the world, the Fishman Island blatantly withdrew from the world government and joined the Wano Kuni forces occupied by Luo Xiu. At the same time, they began to consider when passing through the Fishman Island, do you still need to plunder here? Of course it would be fine if Luo Xiu didn't care about this kind of thing. Yes, with Luo Xiu's terrifying strength and character. Advertisement: if you really don't care about these things, I'm afraid you shouldn't deliberately issue these statements to slap yourself in the face. Now that the hair has been sent out, it will definitely continue. Therefore, all the pirates are thinking about it. In the future, when passing through the Fishman Island, or simply restrain yourself. After all, Luo Xiu's strength lies there. If you get angry, you will definitely be overwhelmed and walk around. What's more, according to the existing information, the Houston Pirates, known as the Teleporter and Hand Jockus. It has been announced that Luo Xiu has joined. The reason why Jockus is so called is not because of his devil fruit ability. Teleportation fruit. Not only can I reach anywhere in an instant, you can even take people there. This is very scary. If Luo Xiu really intends to protect the entire the Fishman Island, then all pirates who pass the Fishman Island must be extremely careful. Even acting in a very low-key way. Otherwise, once the news spreads, Luo Xiu will teleport over and all of them will be finished. Compared with the beautiful mermaids of the Fishman Island, there are also gold, silver and jewelry. Your own life is obviously more important. It's over. I don't know in the future whether the Fishman Island can be used as a step for us to go to the New World. Luo Xiu, that man's personality is completely different from that of the world government. This time, Chuansho seems to have made up his mind to protect the Fishman Island. Then, let's try to avoid going towards the Fishman Island as much as possible in the future. If we happen to meet Luo Xiu on the way, we will be finished. But if we don't go through the Fishman Island, how can we get to New World? Don't forget, apart from the Fishman Island, the only way we can go to New World is the world government, Mariajoy's legal passage. Is it possible that the world government will pass our pirates sailing application? Think about it, it is absolutely impossible. Hey, for those of us who have never been to New World, Luo Xiu's occupation of the Fishman Island is undoubtedly a devastating blow to us. Damn. Could it be that we are going to give up our plan to go to New World like this? Voices like this abound all over the world. Almost everyone has an extremely pessimistic view of the move from the Fishman Island to the New World. Luo Xiu's strength is on the bright side. It is very likely that it has reached the pinnacle of the world. Even Kaido of the Beasts with the strength of the Emperor of the Sea. Advertisement Red Earl Redfield and the Golden Lion. All of these characters chose to join Luo Xiu's pirates. And the original Vice Admiral, Kuzan. You need to know these people who are in the same period as him. Paluzolino, Sakazuki classes are already called Marine Admiral. Same duty as Black Arm Zephyr. It is conceivable that if Kuzan does not leave Marine, he must be at the new Marine Admiral level. Such a powerful pirate group, ordinary pirates dare not compete with it. However, their worries soon dissipated with the appearance of a statement. This statement was also sent from Wanokuni, where Luo Xiu works. Most of it contains some precautions and harsh words about the Fishman Island. Messages such as, if you take a shot at the Fishman Island, you declare war on us. However, what makes the pirates at sea even more exciting is the line of small words below this statement. If you are willing to pay 10 million Baileys, you can have the right to sail freely. You can use the Fishman Island as a medium to go to New World. However, if it is found that it has done anything detrimental to the Fishman Island, it will be wiped out. Apparently, Luo Xiu also knew that the Fishman Island was a must-pass for the New World, and it was certain that there would be countless pirates chasing after it. Wangs. Therefore, there is no direct veto to prevent everyone from passing the Fishman Island. Just pay the corresponding ticket fee. Regarding this point, while countless pirate groups lamented the great changes of the times, they also tacitly acquiesced in Luo Xiu's approach. Although somewhat distasteful, but what if you are unhappy? Not convinced? Go to Luo Xiu to challenge. The challenge can be beat. The Fishman Island is also Luo Xiu's territory. So what? It's not just about obediently following Luo Xiu's rules. Pay the money obediently and then pass the Fishman Island safely. Everyone is safe and sound. You can go to New World, and we can also charge a corresponding handling fee here. Everyone is happy. As the rules are formulated, some people are happy and others are worried. Come to the world government side, after learning that the Fishman Island has become Luo Xiu's site. The anger on Five Elders' face couldn't help but burst out. 157. What is the purpose of Luo Xiu's discussion with the Five Elders? Between powers. There's enough news about Luo Xiu during this time. Who can solve Luo Xiu? Echoes the roar of the Five Elders. Not just this one thing. But during this time, everything that happened in the world has a certain relationship with Luo Xiu. And what annoys the Five Elders even more is that Luo Xiu's strength. So far, no one in naval headquarters has dared to attack Luo Xiu. In other words, as an agency under the world government, naval headquarters was scared because of Luo Xiu's appearance. What does that mean? What the hell are we raising these marine bastards? Not even one Luo Xiu can solve it. The old man in kimono stood up angrily. Among the powers, besides the five of them, there is one more person. Kong. Former Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Now, he has announced his withdrawal from the Marine, and finally came to the world government as a job called General Commander-in-Chief. It seems that the official position is higher than that of Marine Marshal. But actually, 863 world government where there are so many troops for Kong to govern. At most, occasionally to bring those celestial dragons who are inexplicably interested in soldiering. Then use harsh training to make them quit. Just enjoy yourself. There is no need for celestial dragons to get involved in anything dangerous. As for other times, it is like the last force that the Knights of God are responsible for defending the Holy Land. Still under the jurisdiction of the original people. But this time, due to the appearance of Luo Xiu, the World Government Alliance countries, the Fishman Island were all instigated by the pirates in an unprecedented way. Advertisement. One can imagine how angry the Five Elders are. And now it is finally Kong who has unloaded the burden. Hearing Five Elders scolding completely changed his attitude and look. The burden on me is finally gone. Instead, he complained with Five Elders. Five Elders was also speechless looking at Kong like this. Especially the second elder, the old man with the red birthmark on his face just stared at Kong when he saw Kong's appearance. I said, Kong, don't be too happy, although this incident happened after you stepped down as the marshal. But does this incident really have nothing to do with you? Kong was also criticized in anger. Sora felt a little helpless. If you want to scold, call Sengoku and the others to scold them. I'm retired now. Luo Xiu, why did this man come to the Fishman Island? However, the surrounding curse. Five Elders called Kong here to vent their emotions after all. It is really inappropriate to really push the fault of the whole thing on Sora. Immediately afterwards, after some shirking of responsibilities, the center of the topic naturally fell on Luo Xiu's motive for going to the Fishman Island. He will not go to so many countries and franchise countries in the world. What happened to going to the Fishman Island? You can't say that, Great Elder. Kong's expression is also much serious. Don't forget, after taking away Doflamingo, Crocodile, together with the two places of Dressrosa and Alabasta, they are also under the jurisdiction of Luo Xiu's forces. 3. It's not just the Fishman Island, which is a member of the world government. It turned out that Kong was speaking in a relieved tone. Unexpectedly, these words made 5 elders blow their beards and stare. Crocodile, Doflamingo, these two, are the members of the upcoming Shichibukai that we have finalized. Actually, Jinbei from the Fishman Island, who was also selected by us, may be a member of the Shichibukai shortlist. Advertisement. There is also the Houston Pirates that have been extinct according to legend. Captain Houston, B.I. The ability user of the Power Fruit. His strength is even stronger than Haishu Jinbei. We have already planned to make him a member of the official Shichibukai sent invitation. As a result, he was killed by Luo Xiu. Together with the Fishman Island, Jockus, who has the ability to teleport fruit, became Luo Xiu's subordinate. The blonde-haired 5th elder had a sad expression on his face, and he gathered all the things that happened during this period and talked together, trying to find out some clues of Luo Xiu's actions. Luo Xiu, maybe it's for those Shichibukai, the 5th elder immediately came to such a conclusion. However, he was quickly denied by an old man with a black hat and curly white beard. Maybe Shichibukai is one of the reasons for Luo Xiu, but don't forget, Alabasta, Don Quixote, and the Fishman Island, these 3 are inseparable from our Mariajoy. The rest of the elders nodded suddenly when they heard the words. In this way, Luo Xiu may have other reasons for doing this. Alabasta, the current king Nafarutali Cobra, their family was once one of the original 20 countries that established the world government. For some reason, they came to Alabasta, but they did not become celestial dragons. In other words, from in terms of blood, they are also a branch of celestial dragons. And the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo itself also has the blood of celestial dragons. It is also inseparable from the Holy Land Mariajoy. As for the Fishman Island, Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, came from that country. The reason why our world government has designated the Fishman Island as a jurisdiction in a member country is not because we must always pay attention to it, Poseidon birth. However, it is now that Luo Xiu took it away first. Can't you see what it means? It has to be said that the words of the 3rd elder are somewhat reasonable. The other 4 elders, plus Kong, nodded frequently. This kind of thing can't be thought about carefully. If you think about it, it's easy to find some horrible things that make their scalps tingle. This thinks of the relationship between Alabasta, Dressrosa and the Fishman Island today. The relationship between this and Luo Xiu's shot. It becomes clear. Luo Xiu. This guy is here with an impact on our world government. We must be prepared for this. The 3rd elder couldn't help but took a deep breath when he said this. Now that the Fishman Island has fallen into the hands of Luo Xiu, it is really a terrible thing. But to fight? With the current strength of the world government, it is too early to say that they will face the battle. Not to mention that Luo Xiu is currently the biggest threat to them among the pirates. And Goldie Roger, now looking for the island of the red signpost history text. The 5 elders have a premonition that Roger might have the same big event as Luo Xiu in the near future. 158. Joker's news. Vegapunk's lab moved. In fact, 5 elders' guess was right. Today's Roger has been getting rubbings of the historical text of road signs from BIGMOM. The next step is to gather the manpower and prepare to go to Raftel. However, when it came to the country of Haji, Luo Xiu's side. After appropriating the Fishman Island as his own force, Luo Xiu naturally assigned some people to guard the Fishman Island. After all, it is the Fishman Island, under the water of a square meter deep. Only those without abilities will not be disturbed by the seawater. Even without some special equipment, it can fully explode its combat power underwater. However, these cadres are now Luo Xiu's subordinates. Most of them are capable, but you can't help but protect it. In case something happens in the middle, something happens. Even teleportation might be a bit slow, so take this reason into consideration. Luo Xiu also arranged Kaido and Golden Lion to the Fishman Island as a big sign guarding the gate of the Fishman Island. These two are strong, and they both retired from Rock's pirate back then. It is definitely enough to deter pirates. Even if the world government wants to make a move, it will have to spend a lot of effort to defeat the two. And once either of them called for help from Wano Kuni in the defeat. Through Jockus's devil fruit ability, Luo Xiu can reach the sky in an instant. So these two guard the Fishman Island. The others follow Wano Kuni and these are enough. However, the Fishman Island also has a corresponding force. So what's the next plan of action? This will require careful discussion. Wano Kuni, General's Mansion. Although the Fishman Island is the inheritance place of Poseidon, there are still more than 20 years before Poseidon is formed. But buried beneath Wano Kuni lies the ancient weapon Pluton. Wano Kuni is still the base camp, this has not changed. Sitting on the broad and bulky general chair, Luo Xiu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Advertisement watch Doflamingo suddenly appear. This Joker has become a lot more honest since he joined, which is great. This time Joker came here to deliver a message. Luo Xiu, now I got news from Vegapunk. It's on Egghead Island not far from Wano Kuni. Transferred. Vegapunk, which was originally located in Punk Hazard's laboratory, has left and moved to a new place because of dissatisfaction with scientist Guy Saccharon's inhumane experiments. Now that everyone is motivated, go to Egghead Island and bring Vegapunk here. That's the most powerful scientist in the world, just accepted by the world government. As the Emperor of the Dark World, Joker has first-class intelligence sources. It is normal to get such news, and the other cadres were extremely surprised when they heard what Doflamin said. This Vegapunk, which has just been accepted by the world government, left shortly after being brought to Punk Hazard, and now went to Egghead Island? Is that so? I didn't expect to go to Egghead Island so early. I thought it was going to be a few more years for Vegapunk to go there. Luo Xiu chuckled lightly, but I was a little surprised to hear Joker's words. I really didn't expect that Vegapunk was transferred to Egghead Island so many years ago. Of course, Egghead Island is of course the way to go. Of course I want to go, and I have to go as soon as possible. Kaido of the Beasts escaped from Punk Hazard's lab, right? Vegapunk extracted Kaido's bloodline factor. The research is definitely still going on now. Now that Kaido has joined us, the world government will definitely become suspicious, and the transfer will be a matter of time. The world government must also be worried that we will do something to this genius scientist. Everyone was shocked when they heard Luo Xiu's explanation. If that's the case, it's even faster. Come on. In this case, you will start with me. Crocodile, Joker, you new cadres, and Jinbei, Kuzan Saro. You guys just come and stay at Wanokuni, looking after the house. Redfield, Burndy World, you two just come with me. Luo Xiu calmly assigned their respective tasks. The Red Earl and World Destroyer naturally didn't mind this arrangement. Who is not interested in Vegapunk? *1. Advertisement. We all know the famous strongest scientist in the world. It is impossible not to be happy if you can witness it with your own eyes. However, Crocodile and Little Robin were not happy about it. Hey, Mr. Luo Xiu, I want to go too, I want to. It's not so good. Vegapunk's name is so loud, I have to go. Little Robin was only about 10 years old at this time, and he was extremely curious about everything. Not to mention the incident with Ohara. I want to explore this unknown thing. As for Crocodile, he was thinking crookedly, and obviously planned to follow him to see what the legendary person looked like. 0. If you bring it back, see if you can use some devices to make yourself stronger. Then seek revenge on Whitebeard. Seeing this, Luo Xiu could only sigh helplessly. I really didn't expect that the little Robin who seemed to belong to the kind of quiet in the future would actually think at this time. It took about a day or two to sail on the sea. Crocodile won't go. You and Joker, Jinbei, and Kuzan are housekeepers. And Alabasta, Dressrosa, and Crocodile's words. The Fishmen Island, a member country of the world government. Sailing on the sea, the ships passing by saw the huge tiger logo on the battleship and started to rise one after another. If you accidentally offend this man, the consequences can be imagined. I'm afraid that just a random thought here can completely burn down their pirate ship. Instigated by Luo Xiu in this way, the originally cloudless air suddenly became colder. Like them, a small pirate group that doesn't even have a Shichibukai level. The weather suddenly began to change. Board the luxury warship and head towards Egghead Island. Everyone knows what kind of commotion Luo Xiu made in the world this time. In this way, it may be better to take it by the side and watch it. All fell into the hands of Luo Xiu. Egghead Island itself is near Winter Island. But when the group landed on the island, they discovered that the island actually has a temperature control device that can cover the entire island. 159. Go to Egghead Island. Vegapunk actually has 6 clones. The journey to Egghead Island was not smooth sailing. During this period, the warship where Luo Xiu and others were located was attacked by more than one mechanical shark. These mechanical creatures created by Vegapunk are obviously prepared to defend the entire island. It has to be said that even the Red Earl Redfield is a product of this level of technology. Although it's not like you can't beat it. But it is also necessary to wrap a little armed color in order to easily destroy them. This also proves that these mechanical creatures really embody Vegapunk's understanding of the world. It's really something. There are still more than 20 years in the future. Has Vegapunk already developed a sea weapon of this level? On the other hand, on the boat, little Nico Robin was obviously very interested in those weird mechanical creatures. As a result, 937 was completely pierced by Redfield's random sword. It's somewhat uninteresting. Oh, please be gentle. I haven't seen what those things look like yet. A mechanical shark watched by little Robin curiously was directly destroyed. There was no interest on his face, and he even glared at Redfield who had shot just now. In the end, Redfield just glanced back at little Robin and didn't say much. Let's go. Go to the island and see. Wait, Vegapunk is coming. It is impossible not to walk around casually when you come. Although Luo Xiu has seen what the island where Vegapunk is located in through comics. However, it is also good to be able to observe this matter on the spot. Besides, there are still more than 20 years before the time node of the real comics. Luo Xiu himself didn't expect it either. It didn't take long to transfer over. On the Egghead Island in Vegapunk, the degree of technological completion is already so high. Really something. It is worthy of inheriting the scientific and technological power area of the huge kingdom more than 900 years ago. There are new guests on the island. Is it a pirate? The girl who called herself Vegapunk came to the shore excitedly, only to find that the person who came was actually Luo Xiu and her party were stunned for a moment. Judging by the luxury of this ship, it seems that there are a lot of gold and silver treasures. Advertisement. Taking advantage of this time, Redfield came to Luo Xiu and asked. How can Luo Xiu Vegapunk look like a woman? Could it be the wrong place? Burndy World also came together. Suspicious eyes fell on the Vegapunk female clone. The figure is very well proportioned. Didn't expect the famous Vegapunk to be a beauty. Could it be because Vegapunk, as the smartest human being in the world, has too much work, so Uchi made 6 extra clones? This should be one of his avatars, right? Crocodile couldn't help guessing in surprise. Hey, I really can't see it, this Vegapunk is also a freak. He is obviously an old man, but his avatars are actually 6 beautiful girls. Redfield said jokingly on the side. Unknowingly, the impression of Vegapunk in his mind has also changed. At first, I thought that guy was a legend in the world anyway. But it turned out to be a second dimension, which would surprise anyone. But when Redfield and Burndy World's eyes fell on Luo Xiu, they wanted to see his expression. But he found that Luo Xiu's face was indifferent from beginning to end. Even knowing that Vegapunk's 6 female counterparts has been confirmed. It turned out to be a look that had been expected for a long time, which made Redfield, Burndy World and Crocodile sigh. He is indeed the man with the highest bounty in the world. This indifference is far inferior even to them. So calm. You are pirates. I want to rob. Search a batch of scientific research funds for my research. The girl in front of the Vegapunk clone is not polite. Since this warship is so luxurious, the owner must have a lot of money, right? He simply put on a vicious look and asked Luo Xiu for money. If you don't give it, you will kill them all directly. Redfield and Burndy World didn't bother much. This clone of Vegapunk doesn't seem to read the news much. Recently such a big news has almost spread all over the world. As a result, the robbery actually hit the most powerful man in the world. Advertisement. So let him say it. With Luo Xiu's strength, it is not impossible to deal with this Vegapunk clone. However, at this moment, a strange voice came from nowhere. You are enough. Don't you realize that the few people in front of you are the strongest men in the world, Zihu Luo Xiu and his subordinates? Not long ago, Luo Xiu single-handedly broke into Imper prison. He also took away the golden lion inside, as well as the few in front of you. Even the member country of the world government, the Fishman Island, has surrendered to Luo Xiu. Inexplicably, another female voice was heard. The girl in front of her who called herself Vegapunk couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. He glanced at Luo Xiu. He obviously didn't feel any killing intent, but since it was the message from Punk 1, there is absolutely no problem. He glanced at the people in front of him with some trepidation. I really want to test the strength of this strongest man. But deep down in his heart, he was still afraid of Punk 1's orders and speeches. Finally he sighed. PLZ, follow me. Let's go. Luo Xiu shrugged helplessly. This development was really unexpected. However, through the dialogue, Luo Xiu 3.0 probably also understood the 6 Vegapunk clones, each one seems to represent a psychological emotion and value of Vegapunk. For example, the female voice that reminded the Vegapunk in front of me just now. Known as Punk number 1, it represents the integrity in Vegapunk's heart. And now, the No. 2 Vegapunk who appeared in front of them clearly represented the evil in Vegapunk's heart. It is no wonder that such unreasonable demands for forceful snatching are made. I didn't expect that Vegapunk's technological level has developed to this point. Nico Robin experienced a tragedy some time ago, and he seemed very precocious. At the same time, I am quite curious about everything around Egghead Island. What kind of Vegapunk technology is too incredible? Is this what scientists from 500 years in the future created? 160. Vegapunk's invitation to visit the Ohara ruins. Obviously, through Punk 1, I know how strong Luo Xiu is now. Otherwise, with Vegapunk's evil character, it is not impossible to directly rob it. And at that time, it is very likely that Luo Xiu will make a move, and a lava fruit will destroy the entire Egghead Island and turn it into ashes. Form a bridge with Vegapunk directly. This is not what Luo Xiu wants to see. The island is no less secretive than Vegapunk himself. It would indeed be a pity if it was said to be ruined. While leading Luo Xiu and others all the way forward, Vegapunk's vicious face changed accordingly. Instead, it was a cute look. How kind and friendly the attitude and face should be. But how normal is this? Like this artificial product, Vegapunk also said that it is impossible to completely suppress the will instinct of creatures. Emotions such as fear are also within the scope of instinct. And now, how hot the sun-burning tiger Luo Xiu is in this world. Everyone knows that Luo Xiu's strength is in the first echelon in the world. No matter how evil his heart is, it is impossible to say that he will die and ask Luo Xiu to do it. Follow Cyberpunk 2 to the depths of Egghead Island 18. It didn't take long to see a building with a high-tech exterior. There is actually a shining giant robot on the outside. The eyes of the cadres who followed Luo Xiu were immediately startled. Are these gigantic robots also invented by Vegapunk? This is knowledge that I didn't even know in Ohara. Red Earl Redfield looked at the scene in front of him like an old urchin. Walking around, completely unaware that I am the lonely Red who once ruled the world. Nico Robin, on the other hand, is used to reading Ohara's book knowledge. Now, seeing the legendary items become reality one by one, it is simply amazing. These are amazing. It seems that according to the rumors, Vegapunk is a super scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world. Advertisement. Sure enough, there is something. All the way unhindered. Enter the building to see more clones of Vegapunk. However, it surprisingly showed a completely different expression and attitude from the corresponding personality. The magma pond that Luo Xiu casually created just now is still blazing outside the house. Unknowingly, these Vegapunk clones felt afraid. The emotion of fear also made them a lot more honest. The famous Luo Xiu, it's really worth seeing once. The most powerful man in the world lives up to his reputation. A tall old man in a scientific white coat appeared in front of everyone. Observation Hockey can easily perceive the identity of this old man. Dr. Vegapunk. Moreover, it is not any avatar that I have encountered before, but the real body. Fully awakened lava fruit's ability, whether its temperature or attack range, is extraordinarily powerful. Can you let me study it myself? For Vegapunk, Luo Xiu just gave Vegapunk a faint look and immediately shut up Vegapunk. Not much to say. Luo Xiu is not someone who likes to waste time. Since I'm here, let me tell you my purpose. You should know what is happening in the world during this time. Imper Prison, the Fishman Island, Wanokuni, Alabasta and Dressrosa. I'm going to take action against the world government. And you, I think your ability can give me a helping hand. Instead of doing things in the hands of the government, how about following me and conducting scientific research under my command? At least arranging a perfect working environment for you is no problem. Where you want to conduct your research, whether it's Wanokuni or the Fishman Island, doesn't matter. Also, you should have noticed. This Egghead Island is not as simple as its name. It is actually a site of ancient ruins. What you are researching now should be based on the results obtained from those ruins, right? If you let the people of the world government know that your research involves the past 800 years ago, the world government will not let you go. Even if you are the last, a clever scientist is unlikely to help you. As soon as he came up, Luo Xiu directly discussed the conditions with Vegapunk. It's really exciting conditions. The main body of Vegapunk thought for a moment and then nodded. After all, he is the smartest man in the world. Plus I'm getting older. Advertisement. I don't even know when I'm going to die. Instead of this, it is better to find a place where you can study with peace of mind. Also, as Luo Xiu said, the island has ancient technological relics of a huge kingdom 900 years ago. If it is discovered by the world government, it will be hard to escape here. Maybe I suspect that I have colluded with Ohara, and then a buster call may be wiped out. You agreed. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. Light and authentic. However, it didn't come as a big surprise. Vegapunk is smart, so he probably joined because he was not so easy to talk to. I'm afraid there will be something to go through in the middle. Vegapunk actually sent an invitation to Luo Xiu at this time. This surprised Redfield and Burndy World who followed. Why is this so? Ohara's only orphan, Nico Robin, is standing in front of you. Robin. Albaman. Quote. Vegapunk was taken aback. Vegapunk shook his head and said. Want to meet together? Hey, no waste of time like you, Vegapunk. However, it was Luo Xiu who waved his hand and made Burndy World's speech stop immediately. No, I can see that Luo Xiu, what you said is indeed correct. However, now I am planning to go to 0397 Hara with my good friend, and there is something about giants. No problem. Ohara, we have already been there. Although the buildings on the entire island, and even the Tree of Omniscience were destroyed, it doesn't matter if you go and have a look. I didn't realize just now that Luo Xiu really has blood from Ohara in his hands. Burndy World's temper tantrum came up. The small and cute Robin suddenly came in front of Vegapunk. Luo Xiu smiled lightly. However, I still plan to go there, with my old friend Monkey D. Drago. Luo Xiu smiled lightly and agreed with Vegapunk. I want to make a decision after witnessing it there. Come if you want, leave if you don't want to, no one forces you. 161. Dragon of Rebellion, Monkey Drago. I'm going to call Drago out to meet you. Drago. Vegapunk smiled softly. At this time, everyone was also surprised. What? Besides Vegapunk and this group of robots and clones, there are living people on Egghead Island. Also, who is this Monkey D. Drago? Why have I never heard of it before? That's not right. Monkey D. The code name of this surname and first name, I'm a bit impressed. Suddenly, Lone Red Redfield seemed to have thought of something. Think of the legend of Marine who once fought a battle with himself, and then led to his defeat. Monkey D. Garp, almost identical to the man's name prefix. Could it be that? That's right, Monkey D. Drago is the son of Monkey D. Garp. Before Vegapunk could answer, Luo Xiu gave the answer ahead of time. The people who followed Luo Xiu were even more shocked. And Vegapunk also stared blankly at Luo Xiu. There is also shock in the eyes. You, how would you know? Vegapunk was naturally shocked when Luo Xiu revealed the true identity of Monkey D. Drago without thinking. Of course, it really doesn't matter if you can tell the true origin of Monkey D. Drago just based on the prefix of the name. As long as you think of the hero Garp, you will naturally think of Dorag, who has the same surname as Garp. There is absolutely no escape from Marine's hero Garp. However, the key point is that Luo Xiu, this man not only revealed the true identity of Monkey D. Drago without thinking. The more critical point is that, This man didn't feel any shock or curiosity when he heard himself describe Dorag and went to Ohara. This surprised Vegapunk himself. Luo Xiu must have heard some news in advance. How else could it be so? I don't know anything. Come here, let's show us this Monkey D Dragon WW. Advertisement. Luo Xiu didn't bother to answer Vegapunk's question either. Luo Xiu didn't want to know how shocked this guy was. All in all, Monkey D. Drago arrived at the ruins of Ohara with Vegapunk this time, and met the survivor Dr. Clover. The scholars of Ohara recovered from the Lake of Omniscient the vast number of books that were discarded in the lake before their death. Truly learned the truth about the destruction of Ohara. Then it was decided to temporarily form an army to fight against the world government. In other words, although the current Monkey D. Drago has this idea, the revolutionary army has not really been established yet. Therefore, if he took advantage of this opportunity, Luo Xiu would recruit the future leader of the revolutionary army as his subordinate. So wouldn't you have more confidence to deal with the world government? Okay, I'll call out Drago now. As Vegapunk slowly opened a technological secret door in the room. A figure about 30 years old walked out from the inside. On the left side of his cheek is still a brand resembling a red fence. However, it seems to be full of oppression. You are. Drago, who just appeared from the secret door, is obviously a little unclear why he was suddenly visited by the famous scorching tiger Luo Xiu during his discussion with Vegapunk. Or, is Luo Xiu planning to forcibly take Vegapunk away? If this is the case, then before going to Ohara, you have to do it yourself with Luo Xiu. This is Zihu, Luo Xiu, the strongest man in the world. He is also an experiencer of the Ohara incident, and intends to go to Ohara with us to find out the truth about the destruction of Ohara. There is also Nico Robin, the only survivor of Ohara. Now he is also in the hands of Luo Xiu, and he seems to be living well. As soon as it came up, Vegapunk began to introduce these people to Monkey D. Drago. Dorag was a little surprised when he heard that. However, they still greeted Luo Xiu and the others very politely. Now that Vegapunk is all in, no problem. It's all here, so let's come up together. Just go in my boat. Luo Xiu pointed to behind him, the huge luxurious warship on the shore of Egghead Island proposed. Walking out of the luxurious research room, Drago and Vegapunk took a breath of fresh air, only then did they see how vast this giant battleship on the shore really is. Advertisement. Even through Vegapunk's evil vision sharing, Vegapunk couldn't help being surprised to see this scene with his own eyes. Get on board, and let's go. Luo Xiu waved his hand casually. Afterwards, everyone including Vegapunk, Monkey D. Dorag boarded Luo Xiu's battleship one after another. The sailing direction turned and headed towards the island where Ohara was. Past many places along the way. Many pirates have also noticed that this battleship must come from a big force. However, the sight of the telescope fell on Luo Xiu that day. Seeing Luo Xiu standing on the bow of the luxurious giant ship. The world of these bullying pirates is scared to death. Originally, I came here with the idea of robbery. They have never touched such a luxurious passenger ship before. However, now, just looking at the owner of the warship, these people have already begun to wonder whether Luo Xiu will care about this matter. If you care about it, maybe one move will make them, the pirates, go straight to nothing. The battleship sailed furiously in the direction of Ohara. Many people passing by noticed Luo Xiu's actions, and at the same time, they also fluctuated their calls with the World News Agency. The news of the Luo Xiu pirates' cadres was seen on the sea level was passed to the big news Morgan, Good Liho, Sea. As a result, the smart Morgans took advantage of the opportunity to make a big splash. Then the news came out. The shock from the world government is obvious. As we all know, Ohara was almost dead after being destroyed by Buster Call. However, now Luo Xiu is raising his boat and moving in the direction of Ohara. You must know that Kuzan and Sol, two vice admirals' mutinies, and Luo Xiu appearing in the Ohara Buster Call can't get rid of the relationship tower. But now Luo Xiu actually swaggered towards Ohara's ruins again. What the hell is this going to do? Between powers. The five elders called the CPO as soon as they got the news. Quote. Okay, my lord, we will immediately send someone to observe Luo Xiu's every move. Then, Duzhong will report to you the information about them. After the CP0s finished their report, they all followed in the direction of Ohara one after another. 162. Drago's idea. Form a revolutionary army. Luo Xiu's luxurious warship. VIP room. All the people who go to Ohara are sitting here. This time, though, consider the Ohara-related picks. Luo Xiu instead took Nico Robin, Sol and Aokiji. As for the others, they were called back by Luo Xiu. The destroyed Ohara doesn't need so many people to go there. Just stay in Wanokuni and look after the house. Luo Xiu's eyes flickered back and forth on Vegapunk's face from beginning to end. It has to be said that the appearance of Vegapunk easily reminds Luo Xiu of two famous scientists. Einstein and Newton. The apple on the head and the face of Einstein. The combination of the two has an inexplicable sense of weirdness that makes Luo Xiu a little speechless. I said, Vegapunk, aren't you a member of the long-headed clan? Luo Xiu is also very curious about Vegapunk. In my impression, this man seems to have an unexpectedly long head at this point in time. However, the appearance of 6 clones and the return of Vegapunk's head to normal also made Luo Xiu very curious. Ah, yes, that's right. Curious about Luo Xiu, Vegapunk 843 also nodded and said with a smile. I divided them into 6 parts and made 6 clones of me. I'm going. Isn't this too cruel? Hear Vegapunk answer questions like these himself. Luo Xiu couldn't hold back anymore. This guy really dares to say it. No wonder he is known as the world's #1 scientist. The level of science and technology that has led the world for a full 500 years is not boasting. Can you even do this? So that's how your avatar came here. Luo Xiu smiled helplessly. I really didn't expect it. If it wasn't for the mouth of Vegapunk himself. Absolutely will not believe it. After talking with Vegapunk, Luo Xiu's eyes fell on Monkey D. Drago. Advertisement. The slipper marks on this guy's face are gone. Could it be true as the rumors said? He was beaten out by Garp for forming the Revolutionary Army. Isn't this too ridiculous? The 3 of them talked with each other like this. Soon, the location of Ohara is getting closer and closer. If although some time has passed, the traces of Buster Call left on Ohara still exist. The entire island looked completely scorched black. Even the huge tree of omniscience in the middle was broken in the middle. The branches are full of withered traces. Everyone went ashore with different expressions on their faces. However, as a witness to the Ohara incident, Nico Robin, Kuzan, and Saul are obviously the ones who touched the most. And it was for that reason that he chose to quit Marine. Look around and see if there are any traces that haven't been burnt. At the suggestion of Vegapunk and Monkey D. Drago, under the leadership of Nico Robin, a local aborigine, everyone walked towards the usually lively place in Ohara. But now it is a scene of wreckage, and there are even charred bodies that have not had time to bury them. Little Robin thought of the scene of his mother's death again, and tears surfaced on his face. Damn world government. Seeing the tragic scene, Monkey D. Drago rubbed his fists tightly. I really want to save this world from the rule of the world government. However, those who do not have the strength of soldiers and horses have no money. There is simply no way to do this kind of thing. Came to a lake. Everyone was surprised to find that there are countless rare books hidden in this lake. These are hidden in the lake by Grandpa Osoro. They are the crystallization of Ohara's wisdom. I heard that they include the research results of the 100-year-old blank. Little Robin introduced it to everyone in surprise. I didn't expect that this lake was actually preserved after the war. 100 years of blank research results. Vegapunk stared straight at the history book in front of him. Luo Xiu watched from the side. I wonder if this guy is a scientist or a historian. Advertisement. This attitude towards historical documents is quite unusual. Hey, Vegapunk, I'm going to raise an army to fight against the world government. What do you think? Do you want to join me? Suddenly, the angry Monkey D. Drago spoke directly to Vegapunk. Luo Xiu's expression changed. Is an invitation about to be sent? Ha ha ha, forget it. In contrast, I prefer to work in a place with research funding. For example, Naval Headquarters, there are Marines who will follow my advice. Pelusalino, you know that, right? Kuzan. Vegapunk couldn't help laughing and said. Directly rejected Monkey D. Drago's invitation. Ah la la, Pelusalino, that kid will listen to your opinion. So you guys have known each other for a long time. Kuzan also watched in surprise. Now that guy has become the famous Admiral Kizaru. Unfortunately, Kuzan, if you don't quit Marine, you should be able to join the new Admiral, right? Replace Zephyr. Vegapunk looks like an old urchin. A hippie smiley face. However, he quickly noticed the sadness on Nico Robin's face. Hastily changed his attitude. Sorry, I didn't mean to say. Vegapunk's outstretched tongue was also thrown in. I said, if you really want to go to the confrontation of the world government, why don't you consider joining me? Seeing that the time seemed to be ripe, Luo Xiu said suddenly. Vegapunk, Monkey D. Drago was also taken aback. Suddenly thought, yes. Luo Xiu and the others are not exactly a force that has finally formed. Moreover, the actions during this period are not exactly against the world government. You also know how slow the formation of forces is. I don't know how many years it will take. He nodded in agreement. I have to say, these words of Luo Xiu really touched their hearts. We will consider this matter. However, before that, we still plan to go to a country. Drive Clover. While Vegapunk, Monkey D. Drago and Luo Xiu were discussing. A head popped out of the water of the lake. Dr. Clover has survived. The truth is that everyone did not expect it. 163. Survivor of Ohara, Dr. Clover. An old man with a clover head sat on the edge of the ruined lake. It seemed to be caught in the memory of what happened a few days ago. At the same time did not think. This has been turned into ruins by Buster Call, and even the tree of omniscience is completely collapsed Ohara. Someone is still here. Are you from world government? But these don't mean much to him now. In short, he accidentally survived the artillery fire. Death is also inevitable. However, hearing the familiar immature voice suddenly changed the expression on the old man's face. This voice, is it? Nico Robin. Turning around, I saw that little Robin was looking towards this side with joy. There are 2 more behind him, the Vice Admiral from the headquarters who followed Marine. You are here to arrest me, do it. Dr. Clover simply gave up resistance. Hold your hands high. However, it didn't take long before Vegapunk and Monkey D. Drago appeared. And behind the 2 of them, Zihu Luo Xiu walked over slowly with a calm pace. As for Luo Xiu's name, even if Ohara has lost the means of communicating with the outside world, relying on the previous understanding of Luo Xiu, it is very clear. This is a famous person in the world. The first person to stir up the wave of the new era. Really powerful and world government hard shakers. Seeing this, Dr. Clover was also a little confused. What does Luo Xiu mean by coming here? Saul, go to Elbaf, the country of giants, and get all the books in this lake. Then repair it. Luo Xiu directly issued an order to Saul. Speaking of which, since Saul joined Wano Kuni. Advertisement. Although Luo Xiu himself has never been to the Elbaf giant country. However, the Invisible also has some connection with this country. Not to mention anything else, just relying on Saul's relationship, we can also mobilize some strong people in Elbaf. And the Fish-Men Island. The giant ship Noah of the Fish-Men Island must have a lot to do with the giants. So I haven't been there before, but if you need help, just talk to Elbaf and no one will come. After receiving the order, Kuzan and Saul moved together towards the direction of the giant country. To tell you the truth, about the history of Blank Day for 100 years. Dr. Clover saw that Luo Xiu and his party didn't come here to trouble them. Instead, he came to help. And seeing how Nico Robin is making out with them, it's obvious that he's not a bad guy. So Dr. Clover simply relaxed his vigilance completely. He began to explain to everyone the huge war that swept the world that took place within 100 years of blank space under research. At the same time, world government, between powers. The periphery of the Ohara ruins. Gathered a lot of CPO cadres. Under surveillance, about the content of the conversation, and the fact that there are survivors in Ohara besides Nico Robin. It all fell into the ears of the 5 elders. The great elder sat on the sofa. After hearing the news, almost the whole body was trembling constantly. Waste. A bunch of waste. Obviously the Buster Call is activated, there shouldn't be any living people on any island under the Buster Call. As a result, Ohara not only has living people, but there are actually 2. Dr. Clover is the administrator of the Tree of Omniscient Library. It can be said that his existence is the greatest threat to our world government. Facing the rest of the 5 elders, the first elder was almost unable to restrain his anger. The rest of the 5 elders also listened to themselves. It's okay with them. Yi Jing heard it, so why don't you talk about them again? Advertisement. Now, Dr. Clover should have almost researched the facts of the investigation. Maybe, the history of the blank 100 years has also been researched almost. Nowadays, more and more people in the world know the truth of history. As the great elder spoke, his tone began to tremble. Not necessarily. If it wasn't because Luo Xiu and the others came to the Ohara ruins by accident, Dr. Clover might have died. All in all, while Luo Xiu is the only one in the world now, they know the news about Blank's 100-year history. Just shoot if they kill them, isn't it over? Asking for flowers. Just kill it. The dead will never speak. While talking, the 5 elders all came to a common conclusion. That is, when the situation is unavoidable, it seems that there is only a real shot, and Ohara will be connected to Vegapunk, Monkey D. Drago and Luo Xiu and be buried in the fireworks of history. HMPH, try it if you can. Luo Xiu's strength has now reached a level that is almost terrifying, who dares to go? Perhaps, apart from us, only the members of the Knights of God can completely wipe out Luo Xiu and his party. Marine. Impel Prison. CPO. Can they do it? Is this D family really that troublesome? The great elder sighed helplessly when he heard this. It's not that he doesn't know what the Knights of God means. B************ D Garp. This guy's son also blatantly betrayed Marine. With Drago's strength, if he stays in Marine, he can become a figure not weaker than Sakazuki and Pelusolino. Quote. The great elder shook his head helplessly. Then, besides the 7 knights of the Knights of God, are there other people who can pose a threat to Luo Xiu's power? The 5 elders started discussing about the D clan in anger. If the Knights of God don't do it, then the 5 of them can only do it themselves. It was really their mistake to let Luo Xiu grow to this level. However, for Luo Xiu, there is still no good result discussed. Will it be a little unreasonable if you make a move? No. The Knights of the Gods was set up by Lord I Am to guard the holy land of Mariajoy. It is absolutely impossible to act unless it is absolutely necessary. However, the 5 elders, as the highest power on the surface. However, the situation is here now. There is no way. Moreover, they are responsible for the internal affairs of the celestial dragons, overseeing the trials of the celestial dragons, and protecting other innocent celestial dragons. In other words, the work of eliminating Luo Xiu should not be done by them. The old man with the red birthmark on his face shook his head and said. 164. Not the ontology. Just leftover technology from a huge kingdom. While the 5 elders were having a heated discussion. At the same time, the remains of Ohara, facing Nico Robin, Luo Xiu and Vegapunk, as well as the appearance of Monkey D. Drago. He is also the captain of the volunteer army. Although Dr. Clover had a happy face, he finally sighed helplessly. Don't look at me like this now, I'm actually dead. Died. Why are you still able to stand in front of them and talk to them when you are dead? Everyone present heard that Dr. Clover was clearly sitting in front of the lake under the burnt tree of omniscience. However, it is said that he is not really alive, but dead. Except for Luo Xiu, everyone looked at with shock on their faces. I don't believe it. 623. Dr. Clover, a scholar who is obviously so keen on archaeological excavations, how could he die? Nico Robin's excited expression just now, with Dr. Clover's helpless self-explosion, finally couldn't help it, and tears came out. This is just the image left over when the Ohara Buster call was launched. It comes from the technology of the huge kingdom in 100 years of blank space. Although it is impossible to bring the dead back to life, it is still no problem to pass on the words of the dead and appear in front of you in the form of images. This is what happened 800 years ago. The technological level of the ancient kingdom. Dr. Clover recalled from the Ohara literature and deciphered the history of the blank century, and told everyone in this way. It seems that your wisdom does not come from yourself. I am afraid that you have endured a blank for 100 years. The huge kingdom has more technology, Vegapunk. Monkey D. Drago glanced at Vegapunk. Such a long head must have a large brain capacity. However, a larger brain also means more intelligence. So to a certain extent, what Monkey D. Dorag said is actually a disguised compliment to Vegapunk. Hurry up and salvage all these ancient books in the lake. These documents record the history of 800 years ago. They must not be obliterated in the long river of history like this by the world government. The image of Dr. Clover began to change. It should be that the imaging technology of ancient technology is about to reach ultimate. Advertisement. I can contact Elbaf's giant family to help. Saul Vice Admiral stood aside blankly. Now that I have withdrawn from the world government, I have learned part of the secrets about the huge ancient kingdom of blank 800 years ago. Then even disobeying the orders of the world government is nothing to Saul. Kuzan on the side, the same. That's good. Monkey D. Drago nodded and said. These secrets are strictly prohibited by the world government. If they are spread out, they will fall into the world government's must-kill list. When the image of Dr. Clover appeared until it was about to disappear, Dr. Clover finally talked to Robin, Vegapunk, Monkey D. Dorag with a smile. Then you still tell us. Vegapunk and Monkey D. dragged their beards and stared at Dr. Clover. Since they will be killed if they hear it, aren't you cheating them? Although they don't care about it. On the contrary, I feel very lucky to hear the news today. I just hope that the story of the Great Kingdom will continue to spread. Apart from Nico Robin, there should be no more scholars of Ohara in this world. After saying this, the image left by Dr. Clover completely disappeared by the lake. Everyone remembers Dr. Clover. Then, Saul picked up the phone bug and connected with Elbaf's warriors. Although Saul is not Elbaf's warrior, the giants are connected. Luo Xiu, what are you going to do next? Monkey D. Drago came up with the idea of building an army of his own. However, now things about the Great Kingdom come to light. It's hard to say whether their revolutionary army can really be formed according to the idea. So Monkey D. Drago naturally thought of joining Luo Xiu directly. Anyway, Luo Xiu is nominally a pirate, but in fact, burning, killing and looting like pirates seem to have done nothing. Advertisement. Rather than being pirates, it would be better to say that they are the vanguard of the world government's opposition. Wasn't it the same with the celestial dragons back then? If you join, you may need to follow Luo Xiu's orders. But Luo Xiu's strength lies here. It's not a shame to listen to him. Next, go to Elbaf. The giant race seems to be one of the races that fought against the world government back then. If it can be won over, it can be regarded as a part of the power, right? Moreover, it seems that they are planning to assist in the transfer of Ohara's ancient books. Luo Xiu pointed to the giant battleship in the distance. It came really fast, far beyond his grasp of advanced weapons created by science and technology. It can be said that if you say that you are in the field of science, you are the uncrowned king in the world today. Only then can I understand the essence of Devil Fruit's ability, and then make a weapon that can compare with Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's strength is really too strong. If he really wants to defeat Luo Xiu, Vegapunk feels dejectedly, this seems to be a height that he will never reach in his life. The heart is also secretly amazed. Perhaps it is enough to investigate the historical documents about the ancient science and technology of the huge kingdom in these lakes. Maybe it's because Luo Xiu's strength is so strong that the world government doesn't dare to send troops over. Vegapunk has also seen Luo Xiu's terrifying strength. However, at most it is just a few more tricks. Obviously Luo Xiu's strength in the world is much higher than his status in the field of science. At least, I haven't developed a technology similar to man-made devil fruit so far. Luo Xiu has reason to suspect that Elbaf, the island where the giants are located, is definitely near Ohara. Otherwise, how could it be possible to throw a phone call, and the army of giants came over within a few minutes? For a while, Luo Xiu was even a little worried that the world government would come and intercept them and take away these Ohara research literature books. The steps to take away the historical text went quite smoothly. Then, consider it from the strength alone. It turned out that Luo Xiu was overthinking. 165. An unexpected development. Big Mom comes to Elbaf. However, at this moment, land of giants, Elbaf. The BIGMOM pirates at this time. I don't know why it suddenly appeared here. BIGMOM, the Emperor of the Sea, lived in Elbaf when he was very young. However, due to the uncontrollable power of terror, it unintentionally released a powerful force, killing the elder of the giant clan and the daughter of Garmer Luo Xiu. This attracted the disgust of all the giants in Elbaf. However, BIGMOM who has done all this has never given up using the power of the giants to arm themselves. However, Due to the terrifying strength of the giant kingdom, before the BIGMOM pirates were formed, even before they became the Emperor of the Sea, BIGMOM has never considered Elbaf as its subordinate force. Because the strength of these giants exceeded expectations. Even BIGMOM himself has mastered some of the skills of the giants. Spear of Elbaf and Vigoro. This also led to the fact that although BIGMOM has left Elbaf for 18 years, the feelings for the giants still exist. Right now, Luo Xiu is constantly expanding, and is wooing the forces in the sea for his own use. This also led to BIGMOM's covetousness for the giant country intensified. Until now, they have sent troops to the giant country, relying on the deterrence and strength of the Sea Emperor to forcibly classify the giant country as their own territory. This also leads to things that are completely different from the original plot. In the final analysis, the appearance of Luo Xiu disrupted the original time course. Land of Giants, Elbaf. The BIGMOM pirates logged in not long after the giants who carried Ohara's ancient books left. Relying on the terrorist strength of BIGMOM itself. The giants on the island, even the strongest fighters, can hardly stop BIGMOM's attack. In the pirate group, such as Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snag are all strong. Fighting against the most elite fighters of the giant country is also worthwhile. Katakuri's observation hockey has even begun to show results. Although it is impossible to completely predict the future, relying on the powerful observation hockey to open holes in advance and avoid the attacks of the giant kingdom is already familiar. Well, Hayerden, do you still want to resist? Advertisement. You Elbaf, even if you resist, you will never be the opponent of our BIGMOM pirates. Give up obediently, and be our subordinates. For the sake of past friendship, we won't treat you badly. BIGMOM laughed and rubbed the fireball Prometheus with his left hand. On the right is Thundercloud Zeus smiling sinisterly. Prince Hayerden of the Giants has stern eyes. Although the strength of the Giants is huge, the power of BIGMOM is the same as that of monsters, and it is not inferior to them at all. After so many years, BIGMOM, who is not even a giant, is even more terrifying than them in terms of strength alone. Continuing to fight has no meaning other than unnecessary casualties. But considering the tragedy of Ohara, BIGMOM, as the Emperor of the Sea, will definitely attract the attention of the world government in the future. At that time, it may be said that the threat is so strong that it will become a burden to join. They also know what Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants, means to the world government. The most powerful race. It is impossible for the world government not to be greedy. Maybe after joining, the world government just finds an excuse and kills them. Then repeat the mistakes of Ohara. Not to mention, there is still a deep blood feud between their giant kingdom and BIGMOM, it is even more impossible to join. Impossible, Linlin. Based on what happened at the beginning, you killed the Garmer Luo Xiu girl who was so kind to us, and you killed our 2 warriors of the giant pirates. We can't tolerate you with these 2 points. Facing the threat of BIGMOM, Helding directly expressed his thoughts. Even in the face of external threats. In short, if you don't join, you don't join. Even if the entire giant country is destroyed by your BIGMOM, it is impossible to join. After hearing these words, BIGMOM's already out of control emotions became angry again. I didn't expect these giants to have such a big heart. Well, if this is the case, then you are asking for it. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of BIGMOM's mouth. The ability of Soul Fruit has almost reached the level of awakening. An incomparably frightening and shocking force erupted slowly. Although the body is huge, in the face of this terrifying power, even the members of the giant family are afraid. There is no way, this is the crushing brought about by the huge gap in strength. Advertisement. No matter how much you resist, you will never be able to make up the gap in talent. The basic combat power of the giant race is strong, and the title of the strongest country does exist. But BIGMOM is undoubtedly a freak existence. Thunderclouds transformed by Zeus covered the entire sky. Suddenly, the entire island of Elbaf became dark and dark like the end of the world. And the sun Prometheus is hanging in the sky, reflecting each other with Thundercloud Zeus. One is the terrifying thunder power leaking out, and the other is the high temperature of the sun flames, scorching the earth. Although the members of the giant family such as Helding looked extremely fearful, they did not succumb to the power of BIGMOM. Ready to fight anytime. It was at this time that the report from Pelos Puro made BIGMOM frown suddenly. 610. Mom. It shows that Luo Xiu's pirate ship is approaching at a very fast speed. Even Luo Xiu himself is on it. Burning Tiger. Luo Xiu. Hearing the news, BIGMOM's expression was shocked. What happened in the Valley of the Gods that year also came to my mind very clearly. Luo Xiu, how does this man suddenly appear here? It's impossible to come here to play in the mountains. He shouldn't have any intersection with the giants, right? After thinking about it for a while, BIGMOM couldn't figure out what the relationship between Luo Xiu and the giants was. But come here, reminiscent of what Luo Xiu did before, BIGMOM is also aware of. Could it be that this Luo Xiu is also holding Elbaf in his arms and intends to win over the giants? Are you kidding Luo Xiu? What is this B*********** D coming to Elbaf for now? You really want to compete with me for the place of Elbaf? BIGMOM asked Perospero nervously. hesitated. If you say that you have a crushing attitude towards Elbaf's fighters, there is absolutely no problem in forcing Elbaf to join by force. However, if Luo Xiu also comes to this place, then the situation seems to be completely different. 166. Big Mom's panic. And when the battleship carrying Luo Xiu appeared, for BGIMOM, a choice also appeared in front of her. That's, run away. If you don't escape, with the strength of their BIGMOM pirates, how long can you last in front of Luo Xiu's pirate group? But don't forget, Luo Xiu, his bounty ranks first in the world. Even Captain Rocks at his peak is far inferior to Luo Xiu. And the higher the reward amount. On the one hand, it means that the person is more harmful to the world government. And another aspect, it means that its own strength has reached a level that even the world government is afraid of. And for a powerhouse of Luo Xiu's level, maybe both of these things should exist. Whether it is strength or the danger of world government, Luo Xiu should already have all of these two aspects. Mom, what should we do next? And as the battleship of the Luo Xiu pirates approached, more and more people from the BIGMOM pirates have discovered this situation. So the three potential generals under BIGMOM approached with different expressions. Among them, the expression on Katakori's face is the most dignified. And this sentence is naturally also said by Katakori of Grandmaster Observation Haki. What do you think? BIGMOM said hesitantly. As one of the emperors of the sea, BIGMOM is also very aware of the strength gap between himself and Luo Xiu. Even the emperor of the sea, there is still a gap in strength. As the strongest among the emperors, there is no doubt that Luo Xiu is the existence closest to the apex level among all the pirates. Even Gal D. Roger pales in comparison to Luo Xiu. However, just when BIGMOM was thinking about whether to run away, some voices in the pirate group also slightly changed BIGMOM's inner thoughts. Advertisement. Anyway, Mom is also one of the emperors of the sea. If you just want to run away after hearing the other party's name, does Mom still have face in this world? Quote. I don't know which of my children said it. BIGMOM's expression changed after hearing this. What a bad idea. If you have the ability, you can check with Luo Xiu. If one has to choose between fame and life, there is no doubt that his own life is more important. However, this is just an idea just now. Luo Xiu's battleship is getting closer and closer. Time is running out for BIGMOM to escape. It's okay to run away when you just found out. If he is found running away now, with Luo Xiu's character, he will definitely catch up and question him. Rather than doing this, it is better to stand here first. Sooner or later, he will be discovered, and his face will be damaged if he escapes. Why not stop? With such thoughts in mind, Bigimdim's expression that was originally planning to run away also changed slightly. The dignified expression on his face remained motionless, but his movements had already stopped, as if he was waiting for Luo Xiu's pirate group to arrive. Mom, Luo Xiu's pirate ship has docked. Luo Xiu, he has landed. Katakori's observation Haki has faintly reached the level of foreseeing the future. Talking to BIGMOM with anxiety on his face. However, BIGMOM did nothing about Katakori. Instead, he stood where he was, and stopped planning to attack those giants. Instead, he looked after himself and stood quite calmly. It wasn't until Luo Xiu really came here that BIGMOM's expression changed slightly. Well, isn't this the famous Luo Xiu? What wind blows you here? Standing in front of Luo Xiu, BIGMOM directly changed the look of threatening these giants just now. Instead, he said with a flattering smile on his face. The amiable appearance made the giants who were threatened by Linlin just now, and who were about to make a move, also look confused. Advertisement. What happened? Who was this man who suddenly appeared in the kingdom of Elbaf? Why did Linlin gradually disappear when he saw this man? Could it be that this man has a strength that even Linlin fears? With such doubts, everyone's eyes also fell on Luo Xiu. He obviously looks young, even less than 30 years old from the outside. Such a young man really possesses the strength that even Linlin fears. No matter how you look at it, you don't believe it. Immediately afterwards, he was surprised by the strong men standing beside Luo Xiu. Halding, and, Saul, why are you here? Saul, you are not one of our Elbaf, and haven't you been summoned by Marine? Why did you have time to come back suddenly? Quote. Who is this man standing between you? A series of questions were constantly being asked from the giants surrounding Charlotte Linlin. This is a big man, now he is in the limelight on the sea. If we have this man to protect us, Elbaf should be able to avoid the same tragic end as Ohara. As for the people around me, they are not simple characters either. Rather, Hyerding introduced Luo Xiu and his party to these giants. However, when he frowned and turned to the BIGMOM pirates, his expression also changed. Charlotte Linlin, what does it mean that you BIGMOM pirates came to us? I remember the patriarch should have said it. You're never welcome back, Linlin. Hyerding's face changed completely when he remembered what happened decades ago. The attitude of talking eagerly with Luo Xiu and his group just now has also changed. Wang Hao has a good attitude towards Luo Xiu because this guy saved Nico Robin from before Ohara was destroyed, and protected Ohara's history. Besides, there is no conflict between Luo Xiu and the giants. To be friends with such a strong person is not against the giant Helding's code. However, the situation is completely different when it comes to BIGMOM. Well, if you don't welcome us, then let's leave, right, man? Seeing that Luo Xiu seemed to be aware of their intention to come. Even Hyerding, as the prince of the giant country, has clearly stated that they are not welcome. Combining all kinds of reasons, BIGMOM also thought that this attack on the giant country and the means of winning over the giants were a complete failure. Instead of doing this, it's better to just quit and run away. There's nothing wrong with leaving at least one life. It's not like she would risk her life fighting Luo Xiu for these reasons. 167. Elbaf, no choice. However, just when everyone in the BIGMOM pirates, including BIGMOM himself, had a gloomy face and was somewhat reluctant to leave, Luo Xiu's voice came out. The faint voice seemed to carry great magic power. Let the face of BIGMOM, who is the Emperor of the Sea, change immediately. However, in front of so many people, the face of being the Emperor of the Sea is still important. Why, do you mean you won't even let us go? BIGMOM said with some reluctance on his face. Of course it's okay to go this way. But, you should also know what I plan to do by expanding my troops with great fanfare during this time. Do you want to consider joining me? Luo Xiu looked at BIGMOM indifferently. I am not an indiscriminate murderer. Although BIGMOM almost took action against the giants just now, it was because of the current affairs. Luo Xiu also felt that it was inappropriate to just destroy it like this. Anyway, try to win over first. Not interested in. As a result, BIGMOM directly rejected Luo Xiu's proposal without even thinking about it. Okay, let's go. No, Luo Xiu waved his hand casually. 813 seems to have nothing to do with Luo Xiu whether BIGMOM joins or not. Vegapunk and Monkey D. Drago couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Didn't Luo Xiu forcefully bring BIGMOM under his command? BIGMOM is also surprised. When I heard that Luo Xiu was trying to win over the strong at sea, I was shocked. After all, Kaido brother and Golden Lion, both partners from the original Rocks Pirate, have become Luo Xiu's subordinates. The relationship between Whitebeard and Luo Xiu is also good. They belong to the type who like each other and help each other. As for Luo Xiu has nothing to do with her BIGMOM, why did this guy let her go so easily? Could it be that you look down on my old lady? Suddenly, such a word popped up in BIGMOM's mind. As the Emperor of the Sea, the vast majority of pirates in the world, even the world government, are afraid of their own strength. Advertisement, it can be said that the title of Emperor of the Sea was won by his own strength. However, Luo Xiu was recruited by Kaido, Golden Lion, and Red Earl Redfield. Even the saboteur, Brandy World, whose strength is said to be not very good, has been wooed. He just seemed to ignore her. Let BIGMOM be thankful that Luo Xiu didn't force it, but at the same time feel that he might be underestimated by Luo Xiu. BIGMOM's thoughts fell into Luo Xiu's observation hockey perception, which also made him speechless for a while. The reason why I didn't forcibly win him over was not because I looked down on BIGMOM's strength. The Emperor of the Sea is powerful, and it is impossible to say that the winner can be easily determined by fighting. BIGMOM's steel balloon physique is indeed quite tricky. But, for Luo Xiu now, time is not abundant at all. It's really strange, I forced you to join and you disagreed, but instead let you go, you're just moaning here. Luo Xiu frowned and looked towards BIGMOM. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Being stared at by Luo Xiu made me a little hairy. However, in the end, I still feel that my pirate group is more free. Now that Luo Xiu has not changed his mind, running away is indeed a very wise choice. The cadres of the BIGMOM pirates boarded the battleship with Linlin himself, sailing back in despair in the direction of Wanguo. And this time, Luo Xiu also started to get ready to get down to business. Leaning his hands behind his back, he spoke directly to Helding and the others. You giants, do you want to join me, including Helding? Almost all of the giants' partners also had different expressions. Luo Xiu's words were too direct. Although they have guessed it long ago, it is still difficult for them to adapt to stating the purpose so directly. Although we giants have no ill feeling towards you, we still hope to live in this world normally, not to participate in the disputes in the world. Hyerding directly rejected Luo Xiu's statement as the prince of the giant clan. However, Luo Xiu just gave up. Of course not. The hands behind the back still showed no signs of falling. Advertisement hearing Hyerding's words, instead of getting angry, Luo Xiu nodded slightly. It's not incomprehensible for you to think like this. However, it seems that there are not many choices for you. Including Hyerding, the companions of the other giants were also slightly taken aback when they heard this. What does Luo Xiu mean? The archaeological documents on Ohara must be destroyed for the world government. However, you giants dispatched to preserve these documents. Based on this alone, it is impossible for the world government to let you go easily. Luo Xiu is not in a hurry either, since it is good words to persuade. Of course it is courtesy first and soldiers later. Luo Xiu also didn't want to do it frequently, as it would be bad for everyone if the scene froze. When the giant warriors heard this, they were also anxious. It is indeed such a truth. Today, documents handed down from Ohara are housed. Regardless of whether these documents are transferred out now, it has violated the taboo of the world government. It will be a matter of time before the world government gets the news to send troops to Elbaf. Perhaps, in the eyes of the world, the giant race is the most powerful race in the world, and Elbaf, the kingdom of giants, is also the strongest in the country. However, compared with the combat power of the world government, their Elba going seemed nothing at all. Perhaps because of the relationship of some giants vice-admiral, the world government will not easily find an excuse to make a move. However, the situation is completely different when this matter is exposed today, right? Luckily, it is not advisable to think that the world government does not know about this matter or dare not do it because of fear of the force of the giants. So if you join me, it is impossible for the world government to do too much to you. At least our strength lies here. The world government dare not do it easily. You don't deny this, do you? When Luo Xiu speaks, there is naturally a kind of hockey wrapped around him. The whole person looks like Fudo Mingwang. Even these giants can't help but surrender with joy from a distance. That's right. Maybe when Ohara transfers these documents, we are doomed to be attacked by the world government. It seems that we have to join you for the future of our Elbaf? These giants still have their own ideas about right and wrong. Thoughts popped up. The giant warriors had no reason to refuse Luo Xiu's invitation. Rather than being independent here and waiting for the world government to attack, it would be better to join Luo Xiu and live under the protection of Wano-kuni. Thinking of this, Haerding nodded and agreed to Luo Xiu's proposal. 168. 5 elders. Why did Luo Xiu let Big Mom go? Also, you Elbaf have now joined my command. It's very likely to be retaliated by the world government, so, if you can, I suggest you abandon this place and find an island near Wano-kuni. In this way, we can at least help. The idea of Haerding agreeing to join the pirates is of course welcome. However, Luo Xiu thinks so, if the giants of Elbaf were left to stay in this place. If you don't join, the world government will not be able to do anything to the country with the highest combat power in the world. After all, it is impossible to eliminate Elbaf without paying some real high combat power. The strength of these giants is not a display. There are even some giants who wield the hockey weapon. Even against the new 2 Lobia's admirals in the headquarters, they are not without resistance. However, if you fight, you will lose combat power. Of course, it is impossible for the world government to send troops to occupy Elbaf if there is no benefit. But if Elbaf chooses to join Luo Xiu's command, the situation will be completely different. If the former Elbaf is the target that the government wants to win over, neither protect nor shoot. So, this time Elbaf made a choice between the world government and Luo Xiu. Plus, the books of Ohara were carried away by the giants of Elbaf and came to this country. It is conceivable that even the Ohara world government is willing to use Buster Call to destroy it. So what if Elbaf is destroyed no matter how high the price is paid? All in all, even a word, anyone or anything that has the potential to cause the leak of a blank century of history must be erased. This must be done no matter the cost. This is the world government. Prince Haerding of the giant family agreed with Luo Xiu's words. But it is also powerless. The giants are too big, which makes it impossible for them to move out of their residences at will. Advertisement. Okay, leave a phone bug for each other. If something really happens at that time, I can use the ability of Jokus to come here and help you in an instant. However, it is too dangerous to keep these history books in Elbaf. Let them all be stored in our Wano-kuni. Hearing what Luo Xiu said, Haerding felt that this was no problem. Now their giant race may be attacked by the world government at any time. Self-defense is very difficult, if we protect these documents that record the research history of the blank 100 years. That's absolutely beyond my reach. After accepting Luo Xiu's proposal, Luo Xiu also called Jokus with a random phone call. A teleportation thing, Jokus directly appeared in front of Haerding and others. Shocking voices came from the mouths of the giants. What ability is this? It can be teleported in an instant. Looking at the scene in front of them, these giants are all in a daze. Is it the ability of Devil Fruit? There is such a thing as teleportation fruit in the world? As a result, Luo Xiu admitted Jacob's ability in one sentence. Many giants looked at the man with the strange fruit in shock and felt a little relieved at the same time. That's right, Luo Xiu has the teleportation fruit ability user Jokus in his hand. No matter how far the distance is, it can be reached with the ability of teleportation. Therefore, even if the distance between Elbaf and Wano-kuni is relatively far, there is no need to worry about being wiped out by the world government army. After a casual exchange of pleasantries with Haerding, we bid farewell. After returning to Wano-kuni, Luo Xiu took the initiative to release the news that Elbaf of the giants had chosen to join. In addition, the ancient historical documents stored in Ohara were also passed on by unknown people. Falling into the ears of the world government naturally aroused bursts of anger and exclamation. Between powers. Marine Admiral Zephyr, who has resumed his position, and the new generation of 2 Marine Admiral Kizaru and Akainu. Come to the world government for a regular career report. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu actually went to Elbaf after taking away those evil historical documents. Moreover, he also recruited those giants as partners. Wearing a blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard, the old man spoke directly. Through the CPO's intelligence agency, the 5 elders knew about the incident from the first moment it happened. Then just waited until the 3 Marine Admirals came over. Ohara again. *TT. Sakazuki, who was promoted to Marine Admiral, couldn't help clenching his fists when he thought of the betrayal of Kuzan and Sol, 2 Vice Admirals, in the Ohara incident. And, sure enough, his worries were justified. Since leaving Ohara, Sakazuki felt that this operation was not complete at all. Aside from Nico Robin, Ohara may well have a history floating around. And now the news has been confirmed, except for Luo Xiu, Vegapunk, Monkey D. Dorag and Elbaf of Giant Kingdom, all of them are left with this matter. It's really strange. Why did the giant country Elbaf, which has always been independent, suddenly agree to join Luo Xiu's command to work for him? What is even more surprising is that BIGMOM also appeared in Elbaf. However, after meeting with Luo Xiu, they retreated completely? Luo Xiu, didn't you do anything to BIGMOM? The 5 elders were very surprised when they received the report. He didn't expect that Luo Xiu, who was used to wooing the strong, would win over Kaido of the Beasts, Golden Lion Shiki, Red Earl Redfield, and Burn D World one after another. In the face of BIGMOM, he chose to let her go. Could it be that they looked down on BIGMOM's strength? It shouldn't be. BIGMOM's steel balloon physique, even if a knife falls on her body, it will be broken. If it can be won, it will definitely be a powerful force on Luo Xiu's side, but Luo Xiu just let it go. This is most likely Luo Xiu's plan. A move. The vigilant 5 elders felt that Luo Xiu would never do this for no reason. Since it was done, there must be a conspiracy in it. Elbaf, the Fishmen Island, Wano-kuni, the distance between these 3 places is not close. Luo Xiu, why don't you consider connecting these 3 places? Even if they can't be connected, even if they transfer the giants of Elbaf, is this also possible around Wano-kuni? Why didn't you do it? Do you think our world government is intimidated by Luo Xiu's strength and dare not take action against him? 5 elders in white robes, bald, and wearing glasses spoke in shock. 169. The 2 crests of the wave of the times, Roger, Luo Xiu. I don't know, but one thing is for sure, while the 5 elders and naval headquarters executives were talking, CPO intelligence personnel also stepped forward, and more shocking news was spread out. A demon fruit power appeared in Luo Xiu's pirate group. He can transfer from one place to another in an instant. I seriously doubt that it is precisely because of the existence of this ability that Luo Xiu feels that the giants of Elbaf and the fish of the Fishmen Island do not matter, where people live. Although this is unbelievable, the expression of 5 elders is still full of surprise. The Fishmen Island is guarded by strong men, and they are all under Luo Xiu's command, strong men at the emperor level of the sea. If we act rashly, we won't be able to win, 980, in a short time. And once the fruit-capable person under Luo Xiu's command arrives with Luo Xiu, I'm afraid we will be finished. The old man with blonde hair, wearing a dark red suit and no bow tie, spoke. My guess is that fruit a teleportation fruit? It seems that only this devil fruit can match the teleportation ability. Do you still remember Houston, who was scheduled to be recruited by us as a Shichibukai because of his powerful strength? His subordinate, Jockus, is a user with the ability to teleport fruit. And, more importantly, it has been such a long time. The Houston pirates have disappeared without even noticing their traces, and the person who is suspected of teleportation fruit ability has appeared in Luo Xiu's pirates. It is hard not to it makes people suspect that the downfall of the Houston pirates was caused by Luo Xiu. The pupils of the 5 elders shrank suddenly, and they looked at each other, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes. Has the user with teleportation fruit ability fallen into the hands of Luo Xiu? This is really bad news. With this ability, Luo Xiu can be described as disappearing without a trace, plus with terrifying power. Perhaps we will join hands to destroy him and put him directly in the cradle. Finally, an old man with a black hat on his head and a curly white beard on his chin made a suggestion. To strike first is to be strong. If you wait until Luo Xiu grows up, there is a high probability that he will become a powerful existence that is difficult to deal with. It's better to kill him before he has grown into a complete state. In the eyes of 5 elders, Luo Xiu obviously still has a lot of room for growth. Advertisement so young in appearance, but his strength has made him stand at the peak of all pirates. I'm afraid even the Knights of God's Knights are hard to say. They will definitely defeat Luo Xiu. 5 elders, isn't this inappropriate? As a veteran admiral, Admiral Zephyr has already stood on the same starting line as his apprentices. However, the majesty of being an instructor is still there. Goal. D. Roger seems to be looking for that island now. At least Roger should be killed as a target first, right? If Luo Xiu is besieged first, it will be thankless, but it will give Roger a chance to develop. Don't forget that besides Luo Xiu in the Valley of the Gods, that guy Roger also shines. You must not favor one over the other and ignore him. Zephyr put forward his views directly. It's not that it's wrong to do something to Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu's strength is now the strongest, and it is still developing. Although the development speed is very fast, it is far from growing to its peak. However, today's Roger pirates have obviously taken shape. In addition, it seems to be looking for traces of a certain island. I heard that once the secret of that island is exposed, the danger to the world government is even higher than that of Ohara. In this way, although some time will be delayed in the process of rounding up Roger, it will give Luo Xiu and the others a chance to develop. But the island's secrets can't just be let go, right? Between Luo Xiu and Roger, the world government has to make a choice. After hearing Admiral Zephyr's words, the 5 elders also fell silent. You're right. Luo Xiu and Roger, both of them are existences that cannot be ignored for us. Advertisement. One is to win over the giants, take away Ohara's historical documents, and become the #1 force threatening our world government. The other is to search for that island. Once it is found and revealed in secret, it is also a great thing for us. A crushing blow. Neither threat can be easily let go. Facing two at once, our world government cannot have this kind of energy, so we can only focus on one of them first. Now that Roger has assembled the 4 historical texts leading to that island, then, let's deal with Roger first. As for Luo Xiu, it won't take much time for us to solve Roger too long. Luo Xiu should not grow too fast in such a short period of time. I can't think of any other forces in the world that can be won over by Luo Xiu. The 5 elders discussed for a while, and finally decided to put Luo Xiu aside for the time being. Zephyr nodded, knowing what the 5 elders meant, he took the order and retreated. But the 5 elders were still sitting in place, their faces full of solemn expressions. Scorched Tiger. Luo Xiu, after Zephyr, Kizaru, and Akainu left. The 5 elders couldn't help showing their fear of Luo Xiu anymore. This is also a helpless move. If the strength allows, it is absolutely impossible to do things that favor one another. Whether it is Roger or Luo Xiu, there is only one dead end. Damn it. Why did times become like this? Roger went to Raftel. The island was once one of the ruins of a huge kingdom 800 years ago, while Joy Boy. There is also some legacy left there. Never fall into the eyes of the people of the world 2.6. As for Luo Xiu, with his growth rate, his power may be greatly improved in a day compared to before. It is really helpless for us to do so. The 5 elders were discussing, the meaning in the tone was self-evident. First destroy the Roger pirates at all costs, and then concentrate on attacking Luo Xiu. In short, the dominance of the world government must not be shaken. No matter who it is, if it endangers our world government, there is absolutely only a dead end. We have to prove it to the world through these actions. Speaking of this, the voice from among the powers suddenly became much quieter. However, the expressions of struggle on the faces of the 5 elders still explained how intense the discussion just now was. 170. Near Raftel, the Roger pirates besieged Roger pirates. On the last road to Raftel, follow the directions of the 4 signposts in the historical text. Although there are still no historians on board who can understand ancient historical texts, but by listening to the voice of all things, it is not difficult to understand the content of the historical text. However, it was at this time, on the journey to Raftel, the accident happened suddenly. I said, Shanks, Buggy seems to have a disease that prevents him from going to the island. You stay and take care of Buggy. Until next time, come to Raftel yourself. The ship's doctor, Crocus, gave Shanks advice. Although the face is extremely disappointed, but the result is like this and there is no other way. Besides, my good brother is sick, so it is impossible to leave him here alone. There is no way this happens. Stopped on a small island near the last island. Members of Roger's group also headed towards the final island. However, it didn't take long to go out. Roger's eyes change. Immediately after Pluton Rayleigh, Copper Jabba, Kurokas and other 18s all looked ugly. Marine and troops from the world government are here. And it seems that they have predicted their travel route long ago. Except old Buddy Garp, and Marshal Sengoku, and even the retired Maryjoy Commander-in-Chief, Kong. It's all here, followed by a large number of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. All the members of the Roger Pirates looked extremely ugly. These guys. Roger's eyes froze. Standing on the bow of the Golden Jackson, the ace in his hand was pulled out as soon as he said it. Obviously, these guys are absolutely prepared, and looking at the appearance of everyone in the Roger Pirates as if they were facing a big enemy. Garp sighed deeply. The same goes for Marshal Sengoku. This time, the elite forces of Naval Headquarters almost came out in full force. Advertisement 3 Marine Admiral, Zephyr, Akainu, Kizaru. Along with Hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku, the high-end combat power of these Naval Headquarters. You can't even see it normally, however, this time it appeared in front of everyone at the same time. How can this not surprise everyone in the Roger Pirates? Although being chased by the Hero Garp is also everyday. But now the final island is in sight, but it fell short because of the arrival of Marine. Who can stand this? Kong sees that Garp and Sengoku are silent. Also took a deep look. Roger, you should also understand. Although your Roger Pirate group is also the strongest in the world. But we have so many lineups here, you are absolutely unable to beat. Surrender, and there is still a way to survive. We don't want to do anything. Kong looked at Roger, who had a resolute look in front of him, and said with some regret in his pupils. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, is there any point in saying these words? It's all here. It's so close to the final island, how could it be possible to be caught by you without going up? Gold D. Roger immediately couldn't help laughing and said, my dream is to become the freest person on the sea. Now the realization of the dream is close at hand. Just giving up because of Marine's capture, somewhat unwilling. In that case, none of you can leave today. Kong shook his head and tore off the overcoat of the commander-in-chief of the whole army. Kong, you've been in the world government for a while. Don't tell me that you haven't realized that the scum of the world government isn't worth your effort to maintain their rule. You claim to be the justice of Marine, but in the end you turn a blind eye to the evils committed by the world government. What happened to O'Hara back then was clearly a refuge ship for the protection of civilians, but someone in your Marine secretly ordered that the refuge ship the boat blows up. Gold D. Roger looked gloomy. Pluton Rayleigh on the side also spoke in a deep voice. And Copper Jabba watched them even more. As the top fighters of the Roger Pirates, only Garp, Kong, and Sengoku are in their eyes. You can't beat it for sure, although the Roger Group claims to be the second-ranked pirate group in the world. But compared with the strength of Luo Xiu's one-man army, there is obviously a huge gap. Advertisement, however, it is not too difficult for this lineup to beat and run. Although there will inevitably be some sacrifices. However, at this time, if you don't sacrifice, you may not be able to escape at all. Kong, with all due respect, you people alone may not be able to keep us. Thoughts popped up in my heart. Roger directly spoke to Garp, Sengoku and the others with wanton laughter. And then Pluton Rayleigh, Copper Jabba, and the rest of the fighting members of the Roger Pirates also took up their weapons and prepared to fight. Obviously, there must be some secrets on Raftel Island that even the world government fears. Then I don't know where I got my intelligence news. Sit back and wait, this group of Marines are here to watch in advance. Laugh. After hearing Roger's words, Kong just sneered. And Garp, the hero who is Roger's friend and foe. But he gave Roger a complicated look. Roger, you can't escape. The world government has already laid a net. Besides this, the world government 143 has higher-end combat power. This time, we must take all of you down. Garp had just finished speaking. On the warship, 3 figures came out from the lounge of the cabin. With a blank expression on his face, he stared straight at Roger with a free and easy face. Seeing this, Roger's complexion suddenly changed. And Pluton Rayleigh and Copper Jabba, the old members of the Roger Pirates. I have already heard about these 3 brand new faces. This is the 3 leaders of the Knights of God. If I remember correctly, the 3 of them should be responsible for defending the Holy Land Meteor. They shouldn't be involved in such a battle. Pluton Rayleigh and Gold D. Roger looked at these 3 figures in disbelief. The 3 great figures in the Knights of God: Judgment Knight, Fingal Saint, Discipline Knight Johnny Saint, and Wandering Knights, Saint John. These 3 Knights of God, except Saint John, everyone's fighting power is comparable to Admiral, even the Emperor of the Sea. Moreover, all of them have extremely terrifying devil fruit abilities. You are really generous. I finally know why you guys arrived so fast. Seeing this, even Gold D. Roger's pupils trembled suddenly. 171. Roger is missing. Worries of the Whitebeard Pirates. Gold D. Roger obviously has a deep understanding of world government. For the ability of the Knights of God hidden in the Holy Land, the domain of God. There is also some understanding. The Guardian organization of the Holy Land is divided into 4 major sections. One of them is the Intelligence Agency, which is dominated by the Intelligence Service CPO. 2 of them are the guards who are responsible for the junction of the outer and inner parts of the Holy Land, guarding the gates of the Holy Land Meteor. The Knights of God is the 3rd largest sector. The Knights of God consist of 7 celestial dragons with different devil fruit abilities. Among them, the strength of 6 is not inferior to the Emperor of the Sea. As the core responsibility of the 3rd sector, it is to protect the celestial dragons in the domain of the gods, so that they can be safe and sound in the face of external attacks. It is also responsible for the trial of some celestial dragons who have violated the celestial dragons' guidelines. As for the 4th largest plate, it is the supreme authority of the world government, the 5 elders. 5 old men with a long history, although standing at the peak of power, their own strength is even more terrifying than the Knights of God. The distribution of Meteor's combat power flashed through his mind. Gold D. Roger also couldn't figure it out. Why did I suddenly attract the hands of the Knights of God? Is it strange? This final island has an absolutely taboo history and past. And you are on the brink of this taboo history. When the truth is revealed, even the world government can't deal with the crowd who launched a general attack. Therefore, for the sake of stability, we have to deal with you. Saint Fingal, the trial knight of the Knights of God, smiled lightly. Then a finger pointed towards Roger and nodded gently. Roger gritted his teeth. I also understand that if it is Marine and those people, then it is not impossible for their pirate group to escape with all their strength. However, there are 3 more Knights of God. This is simply impossible. Not to mention, among a Knight of God, the most troublesome ones are not Johnny Saint, who is a person with disaster fruit ability, and Saint Fingal, who is a person with ability to judge fruit. It is Saint John who has the ability of the fruit of the door. As a door fruit ability user, this ability can be used to instantly open a door leading to all parts of the world. However, this ability is not too perverted if it is not awakened. Can be a Knight of the Knights of God. Advertisement. How could Devil Fruit's ability not reach the level of awakening? A fully awakened door fruit. An infinite door can be opened in any corner of the world. Then lock the target location and open the door to reach all parts of the world. It is a replica of the teleportation fruit. It is slower than teleporting fruit. However, it still makes the Roger Pirates at this moment very touching. You'd better follow us obediently, don't think about running away, impossible. Calamity fruit ability user Johnny Street with a wave of the hand, a huge wave as high as 10,000 Zhong was bombarded towards the ship. There was no time for the members of Roger's group to react at all. Seeing that the huge waves are about to completely overturn the entire battleship. Even if it uses the material of the precious tree atom, it was built by the legendary shipbuilder Tom of the capital of 7 waters. Under this level of waves, it must be directly overturned, there is no other possibility. This is the ability of the Fruit of Disaster? Roger was also shocked when he saw this scene. As expected of the Fruit of Disaster, every move is a means to make the sea turbulent. Moreover, it seems that the disaster is not limited to a certain ability. The tsunami unfolding in front of them now is one of them. In addition to tsunamis, there are various disasters in this world. Like hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. All these can be attributed to the ability of the disaster fruit. In other words, disaster fruit can be called Whitebeard, the superior of shock fruit ability. It's a pity, because the disaster fruit is the only fruit that exists in the world government. In the Devil Fruit illustrated book that is floating around in the external part, everything about the fruits of disaster has been almost erased and disappeared. It also caused everyone to see that Whitebeard's shock fruit is obviously inferior to the disaster fruit in terms of ability. But I just feel that Whitebeard's shock fruit is the most powerful paramecia fruit in the world. If this calamity fruit of the Night of God is announced in front of everyone, absolutely, the most destructive devil fruit recognized will definitely be a disaster fruit, not the shock fruit owned by Whitebeard. Everyone is here, so there is only one battle, really. Although the current situation is quite urgent, advertisement. But Gold D. Roger is also the person closest to the throne of One Piece. The strength of the opponent is strong, but it is impossible for him to concede defeat like this. So what about the fruits of disaster? Is it true that the helmsman of the Roger Pirates is just a display? God escape. Roger laughed and slashed at the warship on the side of world government and marine. Then there is a black and red conqueror's lightning intertwined in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the entire sky was shocked. The hero Garp looked at the sky with complicated eyes. This is Roger's strength, but it's a pity. Although Roger's strength is very strong, it's a pity. This time Naval Headquarters used almost all of their highest combat power. Together with the 3 knights of the gods of the world government. In other words, this place is made of iron barrels. Even if Roger is top-notch, it is impossible to say that he has escaped this catastrophe. And just as Garp and Sengoku looked at it with complicated expressions, they also sighed in their minds when they shot. Could it be that something happened to Roger? Days passed? At this moment, it was as if the world had evaporated. The fight continues. It was originally said to be the Roger pirates heading for a certain island. Yet Wano Kuni was extremely calm about it. Today's Roger group is heading towards the final island. There is no news about the battle between the Roger pirates and the world government naval headquarters. The Night of God, together with Kizaru and Akainu, 2 marine admirals also started to fight. However, there was no news during this period of time. No matter how excited you are, you always have to answer the call, right? Moby D*K. But it never got through, however, no matter how he dialed the connection with Roger. Time flies by. All of a sudden, the entire island and even the sea level was Wang Zhao, caught in a terrifying confrontation. Whitebeard's ship keeps a phone to talk to Roger. This made Whitebeard feel an extremely bad feeling in his heart. 172. Whitebeard's guess, Roger won't be caught, right? It's useless to think about this kind of thing. The Whitebeard pirates are one of the only sea emperors on the sea. He has maintained a very good relationship with Gold D. Roger for a long time. It is even more common to communicate with each other on the phone to report safety. However, now that so many days have passed, there is no news about Gold D. Roger, which makes Whitebeard faintly feel a little uneasy. At this time, Marco the Phoenix also appeared beside Father Whitebeard. He also knew where the uneasiness on his father's face came from. I said, Dad, Roger, aren't they already headed for the final island? Maybe it's because there is no way to communicate with other people on that island, so that's why so many calls can't be reached. Maybe in a few days we'll find out what's going on when they come off the island. Besides, with Roger's strength, there are not many pirates in the sea other than Luo Xiu who are their opponents. Luo Xiu has nothing to do with Roger. There is no conflict of interest between the two parties, so it is definitely not Luo Xiu's doing. 10 Maybe it's because I found something on the last island that attracted me, right? Marco the Phoenix fluttered its blue-yellow wings, and expressed his opinion to 620 Whitebeard with hesitation on his face. Whitebeard also glanced lightly at what Marco said. Immediately, a large jug of wine on the boat was poured into his stomach. Hope you're right. I always have a feeling. This world is about to change. Whitebeard looked rather tense, and including Marco the Phoenix, the other cadres of the Whitebeard pirates were all shocked when they heard the news. Father, what do you mean to say that Roger's disappearance is caused by someone doing something to them? But, who is going to do it to them? Diamond George just watched with a look of disbelief on his face. The thoughts in my heart are even more unbelievable. Ordinary pirates definitely can't do this step. Could it be that people from the world government did it? World government. If it is the world government that makes the move, it means that the secrets on the island will have a profound impact on the rule of the world government. Otherwise, how could it be possible to spend such a high price to capture Roger? You have to know that there are so many masters, in the Roger pirates. Even if the world government wants to eat them, it is not easy. Perhaps, the final island has a great influence. Whitebeard Newgate squinted slightly and looked towards the unknown sky. Where did Roger go? It's impossible to figure out. Advertisement. Either there is some kind of shield on the island of the end to isolate the phone bug. Or maybe it was people from the world government who murdered Roger. Thinking of this, Whitebeard hastily picked up the phone bug. Dad, don't try. Roger's phone number has been called many times. However, it wasn't Roger that Whitebeard was contacting this time. But Wano Kuni, Luo Xiu. Speaking of which, Roger also had a relationship with Luo Xiu when he was in the Valley of the Gods. It would be very difficult to resolve such a major matter without telling Luo Xiu. Meanwhile, Wano Kuni. Blue, 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 blue. The phone in the general's mansion rang. Luo Xiu was taking a nap on the large general chair. Hearing the ringing of the phone bug, he casually raised his hand to pick up the phone. Moses, this is Wano Kuni. Hey, Luo Xiu, why do you look like you haven't woken up? What's going on? Whitebeard's hearty voice came from the other end of the phone bug, which also made Luo Xiu's eyes shine. Ah, so it's Newgate. It's been a long time since I saw you. What's the matter? Luo Xiu was not in a hurry. Also wondering what Whitebeard was planning to do when he called. On weekdays, it is rare to see Whitebeard take the initiative to call himself. It's something important. About Gully Roger. Whitebeard's voice immediately became quite serious. Hearing this, Luo Xiu felt even more strange. The Gully Roger thing. At this time, he should have obtained all the historical texts. Although there is no Kazuki Oden, Roger should be able to understand the message of the historical text by relying on the unique observation haki. I'm afraid they have already arrived at Raftel. Advertisement. But what did Whitebeard say when he called? Let's talk about these words later. Whitebeard, we haven't seen each other for some time since the last time, haven't we? Since we finally had a chat, let's have a good chat at my Wano Kuni. Remember to bring your wine. Luo Xiu still remembered how delicious the wine Whitebeard brought last time. Even as a time traveler, it has been a long time since I tasted such an excellent drink. That's no problem, then let's meet and talk again. Also, Luo Xiu, you Wano Kuni don't have the CPO of world government on your side, right? Whitebeard talked to Luo Xiu with hesitation. A little scared. God knows what happened to Roger's disappearance, maybe the world government has already caught Roger before he went to the final island. Talking one-on-one with Luo Xiu is also discussing things while drinking. Ohara, Elbaf. However, there may be some troubles on Roger's side. A smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. After Roger, Luo Xiu, as the strongest player in the sea, it is impossible for world government to not move at all. It's really unexpected. How long has it been since you made such a big commotion? So the first thing Whitebeard asked when talking to Luo Xiu was if there were any spies from the world government around. Don't worry, my people are all around, and the CPO is not so powerful, so you can come here with peace of mind. After a period of time, a subordinate came down to report that the Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirates had arrived. Sitting on the general chair, Luo Xiu certainly knew what Whitebeard was thinking. Only then did Luo Xiu lazily stand up. When meeting Whitebeard, he sighed again and again. The strength of the hero Garp is not covered. After a while of pleasantries, Whitebeard took out the drinks he had prepared earlier. Don't forget to bring the good wine. Trouble. Luo Xiu froze for a moment. Appreciate further details. Sitting across from each other, Whitebeard also told Luo Xiu that he and Roger couldn't get through on the phone. After hanging up the phone, he continued to squint. 173. Naval Headquarters, Execution Roger. As Whitebeard told Luo Xiu the news and speculation about Roger's disappearance, Luo Xiu's complexion gradually became serious. Indeed, your guess is not unreasonable. Luo Xiu also agrees with Whitebeard's speculation. Among other things, let's just take Wano Kuni's calm during this period of time. This has never happened before. And there is the Fishmen Island. Ever since the Fishmen Island became his place, Kaido and Red Earl Redfield have been sitting there. As a result, I called in a few days to inquire about the situation. The answers I got were all normal. If Wano Kuni is a non-member country of the world government, Luo Xiu got it just like this, so if you can bear it, you can bear it. However, over to the Fishmen Island. That is a member country of the genuine world government. Even the world government doesn't seem to regard the Fishmen Island as an important place at all. It doesn't matter if it is frequently invaded by pirates. However, after Luo Xiu got it like this, he didn't do anything. This is obviously not in line with the style of the world government. The only thing that can be explained is that the world government has changed its strategy. The power on his side is too strong, even the world government is not willing to do everything possible to deal with Wano Kuni temporarily. The price is too high, and it is uncertain when the rest of the pirates will counterattack. This is something the world government cannot bear. Moreover, the actions of Ohara and Egghead Island also made Luo Xiu more characters like Vegapunk and Monkey D. Drago. With its own power growing, even BIGMOM and Whitebeard, the two sea emperors, are no longer rivals. Not to mention the world government, a single force is even less sure of taking down Luo Xiu. Instead of dealing with Luo Xiu, it is better to first target Roger, who is about to go to the final island. At least Roger's regiment has top powerhouses like Rayleigh and Jabba, plus Roger is three characters who are close to or even rival the Emperor of the Sea. But if the world government wants to win, it is not impossible. Considering these circumstances, Luo Xiu immediately felt that Roger's disappearance actually meant that they had been arrested before they arrived at Raftel. Perhaps all the historical redstones have also fallen into the hands of the world government. A generation of One Piece was arrested before becoming famous. God knows how the future era of big pirates will start. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu couldn't help showing a trace of weirdness on his face. Advertisement. At this time, shouldn't it be up to you to become the leader of the times? No, Fei Shu didn't want to be the leader. I have no interest in Luo Xiu, who opened the Age of Great Voyages. I said, Newgate, didn't you come here today just to talk to me about this? News about Roger's disappearance. Luo Xiu took a sip of the wine, his face was also a little tipsy. Yes, otherwise, if you come here, let's stay for a while and see what the world government is planning to play. I guess Roger should have fallen into the hands of the world government. Luo Xiu made no secret of his speculation. The two chatted like old friends meeting again. At this moment, there was movement in the sky, and the captain of the Self-Yang army, Monkey D. Drago, was Vegapunk, and Golden Lion Shiki, etc., hurried in with newspapers in their hands. Still stammering in his mouth. Luo Xiu, something is wrong. Gal D. Roger was arrested by the world government. Preparing for a public execution at naval headquarters. Also including Pluton Rayleigh, Copper Jabba and Ship Dr. Crocus. With this shout, it wasn't just Whitebeard who stood up abruptly. Even Luo Xiu took a look in surprise. With just a touch, the newspaper appeared in his hand. A look at the news is indeed so. It seems that my guess is good. If the world government sees that it will attack me, it may not be wiped out even if it pays the price. So I plan to attack the world government as the next best thing. Whitebeard also looked stunned. At the same time, his face was full of sadness. Really captured by the world government. Roger is also his good friend, and of course he was a little sad to hear the bad news. Luo Xiu indifferently looked at Whitebeard who looked a bit ugly. Knowing that this guy was feeling uncomfortable, he didn't care about it. Luo Xiu raised his head and looked at the newspaper, only news about Roger, Rayleigh Copper Jabba and Kurokas. As for the trainee crew Shanks, Buggy, combatants such as Bullet, they have not seen any news. This made Luo Xiu feel a little surprised. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Didn't everyone in Roger's group get wiped out? No. Bullet, the son of the devil, disembarked some time ago. According to the insider of the big news Morgans, the kid on Roger's ship, Shanks and Buggy survived because of accidents and did not go to the final island. Quote. Monkey D. Drago explained to Luo Xiu through the channel from the warriors. Vegapunk's big head is also the reason why the world government is doing this with a quick spin. It should be that the final island that Roger went to has information related to the survival of the world government. Otherwise, it would be impossible to go straight to Roger. If it wasn't for the final island, Roger's influence would definitely not be as good as Luo Xiu's. Even if the world government wanted to find it, it shouldn't be looking for Roger. 0. Vegapunk made a good guess. Everyone present also nodded, approving Vegapunk's guess. Roger is a well-known figure, and the historical text of the road sign in his hand has attracted the covetousness of many people. Why don't you take the opportunity to make a move? I think Roger will definitely sell our face. However, the Whitebeard pirates were shocked. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes were filled with excitement. The whole body even has the fluctuation of shock fruit. Apparently that island has something that even the world government fears. Be sure to get it. Urging Luo Xiu to act directly, save Roger and go to the final island. I don't know if Luo Xiu will agree to Golden Lion's proposal. Golden Lion Shiki is also thinking about the final island. Could it be that the current Whitebeard already knows some secrets about the island? Son. No, Roger and I don't have that deep relationship. If you want to save, whoever wants to go. However, Luo Xiu directly ignored everyone's gaze. In the original story, this guy didn't even do Odin's death. He leaned on the armrest of the general's big chair and sat down slowly. This time it's all for Roger. Luo Xiu waved his hand, not wanting to get involved in these matters. After the Golden Lion's proposal ended, everyone present was staring at Luo Xiu. Especially sitting opposite Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu glanced at Whitebeard indifferently. Luo Xiu, goodbye, I'm going to naval headquarters. 174. Shanks and Buggy, heading to Wano-Kuni. Except for Luo Xiu's territory, Wano-Kuni Ghost Island. News of Gal D. Roger's arrest also spread around the world with the big news in Morgan's newspapers. An island near Raftel. Because of Buggy's temporary illness, he has no choice but to miss the red-haired Shanks who went to Raftel Island, and sat in a daze in the cabin. When you are bored, you can buy relevant newspapers from the town every day to pass the time. At the same time, find out what major events are happening in the world. Shanks is obviously very interested in Luo Xiu, the scorching tiger who caused the world to stir up trouble during this period of time. But after all, Shanks is the child that Roger brought back from the battle in the Valley of the Gods. I don't have much impression of Luo Xiu back then. Shanks was no more than a year old at the time. What can a 1-year-old know? 483. However, just as Shanks and a sick Buggy were wondering if there was another news about Luo Xiu in the news about Morgans. The headline on the front page of the newspaper is the news that Gal D. Roger's plan to travel around the world has failed. Before going to the final island, he was personally arrested by the marine hero Garp, and the execution will soon begin. Not only Shanks, but even Buggy looked surprised. Then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. How is it possible? How could the mighty Captain Roger be arrested suddenly? Their pirate crew also includes Vice Captain Pluton Rayleigh, and Copper Jabba. Even the hero Garp did chase Roger pirates before, but he never succeeded. And considering that the time of capture was just around the corner, shortly after getting the last piece of road sign history text. According to the news in the newspaper news, said that the Roger pirates were arrested without any resistance in a crushing posture. How is this possible? Garp is strong, but at most it is only 50-50 with Captain Roger. Pluton Rayleigh and Jabba are also characters not inferior to Marine Admiral. Even after a tough battle, it's hard to say who the final winner will be. Could it be the fake news deliberately released by Morgans? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Shanks hurried to the town on the island to ask the people nearby. As a result, they were also shocked, thinking that the Roger pirates had a great reputation. Although they were pirates, they were not as brutal as Bigmom or the former Rocks. In people's hearts, he is not a B*********** D who does all kinds of evil. Everyone felt that Roger's arrest was definitely strange. But I feel like I don't have any evidence to confirm their thoughts. Hey, two little brothers, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about the news of Roger's group. Could it be that you also want to become pirates? During the conversation, I met some merchants who were curious about the identities of Shanks and Buggy, and asked them one after another. The two Shanks also concealed the fact that they were apprentice crew members of the Roger pirates. Hey, what's the use of talking to these two brats? I once heard that Roger was holding the historical text of going to the final island in his hand, and he was already preparing to head towards the final island, but this happened. And still being crushed by the world government, I absolutely don't believe it. How could the world government and Marine be so strong? Maybe there is something on the island of the end that is not conducive to the rule of the world government, so maybe the government has launched the power hidden in the Holy Land. Do you still remember the Murloc of Fisher Tiger? Quote. That's what everyone said, and Redhead Shanks and Buggy had other ideas. Now Roger is under arrest. Back then on Captain Roger's ship, Mate Rayleigh, Copper Jabba and Crocus were all kind to them as well. Can't you just watch Captain Roger being executed like this? But who else is capable of saving Captain Roger? Luo Xiu. Suddenly, Shanks and Buggy had this character in their minds without knowing it. In terms of strength alone, Luo Xiu is undoubtedly stronger than Roger. Obviously, Luo Xiu made the most noise during this period. However, the world government did not take action against Luo Xiu's pirates. This clearly shows that the world government is afraid Luo Xiu. So I temporarily chose the soft persimmon to start with. The Roger group is certainly not a soft persimmon. But it also depends on who you compare with. Compared with Whitebeard and Bigmom, the strength of the Roger team is no longer inferior to them. But if it's not a soft persimmon compared to Luo Xiu, what is it? Advertisement. Come on, let's go to Wano Kuni and see if we can persuade Luo Xiu to send troops to rescue Captain Roger. Thinking of this, Buggy also showed sadness on his face. Who would have thought that he would never see Captain Roger again as a result of a serious illness? I borrowed a boat from some merchants on the island to go out to sea. Start in the direction of Wano Kuni. And besides Shanks and Buggy. New world on a rough sea. A huge singing pirate ship is sailing on the sea. Gall D. Roger. Arrested. Katakuri held the newspaper in his hand and looked at the introduction below, his eyes widened involuntarily. Sneakily came to my mother's island and stole the rubbings of the historical text. Before my mother asked him for an explanation, she was arrested by Marine. How is it possible, Roger? That B***************************** D, I don't want revenge on him. He was thinking about when he would find Roger to take revenge. Naturally, the great pirates of the world are stunned. Marine's bastards, how could they do such a thing? This guy was suddenly arrested by Marine and publicly executed. But now he is caught by Marine and will be publicly executed on 3.2. And Bigmom himself, who was sitting on the top seat, was also surprised and puzzled. Doesn't that mean that I have no chance of revenge? Katakuri thought a little deeper. With the exposure of the final island, there is a popular saying among the pirates on the sea. The most important thing is, the final island. It is rumored that there are countless treasures of gold and silver. Mother, it is said that there are even properties of a huge kingdom 800 years ago. With Roger's arrest, the history of the road signs in Roger's hands, I'm afraid the text will be taken back by the world government. Beside him are the elder brother Pelisparrow, and Charlotte Owen, Daifuku, the slightly older children of Bigmom. And there is no doubt that when everyone thought that this year's One Piece was none other than Roger. After entertaining him for a while, he didn't pay attention to the benevolence and morality of pirates, and secretly rubbed the history text and ran away. That is, whoever can reach the final island first will be recognized as One Piece. Bigmom thinks back to Roger looking for an excuse to go to the island some time ago. 175. Burndi World, let them both in. Sabayati Archipelago. Since quitting the Roger pirates, Douglas Bullet has been traveling around the world with the determination to carry out the strongest. Although he left Roger's regiment, Bullet still admires Roger's strength. The goal of this life is to surpass Roger and become the strongest in the world. However, read the latest issue of the newspaper. Bullet's face was full of surprise. How is it possible? Captain Roger will not be defeated by anyone. Glancing lightly, there was a moment of panic in his eyes, but he calmed down quickly. After calming down, I felt that the news was probably fake news. No one else knows what kind of character Captain Roger is. Roger's strength is beyond common sense, how could he be arrested? Naval Headquarters, Marlene Vando, public execution. Let Lousy go there and turn things upside down. Bullet scowled. It doesn't matter whether the news in the newspaper news is true or false. At least I have to go there myself. If you can give the group of Marines a little bit of color, isn't this considered an alternative beyond Roger? Except Bullet, Big Mom. 18 Many people in the world have learned about Roger's arrest. The sudden arrest of the person closest to One Piece caused a shock all over the world. Whether it is the pirates sailing on the Grand Line or the kingdoms. I have even heard of the remote island. At this time, Bigmom, who covets the historical text of the road sign in Roger's hand, is also secretly acting. But she and Roger broke up after the rubbing of the history text happened. Instead, sail where Roger once sailed, searching for traces of the text that may be left behind. There are also some islands that are relatively close to Marlene Fondo. Some civilians also saw it through telescope observation. A huge white whale battleship, the pirate flag on it is in the shape of a huge bearded skull. They couldn't help being shocked. That's the Emperor of the Sea, the battleship of the Whitebeard pirates. Unexpectedly, because Roger was arrested, the Whitebeard pirates came out in full force, planning to attack Marlene Vando and rescue Roger. And then, advertisement. A man stands alone on a battleship. It can also be found through appearance. He had crimson skin and an extremely fierce expression on his face. Sailing on the turbulent sea, even his expression did not change. People were shocked and amazed when they found out. Douglas Bullet, combatant of the former Roger pirates. For some reason, the Roger pirates disembarked midway. Everyone thought the man's legendary sailing career was coming to an end with his departure from the Roger pirates. But unexpectedly, this man would set off alone in the direction of Marlene Vander in order to rescue Captain Roger. However, at the same time, Wano Kuni, Luo Xiu casually dismissed the news about Roger's arrest. Since the world government doesn't come to cause trouble for itself, let's develop it temporarily. Wait until the changes of the times happen, and take action naturally. Seems like it wouldn't be such a bad idea to take an early shot to grab the Phantom Beast Nika form. It's just that it's too early to take that fruit now. According to the estimation of the time point, this devil fruit has not been escorted by CP9's Fuzik yet. Sitting in the general's mansion is very comfortable drinking fine wine. At the same time, I was also thinking about how the execution of Roger would change the world structure. However, it was at this time. A subordinate rushed over to report. The panic look on his face was like seeing a ghost. Burndy World sat on the sidelines and looked at his subordinates like this, and he was also angry. Do you know who is guarding Wano Kuni? With Lord Luo Xiu sitting here, who would dare to make a mistake? World government dares to do something to Roger and the others, but dare to do something to Wano Kuni. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. But Luo Xiu's temper is obviously much better than Burndy World's. An indifference completely inconsistent with the lava fruit's ability. Opening his sleepy eyes slightly, he casually asked his subordinates. The subordinates also continued humbly. Advertisement. That's right, Lord Luo Xiu. 2 people claiming to be the apprentice crew members of the Roger pirates appeared in the coastal waters of Wano Kuni. Do you want to invite them to come up? Burndy World's eyes were straightened when he heard the news. This is Wang Za. Didn't all members of the Roger pirates have been captured by the forces of the world government and are about to be publicly executed? What happened to the 2 trainees who suddenly appeared, the crew, and the trainees? Did the Roger group have so much fun? Don't think so, Burndy World. However, Luo Xiu glanced at his subordinates indifferently. No wonder the saboteur showed such an expression. After all of Roger's regiments are elites. And the words of the trainee crew are just trainees in the final analysis. Did not officially participate in the conquest of the Roger regiment on weekdays. Not many people know it and it should be. Do you ask yourself to go to Marlene Fandor to rescue their Captain Roger? Although Luo Xiu doesn't seem to be involved in these things, it's all here. Listen to what they have to say first. However, as for how the clown buggy got into the position of 4 emperors, don't continue to discuss it for the time being. However, with Shanks and Buggy's affection for Roger, I understand everything in my heart. Although he is a trainee crew member, it is not impossible to continue sailing if he wants to. Come here when you come, let the 2 of them come in. But just because Burndy World doesn't know him doesn't mean Luo Xiu doesn't know him. The strength of Conqueror's luck is beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Luo Xiu thought for a while, and probably guessed the reason why these 2 were not taken together with others. He was just lucky enough to escape being caught and arrested by the world government. I'm afraid I'm asking myself for something when I come here this time. But unfortunately, Buggy fell ill temporarily, and Shanks stayed to take care of him as a good friend. Those who can be called apprentice crew members in the Roger Pirates 887 Regiment. Without him, Roger can also bring these 2 potential stocks under his command. There is no one else but the future Emperor of the Sea, the red-haired Shanks and Buggy the King of Clowns. These 2 apprentice crew members will become respected pirates in the future, and that alone Burndy World must not have dreamed of. 176. Rubbing of the historical text of road signs. Under the leadership of Wano Kuni's submissive warriors, Shanks and Buggy also came to Luo Xiu logically. He looked at Luo Xiu sitting on the throne of the general's mansion, standing aloft. Even the 2 trainee crew members who had been laughing and playing with Roger every day before that were frightened by Luo Xiu's momentum. As expected of the man who was given a bounty of tens of billions by the world government, this bounty alone is twice as high as that of Captain Roger. It's just that the crew members standing beside Luo Xiu looked at the 2 trainee crew members on Roger's regiment who survived and were not captured with vigilant eyes. For them, this is really a bit strange. After all, with Roger's strength, he can't resist the capture of the world government and marine. Not to mention these 2, their strength may not even be able to beat Shichibukai. How is it possible to escape from Marine's pursuit? Only these 2 trainee crew members with little strength escaped from the huge Roger pirate group. Either way, this is not a normal thing. But this is just the curiosity of ordinary cadres. The experience of the red-haired Shanks and the clown buggy before the Roger Pirates are about to go to the final island is actually unknown. As trainee crew members of the Roger Pirates, it is impossible for them not to want to go to Raftel with them. Something unexpected may happen any time. Due to a temporary illness, Buggy the Clown was unable to follow Roger to Raftel. Unfortunately, the red-haired Shanks didn't follow the past in order to take care of the sick Buggy. However, the original misfortune became lucky when Gully Roger was arrested before going to Raftel. This can be regarded as another kind of unpredictable world. Just talk about anything. If you don't say anything, just go back where you came from. Sitting on the High General's throne, Luo Xiu's speech is not polite. As the ruler of Wano Kuni, he is the absolute king. Majesty or something is a must. If you can't treat people with majesty, then you can't control when you face so many people in the future. It must be deeply ingrained to let them understand who is speaking on this site. Wow, it's scary. Chuensho. Let's run away quickly. It's terrible. Buggy is still as timid and cowardly as ever. Advertisement. Although the friendship with Captain Roger drove Shanks to come to Wano Kuni to ask for troops to rescue Roger. However, when facing Luo Xiu's majesty, it was natural, and a feeling of incomparable fear arose in his heart. These are all understandable. However, Shanks has a different personality than Buggy. Although the two have been good friends since childhood, Shanks is not afraid of facing strong enemies. Otherwise, it is impossible to say that I will become a top conqueror's hockey user in the future. It's like this. Because Naval Headquarters was dispatched, Captain Roger was captured by Marine. Please send troops to Naval Headquarters to rescue Captain Roger. Shanks also briefly talked about the ins and outs of this. He also looked at Luo Xiu respectfully. I really hope to be able to help. I heard that the Whitebeard pirates are already on the move. But since even Captain Roger is not an opponent, then Whitebeard and Newgate should be in danger. In Shanks' impression, there should be no one else who has the strength to save Captain Roger except Luo Xiu. After hearing what the red-haired Shanks said, Luo Xiu was also eager to respond. Instead, he stared at Shanks for a while with indifferent eyes. Wei Wei is surprised that at this time, Shanks, who has not yet grown up, is actually looking at each other without fear. There is indeed something. It is not without a little bit of his own reasons to be able to grow into one of the emperors of the sea in the future. This kind of character Luo Xiu still appreciates very much. But appreciation is appreciation. Luo Xiu would not do such a useless thing as saving Roger. I'm not interested. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Luo Xiu waved his hand casually, intending to tell Shanks to go back wherever he came from. However, it was at this time. Shanks gritted his teeth tightly, as if making a decision. In the end, it seemed that he couldn't hold back anymore. He took out 4 large sheets of paper from his pocket. Each piece of paper has some marks copied on it. Advertisement. Then, that thing is, a rubbing of the historical text of the road sign leading to the final island. By Luo Xiu's side, Jocus, the teleportation fruit ability user, could tell at a glance. The 4 large sheets of paper appearing in red-haired Shanks' hands. The traces above are obscure and difficult to understand, and they are definitely the historical text of the legendary road sign of the final island. And when the thing in Shanks' hand appeared, Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. I finally understand that Shanks is obviously not well known, but he dared to bring Buggy to Wano Kuni alone to negotiate. It turned out that he was holding such good things in his hand. But to be honest, think about it. Although he is a trainee crew member, he is also a member of the Roger Pirates. Not to mention, in the end Roger gave the straw hat on his head to the red-haired Shanks, completing a legacy. Later, he told Shanks that if he wanted to reach the final island, he would bring his companions with him. Considering this situation, it is normal for Shanks to have a rubbing of the historical text of the road sign in his hand. Quote. The historical text of these road signs, what do you mean by taking it out? Luo Xiu probably guessed what Shanks was thinking, but he acted like he didn't understand anything. All in all, you have to hear it with your own ears to be sure. These guesses are useless. Being stared at so closely by Luo Xiu, Shanks also felt a huge pressure crushing his Nuo Wangjiao body. However, he gritted his teeth and carried it down. Instead of wasting time, I directly shared my thoughts and practices with Luo Xiu. If Mr. Luo Xiu wants to get the rubbings of the historical texts of these 4 road signs, then go and save Captain Roger. This is a transactional state. Shanks is also a negotiating look. Let Luo Xiu slightly startled at this guy's maturity. With such spirit at such a young age, it is no wonder that one day in the future, he will become a top powerhouse. However, when Shanks said these words, Luo Xiu did indeed set his sights on the rubbings of the historical texts in Shanks' hands. Apparently, there is a secret that even the world government fears in the final island. If you can get rubbings now, it may not be so difficult to go to the island in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu felt that maybe agreeing to Shanks' deal was not an unacceptable thing. 177. Debriefing from the Sabayati archipelago. The Whitebeard pirates attack. Well, in that case, the transaction is established. Luo Xiu, who was sitting on the chair, also had light slowly blooming in his eyes. And the terrifying tiger-like aura all over his body was also slowly rising. The cadres who followed closely around him, including Golden Lion Shiki and Burndi World. Looking at Luo Xiu, who seems to have lifted his spirits at this moment, he was also secretly surprised. This breath is really powerful. Since the last Imper prison operation ended, it seems that it has been a long time since Luo Xiu showed such a terrifying aura. But, upon hearing that Luo Xiu actually agreed with Roger's statement about the trainee kid on the boat and planned to rescue Roger. Golden Lion Shiki felt nothing. On the contrary, I also attach great importance to the character of Roger. Although the pirates are enemies with each other, they also cherish each other. If it wasn't because Luo Xiu didn't plan to make a move, the Golden Lion might have just made a move and went to the front line to fight the Marines recklessly. But this time, since Luo Xiu agreed, all of Golden Lion's energy came out. 763 However, the world destroyer Burndy World on the side did secretly sigh. Some melancholy. Although the goal is to destroy the world, Burndy World is very clear. Who should be provoked and who should not be provoked? Take Roger for example. In the heart of Burndy World, Gully Roger's strength is an insurmountable peak. However, what does it mean that the world government and Marine arrested all members of Roger's regiment without any effort? This shows naval headquarters is stronger than the entire Roger pirates. Under these conditions, go to Marlene Vander to rescue Roger. Isn't it courting death? And since naval headquarters was able to take down the Roger pirates in an instant, it means that the world government must have used some tricks inside. Captain Luo Xiu's strength is strong, but it's not like they haven't seen Luo Xiu make a move. Advertisement. However, the strength of world government's whole cards is still a mystery. For everyone, the strength of world government's cards is unknown. Even if it is stronger than Captain Luo Xiu, it is not impossible. Now that Wano Kuni is still in development, it is really not a wise choice to fight against the world government's army in advance like this. It's just that Luo Xiu doesn't care about Burndy World's inner thoughts. It doesn't matter if you don't know what the means of the world government are, as long as I know. After agreeing to Shank's deal, they let the two little ghosts live near the general's mansion. At any rate, they are also Roger's crew members. Although we met, we still have to give some face. As time goes by, the time for the public execution of Guldy Roger by Naval Headquarters Marlene Vando is getting closer and closer. There is an undercurrent among the pirates. There are also many pirates who have a good relationship with Roger and plan to do it. For example, the Whitebeard pirates, and the fighters of the original Roger pirates, the unreasonable Douglas Bullet. It was rumored that these two heavyweights were about to make a scene during the execution. Rumors were flying all over the sky, causing Naval Headquarters to be on the favorable side, but they didn't have much confidence in the next execution. Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. As the execution was approaching, the top executives of Naval Headquarters also gathered together for the final preparations. The preparations are almost done. Everything will wait until one day later, and the execution against the big pirate Guldy Roger will begin soon. This will be the biggest victory for our marine after the king of the world, rocks. Marshal Sengoku stood by the marshal's table and shouted loudly to cheer up the morale. Biog includes newly promoted admirals Kizaru and Akainu. After listening to Sengoku's mobilization, he also fell into a frenzy. But look at Vice Admiral Garp. As a marine executive who was relatively close to Roger, when he heard the news that Roger was about to be executed, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Although they fought a lot with each other along the way. But the struggle during this period also gradually deepened the relationship between the two. Falling in love and killing each other for so long. Roger's life is coming to an end and Garp can't help sighing. Quote. Just at this time. Advertisement. The phone rang urgently from Sabayati Archipelago. It's the chief of the Sabayati Archipelago, Hughes. Captain Hughes, what happened? Marshal Sengoku's expression tightened. Suddenly, there was a bad feeling. And then, the words of Captain Hughes of the Marine branch really made Marshal Sengoku's face look ugly. This is the case, Mr. Sengoku. Hughes took the telescope and kept confirming in the distance for an unknown number of times before finally calling. Moby DK was spotted not far from the Sabayati Archipelago. Under constant surveillance by the sentries of our branch, the battleship Bidik has already begun to pass in the direction of Naval Headquarters. We suspect that the Whitebeard pirates intend to sabotage the execution of Guldy Roger. This is the end of the words of the head of the Hughes branch. And this news is undoubtedly like a blow to the head of all Marine executives present here. Their faces were astonished and ugly at the same time. The Whitebeard pirates ran to rescue Roger regardless of their own safety. The relationship between them is so good. Hey, Mr. Sengoku. Cold sweat also broke out on Admiral Kizaru's forehead. As a representative of fishing for fish and water, this admiral himself obviously didn't do anything. But because Naval Headquarters is out of reach, and his strength is also very strong. So it came up logically. Even without any outstanding achievements. However, it was the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates that made Kizaru panic. What a Whitebeard. The second strongest man in the world. Shock Fruit is awakened and has the power to destroy the world. If that guy is really allowed to mess around in the future, he might be able to sink the entire Marin Fanduo into the sea in an instant. Never doubt the strength of a natural disaster-related demon fruit power. Since Whitebeard Newgate is known as the second strongest man in the world after Luo Xiu, then it really has the power to destroy the world. 178. Bullet also came to rescue Roger. This situation is a little bit bad. After hearing the news, Marshal Sengoku's face sank like water. No one expected that the friendship between Roger and Whitebeard would be so deep. The two people who thought they had met by accident, one of them was arrested, and the other led the entire pirate group to rescue them. Really hit them all one by one, caught off guard. How to say, with our current strength, it is unlikely that we can resist the entire Whitebeard pirates. Especially, I don't know if you have noticed. Douglas Bullet, the original member of the Roger Pirates who was raging on the sea, the Devil's Heir, has disappeared for a long time. Whitebeard's threat was only on the surface. And Douglas Bullet, its own strength is enough to be compared with Pluton Rayleigh. He used to appear as a combatant of the Roger Pirates. However, for some reasons in the middle, he disembarked suddenly and announced his withdrawal from the Roger Pirates. However, after disembarking, he also frequently challenged the masters from all walks of life. The news is also one after another. It's just that the radiance of Bullet was overshadowed by Luo Xiu's sudden appearance. But there is no doubt about it. If all the sources of turmoil in the world were ranked, then Luo Xiu could be ranked first, and Bullet could at least be ranked second. Everyone knows the deep feelings of such a character for Roger. Withdrew, but still adored Roger in my heart. Now that the entire Roger Pirates have been arrested, Bullet has chosen to disappear at this time. No one will be unclear about the motives. Definitely preparing for something. It is very likely that the purpose is the same as that of the Whitebeard Pirates. In this way, their precarious naval headquarters is very likely to face the blows of the Bullet and Whitebeard Pirates. How should this be done? Nervous and anxious, Marshal Sengoku felt that he had to confirm the news first. But not long. The information on the naval headquarters outpost also made Sengoku tense up. Report. Report to Marshal Sengoku. The nervous and shocking voices of the sentry scouts came from the phone bug. Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku frowned. Could the worst have happened? We are near the Oak Square, and we saw Douglas Bullet, who was already planning to take the opportunity to break through. Combatants from the Roger Pirates are here. What bad luck. Sure enough, this B********** D still couldn't let go of his obsession with Roger. Marshal Sengoku stomped back and forth. It's almost confirmed that the Whitebeard Pirates will be involved in sabotaging Roger's execution. However, at this time, we got the news that Douglas Bullet appeared in Oak Square again. Bullet is also a powerhouse not inferior to the Emperor of the Sea. Same level as Pluton Rayleigh. At least one admiral has to be taken out to stalemate with him. We have no chance, a vice admiral from the headquarters said with trembling eyes. That's up to, but it's impossible for the world government to get the news. Why didn't the government send people to help? Wouldn't it be troublesome if Roger was rescued? Admiral Kizaru was lazy and couldn't help but speak authentically. The world government can't spare a hand. They are very busy on weekdays. Last time, in order to jointly capture the Roger Pirates, they used the God's Knights to their limit. It is impossible to say that they can spare more people to help. It's all up to us. It's not that Marshal Sengoku didn't pass the news to the world government. However, this is the response I got. It's not that I haven't talked to them. If Roger is gone, what's the point of the previous arrest? But the 5 elders didn't listen to my opinion. What can I do? Opening square bracket quote. Sengoku thinks that the 5 old things of world government are really rubbish. Doesn't this mean to take their naval headquarters to blame? It looks like it's time to fight. Marshal Sengoku was heartbroken. With Bullet's words, 2 admirals, Zephyr and Sakazuki, were assigned to deal with it. As for Whitebeard, Kizaru plus himself, 2 people are enough. As for the other executives of the Whitebeard Pirates. Garp, you old B******************, D, you can deal with other cadres, no problem, right? If it doesn't work, change positions with this old man. Advertisement. Due to the shortage of manpower, Marshal Sengoku, who was originally in command, seemed to have to start thinking about the next battle. Ask for flowers. What about the other vice admirals? To be honest, I don't really want to participate in this battle. Hero Garp frowned. For Roger, after all, there is a feeling of pity for a late hero. If he could, he intended to sit on the sidelines and witness, not participate. Well, then let the other vice admirals go up to the top first. Everyone get ready, the battle is about to begin. Just when Marshal Sengoku gave the order, a huge figure descended from the sky on Oak Square. The whole body is wrapped in armor, entwined with the terrifying fruit aura. The expression on the mecha figure's face was a cruel smile. Swinging it down at will, the marine soldiers surrounding Oak Square were blown away by the force. 0. On the execution platform, the strong men of the Roger Pirates who were bound watched with complicated eyes. So it's Bullet. I didn't expect you to save us. Pluton Rayleigh and Roger also recalled this boy who was less than 20 years old when he joined the group with nostalgia in his eyes. Now it has grown into a top powerhouse. And just when Bullet and Roger were reminiscing about the time they parted. On the distant sea surface, a layer of inexplicable tsunami waves appeared. Seeing this momentum and aura, Sengoku and others became nervous again. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are here too. Naval headquarters except for Akainu and Zephyr who were fighting Bullet. The rest of the senior executives also walked out in the direction of the Moby DK. In the distance, a huge white whale battleship came to Oak Square. Whitebeard Newgate, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Please go back where you came from. The friendship between Roger and you should not be so good that you can sacrifice your life for him, right? Sengoku said with a serious look in his eyes. Whitebeard, on the other hand, grinned. He didn't care about it on his face, instead he said some words that ordinary vice admiral didn't understand. The big secret treasure is just around the corner. The world government and you have teamed up to arrest Roger, who is far away from the final island. I'm afraid it's because of the fear that the secrets on the island may have an impact on the rule of the world government. 179. The Great War breaks out. Sengoku's expression changed after hearing this. Sure enough, did Roger tell Whitebeard some of the secrets he had before leaving for the final island? Sengoku's eyes were serious. The reason Whitebeard came to rescue Roger didn't seem to be because of their friendship. It's for the secret of the so-called final island. Don't you want that secret to be sunk forever with the arrest of the Roger pirates? Since this is the case, as a subsidiary of the world government, we have no choice but to fight. Newgate, don't blame us, although we are also very curious about what happened during that time. However, from the standpoint of the world government, there is nothing we can do. He sighed helplessly. Since he is under the command of the world government, he can only do things well. Don't ask questions about extra things that have nothing to do with them. 507, can't even be out of curiosity. Hey, Bullet, that kid on Roger's boat. From a distance, I saw Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir who was originally a combatant on Roger's ship but quit midway due to some reasons. Now he actually appeared here with the idea of rescuing Roger. It also made Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but look. It's all here, why don't we join forces together? Even if your strength is comparable to that of Pluton Rayleigh, it is impossible to say that you can compete with so many people in Marine. Whitebeard directly issued a joint invitation to Bullet. Since everyone has the same purpose, don't say anything about anyone else. Wouldn't it be easier to achieve the goal if we joined hands together? Newgate. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth, with a cautious look on his face. I didn't expect Whitebeard to be so decisive, and he planned to join forces with Bullet to rescue Roger. Bullet's strength is comparable to that of a sea emperor. Plus Whitebeard. That is the powerhouse of the two emperors of the sea. If it is said to fight separately, then they still have some solutions. It is not impossible for one person to separate two admirals to deal with it alone. However, if the two emperors joined forces, it would not be that 1 + 1 = 2, but greater than 2. You or Whitebeard. Sorry, this time I intend to act alone, and I have no intention of joining forces with you. Advertisement. Douglas Bullet gave Whitebeard a cold look. He casually rejected Whitebeard's offer. After all, I have always been striving for the goal of being the strongest in the world. Although his own strength is not as good as Roger's, being on par with Pluton Rayleigh has proved Bullet's top-level combat power. If Lousy can rescue Captain Roger this time, it will also prove in disguise that I have surpassed Captain Roger. Thinking of this, Bullet, transformed into a combined armor, was directly wrapped in dark purple armor, and bombarded in the direction of the execution platform with a casual punch. The entire ground of the execution platform was shaken violently. Seeing that Whitebeard is also slightly moved, he is indeed a figure who became a national hero at the age of 15. It's really too strong to have such strength at the age of less than 30. These are much stronger than Marco. It's impossible to attack the execution platform. Akainu Sakazuki, with red flames burning in his hands, pointed his head at Bullet's armor-wrapped earthworker. The fist of flame landed on Bullet's body, and the purple area began to turn purple in an instant. The heat of the flames had an effect on Bullet's fruiting abilities. But that was only for a moment. Bullet's expression changed slightly for a moment, and then armament hockey entangled, and the place that was pierced by Mara fruit just now recovered instantly. Hateful. Akainu Admiral roared unwillingly. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him who looked about the same age as him was so powerful. Armament hockey alone is able to overwhelm his own Mara fruit abilities. Then it's Lousy's turn. Admiral Zephyr's right arm was wrapped around the black armament hockey, and then hockey hit Bullet's armor with the strongest force in history. Boom. This move Zephyr's attack is obviously much stronger than the attack of the newly promoted Admiral Akainu. Steely strength even Bullet diverted most of himself to where the Zephyr bombarded, armament hockey. However, it also left a deep fist mark scar on its own armor. Immediately afterwards, the tall body staggered a few steps backward. Looking at this situation, the mood at Naval Headquarters is almost high. Zephyr Admiral has the upper hand. Advertisement. Many Vice Admirals were promoted all the way up under the guidance of Zephyr Admiral. Now that Zephyr has the upper hand in the battle with Bullet, how can these people not be shocked and amazed? Cough, it doesn't hurt or itch. Although he was punched and staggered back, he looked a little embarrassed. But in fact, after accepting this trick, Bullet's body was fine. However, his face was also serious. Facing two Marine Admirals at once is indeed a bit difficult. However, the screen turned and came to the other side. Due to Kuzan's betrayal, there are only 3 admirals available at this moment. But if Garp is unwilling to fight, then this battle can only be fought by himself. Sengoku plus Admiral Kizaru, the two take on Whitebeard. As for the hero Garp, he was guarding the execution platform, watching with a complicated expression. The 8-foot Chonguyu was condensed and ready to launch against Whitebeard. There was no intention of talking to him either. Kizaru, don't touch the fish. If you want to fight, fight hard. Whitebeard, as expected, is a man who is said to have the ability to destroy the world. The golden big Buddha, amidst the Buddha's radiance, began to condense shock waves on his hands. This guy is used to fishing, so you have to watch him carefully to work properly. Buddha shock. In an instant, with the battle between the two sides as the center of origin, layer after layer of terrifying shocks continued to spread. On the other side, Sengoku is also fully transformed into a Buddha form. Kizaru 3.1 Admiral came to Whitebeard in a flash. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth cracked, and his fists brought the power of shock fruit to meet him. No choice but to go up. The moment two terrifying attacks fell on Whitebeard. The generals of naval headquarters looked at it with incomparably shocked eyes. From time to time, his eyes drifted past the detained Roger pirates. 8-foot Chong Guyu, Marshal Sengoku himself played partly because of the supervisor Kizaru. The power of the shock fruit caused the sea level to roll, and even the sea water became violent. 180. Garp joins the battle. The desperate Whitebeard pirates. Something is wrong. Whitebeard's shock fruit ability is too strong. When the impact caused by Sengoku and Kizaru fell on Whitebeard, it was bounced off by Whitebeard with the power of shock fruit. Sengoku immediately realized that Whitebeard's strongest is not just talk. Not long ago, when Kong was the marshal, he said that Edward Newgate possessed the power to destroy the world. Paramesha shock fruit has the most powerful destructive power among all Paramesha fruits. However, Sengoku and Kizaru, the difference between their devil fruit and shock fruit in terms of destructive power is really too big. Kizaru is Logia sparkling fruit ability user. Possesses the ability to release flashes. In terms of destructive power, it can be almost equivalent to emitting laser light waves from a long distance. The destructive power is quite satisfactory, and the 8-foot Chongguyu is just firing these lasers at a more intensive speed. There is no improvement in power itself. However, Marshal Sengoku's devil fruit is a human fruit in the form of a giant Buddha. 18. Not to mention Zone's physical skills are completely defeated by shock fruit with space vibration. And the impact of the Buddha, facing the power of the earthquake, will be easily offset. The only advantage of being a phantom beast is the horror recovery ability brought by Zone. As this, Whitebeard's power at its peak. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth. He never thought that he and Kizaru would not have the slightest advantage against Whitebeard. Garp. At this time, Sengoku no longer chooses 1-to-1. Both Akainu and Zephyr had a slight advantage over Bullet. On their side, they were faintly suppressed by Whitebeard. In other words, he is also a powerhouse at the level of a Sea Emperor. Even if it is Bullet and Whitebeard, both of them are demon fruit power, and there is a difference between them. Although the Emperors of the Sea have the same title, there is a difference in strength. Hearing the words of Marshal Sengoku, Sengoku's good brother had no choice but to evacuate from the execution platform. Armament hockey is wrapped around both hands. Advertisement. As soon as I said it, I understood what Sengoku meant. This is the strength of the two who can't hold Whitebeard, and plan to let themselves join in, make a quick fight and kill Bullet. This way there will be no troublemakers, and the execution of Roger will go smoothly. Although he was somewhat reluctant, even if he was a marine hero in front of the military order, it was impossible for him to disobey orders. Not to mention the relationship between him and Sengoku. No matter how good the relationship is, it will be ugly if you turn your back on it. Wrapped around Armament Hockey's fists, the 6-style shaving is used. Appeared in front of Whitebeard in an instant, and then Armament Hockey's fist hit Whitebeard's chest. Puff. Feeling the severe pain from his body, Whitebeard spit out a mouthful of thick blood directly from his mouth. The leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, who are still going back and forth with the vice admirals in naval headquarters, are tearing up their eyes when they see this scene in front of them. Daddy. Marco the Phoenix flapped its blue-yellow wings and flew towards the injured Whitebeard, who was still clutching his chest. If it is said that with the power of shock fruit, facing Sengoku and Kizaru, Dad's strength can withstand it for a while. So this time with the addition of the Garp hero, Dad must not be able to bear it. It's now. Tavana Vice Admiral held the seastone handcuffs in his hand, looked directly at the direction of Marco's hands and handcuffed them directly. I was about to activate the fruit ability to fly, but I felt my body go limp, and I couldn't use the ability. He looked at Vice Admiral, a veteran of naval headquarters, who had shot just now with extremely ferocious eyes. Although he is very old, he is very strong. It is said that this Tavana Vice Admiral was also nominated among the Vice Admirals who were originally substitutes for Admiral. However, in the end, the rising stars Kizaru and Akainu took the lead. Damn it. Handcuffed by Seastone, Tavana Vice Admiral took the opportunity and kicked Marco's knee. Marco, who had lost his fruit ability, knelt down on the spot, and was dragged by the rest of the marine soldiers who chased him towards the depths of Marine Vander. Marco. In anger, Whitebeard spurted out a mouthful of rich blood. He looked at Sengoku and Vice Admiral, who had shot, with immense anger in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this time naval headquarters actually deployed all its strength. Advertisement. Even Garp, an old man, gave up guarding the execution platform in order to catch all those who came to the rescue. Captain Marco. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates almost lost their fighting spirit when they saw Marco being arrested and kept roaring. The heart is also constantly desperate. It seems that their Whitebeard pirate group and Bullet of the original Roger group will be planted here. The power of naval headquarters is indeed sacrosanct. XX. Catch all the elite captains of the Whitebeard pirates first. Punishment together. Marshal Sengoku gave an order, and Marco, who had just been pulled towards the depths, was also placed on the execution ground on the spot, and fell together with these people of the Roger pirates. Marco, I really can't think of you Whitebeard 830 pirates can do this for us. Therefore, he was not captured by Marine. Whitebeard was also defeated rapidly under the attack of the three. Sengoku panicked when he heard the call from the phone bug. Naval headquarters seems to have seen the dawn of victory. After answering the phone, he heard the news that made his whole scalp go numb. Blue. In the future, someone should inherit their legacy and go to the final island. Marlene Fando, the sentry soldier of the sentry tower, through the binoculars, suddenly discovered another pirate ship that started to drive, and slowly approached Marlene Fando. Unearthed the truth of the ancient kingdom along with its ruins. Immediately, he was taken aback, and hurriedly called Sengoku. However, at this moment, Roger also sighed helplessly. The two separate teams of Roger's rescue team are almost dead. There are rubbings of the historic text of the signpost here. See you in heaven in the afterlife. As for Bullet, although it is strong, under Akainu's constant fire attack, the armor is showing signs of being on the verge of melting. And Shanks didn't follow along in order to take care of the sick buggy. Fortunately, he had expected it, and put the rubbing of the historical text on Shanks' side. 181. News from the Sentinels. Luo Xiu, he appeared. Report to Marshal Sengoku. The sentiment on the Sentinels' side was quite agitated. However, as soon as he saw the warship in the distance, the emotion on the Sentinel's face was far from shocking and tense. However, when he saw clearly the pirate flag planted on the opponent's battleship, he just felt his scalp go numb, and even wanted to run away. Hearing the emotions of the sentry on the opposite side, Sengoku also felt something was wrong. Let's talk about when the two forces of Bullet and Whitebeard appear. Sentinel seems to be expressing similar sentiments. But after all, there is no fear to this extent. However, now look at the voice of the Sentinel who was out of breath. Marshal Sengoku subconsciously thought of a possibility. However, he then decisively denied this possibility directly. No, that can never be the case. And the possibility that Sengoku thought of was the scorching tiger Luo Xiu. If people of this level really appear, then their victory situation in naval headquarters may change in an instant. Marshal Sengoku had already confirmed earlier. Even if they are both emperors of the sea, there is also a distinction between each other. For example, Bullet and Whitebeard. Although Bullet didn't get the title of Emperor of the Sea, it's not because he wasn't strong himself. The identity of the original Roger Pirates combatant, doesn't that explain anything? The strength of Bullet is on the bright side. Even their naval headquarters will never be underestimated. However, compared to Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, the gap is revealed. Among today's strong pirates, the Emperor of the Sea is undoubtedly the most powerful among the pirates. And Bullet, Golden Lion, Redfield, Kaido. It also has the strength of the Emperor of the Sea. But because of more or less reasons, none were able to be selected into the list of Emperors of the Sea. Advertisement. Among them, Bullet is because its own power has not met the requirements. Bullet is strong, but he tends to be invincible and does not recognize other partners. Without any friendly forces, he does not have the power to be called the Emperor of the Sea, so he gave up. But, Golden Lion, Redfield, Kaido of the Beasts. These three people also have the terrifying power to rival the Emperor of the Sea, even Kaido, Redfield and the like. Already possesses the terrifying strength that is comparable to Whitebeard or even surpasses Whitebeard. But still not called the Emperor of the Sea, what is the reason? This is because they are powerful, but they belong to a stronger man. Sun Tiger Luo Xiu, the most powerful man in the world in real sense. Whitebeard's so-called most strong does not mean strength. Strong is very strong, but the so-called most, the representative shock fruit owned by Whitebeard, is called the strongest in Paramesh's destructive power. In terms of its own strength, it may not be as strong as Redfield. Can Luo Xiu, but beyond Whitebeard, he is the strongest man in the true sense today. Not only is it powerful, but its own power already faintly has the qualifications to shake the world government. Even excluding Luo Xiu himself, Redfield, Kaido of the Beasts, and Golden Lion are all Luo Xiu's subordinates. Going to war with Luo Xiu means fighting 3 Sea Emperors at once, plus one who is stronger than the Sea Emperor. Can you not be afraid? With such a mood, Sengoku also looked at the distance in disbelief. Through the telescope, looking at the battleship in the distance, the logo of the pirate group belonging to Luo Xiu is painted on it. The top brass at naval headquarters blew up. Luo Xiu, the scorching tiger, Luo Xiu actually appeared here. How is this possible? Didn't it mean that Luo Xiu has nothing to do with Roger? How could someone like Luo Xiu be attracted suddenly? What happened? Could it be that even Luo Xiu was interested in Roger's historical text of the signpost? Luo Xiu also wants to reach the final island. Originally with an arrogant face, after arresting the Phoenix Marco, he was full of spirits and accepted the praise and awe of other Marines. The current Vice Admiral in Tawana is extremely scary. Advertisement. I was sweating and shivering all over my body. However, as Tawana Vice Admiral just showed off a wave of record. Some other veterans of Vice Admiral Guy, who also has the name of Admiral Substitute, feel that their chance to make contributions has come. As a veteran Vice Admiral he has been hidden by naval headquarters for a long time. It is even rumored that he has retired and returned home. Is a Logia snow fruit ability user. Although it is a lower level of frozen fruits ability, it can also achieve the effect of reducing the ambient temperature in a wide range. They also don't know how strong Luo Xiu is. I am dissatisfied with naval headquarters executives for ranking mere pirates as the strongest in the world. Neither of these two people retreated from Admiral's position, and did not give up Admiral's position. However, it has never really, Wu Wanghao, exaggerated the combat power of any enemy. While sighing, I began to mourn in silence. Their naval headquarters sometimes release some false news to confuse the enemy. Kizaru Admiral couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although it is not as wide as frozen fruit, it can still give people a foothold to start the battle. With such words, the old Vice Admiral guy turned into ice and snow and flew in the direction of the Luo Xiu battleship. I also have admiration for Guy Asia Vice Admiral. If not for Zephyr and Kuzan. If so, then this guy Vice Admiral will most likely become the Marine Admiral to replace Zephyr. The other one is a frozen fruit capable user, possessing the strength of Admiral, but betrayed Marine together with Vice Admiral Saul, and joined Luo Xiu's command. With so much news nowadays, could it be said that this old man never heard of it when he retired? Quote. Let my ice be silent for his lava. Mr. Sengoku, Guy, Vice Admiral is going to sacrifice his life for Marine this time. Marshal Sengoku looked at Guy and Vice Admiral's expression of earnestly wanting to fight Luo Xiu, and he was also heartbroken. Chunin couldn't help but secretly cursed, idiot. As the body gets closer to the sea level, the entire seawater is frozen by the low temperature into bursts of frost. Just like this, Kizaru Admiral sighed in his heart that he went to fight against the scorching tiger Luo Xiu alone and sacrificed his life for the country. Is the execution of Roger by naval headquarters finally ushering in the first list of casualties? 182. Make a deal. Wouldn't it be nice to negotiate peacefully? Naval headquarters, all the vice admirals watched as Guy turned into ice and snow and rushed towards Luo Xiu. The look on his face was full of regret. Everyone knows the outcome of this battle well. There is hardly any suspense. When Guya planned to attack Luo Xiu, the outcome of this battle was already doomed. It doesn't make any sense whether to send people to support. Because, in the face of absolute strength, any stacking of low-strength combat power will not have any effect. Luo Xiu's strength, as his level reaches the highest level, has reached its peak. It is precisely because of this reason that Luo Xiu has a super high bounty of 10 billion Baileys, even surpassing Roger's threat level. However, in the end, in order to reduce casualties, the world government did not choose to besiege Luo Xiu, but chose the Roger pirates who were about to set off for the final island of Raftel to fight. The reason for doing this is precisely because of Luo Xiu's strength. If you want to win it, you have to spend the manpower and energy of the Dog Emperor, and you may not be able to win it. However, the anti-640 is on Roger's side, the strongest is the strongest, but if the combat power keeps up, it is not impossible to solve it. But this time, they didn't take the initiative to trouble Luo Xiu. I really wish that Luo Xiu hadn't appeared in this battle. The appearance of Luo Xiu also means that the outcome of this battlefield will, in all likelihood, undergo major changes. It is quite difficult to even keep Roger from being rescued by them. Damn, Luo Xiu, why did he appear here? Marshal Sengoku was thinking about this while fighting Whitebeard. Luo Xiu, who obviously doesn't have a deep friendship with Roger. There should be no reason to rescue Roger. Then why did Luo Xiu not hesitate to bring the battleship over here? And at naval headquarters, they were nervous and anxious because of Luo Xiu's appearance, and there was even cold sweat on their foreheads. But look at the other side. The Whitebeard pirates and Bullet. Both sides also showed knowing smiles. Advertisement. The smile on Bullet's side is simple. Although I am a lone wolf, since we have a common plan, we are allies. As for Whitebeard, it's because he has a good relationship with Luo Xiu. Although the relationship between Luo Xiu and Roger is average, but this time they came here, which completely exceeded Whitebeard's expectations. And for naval headquarters, there's Whitebeard, Bullet's inner thoughts. Luo Xiu wasn't in the mood to care. Instead, he looked in front of him, an old man whose body was covered with snowflakes and whose temperature had dropped slightly. There was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is a powerhouse that has never been seen in the previous life. Looking at the military uniform on his body, he looks like the official position of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Isn't it Admiral? I thought that in order to stand against me, at least 3 admirals must be arranged. Luo Xiu looked at the eyes indifferently and said to himself. However, this sentence, in Guya's heart, felt that this was Luo Xiu's irony to him. No need. To deal with a guy like you, only the old man is enough. The underestimated snow fruit ability guy. An old body is like an agile body. Appears in an instant and disappears in an instant. Shuttle constantly in front of Luo Xiu, as if trying to interfere with Luo Xiu's fighting state. However, Luo Xiu didn't even bother to look at these. An invisible stream of Conqueror's Haki emanates around his own body. Then came Haki, who was so terrifying that Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral couldn't bear it, and restricted Guy's snow fruit ability. Looking at himself who immediately exited the Logia state, Guy was shocked. What the hell is going on? Why, I'm suddenly withdrawn from Logia. At the same time, Guy can also feel the Horror Conqueror's Haki released from Shuluo's body, which is tightly suppressing the release of his own ability. Advertisement. According to rumors, when Haki is strong enough, even Devil Fruit's ability will be affected. But isn't that what legends can do? Why did such a strange ability appear on Luo Xiu? Guya was shocked. Finally, I know why the naval headquarters, who were still sure to win before, are here. Even facing the Whitebeard pirates, plus Bullet alone, he didn't care. But when Luo Xiu's people came, they all panicked. It turns out that in terms of strength, Luo Xiu has already surpassed Raihuzi and Bullet by countless times. 1. I am an old vice admiral, you should go back, I don't want to fight with a veteran like you, even though I am an old man. Quote. Also, since I'm here, we have to deal with things. Let Roger go, I don't want to do it like this. Isn't it good for everyone to be kind? Why bother to fight with knives and guns, wouldn't negotiations be more harmonious and better? At this time, Luo Xiu, who blocked Guya's ability with Conqueror's Haki, stepped forward lazily. He spoke in a very casual tone. Naval headquarters, Whitebeard pirates, and Bullet couldn't help being stunned when they heard this, and their hearts moved slightly. Luo Xiu finally started to speak. Does this mean to negotiate with naval headquarters? Marine's reaction is also very playful. As Luo Xiu said, with Luo Xiu's strength, he can forcibly take Roger away, unless they can attack Roger first. But there is no guarantee that Luo Xiu will not activate the ability of the lava fruit to turn the entire Marin Fando into a sea of magma fire. After thinking for a while, it was Admiral Zephyr. He hates all pirates, and suddenly said righteous words. Gall D. Roger is the pirate who is about to reach the last island. If he is allowed to complete this goal, it will undoubtedly be a complete failure for our world government. We will never allow this to happen, even if you, Luo Xiu, are blocking this time. The execution of Roger will continue. We will not listen to you and release Roger. Following Admiral Zephyr's words, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. On the naval headquarters side, the top marine executives who had stood beside Whitebeard and Bullet had disappeared. Instead, they gathered in front of the execution platform. Majestic, symbolizing the most powerful force of naval headquarters. Point 183, is this the only level in Marine Admiral? Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, Kizaru, and Marine Hero Garp. All 5 of Marine's best members are here. This scene directly made the audience around the world watching Roger's execution take a breath of cold air. Luo Xiu, you should know the character of this old man. When dealing with pirates, this old man has always been relentless. Do whatever you want. You will never show mercy to pirates. Admiral Zephyr directly reiterated his position once again. Hey, what's the use of losing your life because of your position for nothing? Let me see, with you, to die at my hands in order to carry out the order of the world government, if you don't keep putting him straight and keeping him life. Why do you want to be the dog of the world government when you can help justice? Luo Xiu looked indifferently at the senior marines in front of him. There is still no sense of awe in what I said. Doesn't he know what kind of terrifying existence he is facing inside the marine? One person, facing the current 5 most powerful cutting-edge fighters in naval headquarters at once. Luo Xiu can still say such words without shame, how terrifying is his strength. Luo Xiu, don't say anything unnecessary. Hearing this, Marshal Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. You have to do something in whatever position you are in. I don't think you don't understand this truth. Since I am the top executive of naval headquarters, it is impossible not to give some feedback on your actions today. Don't think that your strength is invincible. We, Marine, are all about justice. Akainu responded even more coldly. At this moment, even if they are going together, it is not hesitating to fight to the death with Luo Xiu. Focus on justice. Akainu, remember what happened to Ohara not long ago, was doing something to the refuge ship. Is this what justice drove you to do? Is this what you mean by justice? I heard the word, justice, come from Akainu's mouth. Luo Xiu couldn't help showing bursts of amused expressions on his face. If there is no matter about Ohara, then maybe Luo Xiu will not refute what Akainu said this time. After all, Akainu's concept of correct clothing seems to implement absolute justice. Advertisement. However, after the Ohara incident, countless innocent people who were fleeing from the refuge boats planned to leave. But it was completely burned by Akainu's fire. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like an action that a righteous person can make, right? UB ************ D. Akainu also didn't expect Luo Xiu to bring up Ohara's matter. Immediately, he gritted his teeth, not knowing how to answer. In fact, he himself knew that it was not an act of justice. But in order not to let go any of the remnants of Ohara who might be stored there, Akainu finally made his own choice, whether to burn those innocent people who were about to escape or finally burn them all together with the refuge ship. Why can't it be justified? In short, I think my suggestion is very reasonable. You can't beat me, and if you fight together, you can only fight me 50-50. Do you think adding Bullet and Whitebeard on one side do you have a chance of winning with this lineup? When Luo Xiu said this, he directly hit the hearts of Sengoku and others. Yes, even if they stopped Luo Xiu together. But there are Whitebeard, Bullet, these people are all watching. They blocked Luo Xiu, Whitebeard and they were able to take Roger away. Since this is the case, I must do my best and take you down quickly first. At this time, Sengoku had no choice but to choose a quick fix. Now that the negotiations with Luo Xiu are on the verge of collapse, it is natural to ensure that Roger must be controlled in their hands first. Stand near the execution platform. No matter what Luo Xiu does, I will not leave this place. Marshal Sengoku thought tactfully that Fang Shilingshou deliberately led them away from here when he shot. Open black lens bracket. Then, if opportunities are created for Whitebeard and Bullet, wouldn't they be directly passive? Therefore, this situation is absolutely undesirable. After finishing speaking, in the next second, the 5 of them exuded the ultimate aura of terror. Only Sengoku in this breath is releasing Conqueror's Haki. Therefore, the momentum is also more sufficient. However, to Garp and the other 3 Marine Admirals. Advertisement. They release Armament Haki, or Devil Fruit abilities, respectively. I plan to give Luo Xiu some color. Fire Punch. The flames in Akainu Sakazuki's hands condensed into a ball and directly attacked Luo Xiu first. However, for this move, Luo Xiu was only on his right hand, and the erupting magma touched lightly, causing Akainu's Mars to be completely swallowed into nothingness. You are just an ordinary fire, but I am a magma that can burn out even the flames. The smile on Luo Xiu's face was indifferent. Said the same words as Akainu Sakazuki in the original book. It's just that this time, the one who was speaking has become the one being said. One can imagine how aggrieved the expression on Akainu's face is now. In the anger, the explosion of flames that spread all over the sky may be released. On the other side, Admiral Kizaru is condensing the 8-foot Chonguyu, planning to launch a saturated attack on Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu's body was only elementalized into boiling hot magma. Immediately afterwards, those light spots in the sky were evaporated into nothingness under the high temperature of lava fruit's ability. It also surprised Kizaru Admiral. Unexpectedly, even the non-restrained laser light has no effect on Luo Xiu. Is it just this level? The dignified Marine Admiral has only such a little strength, isn't it too disappointing? After Luo Xiu casually defeated the attacks of Akainu and Kizaru, the expression on his face seemed to reveal helplessness and disappointment. Obviously looking forward to you so much, Naval Headquarters executives can bring themselves a little surprise. However, in the end it is so fragile, and the development of the fruit ability is nothing more than that. Is this still a product that relies on Devil Fruit's abilities? As far as Luo Xiu is concerned, from the perspective of fruit development, whether it is sparkling fruit or Mara fruit, the development level of the 2 Marine Admirals may not even reach 50%. This really disappointed Luo Xiu, and he almost lost his mood to fight. 184. Strategies to beat the East and the West. The words from Luo Xiu's mouth were heard by the 2 admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, and felt indescribably humiliated. What is this saying? It's not that the strength of the 2 admirals is too weak, but that Luo Xiu's strength is too strong. Who would have thought that even the 2 Marine Admirals were dispatched? But he still couldn't take down Luo Xiu at all, he couldn't even resist a single move. This made Kizaru and Akainu start to have deep doubts about their own strength. What's going on? The 2 of them were once called monsters when they were training in Marine Recruit. But this kind of monster is nothing compared to Luo Xiu's strength. What kind of monster is this? Admiral Akainu was always full of confidence in his own strength. The inextinguishable flame in his hand was burning with 250. Although its own ability Mara Fruit is inferior to Luo Xiu Devil Fruit's ability, as long as you don't cancel the elementalization. Although if the 2 sides fight each other, their side will definitely be injured. Instead of doing this, I might as well keep fighting with Luo Xiu. Kizaru on the side also thinks so. An even more terrifying and majestic atmosphere erupted between the 2 sides joining forces. Even the entire sea area began to evaporate faintly. Under the power of the volcanic magma, everything around began to evaporate into nothingness. And the flame of Mara Fruit is not worth mentioning under the attack of magma. The shock on Akainu's face intensified. Damn it, has Luo Xiu's strength already reached this level? And Luo Xiu even made Akainu Admiral angry with his casual appearance. I am also the Admiral of the headquarters, why is Luo Xiu underestimated like this? If you only have this strength, it's better not to continue to stand in front of me ashamed and conspicuous. It's better to leave as soon as possible, at least one life is left, and there will be no chance of revenge in the future. Maybe in a few days, maybe even your strength can force out 10% of my strength. Luo Xiu walked forward step by step. I didn't pay any attention to Akainu and Kizaru behind you. Advertisement. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Naval Headquarters was secretly surprised. Luo Xiu's is stronger than the one inside. It seems that I haven't seen such an oppressive scene from Luo Xiu before. Naval Headquarters, the rest of the Vice Admirals in the headquarters, and the Whitebeard Pirates. Phoenix Marco, then Diamond George, Foil Vista. These people's hearts are incomparably moved. This Luo Xiu is really a monster. It's been a while since I saw him, and the aura on his body has obviously become stronger. And just as Luo Xiu was walking towards the execution platform, Akainu and Kizaru were because of this inexplicable explosive momentum. For a moment, he was so shocked that he didn't make any further moves in the face of Luo Xiu's departure. Before the execution platform, already standing Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. Along with the Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Are you planning to fight the 3 of us at once? Marshal Sengoku was also extremely flustered seeing this. Although there were 3 of them, the impression that Luo Xiu gave them was simply stronger than that of one Whitebeard. You must know that if the 3 of them join forces, their strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. Instead, they have truly joined hands with each other countless times. The kind that lowers their heads and knows each other's strength. However, in front of Luo Xiu, they already felt that Luo Xiu's strength seemed to have undergone almost a qualitative change. It seems that simply relying on general power superposition will not last long. Luo Xiu, don't really think we're afraid of you. I don't believe that you can still unleash terrifying fighting power against the 3 of us now. A golden light burst out from the mouths of the Marine executives headed by Marshal Sengoku. Not only did he not do anything to Luo Xiu, but he continued to provoke him. Advertisement. Just right, when the world government said to attack Roger first, we were still wondering why we just let you go. But this time, you came to our place, just take this opportunity to completely wipe you out. The eyes of Marshal Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr also flashed red. Only the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, Diamond George and Whitebeard himself have seen Luo Xiu's strength with their own eyes, watching silently. This Luo Xiu is not simple at all, the high-level executives of naval headquarters, could it be that they were really locked up? It's better to let go of Roger than anything else. Will the world government be satisfied until Luo Xiu gets angry and things finally get out of hand? In my opinion, naval headquarters has become a complete scapegoat for the world government. Furthermore, everything can be attributed to today's war. All in all, the final situation of this war will be very tragic. The world government will definitely regret today's actions. Attracted by Luo Xiu, he left the execution platform area. The cadres of the Whitebeard pirates also spoke out and expressed their opinions. As for Roger, he even showed a relaxed and comfortable look, as if he had lingering fears. Whitebeard and others also turned their heads, and an idea suddenly popped up in their minds. There is no time to observe the specific situation of the execution platform. So does it mean that they can use this opportunity to sneak around the execution platform? They didn't expect that Yi Chen would suddenly take the bait, they were hard enough to take the bait, and they took the opportunity to rescue Roger with the help of Whitebeard or Bullet. I have to say that Luo Xiu's idea is really good, it completely reached their stomachs. They are all non-capable people, and they did not use the return stone to imprison Roger and others. Then the knife was put away, and the shackles on Roger's hands were shattered. Sensing the change on the Roger pirates' side, naval headquarters also looked cold. Then use the stolen key to get these people from the Roger pirates out directly. Damn it, hurry up and return to the execution platform. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Whitebeard rushed forward with a brisk stride, coming to Roger at 2.5. If it is said that many naval headquarters cadres on the execution platform are fighting Luo Xiu more and more, only to find that the shackles on Roger and others are disappearing. However, seeing that Luo Xiu planned to fight with the remaining 3 high-ranking members of naval headquarters all at once. After a while, the complete Roger pirates appeared in front of everyone. 185. Roger is rescued, naval headquarters is humiliated. The Roger pirates have been rescued. The executives at naval headquarters, Akainu, Kizaru and Sengoku, Garp, who are fighting Luo Xiu. The original stalemate was thrown into chaos in an instant as someone exclaimed about the strange mood on the side of the Roger pirates. Shocked, he planned to withdraw and exit. Looking back, sure enough, the Roger pirates have indeed loosened their shackles. Immediately felt a tingling sensation in the scalp. If all members of the Roger pirates choose to join forces with Whitebeard, Bullet and even Luo Xiu at this time, then their naval headquarters is absolutely unstoppable. In the end, he could only be forced to let the world government come over to take care of the funeral. But these are not the most important. The main thing is, now there are so many high-level officials in naval headquarters. When facing Luo Xiu, he actually failed to gain any advantage. On the contrary, it is at the level of 50 to 50. How did they endure as naval headquarters admiral, gardener, and marine hero? Ah, have you been rescued? Seeing this, Luo Xiu frowned slightly. The magma force in his hand exploded. Terrible magma overflowed and fell into the sea below. As a result, a large amount of seawater evaporated, and white steam rose slowly. Even Admiral Akainu felt the huge high-temperature pressure from the lava fruit. Damn it, is this the sense of oppression brought by the high-level fruit ability? Then withdraw. Before I leave, I will send you a big gift. Meteor Fire Sea. Yi Chen's hands merged, and the fluid magma that erupted was many times more terrifying than that of Meteor Volcano. If Meteor Volcano is sporadic lava fragments falling from the sky, engulfed in fiery high temperature, then the Sea of Fire is an indiscriminate saturation attack formed by the condensation of these lava fragments. Advertisement. The height of the sea below Marin Fando was lowered by the naked eye under the scorching of the Meteor Sea of Fire. The executives of naval headquarters are shocked and amazed. Obviously just now I was fighting with Sengoku and other higher-ups. However, it is still possible to explode this level of fighting power. The Whitebeard pirates are also planning to retreat. Also, Roger pirates. The vice admirals of naval headquarters couldn't restrain the shock in their hearts and said. And the snow fruit ability user vice admiral, who was suppressed by Luo Xiu before, endured the pain in his chest. The power of ice and snow is activated. Although it is the lower level of frozen fruits ability, if the quantity is enough, there is no problem in dousing the hot magma. It's just that trying to cross so many abilities to resist Luo Xiu's magma also consumed all his strength. For Whitebeard, Roger, Luo Xiu and others who were about to retreat, the top brass at naval headquarters didn't even dare to say a word. Except for some naval headquarters vice admirals who have no eyesight and are still screaming to kill the evil. Even Sengoku, Garp, etc. sighed helplessly. In order to prepare for the execution of Roger this time, a live broadcast to the world was even started. However, the result is when it is about to crush Whitebeard and Bullet. The sudden appearance of Luo Xiu directly turned the situation around completely. As a result, the Roger pirates were rescued, and the 4 top fighters of naval headquarters could only restrain Luo Xiu. What is this concept? Of course, some people expressed dissatisfaction with the retreat during the rescue of Roger. Hey, this is clearly a good opportunity to wipe out naval headquarters. If you just retreat like this, how long will you have to wait for such an opportunity? On the one hand, Bullet, the child of the devil, came here to save Roger. However, on the other hand, it is also to prove one's own strength and carry out one's determination to become the strongest in the world. At least after doing something big here, such as completely defeating naval headquarters. Then I must be more famous than Roger, right? And seeing that now Luo Xiu actually planned to retreat after achieving his goal, of course he also had a face of resentment. For Bullet's fury, Luo Xiu just glanced lightly. What a boor. Advertisement. One's own strength is strong, but it's not to the point of invincibility, right? It can be said that when facing Garp, Sengoku and the two marine admirals, although I still have some strength to spare. However, if one more person is added, it will definitely be a bit difficult. However, if Bullet's idea is really followed, naval headquarters will be dealt with directly. When the time comes, reinforcements from the world government will come. I'm afraid it's a lot of trouble. Whitebeard, who was already injured, and Roger, who was rescued from the execution platform, was not in full condition. And bullets. What are the chances of these lineups against world government? These are hard to say. And the most important thing is, the deal I made with Shanks was only limited to saving the Roger pirates. It doesn't say it's against naval headquarters right now. Besides, it is hard to say whether world government and marine are really of the same mind. Luo Xiu can't afford to spend all his time here, it's not necessary. Seeing Luo Xiu's appearance, Bullet also clenched his fists angrily and unwillingly. How can you be willing to give up such an opportunity after all? Seeing that after Roger was rescued, Luo Xiu and by 270 Beard were all ready to retreat. The live broadcast on the projection screen still hasn't dissipated. Everything that happened was presented before the eyes of audiences all over the world. I saw with my own eyes that Luo Xiu faced the naval headquarters heroes Garp, Marshal Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akainu with his own strength. And it doesn't mean to be at a disadvantage in the slightest, but a 50-50 split. There are also all kinds of voices coming out. Who would have thought it would be like this? Luo Xiu's strength has unexpectedly reached the level where he is not at all inferior to the top 4 naval headquarters. 50-50, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that Luo Xiu obviously has room for it. It seems that at least one more can be dealt with. This is the power of Zihu. The reward of 10 billion Baileys is really not blown out. However, I didn't understand why Luo Xiu and Roger didn't have much relationship at all, but Luo Xiu came to rescue Roger. Although this incident is over today, there is no doubt that naval headquarters will lose all face, right? The world live broadcast was broadcast with great fanfare, but the person who was about to be executed was actually rescued. It is conceivable that Morgans, the president of the news of the world, will definitely start making a big fuss about this again. 186. Sengoku thinks about the fearful guess. Naval headquarters. With the appearance of Luo Xiu, as well as Whitebeard, Bullet both retreated one after another. In addition, the execution of the Roger pirates failed, and all Roger members were rescued with the appearance of Luo Xiu. As a result, the atmosphere in the entire naval headquarters and Marlene Fando is quite gloomy at this time. Especially Sengoku as naval headquarters marshal. His right fist was clenched tightly. It can be said that the anger has reached the extreme. Not since the establishment of naval headquarters has there been such a shameful scene. The Roger pirates, who had already obtained it, were unexpectedly rescued by Luo Xiu, Whitebeard and Bullet. Even in the face of the Whitebeard pirates and Bullet, they clearly have the upper hand. As a result, just after Luo Xiu appeared, the situation on the battlefield changed completely. Live is off. Right now, I wanted to use this live broadcast to show the strength of naval headquarters. And the determination to shake the era of the great pirate. However, I didn't expect that it was originally intended to carry forward the powerful strength of naval headquarters and make the world full of confidence in this era. The result was a slap in the face of each of them directly. It is also more clear. How terrifying is Luo Xiu's strength? In Imper prison, it is absolutely true that Luo Xiu broke through this incident by himself. Garp, Sengoku, plus 2 admirals. Can't beat Luo Xiu. What a monster. Report this matter to the authority. Sengoku finally expressed his decision in desperation. However, Admiral Zephyr suddenly remembered that he was not in a hurry to deal with it, so he was demoted to Imper prison as the warden. I also feel that if I do this rashly, I am afraid that the Marshal of Naval Headquarters will also change. Advertisement. This is not very good. With the personality of the 5 elders, they will definitely criticize here. Besides, we sent a message to ask for help, and the world government did not send troops to support at all. This time, all the blame will definitely fall on us. I don't want to be a scapegoat. Admiral Zephyr directly expressed his objection. The character of the world government can be figured out by itself. Even the 5 elders had to guess how they would reply when they heard it. However, Sengoku sighed helplessly at Zephyr's speech. Teacher Zephyr, I think your approach is wrong. This matter must be reported to the 5 elders. Roger and Luo Xiu are undoubtedly the 2 biggest threats in the world, and they are also pirates. No matter what the punishment is, we should report to the world government, and then wait for the troops to join forces to kill Luo Xiu and the others. Admiral Akainu directly expressed his dislike for pirates. He even took Zephyr himself as an example. Mr. Zephyr, don't you also hate pirates the most? It is better to accumulate strength, notify the world government, and then send troops to attack them. I feel that Shuluo's limit is coming soon. He can't be truly invincible. He is absolutely unable to deal with the four of us. As long as you add teacher Zephyr, you will be fine. Akainu is still persuading at this time. But in the end Sengoku took a cold look and gave up. Let me tell the fifth elder later. After all, this matter is also a big deal. If you don't say it, the fifth elder will definitely blame it. Marshal Sengoku sighed deeply. In this turbulent era, I don't know when it will come to an end. Also, the weirdest point is why Luo Xiu, who clearly has no friendship with Roger, will come to the rescue. I can't even guess the reason for this. And, when the Roger pirates were arrested and executed, it was suddenly discovered after counting. There are definitely not so few people in the Roger pirates. Although they are not the two people who people care about, the sudden disappearance is indeed very noticeable. By the way, I don't know if you found out. Among the members of Roger who were arrested, everyone else was there, except for the two trainee crew members Shanks and Buggy. When Roger was arrested, he didn't think about the irrationality because he was excited. Advertisement. However, when the situation really happened like this, Sengoku couldn't help thinking about the process in the middle, and also realized that the disappearance of the two trainee crew members, Shanks and Buggy, might have something to do with attracting Luo Xiu. Do you think that Roger will be left behind? After all, he has the Red Road sign history text on his body. Maybe he also left rubbings for the trainee crew members like Shanks and Buggy just in case. Thinking of this, Sengoku is also alert. If this is really the case, it is very likely that these two people sensed something was wrong running from the city to Luo Xiu's place. Then use the rubbing of the historical text in exchange for Luo Xiu's shot. Thinking of this, Marshal Sengoku was shocked. I didn't expect to get such a frightening result after some speculation. But having said that, if it is really Shanks who took the rubbing of the road sign left by Roger and traded with Luo Xiu. With the live broadcast on the big screen, Roger's execution also attracted the attention of countless people. As a pirate, the place where the old and the new world meet. What a disgrace to naval headquarters. However, at the same time, it was originally a good opportunity to stand up, but it turned out to be Luo Xiu's reputation. There were all kinds of uproarious voices in Sabayati Archipelago, and there were many discussions. Some discerning marines directly arranged a battleship for Sengoku. Most of the pirates couldn't react, but in the end they couldn't help laughing seeing naval headquarters' deflated look. As a result, the person rescued by Luo Xiu before the execution was over. Put out a big battle to make public the news, and Roger will be executed. That's understandable. The news of the existence of the final island is very likely to threaten the security of the world government. With Luo Xiu's character, it is very likely that he will go to that island. Nervously, he hurriedly reported today's news to 5 elders. But in the end, Whitebeard, Bullet, and Luo Xiu competed to make a move, and Roger was rescued. Everyone watched this scene and fell silent. In the direction of Mariajoy, the battleship sailed past Wangzhou. Thinking of this, Marshal Sengoku immediately gave an order. Sabayati Archipelago. 187. Among the powers, the wrath of the 5 elders. Naval headquarters this time is really embarrassing. The execution didn't succeed, but Luo Xiu's invincible name was achieved in a disguised form. You can't say that. You have to know that this time the execution, all kinds of big figures are present. Whitebeard, the Emperor of the Sea, and Bullet, the son of the Devil, is said to be a crew member of the original Roger pirates. However, even Whitebeard and Bullet are unable to drive naval headquarters to this level. What we really care about is Luo Xiu, who really drives naval headquarters into chaos by himself. Such a powerful person, but why did he come here to save Roger? According to my guess, it seems that there should be no intersection between Roger and Luo Xiu, right? I don't know, but it doesn't make sense for us to guess now. But there is no doubt that the battle that happened in Marin Vander today is the first time it has happened, right? It must be history. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. But everyone talked, and finally they all came to the scorching tiger Luo Xiu. After all, judging from the current performance, Luo Xiu's strength is really too impressive. No one has ever been able to reach the level of 690. You know, in order to restrain Luo Xiu and prevent him from doing anything, he has attracted Marshal Sengoku, Kizaru, Akainu, Admiral, and the hero Garp. As a result, Luo Xiu fought against them as if there was no pressure throughout the whole process. It can be seen that even the admirals may not be able to hurt Luo Xiu. The terrifying meteor sea of fire has already surpassed the scope of ordinary demon fruit power. Could it be that the ability of devil fruit has awakened? According to Luo Xiu's level of strength, it might be the most outrageous thing to say that devil fruit hasn't awakened. Having said that, everyone reacted. The 4 naval headquarters executives jointly attacked Luo Xiu, and they saw it. As a result, even Luo Xiu was not injured. However, if it is a one-on-one duel, with Luo Xiu's strength, he can definitely suppress it directly. Even easily wound them these. What marine hero? Marine Marshal, if you meet Luo Xiu, all your strength will be lost. Especially, when both Whitebeard and Bullet were cornered by the naval headquarters brass. The appearance of Luo Xiu really shocked countless people. The voices of the people talking one after another couldn't stop at all. They have even begun to think that Luo Xiu has truly possessed the level of strength to defeat the world government now. For a while, Luo Xiu was once again at the forefront of the world. Well, It should be that Roger was attacked by the world government and Marines troops on his way to the final island, right? Advertisement. The last aisle. Damn it, Roger. Don't think that you came to my old lady's cake island to steal my old lady's historical text and rubbed it. That's all. My old lady will never let you go easily. IWC, Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin, who was sitting on the huge queen's throne, also watched with extremely dark eyes. However, at the same time, witnessing Luo Xiu's super combat power against 4 naval headquarters at once, he did not lose the slightest bit. BIGMOM is also secretly glad. That day in Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants. It was an incomparably correct decision to decisively dodge when facing Luo Xiu. If I really angered the giant country that day, although it would not be a big problem to slaughter the village with my own strength. But there is no guarantee that under Luo Xiu's strength, he will not be completely ruined. Unknowingly, BIGMOM looked at the blacked-out live broadcast screen and sighed. When I met Luo Xiu in the Kingdom of Giants, I really walked through the gate of hell. The other side, Admiral Sengoku passed in the direction of Mariajoy on the high-end warship of Naval Headquarters, BIFH. 2 Marine colleagues, Garp and Zephyr, were also on board. Verbally speaking, I am tired of people who have a lot of things like World Government 5 Elders, but it is so important that when they meet the anger of 5 Elders, they also greet them one after another. Probably this is the so-called comrade in arms. Between powers. Under Sengoku's report, the 5 Elders naturally knew the news. His eyes twitched slightly, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. The roars of the 5 old men echoed throughout the room. Such a thing happens so that they don't know how to write the word, face. When something like this happens, how on earth are you going to bear the damage to the face of the world government? Although there is no problem in enabling the world live broadcast, but after Luo Xiu appeared, you at least immediately shut down the live broadcast, so there is no problem at all. You actually let Luo Xiu ravage you all in front of the whole world like this. Advertisement. The old man in kimono stood up angrily. Almost pointing at Sengoku, and Garp who came after, Zephyr Master himself was cursing. Sengoku stood where he was and accepted the scolding honestly. And Garp simply had nothing to do with it, and his eyes were squinting at other places. I couldn't help but yawned. Then closed his eyes and squinted. And Admiral Zephyr with the most aggressive personality. But according to his own personality, the kimono elder who spoke directly became hard-nosed. Isn't this just our problem? Luo Xiu's appearance, we have no way to predict it. Zephyr was also angry. Being scolded like this is being used as a scapegoat. Who can bear this? Also, after Luo Xiu appeared, we have called your world government on the phone more than once. As a result, there was not a single call connected. Can you blame our naval headquarters? It's clearly because your world government didn't do enough. It gave Luo Xiu a loophole. Zephyr is also not to be outdone and confronts the 5 elders tit for tat. After all, I am not without reason. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu will come, and it is no problem to call the power to increase aiming with the ball. On the contrary, there was no response to the phone call. Doesn't this explain the problem? When Zephyr said this, 5 elders were also choked. Looking at Zephyr coldly, he didn't know what to say for a while. That's all. Instead of entangled needlessly on this matter, it is better to think about what they should do after all members of the Roger pirates are rescued. Is it really just watching Roger go to the final island, get the truth of the world and make it public to the whole world? 188. Roger won't reveal the secret of the final island. The most important thing right now is not to discuss how to deal with them, but once that final island secret is revealed, what are we going to do with angry crowds all over the world? During the discussion, it was not that no one among the 5 elders expressed their views. Now the secret that exists on the final island really makes the world government restless. If it is really exposed, it is very likely that there will be another wave sweeping the whole world, and the outbreak of a world war exactly the same as 800 years ago. At that time, it will be absolutely nothing to the world, a good thing. I think it's better to take the initiative than to sit still and wait for death, and take Luo Xiu and those pirates right away, once and for all. A coldness flashed in the angry eyes of the elder who was wearing a kimono. Looking at Luo Xiu's bounty worth tens of billions of Baileys is also sharp. Even with his eyes, he tore this bounty warrant into 2 halves. Watching this scene in shock, Marshal Sengoku, who knew exactly what the Great Elder's ability was, of course, as well as Hero Garp and Black Arm Zephyr shrank their pupils slightly. The Great Elder's sword intent has actually improved again. I'm afraid it has surpassed the level of Mahawk. But even so, Marshal Sengoku calmly shook his head again and again, persuading the 5 elders headed by the Great Elder. 5 elders, let's think about this matter again. Considering the fact that Luo Xiu is now able to deal with 3 admirals at once, now that he is truly the focus, he is definitely an enemy that cannot be parried. Marshal Sengoku couldn't help being startled, recalling the terrifying force in the battle with Luo Xiu not long ago. His scalp was numb. If it happens again, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to guarantee that I will be able to win smoothly. Luo Xiu is really too strong. And the rest Marine Admiral, including Zephyr and the hero Garp, their eyes were extremely complicated when they heard that the 5 elders planned to pursue Luo Xiu. The scene of being crushed by Luo Xiu's strength is still in front of their eyes. If 5 elders did this with the intention of sending troops, then it was fine. But it's clear that the world government is going to prepare something. It should be difficult to send people directly to help. Therefore, I also feel that the decision of the 5 elders will increase the pressure on naval headquarters. Advertisement. This is not very good. Even if that's the case, it's impossible not to get back the humiliation this time. Damn. Hearing Sengoku's words, 5 elders couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Yeah, it's not like they don't know what Sengoku said. However, if this is the case, we can't just let Luo Xiu and the others get away with it like this, right? Great Elder, I think that if Master Im's conjecture is true, perhaps if Roger successfully reaches the final island, he will not choose to expose all the truth to the world. Because the time has not yet come, it is not Joy Boy the time prophesied. The 5th Elder, with golden hair and a pensive expression, said. So, what does the 5th Elder mean? Just let Roger reach the final island and discover that secret. The 4th Elder had long white beards from top to bottom. While stroking the beards, Yanyu was talking. It doesn't matter if you find out. If Roger doesn't get exposed, the impact is actually not very big. I can be more than 90% sure. Even if Roger is allowed to go to the final island, because of the timing, Roger will not expose the truth. Instead, 800 years ago, the time predicted by Joey Boy needs our attention. If I remember correctly, it should be about 20 years away. Thinking of this, the 4th Elder's expression is also relieved. Only the remaining 3 elders have not expressed their views. Then, let's use these 20 years to develop our strength well, and attract some pirates who are enough to be called allies. The Shichibukai system can be re-established. While the 1st Elder was contemplating, Wuchen finally agreed to the suggestion of the 4th Elder and others. Put aside the humiliation of this period of time. Instead, take a long-term view. Directly lock the time when the future war predicted by Joey Boy will break out. In this way, they have enough time to continue to develop. Although Lord Im might be able to suppress Luo Xiu if he took a direct action now. However, the war that broke out now is nothing more than a small fight compared to what may be brought about 20 years later. Ask for flowers. It certainly cannot be compared with the world-class war 20 years later. Therefore, if this is the case, it is better to completely lock the world after 20 years of deployment. Advertisement. At that time, if something goes wrong, there will be enough troops to deal with it. Okay, Sengoku, you Marines don't want to talk about this anymore. Considering that Luo Xiu's appearance was indeed unexpected, there is no need to punish you under the circumstances. You can just go back. Remember, you must never allow such embarrassing things to happen again in the future. 5 elders spoke solemnly. Of course they are very aware of Sengoku. After all, Roger and their marine also have fate. Especially with Hero Garp. Not only did his eyes look helpless, but he even sighed deeply. If nothing is done, of course it will be a heavy blow to the face of the world government. Then, with the Roger pirates being rescued in front of people all over the world. Therefore, the capital of the 7 waters, the Fishmen Island, the island of Sabayati, and the sea areas in the east, west, north, south, underground forces and kingdoms have also noticed the silence of the world government one after another. The whole situation seemed to disappear. Finally, I don't need to work so hard. It is unrealistic to force them to bring them back like this. In the end, Sengoku and Garp, as well as Zephyr and others also walked out of the room of power silently. Nothing happened. Therefore, we can only make a compromise for the time being. However, it all depends on whether Roger will bury the truth after arriving at the final island, as the 5 elders predicted. After all, under the live broadcast, the world government lost such a big person. I originally thought that maybe the world government would make some big moves to counterattack. In the shock, the discussion immediately started 9. However, the audience of all the good things waited for a long time, but they did not wait for the news that the world government sent troops to Luo Xiu or Roger and others. I hope so. And they also have the opportunity to adjust their interest rate. The look on his face sighed. Advertisement 189. Roger's regiment's plan. As expected of the strongest man in the world, Luo Xiu. After such a feat, the world government didn't react at all. I guess the current world government should be in a state of confusion, right? Execution of Roger, but Luo Xiu suddenly intervened here, and directly caught the world government by surprise. How afraid is the world government of this Luo Xiu? Such a big matter was exposed in front of the whole world, and then dare not even fart. Did you find out that Luo Xiu's bounty has never increased since breaking through 10 billion Baileys? It's not that it hasn't grown, but that it doesn't make any sense after it grows. Just imagine, even if Luo Xiu is given a reward of 100 billion Baileys, do you think anyone can really trouble Luo Xiu? Defeat him in exchange for a reward of 750 gold. You think anyone can do it arrive? Since it can't be done, then 10 billion Baileys are enough. This can also prove that Luo Xiu's strength is unprecedented. Even Rox, the king of the world who fell 18 years ago, is far from this kind bounty treatment. For a while, the discussions on Luo Xiu in the sea almost never stopped. And this time, New World, IWC, Cake Island. BIGMOM, who also noticed these news, is also waiting for news from the world government. Regarding Roger's upcoming public execution, although BIGMOM's mood is also very complicated. However, there is more of a secret joy in my heart. After all, it was Roger who used an almost despicable method to come to their 10,000 kingdoms, and then secretly took away the rubbings of the historical text of the signpost. Not to mention taking out rubbings of the texts of the other 3 road signs to share with everyone, and win-win cooperation. It also made the ant question Roger's character. What a good reputation, these are nothing more than what Roger was blown out of. No matter what, we have to find a chance to find Roger and get this place back. No matter how bad it is, I still have to get the rubbings of the historical text in his hand. Bigmom felt that on that day, he foolishly entertained Roger. As a result, the other party didn't accept his love at all, but instead secretly came to the treasure room and took it away with rubbings. Not talking about the benevolence and righteousness of pirates at all. Bigmom couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Bigmom hasn't faced this kind of humiliation since the disbandment of Rock's Pirate. Someone stole the text of the road sign history right under my nose. This world government is really a bunch of idiots, isn't it? You can't lower your profile and come to my old lady. For some reasons, my old lady will reluctantly agree to join hands to kill that D Roger. Bigmom said with a helpless sigh. Advertisement. Mom, forget it, it's useless to say these things now. The general category on the side is still comforting Bigmom. I also know what is going on with my mother's character. Being comforted by category, Bigmom naturally relaxed a little. However, the ferocity in the eyes still hasn't completely disappeared, it still exists. However, at the same time, the other side. After being rescued by Luo Xiu and Whitebeard and others. To express his gratitude and friendship, Roger also went to Wano Kuni to stay for a while. I sighed that Luo Xiu's strength was stronger than that of the Valley of the Gods. Then they exchanged pleasantries again, while Luo Xiu saved himself from naval headquarters even though there was no intersection this time. However, Luo Xiu did not directly answer Roger's words. Instead, he recruited casually. Immediately afterwards, two familiar figures appeared from a room in the general's mansion, which also made Roger stunned. Buggy and Jix, why are you here? Seeing that the two trainee crew members who were left behind on Lougheed Road have now arrived at Luo Xiu's territory. It is conceivable what Roger's mood is at this time. But the mood belongs to the mood. Soon, through the expressions on the faces of Shanks and Buggy, Roger probably also guessed why the two of them appeared in Luo Xiu's Wano Kuni now. What about the rubbings of the historic text of the signpost? Roger looked at Shanks with suspicious eyes. Before leaving, I entrusted the straw hats to Shanks. This shows how high the status of Shanks is in Roger's heart. Even with such a high status, Roger did not choose to let Buggy live alone, but let Shanks follow Buggy to take care of her. And along the way, he gave Shanks the rubbings of the historical text. The guy's dreams also exist. In order to let him avoid detours during the voyage in the future. Advertisement. Roger also decisively inherited his will to Shanks. However, at this point Roger asked Shanks. Asked where the historical text about the road sign appeared. The result is that Shanks spread his hands. He said directly and decisively that the rubbings of the historical text of the road signs heading to Lougheed Road prepared by Captain Roger have all been handed over to Luo Xiu. And used this thing as a deal in exchange for Luo Xiu to rescue him. For a while, Roger himself was a little confused. I didn't expect the final situation to reach this level. Shanks was aided by Luo Xiu, whom he had just caught through the historical text of the signpost. But it's really thanks to Shanks, otherwise I might have even died in the execution of the world government. You can go whenever you want. And all cadres related to idleness. Includes silver, copper and iron from Roger Mission 2.2. In addition to Roger, who came to bring Whitebeard also came to Wano Kuni. Then Luo Xiu inadvertently turned his gaze towards Roger. They looked at each other with big eyes and stared at Xiaoya. The sitting posture of the big guys is that simple. In short, if it is, I have the text of the signpost history anyway. Cadres at these levels were also scattered outside. Roger, what are you going to do next? It's not clear whether the pirate group is still so obsessed with the final island after being captured by the world government once. Only Luo Xiu, Whitebeard, and Roger were left in the room. And it seems to be to ease the atmosphere. It was Whitebeard Newgate who asked first. It doesn't matter who goes first and who goes second. The face is also curious. Anyway, once the secret of the final island is revealed, I am afraid that the whole evil will fall into shock. 188. Roger won't reveal the secret of the final island. The most important thing right now is not to discuss how to deal with them, but once that final island secret is revealed, what are we going to do with angry crowds all over the world? During the discussion, it was not that no one among the five elders expressed their views. Now the secret that exists on the final island really makes the world government restless. If it is really exposed, it is very likely that there will be another wave sweeping the world, and the outbreak of a world war is exactly the same as 800 years ago. At that time, it will definitely not be a good thing for the world. I think it's better to take the initiative than to sit still and wait for death, and take Luo Xiu and those pirates right away, once and for all. A coldness flashed in the angry eyes of the elder who was wearing a kimono. Looking at Luo Xiu's bounty worth tens of billions of Baileys is also sharp. Even with his eyes, he tore this bounty warrant into two halves. Watching this scene in shock, of course Marshal Sengoku, who knows exactly what the Great Elder's ability is, as well as Hero Garp and Black Arm Zephyr shrank their pupils slightly. The Great Elder's sword intent has actually improved again. I'm afraid it has surpassed the level of Mihawk. But even so, Marshal Sengoku calmly shook his head again and again, persuading the five elders headed by the Great Elder. 5 elders, let's think about this matter again. Considering the fact that Luo Xiu is now able to deal with 3 admirals at once, now that he is truly the focus, he is definitely an enemy that cannot be parried. Marshal Sengoku couldn't help being startled, recalling the terrifying force in the battle with Luo Xiu not long ago. His scalp was numb. If it happens again, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to guarantee that I will be able to win smoothly. Luo Xiu is really too strong. And the rest Marine Admiral, including Zephyr and the hero Garp, their eyes were extremely complicated when they heard that the 5 elders planned to pursue Luo Xiu. The scene of being crushed by Luo Xiu's strength is still in front of their eyes. If 5 elders did this with the intention of sending troops, then it was fine. But it's clear that the world government is going to prepare something. It should be difficult to send people directly to help. Therefore, I also feel that the decision of the 5 elders will increase the pressure on naval headquarters. Advertisement. This is not very good. Even if that's the case, it's impossible not to get back the humiliation this time. Damn. Hearing Sengoku's words, 5 elders couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Yeah, it's not like they don't know what Sengoku said. However, if this is the case, we can't just let Luo Xiu and the others get away with it like this, right? Great Elder, I think that if Master Im's conjecture is true, perhaps if Roger successfully reaches the final island, he will not choose to expose all the truth to the world. Because the time has not yet come, it is not Joy Boy the time prophesied. The 5th Elder, with golden hair and a pensive expression, said. So, what does the 5th Elder mean? Just let Roger reach the final island and discover that secret. The 4th Elder had long white beards from top to bottom. While stroking the beards, Yanyu Yu was talking. It doesn't matter if you find out. If Roger doesn't get exposed, the impact is actually not very big. I can be more than 90% sure. Even if Roger is allowed to go to the final island, because of the timing, Roger will not expose the truth. Instead, 800 years ago, the time predicted by Joey Boy needs our attention. If I remember correctly, it should be about 20 years away. Thinking of this, the 4th Elder's expression is also relieved. Only the remaining 3 elders have not expressed their views. Then, let's use these 20 years to develop our strength well, and attract some pirates who are enough to be called allies. The Shichibukai system can be re-established. The 1st Elder was contemplating, but in the end he had no choice but to agree to the suggestion of the 4th Elder and others. Put aside the humiliation of this period of time. Instead, take a long-term view. Directly lock the time when the future war predicted by Joey Boy will break out. In this way, they have enough time to continue to develop. Although Lord IM might be able to suppress Luo Xiu if he took a direct action now. However, the war that broke out now is nothing more than a small fight compared to what may be brought about 20 years later. It certainly cannot be compared with the world-class war 20 years later. Therefore, if this is the case, it is better to completely lock the world after 20 years of deployment. At that time, if something goes wrong, there will be enough troops to deal with it. Advertisement. Okay, Sengoku, you Marines won't continue talking about this matter. Considering that Luo Xiu's appearance was indeed unexpected, I don't need to punish you if the situation arises. You can just go back. Remember, you must never allow such embarrassing things to happen again in the future. 5 elders spoke solemnly. Of course they are very aware of Sengoku. After all, Roger and their marine also have fate. Especially with Hero Garp, it is unrealistic to force them to bring them back like this. Therefore, we can only make a compromise for the time being. In the end, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr and others walked out of the room of power silently. Not only did his eyes look helpless, but he even sighed deeply. Finally, I don't need to work so hard. And they also have the opportunity to adjust their interest rate. However, it all depends on whether Roger will bury the truth after arriving at the final island, as the 5 elders predicted. I hope so. The look on his face sighed. Then, with the Roger pirates being rescued in front of people all over the world. I originally thought that maybe the world government would make some big moves to counterattack. After all, under the live broadcast, the world government lost such a big person. If nothing is done, of course it will be a heavy blow to the face of the world government. However, the viewers of All Good Things have waited for a long time, but they have not waited for the news of the background of Luo Xiu or Roger and others from the world government. The whole situation seemed to disappear. Nothing happened. Therefore, the capital of the 7 waters, the Fishman Island, the island of Sabayati, and the sea areas in the east, west, north, south, underground forces and kingdoms have also noticed the silence of the world government one after another. Amidst the shock, the discussion immediately started. 189. Roger's regiment's plan. As expected of the strongest man in the world, Luo Xiu. After such a feat, the world government didn't react at all. I guess the current world government should be in a state of confusion, right? Execution of Roger, but Luo Xiu suddenly intervened here, and directly caught the world government by surprise. How afraid is the world government of this Luo Xiu? Such a big matter was exposed in front of the whole world, and then dare not even fart. Did you find out that Luo Xiu's bounty has never increased since breaking through 10 billion Baileys? It's not that it hasn't grown, but that it doesn't make any sense after it grows. Just imagine, even if Luo Xiu is given a reward of 100 billion Baileys, do you think anyone can really trouble Luo Xiu? Defeat him in exchange for a bounty. Who do you think can do it? Since it can't be done, then 10 billion Baileys is enough. This can also prove that Luo Xiu's strength is unprecedented. Even Rox, the king of the world who fell 18 years ago, is far from this kind bounty treatment. For a while, the discussions on Luo Xiu in the sea almost never stopped. And this time, New World, IWC, Cake Island. BIGMOM, who also noticed these news, is also waiting for news from the world government. Regarding Roger's upcoming public execution, although BIGMOM's mood is also very complicated. However, there is more of a secret joy in my heart. After all, it was Roger who used an almost despicable method to come to their 10,000 kingdoms, and then secretly took away the rubbings of the historical text of the signpost. Not to mention taking out rubbings of the texts of the other 3 road signs to share with everyone, and win-win cooperation. It also made the ant question Roger's character. What a good reputation, these are nothing more than what Roger was blown out of. No matter what, I have to find a chance to find Roger and get this place back. No matter how bad it is, I still have to get the rubbings of the historical text in his hand. BIGMOM felt that on that day, he foolishly entertained Roger. As a result, the other party didn't accept his love at all, but instead secretly came to the treasure room and took it away with rubbings. Not talking about the benevolence and righteousness of pirates at all. BIGMOM couldn't help gnashing his teeth. BIGMOM hasn't faced this kind of humiliation since the disbandment of Rock's Pirate. Someone stole the text of the road sign history right under my nose. This world government is really a bunch of idiots, isn't it? You can't lower your profile and come to my old lady. For some reasons, my old lady will reluctantly agree to join hands to kill that D Roger. BIGMOM said with a helpless sigh. Advertisement. Mom, forget it, it's useless to say these things now. The general category on the side is still comforting BIGMOM. I also know what is going on with my mother's character. Being comforted by category, BIGMOM naturally relaxed a little. However, the ferocity in the eyes still hasn't completely disappeared, it still exists. However, at the same time, the other side. After being rescued by Luo Xiu and Whitebeard and others. To express his gratitude and friendship, Roger also went to Wano Kuni to stay for a while. I sighed that Luo Xiu's strength was stronger than that of the Valley of Gods. Then they exchanged pleasantries again, while Luo Xiu saved himself from naval headquarters even though there was no intersection this time. However, Luo Xiu did not directly answer Roger's words. Instead, he recruited casually. Immediately afterwards, 2 familiar figures appeared from a room in the general's mansion, which also made Roger stunned. Buggy and Shanks, why are you here? Seeing that the 2 trainee crew members who were left behind on Lougheed Road have now arrived at Luo Xiu's territory. It is conceivable what Roger's mood is at this time. But the mood belongs to the mood. Soon, through the expressions on the faces of Shanks and Buggy, Roger probably also guessed why the 2 of them appeared in Luo Xiu's Wano Kuni now. What about the rubbings of the historic text of the signpost? Roger looked at Shanks with suspicious eyes. Before leaving, I entrusted the straw hats to Shanks. This shows how high Shanks' status is in Roger's heart. Even with such a high status, Roger didn't choose to let Buggy live alone, but let Chunks follow Buggy to take care of her. And along the way, he gave Shanks the rubbings of the historical text. The guy's dreams also exist. In order to let him avoid detours during the voyage in the future. Advertisement. Roger also decisively inherited his will to Shanks. However, at this point Roger asked Shanks. Asked where the historical text about the road sign appeared. The result is that Shanks spread his hands. He said directly and decisively that the rubbings of the historical text of the road signs heading to Lougheed Road prepared by Captain Roger have all been handed over to Luo Xiu. And used this thing as a deal in exchange for Luo Xiu to rescue him. For a while, Roger himself was a little confused. I didn't expect the final situation to reach this level. Shanks was aided by Luo Xiu, whom he had just caught through the historical text of the signpost. It was Whitebeard Newgate who asked first. You can go whenever you want. It doesn't matter who goes first and who goes second. Only Luo Xiu, Whitebeard, and Roger were left in the room. And all cadres related to idleness. They looked at each other with big eyes and stared at Xiao Yashui. Then Luo Xiu inadvertently turned his gaze towards Roger. The face is also curious. Anyway, once the secret of the final island is revealed, I am afraid that the whole evil will be shocked. Cadres at these levels were also scattered outside. But it's really thanks to Shanks, otherwise I might have even died in the execution of the world government. And it seems to be to ease the atmosphere. In addition to Roger, who came to bring Whitebeard also came to Wano Kuni. In short, if it is, I have the text of the signpost history anyway. Includes silver, copper and iron from Roger's regiment. Quote. Roger, what are you going to do next? It's not clear whether the pirate group is still so obsessed with the final island after being captured by the world government once. The sitting posture of the big guys is good, so simple. Point 190. Luo Xiu, I have no intention of becoming One Piece. Of course I went to the final island. Ah, Luo Xiu, this time is really thanks to you. A logical return to Wano Kuni. While Roger had lingering fears, he was also very grateful for Luo Xiu's sudden shot. After all, he made a move at a time of crisis, this friendship is not insignificant. Not to mention that Roger himself was stunned when Luo Xiu came forward to rescue him. He also knew that his relationship with Luo Xiu was not that good. At most, it's just a one-sided relationship. Why did Luo Xiu suddenly come to save him? Watching Roger look at himself with a smile on his face, including Cluden Rayleigh and so on. With a complicated look on his face, Luo Xiu didn't bother to say anything. Don't say such things, Roger, I didn't intend to save you. Just tell the truth, whether in Roger's presence or not. Even if Luo Xiu was present, he still stated the facts clearly. Hearing what Luo Xiu said, Roger was also taken aback. It's really ruthless. Don't you say anything polite. Gu la. I'm really curious too, Luo Xiu. What is the reason why you chose to save Roger? 483 I remember that when our pirate group set off, you did make it clear that you would not rescue Roger. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Whitebeard also stood up, asking Luo Xiu curiously. That's something Whitebeard can't even think of. Why all of a sudden, Luo Xiu changed his mind and went to rescue Roger suddenly? He looked directly at Luo Xiu with curious eyes. And Luo Xiu just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Maybe it's time for the two of you to see the two little guys and see what's going on. Brat, Roger froze. But then when Shanks and Buggy appeared, their faces were relieved. Captain Roger. Woo. Buggy trotted directly in Roger's direction. All of a sudden Roger also understood. Advertisement. In all likelihood, these two little fellows came forward to find Luo Xiu, and they rescued him. Otherwise, with Luo Xiu's character, he would never do thankless things. I wanted to refuse, but the two of them made a condition that was impossible to refuse. I did some calculations, and the condition was not bad. So, Biff agreed. Luo Xiu looked on indifferently. Roger and Whitebeard were also taken aback by what was said. Watching Shanks and Buggy in shock. Why did you suddenly propose a condition that people couldn't refuse? Let's not talk about anything else for now. These two were nothing more than apprentice imps on Roger's ship. Although Shanks still inherited Roger's straw hat, in the final analysis, these two people are only apprentice crew members and have not yet been officially recognized. Is there anything in hand that can arouse Luo Xiu's interest? Could it be that? Roger's eyes widened suddenly, as if thinking of something directly. Luo Xiu smiled. Did Roger guess it? Shanks, did you give Luo Xiu the rubbing of the historical text of that road sign? He looked directly at Shanks with a shocked gaze. This was originally based on Shanks' life experience, and I also felt that it would be unreasonable not to let him go to the final island to learn the truth. Plus what I noticed on the road. Had a hunch that Raftel's trip might be an accident. Therefore, I directly chose to give the rubbings to Shanks for a rainy day. But now Shanks actually said that in order to save their entire group, he traded the rubbings of the historical text of the road sign to Luo Xiu. It is helpless to exchange for rescue. Well, I can't say anything. Roger sighed helplessly. You next. It was Luo Xiu's turn to speak. Once this rubbing is in hand, it will be in hand. Times have not yet developed to that point, so it doesn't make sense to go to Raftel now. In this case, let's see if Roger wants to go. If there is no Roger to start the era of great pirates, perhaps the subsequent development of the process will also be affected. Luo Xiu's rescue of Roger was partly for this reason. I plan to go to the final island again. Advertisement. Still refused to give up. Obviously, it is so close to the final island. He was also very unwilling to be stopped suddenly by people from the world government and naval headquarters. And it also confirmed Roger's conjecture. Then there must be something ulterior on the final island, otherwise the world government would have no reason to stop them from going to the island. Okay, then you can go on your own. But if something happens, I don't need to help you. Luo Xiu's words are also placed here. The previous shot was due to the deal with Shanks, coupled with the history of the text. If you help, you will help. But this time, if you want me to help you, I won't do it without some sincere feedback. This point has to be made clear, so as to save trouble in the future. It doesn't matter. Shanks and Buggy may have to leave you alone, Luo Xiu. Roger also smiled. Sitting on the battleship built by the legendary craftsman Tom, he went in the direction of the final island. Luo Xiu, let Roger reach the final island like this, are you at ease? Suddenly Whitebeard asked Luo Xiu such a question. In short, the incident has changed, and these things should be put on the agenda for Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu shook his head. The birth of the future Sun Monkey D. Luffy should be the latest thing. Whitebeard Newgate looked at Luo Xiu in surprise. Now Luo Xiu's work is almost done. The awakening of ancient weapon Pluton and Poseidon, that is the final time. Besides, don't you have no interest in becoming the One Piece? On the contrary, Monkey D. Drago, the leader of the revolutionary army, fell to his side. One Piece, are you not tempted? It should appear in the adjacent waters in the past few years, and be discovered and brought back by CP9 people. Rest assured. What does this have to do with rest assured? Luo Xiu felt that instead of thinking about 20 years later, it would be better to think about it first. What a pity. What a pity. As for now, Luo Xiu doesn't think that this time is the best time to gather firepower to capture the world government. If you want to bring down the world government, maybe you have to wait until 20 years later. The false title of One Piece is unnecessary for Luo Xiu. Now the revolutionary army no longer exists in the future with the events of Ohara. No, what I mean is, the island of the end means the ultimate of pirates. If Roger really gets to that place, maybe he will be called One Piece. Don't you feel sorry for that? 191. One Piece Roger. The beginning of the Great Pirate Era. Over time, the executions of Marlene Vando and Roger were interrupted by Luo Xiu, Whitebeard and Bullet. Although there are still waves of discussions in the world, compared to the beginning. The voice of this kind of discussion will obviously be lowered a lot. After all, everything is hot. And if the popularity drops, then the relevant discussions will naturally decrease a lot. However, this time with the news that Roger arrived at the final island. Shocking the world once again. Even the limelight has faintly overshadowed the incident of Marlene Vando. Everyone was shocked, originally thought that after being captured by naval headquarters once, Roger should give up his plan to go to the final island. After all, compared with other things in honor, one's own life is more important. However, the result is that Roger has now reached the final island. Coupled with its own good influence, the world directly calls Roger, One Piece. The newspapers were full of news about Roger's arrival on the final island. And the name of the final island also came to an end with Roger's naming. All around the world called the last island, Raftel. The entire newspaper news also dubbed Roger the One Piece, one after another. Wano Kuni. Hey, it really is still developing according to the progress of the gears of the times. Look at the news in the newspaper news. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. Times are about to change dramatically. Even after this, Luo Xiu had already guessed what might happen. In short, let's wait quietly for the development of the times. The world will change dramatically when Roger arrives at Raftel and becomes One Piece. It is rising slightly. Wano Kuni did not make any movement after the news. However, after Roger arrived at Raftel, an even more shocking news came out. The Roger pirates disbanded. Advertisement. I heard that because of Roger's serious illness, the entire pirate group fell apart. It's such a pity that such a legendary pirate group is disbanded like this. This is the pirate group second only to Luo Xiu. But the strange thing is that Luo Xiu obviously rescued Roger, but he also allowed Roger to become the pirate king, but nothing happened. This is too strange. Maybe it's because Roger and Luo Xiu have reached an agreement. A strong man of that level is not something we need to consider at all. Newspapers are full of information about the disbandment of the Roger pirates. Everyone who saw this thought it was big news. Morgans was joking. How long has it been since arriving at the final island and becoming the One Piece? The Roger pirates suddenly collapsed. Roger himself is seriously ill. But then naval headquarters issued a statement. Said One Piece Gully Roger has surrendered. He will be executed in Logue Town, where Roger was born. Shocking the world once again. What the hell is going on here? Good pirates, why did they disband suddenly? Why did Roger go to Marlene Vander to surrender? It has been less than a year since he was rescued by Luo Xiu. Wano Kuni. Whitebeard also ran to Luo Xiu's territory after a year. The expression on his face was also melancholy. I don't know why a character like Roger, who arrived at the final island and achieved the reputation of One Piece, chose to surrender himself at this critical moment. It's really in line with the character of that man. He's free and easy. I really want to be like him, Luo Xiu. Whitebeard and Luo Xiu were sitting together drinking wine. Luo Xiu's expression was indifferent. There was no surprise at Roger's choice. And this time, there was no reason to make a move. It is Roger's own choice, and it has nothing to do with him. Maybe one day you'll make the same choice as Roger, Whitebeard. Luo Xiu spoke casually. Whitebeard looked at Luo Xiu in bewilderment. What are you saying? Hee, take it as if I'm joking. Luo Xiu shrugged, took a sip of his wine and smiled. Roger's death may lead to turmoil of the times. After all, after Roger arrived at the final island, he has undoubtedly become the focus of the world. Countless pirates are targeting him. Advertisement. Seeking Flowers 0. Roger's fall symbolizes the collapse of countless pirate targets. Of course, you Luo Xiu seem to represent another peak, so don't you need to say more. Whitebeard, Newgate and Luo Xiu were talking shoulder to shoulder. By the way, Newgate, when is the execution time? Luo Xiu shook his head and asked suddenly. 3 days later, Logue Town, what are your plans? Raihuzi looked at Luo Xiu in surprise. Not much, why don't we keep a low profile and go see Roger's last side together? How about it? Luo Xiu suggested. Okay, it's good to see that old thing for the last time, it can be regarded as the end for him. Whitebeard nodded. How about staying with me for these 3 days? Anyway, I have a lot of rooms here. Oh, no problem. During the 3 days, Luo Xiu and Whitebeard also had a good 3 days of chic life. After all, Roger's imminent death is also a major event in the history of pirates. Let's go together then. Now that the enemy and friend are about to be executed, they are also emotionally sad and want to see the last side. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? I'm going to see Captain Roger for the last time too. As a time traveler, it is impossible for Luo Xiu not to experience such a historic scene. Just take this small boat. We don't need such a conspicuous ship, do we? If the marine side thinks we're here for a misunderstanding, we'll be in big trouble. Shanks and Buggy also came to Luo Xiu with sad faces. Luo Xiu waved his hands, including Golden Lion, Shanks, Buggy, Monkey D. Drago, Whitebeard, Marco and so on. Including Golden Lion Shiki, at any rate, they are also opponents who have fought for a lifetime. And me. Seeing that Whitebeard actually planned to take the Moby DK to see Roger for the last time, Luo Xiu also frowned. It's time, let's go together. Whitebeard nodded too. No one realized that there are so many bosses sitting on this seemingly inconspicuous boat. Logue Town has already been crowded with people from all over the world. Hee. Almost forgot. They also deliberately changed into inconspicuous clothes, and passed in the direction of Logue Town. 192. Visit the execution scene and witness the opening of the Age of Discovery. Logue Town. At this moment, with the surrender of One Piece Gully Roger. Almost the whole sea is paying attention to this matter. All capable people made a special trip to Logue Town directly, and stood under the high execution platform to watch the live broadcast of this execution. The rest of those who have no ability are projected through the large screen. Watching this extremely shocking scene. The complexion is also different. Some people almost hate pirates, so they even applaud Roger who is about to be executed. And the other side. But some people also know part of Roger's past. Although Roger is a pirate in name, it may be more appropriate to call him a navigator, in reality. And now, in front of everyone, the legend who has reached the final island of Raftel is coming to an end. 360. Quite a few people watched without blinking, waiting for the final touch of raising the knife. Woo, Captain Roger. Buggy and Shanks are also standing aside this time. Buggy's face was almost covered with tears, and Shanks was still a bit tougher than Buggy. He tried hard not to let the tears fall from the corners of his eyes. As for Whitebeard, Marco simply wanted to see Roger off because he didn't want to cause too much noise. Therefore, he deliberately changed into a black outfit, and hid his face to express his sadness. Luo Xiu, Golden Lion, Kaido and so on. All stood silently. Golden Lion and Kaido are completely sympathetic to Roger. However, Luo Xiu just wanted to witness the passing of this legendary pirate, and what it was like to say that legendary word from Roger himself. Want my secret treasure? If you want it, go get it. I left all the treasures there. With Roger laughing and saying such words, all the dreaming pirates present also shed tears, or watched indifferently. Advertisement. Including the onlookers Moonlight Mariah, Hawkeye Mahawk, and those who came with Luo Xiu, Monkey D. Drago is all like this. And those ordinary pirates who are extremely fanatical about the name of One Piece. It was completely ignited by Roger's words. All kinds of excited and shocking emotions accompanied the words, and they were all wondering if they could reach the legendary island like Roger if they went to sea. The final island Raftel. Even for this Roger's hidden treasure, I have to go to sea. Brothers, set sail with me. Aim for Raftel, let's go together. Hey, don't forget that in this sea, although Roger is known as the One Piece, there is another terrifying existence whose strength and influence are far above Roger's. Jihu, Luo Xiu. If he wants to, maybe Roger won't get the title of One Piece at all. Don't forget, Roger was ambushed by the world government and naval headquarters on his way to Raftel for the first time, and he was arrested directly, if it wasn't for Luo Xiu. Whitebeard, Bullet and others suddenly appeared. Maybe the name of One Piece will be changed. Luo Xiu. The true uncrowned king of this era, even in the era when Roger is still alive, Luo Xiu is still a well-deserved peak among pirates. Perhaps Roger is called One Piece by the world, but this is just a different kind of respect for him when he arrived at Raftel. If it is about strength, there is no doubt that Luo Xiu is the well-deserved number one. It doesn't matter, since Luo Xiu has no idea about becoming the One Piece king, then Laozi's Steed Hooks will be the One Piece king. If you want to become One Piece, you'd better get past my giant hammer garb first. Below the execution platform, with the last words of Gully Roger before he was executed. All the pirates at the scene were all passionately ignited. And the same is true of all parts of the world, although for some various reasons they did not actually reach Logue Town, the place where Roger was executed. But I also have a huge dream of becoming a pirate in my heart. I want to go to sea and be a pirate, has been regarded as a middle name by all people since the moment Roger died. The era of great pirates has begun. It's really interesting to be able to witness all this happening. Luo Xiu hugged her hands like this, watching with a calm expression. From time to time, the corners of the mouth are raised slightly. Luo Xiu also heard what the audience said just now. In the end, I just smiled unknowingly. Indeed, I have no idea about becoming One Piece, the leader of the era. If you really want to do it, you don't have to. Advertisement. Come on, Newgate. Today's business is almost here. We should go back. Luo Xiu patted Whitebeard on the shoulder and said. You, stop, take off your mask. However, at this moment, surrounded by Luo Xiu, Whitebeard and others, suddenly a large number of marine soldiers appeared. With extremely vigilance on his face, the muzzle of the black hole was aimed directly at Luo Xiu and the others. Ah, found, Newgate. The smile on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth gradually rose. From the looks of it, it seemed that they simply suspected their identities, but did not discover who they were. Otherwise, I am afraid that these cows and horses will not appear, right? Gu la la la. What to do, Luo Xiu? Are you going to make a big fight here? Or what? Whitebeard Newgate also had a smile on his face. In both hands, the power of shock fruit has begun to condense. Marco, the phoenix beside him, and Kaido of the beasts, Bullet, Golden Lion Shiki in disguise. They all started to move, as if they were ready to make a move at any time. Are you sure you want us to take off our masks, kid? Luo Xiu raised his hand gently, and the 2.0 actions of Whitebeard, Kaido, Golden Lion and Bullet also stopped. Right now Luo Xiu is the strongest, so listen to him. Our officer has noticed you a long time ago. I suspect that you are the remnants of the Roger pirates. Now, you have been arrested. The Marine soldiers didn't realize what a stupid mistake they made. Roger pirates, even the remnants are not something they can deal with. It's really interesting. When will it be your turn to come and surround us? Luo Xiu tore off his face. Revealed the true face of the arrest warrant with a reward of tens of billions. Scorching. Scorching tiger Luo Xiu. When Luo Xiu's face appeared in full view, all the Marine soldiers present, the weapons in their hands, and the shotguns all fell off in an instant.